The boy used the simplest draw slash, yet it shocked the professors present. Because this was power a student shouldn't possess. It looked like Luonan just swung once, but in reality, it was 3 strikes, and he intentionally slowed the final strike, so the professors could see it clearly. This very act enraged Nibiros, but Luonan showed no emotion. Teacher, you scared me. Nibiros ignored that. Who taught you that sword technique? Luonan was confused. What are you talking about? No one taught me. So Nibiros changed his question. Did you see what I just did? Yes. You're incredible. In a split second, you drew your sword and struck 3 times. Hearing this, Nibiros's tone softened a bit. Exactly, just like I showed you. But then he shifted again. But you arrogant brat. With your foolish swordsmanship, you deliberately slowed the last strike. So we wouldn't miss it, huh? Do you know where you are? Luonan was... Because the reason he slowed the 3rd strike was to reduce its power, to avoid injuring himself. It wasn't to look down on the professors. But looking at the furious Nibiros now, that explanation felt powerless. The principal was speechless. Awkwardly, he looked away. The other staff were stunned. As professors, shouldn't we have seen that too? Moments later, Nibiros sheathed his sword and slowly returned to his seat. From now on, I'll teach you myself. After sitting down, he still couldn't calm his emotions. The principal, seeing the angry Nibiros, quietly recalled his words. Teach personally. The principal understood. Nibiros had already taken this child as his disciple. He turned to Luonan and said, Child, you have passed, but we still have one more question for you. Why did you come to Philip's Royal Academy? Upon hearing this, Luonan lowered his head. Memories began to surface in his mind. The boy gave his all, killing the strongest 4 billion giant he knew. He thought everything was over. But to his surprise, in the sky, an even stronger 8 billion giant appeared. It turned out 4 billion wasn't the giant's limit. 8 billion was. At that moment, the boy was prepared to die in battle. But another surviving woman disagreed with him. Instead, she strangely smiled at the boy. It turned out that 2.5 years ago, 3 giants suddenly invaded the empire. In a short time, they destroyed over half the territory. Only when Luonan's army joined the battle did they barely manage, but they paid a heavy price for it. The entire army was virtually wiped out. Only a gravely wounded Luonan remained. He looked sadly across the battlefield. Are they all dead? But just then, a voice sounded. It's been a long time since I've seen such a strong human. Turning his head, Luonan realized the voice came from the supposedly dead giant. Furious, he stomped on its face. Half the empire has become a grave because of you. Why aren't you dead yet? Do you want to know how your 2 friends died? One was roasted alive by a red dragon, and the other was sealed forever by a mage. Got it. You damn bastards. He thought these words would enrage the giant, but unexpectedly, the giant was unfazed. The children of the stars share senses. I know exactly how they died, but we will return soon. And Earth no longer has humans as strong as you, so the world you are protecting will eventually be swallowed by the starlight. Before the words even faded, Luonan sliced off his head with a single strike. Hurry up and die. Stop talking nonsense. After finishing everything, Luonan kept walking across the battlefield. He only stopped when he saw his former friend's corpse. Then he knelt down before it. Why didn't you run when you had the chance? Why be so foolish? You gave your life for so-called discipline and honor. Just as Luonan was lost in grief, he suddenly heard a cry for help, dragging his wounded body. He followed the sound. It turned out to be Commander-in-Chief Anderson. He was still alive. Luonan was a bit surprised. But upon closer look, the commander's condition didn't look good. He had lost an arm. Yet he didn't seem to care at all. Instead, he was more concerned about the giant. Is it dead? I killed it myself. Upon hearing that, he seemed relieved. Tears began to fall uncontrollably. Thank you. Luonan swore an oath, and took the chance to ask Anderson for a favor. Since you're so grateful, could you give these soldiers a proper burial? Because in the past, their bodies were simply discarded. But now, it's all over. It's time to take care of the aftermath properly. As he finished, Luonan began coughing violently. Looking at the blood in his hand, he told the commander-in-chief, I could die at any moment. Anderson wasn't surprised. Instead, he asked what Luonan would do if he could stay alive. At the mention of that, a glimmer of hope returned to Luonan's eyes. I'd probably go study at the academy. That was my late sister's wish. But that dream is no longer possible. Anderson, now solemn, shouted at him in anger. Don't say such discouraging things. The rescue team will arrive soon. But just then, the sky suddenly cleared up, casting down a ray of light. Yet the two of them stared in terror, because in the sky, a winged giant appeared, along with countless followers. At that moment, Anderson fell into deep despair. I've saved this world 3 times already. This time, there's truly no way. But beside him, Luonan drew his sword, and shouted firmly at him, My great commander comrade, what are you doing? Hurry up and throw me up there with your telekinesis. My sword can't reach them. I need to teach those bastards a lesson. Andy's Han was stunned. In a situation like this, he still wanted to fight? What a determined guy. With that, he grabbed him and spat a pearl into his mouth. This is a pearl that can rewind time 4 times. I've already used it 3 times. I climbed from a tailor to the position of Grand Commander thanks to it. I'm entrusting the last use to you. And also, when you see me again, please convince me not to become a tailor. A flash of light burst forth. When Luo Nen opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his hometown 10 years ago. Looking at the familiar scene before him, he was stunned. Am I dreaming? Then he slammed his head against a nearby tree, hoping to wake himself up. Not long after, Luo Nen accepted the reality. The Grand Commander's ideals are truly grand, wanting me alone to fight giants. What can I do? After thinking for a moment, Luo Nen came up with an idea. He picked up a tree branch, then ran toward the village entrance. But on the way, a group of bullies caught Luo Nen's attention. They had hung a boy upside down. Looking closely, there was no rope. It was magic. Luo Nen was in disbelief. In a rural village like this, there was actually someone using telekinesis. He continued watching from the side. The blonde-haired leader was violently demanding, but the boy said he spent it all on medicine for his mom. He had no... Hearing that enraged the blonde thug, he immediately ordered the girl using magic lift him higher into the air. But the kind-hearted Assam refused. The situation suddenly grew tense. At that moment, Luo Nen struck Assam on the head with his stick. Stop it. You'll kill him. The boy dropped to the ground as well. Meanwhile, the blonde thug grew even angrier. What the hell are you doing? He told you to stop, and you listened? But Luo Nen pulled Assam over. Ignore him. Tell me, where did you learn that magic? From a magic book I bought at a store. Luo Nen was stunned. He was this good just from a cheap magic book? Luo Nen had a feeling this girl could be useful in the coming giant war. But right then, he heard a sword being drawn nearby. Turning his head, he saw the blonde thug charging at him with a sword. How dare you ignore me? Though strong in build, his sword stance was all wrong. Luo Nen saw through it instantly. He dodged just like that. He avoided the strike with ease. The blonde thug was panicking inside, but tried to act composed. You're really lucky. Luo Nen went along with him. Yes, I'm quite lucky today. Seeing Luo Nen not resisting, the blonde punk became more aggressive. Since things have come to this, kneel and beg me, and I'll forgive you. But I'll cut off one of your arms. Of course, I'll take good care of your sister. Every time I see your fine body, I can't help. Before he could finish, one of the blonde punk's ears fell to the ground. Luo Nen was furious. His sister was his only sacred bond, absolutely not to be defiled by anyone. At that moment, the punks nearby were completely stunned. He was able to use a tree branch like a sword. Seeing this, Luo Nen seized the opportunity and made them return the boys' money, all the money they had on them. The punks didn't dare resist and handed over all the stolen money to the boy, then fled the scene. Meanwhile, Luo Nen made an arrangement with Assam. They would meet here again at 2:30 a.m. 4 days later for something very important. After making the arrangement, Luo Nen rushed home, but at the door he hesitated to enter. Too many questions troubled him. Should I apologize for leaving without a word? Should I tell him I missed him so much? Should I ask him if he's been well? Until he finally saw his sister again. Luo Nen only said one thing. I'm back. And he brought her favorite flowers. Upon receiving them, his sister was so happy. She jumped around like a monkey. I can't believe I actually got flowers from that cold-hearted boy in my lifetime. Is there enough food? Do you want me to get you more? Luo Nen looked at the 13 dishes laid out before him and was utterly stunned. He quickly waved his hand to refuse, then changed the subject. How old are you, sister? I'm 22 this year. That means there are still 10 years before the outsiders invade. Why are you asking that? My sister rushed over and touched my forehead. Seems like no fever. Luo Nen grabbed his sister's hand. No, it's not that. What I mean is, I'm planning to go study at an academy. Wen Yin's sister was overjoyed. She skipped away excitedly and started rummaging through a cabinet. Not long after, she came out carrying a bucket. It was a whole bucket full of gold coins. Luo Nen couldn't believe it. How did you get all this? Saved it up for 2.5 years. Just waiting for you to say this. His sister proudly put her hands on her hips. But Luo Nen told her, this is far from enough. Because the place he wanted to go was the world's top academy, Philip's Royal Academy. It has the most outstanding professors and the richest financial support. Not only that, the academy had even produced 3 world-class talents, Supreme Commander Anderson, Jianxing Shulafan, and the Winter Witch. So if he wanted to defeat the giants, this was Luo Nen's only choice. 4 days later, Luo Nen went to the place he had agreed to meet Assam. The first thing he did when he saw him was set down his backpack. Then he said, come on, take control of me. Use telepathy. Lift me as high as you can. What Luo Nen wanted was to test Assam's magic level, but Assam was unwilling. I can't do something that dangerous. It's fine. We bought insurance. Hearing that, Assam finally relaxed. Interest. Don't tighten the flower. Telepathy. As the magic activated, It was as if an invisible hand lifted Lunan high into the air. This height was even better than Lunan imagined, although in terms of stability, it was still lacking. To fight flying giants, telepathy was essential, and this kind of magic was extremely rare. Lunan raised the corners of his mouth and smiled in satisfaction. He's mine now. Meanwhile, Assam began to tremble. Can I put you down now? But the next second, Lunan picked up his sword and actually slashed through the magic. Then he landed safely. This scene left Assam stunned for 2.5 years. What did you do? I cut through the magic, but Lunan casually gave him a punch. Nothing much, just a little acrobatic trick. Pretend you didn't see it. Actually, this problem had puzzled Lunan for a long time. He didn't know why. His sword was so special. Not only could it cut through magic, it could even slay giants. But these things could be studied slowly. For now, there was something more important to do. Then Lunan threw the bag to Assam. Let's go. We must finish it before the moon disappears. Finish this task, then we'll be students at Phillips Academy. Hearing this, Assam was stunned. Did I hear that right? Phillips? That's a place that only accepts elites. You've got strong sword skills, but me? I'm just useless. I'll never make it in. I know. You're dumb. Timid, honest, but that's okay. You can start changing right now. It was the first time anyone cared about his future, so Assam agreed right away. Luo Nan, on the other hand, smirked slyly. His plan had succeeded. Not long after, they arrived at the goblin's lair. Though the goblins were asleep, it was still extremely dangerous. Luo Nan's target was a treasure hoarded by the goblins. Use your hands. Use your telepathy. Hearing that, Assam was dumbfounded. He glanced at the goblins' 36-pack abs. If they wake up, we're totally screwed. Why don't we go back and think it over? But Luo Nan grabbed him. To get into Phillips Royal Academy, you need two things: a huge tuition fee and real combat experience. So this kills two birds with one stone. Or do you have a better idea in that head of yours? My head? Not really. Good. Then let's get started. After speaking, Luo Nan opened the 5G bag. Just fill it up, that's all. Assam had no choice but to follow instructions. As the spell activated, the goblin's treasure floated slowly into the bag. To avoid waking them up, Assam had to put in every ounce of strength he had. Control your magic power. Fortunately, everything went very smoothly. They quickly filled 2 packs. I knew you could do it. Lunan happily patted Assam's head, but even he wasn't completely confident himself. He didn't expect Assam to adapt so quickly. Looks like he found a pretty good errand boy. After a while, the two packed up their things, ready to leave. But just then, a group of people rushed toward them, accompanied by Zheng Eryuan's screams. This made Lunan feel something was very wrong. In the middle of the night, could it be some lunatic escaped from the asylum? Meanwhile, the green-haired goblin was also woken up by the noise. The first thing he did after waking was habitually check on the treasure chest. Insane. Crap. The green-haired goblin quickly woke the others and called for an emergency meeting to discuss where the treasure might have gone. But one goblin offered a different opinion. He glanced at Lunan and Assam. Could it have been stolen by them? The other goblins immediately rushed at them. Seeing this, Assam was instantly terrified, collapsing to the ground. Should we return the stuff to them and sincerely apologize and let bygones be bygones? But Lunan drew his sword. What about the tuition? Do you have a solution? It can probably only withstand 15 swings before it breaks into 2.5 pieces. And there were over 30 goblins here, but it was enough. Lunan grinned and charged toward the goblins. In almost an instant, the last goblin also died under his sword. Assam was completely stunned. What did I just see? Lunan killed 3 goblins with one swing. Then after just a short absence, all the goblins were dead. Assam swallowed nervously. He's already gotten this strong? Just then, Luo Nan's voice broke his thoughts. Don't zone out. Grab the bag. We're going home. After a while, the two began their journey home. They thought it'd be an easy errand, but it turned out to be quite the opposite. Luo Nan stretched his aching body, probably because he was still growing. He figured he'd need to train his body more from now on. Luo Nan thought to himself, but at that moment, Assam brought up that strange scream. What do you think that sound was? Luo Nan shook his head. No idea. All I know is, if I run into them, I'm breaking their heads. Meanwhile, an arrow silently aimed at Assam. But Luo Nan blocked it with ease. Elsewhere, they had been spotted by 2 people, and those people became malicious. When the ambush failed, they decided to try a different approach. Most kids aren't wary of strangers, so they slowly walked over. Sorry there, kids. We heard rustling over here. Thought maybe some goblins were lurking. Kid. Luo Nan snapped the arrow in anger. I've eaten more meals than you've ever had in your life. Moments later, they were less than 2.5 meters apart. One of the men reached out again to apologize, but his eyes were locked onto Luo Nan's backpack. Can't even hide that greedy look on your face? Your eyes are awful. The man fell silent after hearing that, but as he stared at the kid in front of him, he didn't think there was much of a threat, so he signaled his companion to cover him. and continued walking toward Lunnan, still with that fake smile on his face. But his hand had quietly moved to his back, gripping the dagger at his waist. All right, I should introduce myself first. We are Calabaro. As he spoke, he suddenly swung his blade at Lunnan. Calabaro, huh? Lunnan responded, while casually counterattacking, knocking him senseless. Now I remember. They're that scum group. At that moment, taking advantage of Lunnan's brief distraction, the blonde rushed up, but Assam noticed it, used telepathy, and directly restrained the blonde. Seeing this, Lunnan gave Assam his first compliment of the day. Nicely done. Then he snatched the sword from the blonde's hand and unleashed a 7-star radiant slash. 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown ended, the blonde was sliced into 15 pieces. This scene completely stunned Assam. Lunnan, how could you really kill him? But Lunnan's gaze was firm. I can't let someone who tried to kill me live. Besides, they, Calaboro, are the most notorious organization on this continent. They poach, kidnap, and traffic organs. If I hadn't been here today, by the time someone found you, grass would have grown 2.5 meters high over your grave. Got it now, idiot. But just then, a sack next to them suddenly jumped. It startled them both badly. Could it be an animal they were poaching? Luo Nan said as he untied the rope. In just an instant, a figure shaped like a brother shot out, and upon closer look, it turned out to be a turquoise bird. So beautiful, Assam couldn't help but exclaim. It was the first time he had seen a bird with that color. But Luo Nan's attention was completely on the bird's jade feet, because on them were shackles that sealed magic power. Aren't these meant for powerful rare creatures? What kind of crime did this bird commit? As Luo Nan was pondering, the bluebird suddenly spoke. Mishi Mishi. Assam nearly jumped out of his skin. I had talked. Luo Nan looked annoyed. Are you dumb? That's just a remote communication spell, if I'm not mistaken now. The one speaking must be the bird's owner. Meanwhile, a strange guy with a rough voice was talking into a magic circle. That's right. I'm a member of the Institute of Phantom Beasts. My bluebird went missing yesterday. I couldn't reach it no matter what. I almost called the cops. By the way, who are you? Luo Nan grabbed the fleeing Assam. We're just concerned citizens. Your bird was kidnapped. We saved it. Then he slashed the shackles on the bluebird's legs. Go back to your dad now. Luo Nan's action filled the bluebird with gratitude. It then turned around and pointed its butt at his face. Luo Nan was dumbfounded. Luo Nan was stunned. Is this how you repay kindness? How many points are you aiming for? Luckily, the bird's owner quickly explained. What the bluebird meant was to pluck one of its feathers, because a bluebird's feather would permanently point toward the bird itself. It probably wanted to see you again, and when Lunnan plucked the feather, the bluebird suddenly bounced up and completely disappeared. Is this really a sign it wanted to see me again? Lunnan looked completely baffled. The next day, the two of them took the treasures to the marketplace to sell them for gold coins. 20 gold coins. The merchant uncle inspected the necklace for a long time and offered a fair price. Deal, deal. Lunnan happily agreed. Finally, someone who knows the value, thinking of that balding uncle earlier, who said the necklace was worth only 5 coins. Lunnan got annoyed, but fortunately now, he found someone knowledgeable. Then Lunnan sold all the treasures he had brought. At the same time, Lunnan reached into his pocket and pulled out a big purple lump. This was what the bluebird left on his hand when it left. He thought it was just bird poop, but it could shatter stones. Lunnan's intuition told him this thing was definitely extraordinary. The merchant uncle shared the same view. Wow, this color, this texture, could it be? What is it? Bird poop. Lunnan's face cracked upon hearing that. Seeing this, the merchant uncle could only smile awkwardly. Actually, I'm not too sure either. Hearing that, Lunnan sighed and put it back into his pocket, planning to get an expert appraisal someday. Assam, seeing this, looked dumbfounded. It really was just a hardened poker face. Changing the topic, Luo Nan asked the old man, do you have any books about Philip's Royal Academy? We want to enroll, but we don't know much about it. Is that so? My daughter Maria is preparing to go there too. You two can talk. She's here already. Maria. Luo Nan was stunned upon hearing the name. He was way too familiar with that name, but when he looked up, he saw a blonde girl. Luo Nan walked up to her. Are you really Maria? The one with the middle name Sin? Yeah. How did you know? Luo Nan was stunned. The Maria he knew in his previous life looked exactly like this. Then Luo Nan leaned in close to her ear. Let me ask you something. You're a guy, right? Maria was stunned at first. She looked down at her proud figure. Is this guy brain damaged? Or just blind? Before she could respond, Luo Nan's gaze locked onto a very specific part of Maria. No way. She doesn't look like a guy at all. Could it be that her old man has an illegitimate child? Before he could finish, Maria smacked him hard. Shut up. Stop barking like a dog. But that slap didn't feel painful to Luo Nan. Instead, it felt deeply familiar. Now he was 100% sure the person in front of him was none other than Maria, Count's son, 10 years from now. So this is how you repay kindness? How many points are you trying to score? Luckily, before crossing over, Countess Maria was a military supplier. Although she was of noble status, she was easygoing and friendly. She often drank with the soldiers, and whenever Lunnan and the others talked about relationships between men and women, Maria would get extremely angry. What followed was a heavy thump. Lunnan had been very curious and wanted to ask why she reacted that way, but never had the chance. Until he saw Maria again. She had already died in the war against the giants, but now, the mystery that had troubled Lunnan for so long was finally solved. It turned out the Count was a girl. Upon learning the truth, Lunnan couldn't help but laugh. But this scene only made Maria even angrier. You think it's funny? She charged forward to give him another smack. Enough, you brat. I'll let you hit me once because I made a mistake, but you have no reason to hit me a second time. Hearing this, Maria's eyes turned fierce. She headbutted Lunnan. What if I insist on hitting you again? And so the two started grappling, neither willing to back down. This scene left the two bystanders dumbfounded. They quickly ran over. Hey, you brat, stop fighting already. By evening, the three of them gathered at a small inn. Assam watched the two troublemakers before him. They had clearly wanted to strangle each other earlier, yet now they were calmly sitting together. It almost felt like they were old friends. Meanwhile, Lunnan laid out 3 swords and a magic wand. They had been seized from the goblins. Take a look at these. See if there's anything wrong. Upon hearing that, Maria picked up a sword. They began carefully inspecting. 3 swords and 1 magic wand. Isn't it a hassle carrying all that? Can't be helped. Better safe than sorry. Because in his previous life, Luonan had a rough sword style. He broke a sword almost every week. So how are these? Maria thought for a moment. They're all pretty good. Especially this black iron sword. The material is incredibly tough. No matter how rough you are with it, I doubt it'll break. Then Maria looked at the wand again and noticed it had a rare magic stone embedded in it. She turned to Assam and said, Is this little cutie a rare magic stone? What kind of magic does it use? Little cutie? Assam was overjoyed when he heard that. Why yeah, totally. But then lowered his head. It only does telepathy. But Maria had a strong reaction. Telepathy. That's incredible. Do it well and you might get a full scholarship. Oh really? Then Maria changed the subject. Next question. Do you have any combat skills you can show during the practical exam? Luonan was confused. Skills? You can show those. Why had he never heard of that? To enter Philip's Royal Academy, you have to pass both a theory and a practical exam. And in the practical exam, you have to demonstrate your combat skills and impress the professors. Most of the nobles who apply show off their family's secret techniques. Ordinary mages demonstrate their magic. Luonan immediately stopped her. Wait, I'm a swordsman. Isn't being good at swordsmanship enough? Wait, swordsmen can use magic too? Maria was stunned after hearing that. Every student who wants to enter Philip's Academy must be able to use. That's the absolute basic. What's with that expression? Don't tell me. You can't even feel any magic power at all. Lunnan looked completely confused. Feeling magic power. Is it similar to using chi fields? That one sentence completely broke Maria. This guy was like an illiterate trying to take an elite exam. Dream on. Get outside. Right now. Saying that, she grabbed the sword from the table. Let me borrow your sword. What if it breaks? I'll pay you triple. Enough nonsense. Come with me. I'll give you special training. Magic power is the source of nature's forces. It exists everywhere in the world, but you have to sense it. In order to use it, then channel it through different parts of your body. The manifestation of that power is called magic. Normally, it takes about a year to grasp it. Even though Maria explained so thoroughly, Lunnan still didn't understand. Is chi field energy also made of magic power? No. Chi field is far more powerful than magic power. Even a genius needs at least 10 years to master it. And once it's unlocked, it grants strength far more terrifying than magic. That's the difference between them. Alright, that's enough explanation. The moment she finished speaking, Maria rushed right up to Lunnan. So fast. Is this magic? The strength amplification was insane. But Lunnan still instinctively blocked the attack. He pushed Maria back with a slight effort. Maria froze as well. She had clearly channeled magic into her sword. So why was she the one sent flying? Who exactly is this guy? The two exchanged several more sword strikes. To be fair, Luonan didn't want to keep fighting. His arm was throbbing from the shock. So he activated his aura and slashed downward, but deliberately missed. Maria took the chance to increase the distance. You're not half bad. Luonan turned around. You too, but you really need to work on, she said while sheathing her sword, and turned to leave. Where are you going? Maria wasn't having it. She raised her sword. Don't tell me you think you actually won. Luonan calmly replied. Remember what you said. Triple compensation for damages. The next moment, Maria's sword shattered completely. When did he even know? At that moment, Assam, acting as referee, ran over and nudged her. His face made it clear he wasn't surprised at all. You did really well. Then he quickly ran over to Luonan, leaving Maria completely stunned. What is this guy? He doesn't even have magic. The next day, Luonan received enough gold to buy 3 swords and 2 full tier, 3 backpacks of books. What is all this? The entrance exam is just a month away. Don't you need it? But why are you doing this? Luonan knew that people only helped for personal gain. He drew his sword as he spoke. If you're planning to scam me, it's free. Free. Maria burst out laughing. Totally free. I just want us to pass the test together. Luonan sheathed his sword after hearing that. All right then. I'll accept it. Not long after, Maria said goodbye to Lunan. I've helped you too so much. If you still fail, I might just finish you off. Lunan chuckled. Of course. You should worry about yourself instead. On exam day, see you again in the imperial capital. After saying their goodbyes, Lunan looked down at his own hands. Over the next month, he needed to focus on physical training, because his current body was simply too weak. Not long after, Lunan returned home. From that day on, he ate 8 bowls of rice per meal, only stopping when he was stuffed. This made his sister overjoyed. Her little brother had finally come to his senses. By late night, Lunan went out near the village to hunt monsters. Any spare time was spent studying materials. Lunan was quite troubled. It's just an exam. Why do I have to learn table manners too? Even so, he still finished reading all the materials Maria had given him. Just like that, a month quickly passed. Lunan and Assam gathered at Philip's academy. The majestic, palace-like academy completely stunned Assam. He stared at it wide-eyed, praise almost pouring from his mouth. Assam, what are you doing? Showing off your country bumpkin roots. Sorry. Lo. Lunan. Assam stared blankly at Lunan. In just 1 month, he seemed to have grown a whole size bigger, more muscular, but Lunan immediately. Stop spacing out, let's go. At this time, he should be here too, and his age should be about the same as mine. Jianxing Shulafan, renowned as the strongest swordsman. I might run into him during the exam. This was a strange Kuan egg. It gave off a durian-like stench as soon as it dropped, so Assam immediately disliked it. Little did he know it was actually very valuable. Though laid by the bluebird, it wouldn't hatch into another bird. Depending on the hatching conditions, it could produce a powerful and mysterious phantom beast. That was the answer given by the bluebird's owner. When Luonan and Assam arrived at Philip's, Assam suddenly brought up the bluebird. So Luonan pulled out one of its feathers. He could use it to locate the bluebird. But to his surprise, it pointed straight to the sky. Luonan was stunned, but quickly locked in, on the rooftop of the academy's tallest building. Meanwhile, Marlin was just about to open a window for some air, but suddenly a face appeared in front of him. He was completely terrified, because he was on the 30th floor, the top floor. As Luonan and Assam entered, Marlin trembled while holding the bluebird. What do you want? Don't you dare lay a hand on the bluebird. Only when Luonan took out the feather did Marlin finally calm down. So you're the ones who saved him. Once Marlin understood, he quickly invited them in. I'm so sorry to embarrass myself like that in front of you. It's fine, Luonan said as he pinched Assam's cheek. If someone has to take the blame, it's this guy's fault. He used telepathy to send us up here. Assam, being pinched, struggled desperately. You told me to do it. They didn't expect the bird's owner to be a poet and also a professor at Philip's. Marlin scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't expect our heroes. If I had known earlier, I could have written you two a recommendation, but now it's too late. If you really fail, I could. Lunan interrupted him. No need. That's not our goal. As he spoke, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the egg. What's this? Your bluebird laid it on my hand. Marlin took the egg and examined it carefully. His expression grew more serious. Isn't it just a regular bird egg? Marlin withdrew his fire-attributed magic power. It might hatch into an undead phoenix. If it was laid inside a monster's nest, it might even hatch into a monster. As Marlin spoke, his face grew more fearful. And this egg, I can see countless types of magic power inside it, twisting and weaving together, chasing each other, like a wild alchemical forge. Lunan was stunned upon hearing this. My God, no wonder he's a professor. He can even assign meaning to an egg like that. Meanwhile, Marlin's expression turned solemn. I think this egg should be entrusted to you. Although it's extremely precious, it chose to be laid in your hands. We should respect that. The bluebird chirped joyfully upon hearing this, as if agreeing with Marlin's words. Meanwhile, Lunan took the egg back. I have no objections. I'm also curious to know what's inside. Then Lunan stood up, ready to leave, but Marlin stopped him, because the bluebird was chirping loudly, as if reminding them of something. A moment later, Marlin took out a scroll from the cabinet. This is for you. It will help you hatch it. Both of them looked completely confused. Time quickly passed until it was exam day. Lunan complained idly to Maria. He'd already been waiting for nearly a year, and still hadn't gotten his turn. But Maria didn't seem to mind. That's how exams are. But it'd be nice if our little cutie were here. At least we wouldn't be so bored. He's a mage. They're tested somewhere else. If he doesn't cry by himself, I'll be happy. while they were bickering. The examiner called Luo Nan's number. He stood up and got ready to go. Don't be nervous. Just do as I said. If you fail, don't come back out. Luo Nan waved her off. Got it. Thanks for the heartfelt encouragement. Then he turned with a determined look. I'll be right back. Soon, Luo Nan arrived at the testing hall. In front of him sat 5 professors from Phillips. In the middle was the headmaster, Grand Mage Claudiel. Beside him was the sword instructor, Great Sword Master Nabiros. Just standing in front of them, Luo Nan felt an overwhelming pressure. But he didn't hesitate. He bowed to the professors. Hello, my name is Luo Nan. Hello. That dummy in front of you is your opponent today. What technique will you use against it? Luo Nan glanced at the dummy. I don't have any special techniques. I'll just show a quick draw slash. I think that should be enough for a dummy. The blonde professor chuckled at that. No wonder he doesn't know. This thing is a product of high-level magic engineering. Not only does it have incredible defense, but it can also regenerate. Even the genius, Swordsmanship, could barely leave a scratch on it. I'm curious to see what he thinks he can show us. The white-haired professor mocked with a grin. It might even split in two. Amid the laughter of the two, Lunnan took his stance. A wave of pressure radiated from him. Almost instantly, Lunnan completed a quick sword draw slash. I finished my demonstration, but this speed meant nothing to the professors. It even made them want to laugh. Until a brief delay later, the sound of 3 metallic impacts rang out. The headmaster froze on the spot, and nearby, that guy Nabiros jumped to his feet. In a flash, he charged up to Lunnan, furiously pressing his sword against Lunnan's neck. Who taught you that sword technique? The boy had used the simplest sword draw slash, yet stunned all the professors on sight, because this was strength no student should have. It looked like Lunnan had just swung once, but in fact, it was 3 slashes, with the final slash deliberately slowed down, so the professors could see clearly, and it was precisely this act that enraged Nabiros. Yet Lunnan showed no emotion. Teacher, you're scaring me. Nabiros ignored him. Who taught you that swordsmanship? Lunnan was puzzled. What are you talking about? No one taught me. So Nabiros changed the question. Did you see what I just did? Yeah, you were impressive. In a very short time, you drew your sword and swung 3 times. Hearing that, Nabiros calmed down a bit. Right, just like what you demonstrated. But then the mood shifted. But you arrogant brat. With your foolish sword skills, you deliberately slowed the last slash. So we wouldn't miss it, is that it? Where do you think you are? Lunnan was dumbfounded after hearing that. The reason he slowed the 3rd slash was to lower the force, so as not to injure his own body, not to mock the professors, but seeing the furious Nabiros before him. That explanation sounded utterly weak. The headmaster was speechless. He could only awkwardly avert his gaze. The 2 spectators were dumbfounded. As professors, shouldn't we be seeing something here too? A moment later, Nabiros sheathed his sword and slowly walked back to his seat. From now on, I'll teach you personally. After returning to his seat, his heart couldn't calm down for a long time. The headmaster looked at the furious Nabiros and carefully recalled his words. Teach him personally. The headmaster understood. Nabiros had already accepted this child as his student. He turned and said to Luo Nan, Child, you've passed, but we still have one question for you. Why did you choose to apply to Phillips Royal Academy? Luo Nan lowered his head. Memories began to resurface in his mind, and then he blurted out, to leave no regrets, but more accurately, to ensure his sister had no regrets. Letting Luo Nan go to school had always been her wish. After answering, Luo Nan left the examination hall. No regrets, huh? The headmaster chuckled. That's quite the burden. I don't even know how to teach someone like that. The blonde professor eagerly leaned over. What exactly happened? Why were both you and Nabiros so shaken? Did that kid pull off some trick? A trick? No. More accurately, you'd call it talent. Meanwhile, the dummy that Luo Nan struck split open and fell to the ground. The 2 spectators were stunned. Cutting through the dummy in 1 slash was a dream all test takers thought was impossible. Someone had actually done it. Meanwhile, Luo Nan stood dazed outside, replaying everything that had just happened. That sword-wielding woman, even his past self, wouldn't have been fully confident of winning. So choosing to come to Phillips Royal Academy was the right decision. Here, he would surely learn a lot he hadn't known in his previous life. Lunnan smiled, then headed toward the written exam area. Next up was the written exam. After studying for an entire month, it should be easy. But after finishing the exam, Lunnan was dumbfounded. What the heck was that? Were these questions even humanly possible? Meanwhile, Maria was stunned seeing his expression. What is this guy doing? Didn't he spend a whole month reading the books I gave him? How could he still bomb like this? This. Beside her, Assam spoke hesitantly. You gave him 2 backpacks of books. One for dancer subjects, one for mage subjects. I think he grabbed the mage one. Maria was completely speechless. Could anyone really be this dumb? Not even knowing what they were studying. Time passed in a daze. Maria finally couldn't take it anymore. She picked Lunnan up. All right, stop complaining. The practical exam holds more weight. I believe you'll do fine. Meanwhile, the exam results were quickly posted. Everyone stared at the board without blinking, hoping to see their names. Assam passed, 12th place in the written, 1st place in the practical. Maria passed, 9th place in the written, 9th in the practical. The two glanced at each other, held their stare for 2.5 seconds, then hugged each other excitedly. We passed. Look, you even got 1st place in the practical. Although it's tied among 3 people. Still, cutie, you're amazing. Assam could only laugh awkwardly at the praise. I just got lucky. Maria then turned to ask Luo Nan a question, but something seemed off in front of her. Luo Nan's face was pale. I'm not on it. The two of them froze. No way. Open your eyes and look again. I already checked 30 times. But just then, a loud explosion sounded behind them. A phoenix appeared out of nowhere. It raised its head to the sky and launched a fireball. The fireball flew straight toward Luo Nan. After the explosion, several big words appeared in front of him. Luo Nan graduated, 1st in practical exam, ranked 5,712th overall. So that means we all passed. That's great. But Luo Nan quickly realized something terrible. If I'm ranked 1st, that means that guy is ranked behind me. That's not good. He immediately felt a chill creeping from behind. And slowly walking toward him was none other than Sword Saint Shulafin. The boy had used the simplest quick draw slash, yet shocked all the professors. Because with that one strike, he had sliced through the highly durable dummy. And that earned Luo Nan 1st place in the practical. But just as they were celebrating, a rustling voice came from behind. Luo Nan instantly felt something was wrong. It had to be him. Sword Saint Shulafin. He would never allow anyone to surpass him in swordsmanship. You're the top ranker. But Luo Nan didn't want to start trouble. I'm 1st. I didn't know that. Don't play dumb. Luo Nan just shrugged. If you say I'm 1st, then I guess I am. I could also say I'm Chan Honam. Do you have any proof? Shulafin sneered coldly after hearing that, and swung his sword at Lunan with lightning speed. But it was blocked. That's the proof. If you weren't the real one, you couldn't have blocked my sword. Next, you have to prove your swordsmanship surpasses mine. Lunan was a bit annoyed. He had hoped to fool his way through, but he hadn't expected this guy to be just as stubborn as ever. Fine, watch carefully. Lunan leapt back to put some distance between them, then swung his sword. Shulafin was stunned. How could one swing release 3 sword auras? He quickly raised his hand to block the attack, but the force was so strong that his fingers couldn't stop trembling. Well, are you satisfied now? Lunan thought Shulafin would finally give up, but instead, Shulafin attacked again. Today one of us must die. Lunan panicked, hastily trying to calm him down, but Shulafin's eyes only grew more fierce, and his attacks more savage. This was exactly why Lunan had been reluctant to meet him. This guy was way too obsessed with swordsmanship. If this kept up, he might even unleash. Once aura clashed with aura, it would be hard to stop. There was no choice. Lunan turned and ran. Shulafin got even angrier seeing that. What are you doing? You can't turn your back on your opponent during a fight. But Lunan ran behind Assam and pulled him up as a human shield. Shulafin didn't dare attack rashly anymore. Coward. Using a girl as a human shield? Lunan sneered. As expected, this guy hadn't changed one bit, still valuing the knight's code over his own life. Then Lunan shamelessly threw a punch, smashing Shulafin's nose. As a result, he lost all combat strength. Sword form. Luo Nan quickly grabbed Assam and Maria and bolted away without a trace, leaving behind a dumbfounded Shulafin. Just then, security from Philip's Royal Academy arrived at the scene. Seeing the situation, he immediately panicked. Someone dared to go after a royal heir? He quickly asked, please describe the offender for me. We'll catch him right away. But Shulafin waved it off. Don't treat me like a noble. Right now, I'm just an academy applicant, and that was a fair duel between us. With that, Shulafin brushed the dust off his clothes. You don't have to worry. I'll handle it myself. Then he lowered his head. But to his surprise, he saw a crack on his sword. How is that possible? This sword was forged from the finest material on the continent. It's supposed to be unbreakable. Then Shulafin smiled. Interesting. Chen Haonan, is it? I'll remember your name. The next day, Luo Nan and Assam arrived at the forest because they needed to find the legendary river. But Luo Nan stared at the map and still couldn't find it. I swear the map says it's right here. Assam was completely exhausted, but what he cared more about was yesterday. Because Shulafin is heir to a Grand Duke's house. Aren't you afraid of his revenge? You did hit him right in the nose. But Luo Nan was completely unfazed. He's a good guy, just a bit obsessed with swordsmanship. He has his own beliefs and principles. He never bullies the weak. You could say he's the ideal noble. I bet he considers it a fair duel. Otherwise we'd already be in jail. Assam nodded in agreement. You've got a point. But then Luo Nan suddenly stopped. Because they finally found it. The legendary Fernando Spring. Praised as the vein of magic. Here, stones can absorb magic and turn into gems. Weeds can absorb magic and turn into herbs. Because the magic density here is unusually high. But Luonin didn't feel anything. He simply came here to hatch an egg, just as Professor Malin instructed, to let the egg absorb more magic, so it could hatch into a stronger phantom beast. But suddenly, Assam began to sense a strange uneasiness. Luonan, why is it so quiet here? The professor said this place is rich in mana. There should be countless animals nesting here. After the reminder, Luonan seemed to understand something too. He then stood up and walked deeper into the forest. Assam, let's go. Meanwhile, another group of people also appeared nearby. Of course, they won't let you off. Facing the scar-faced young man's desperate pleas, Luonan showed no mercy. Because the opponent was from Calabaro, a guy who treated poaching as an honor. Only death could stop his evil deeds. Not long ago, Luonan and his companion finally found the legendary Fernando Spring. Here, abundant mana was visible to the naked eye, capable of accelerating the hatching of bluebird slender eggs. After the reminder, Luonan immediately sensed danger. Not only was it quiet here, but the air was also filled with a strong stench of blood. Luonan smiled slightly. Looks like they arrived before us. The next second, 5 arrows shot out from the woods, rushing toward Luonan. Moreover, each arrow was imbued with powerful mana, further enhancing their speed. Fortunately, Luonan reacted quickly, barely slashing them down with his blade. Damn bastards. Luonan slowly walked in that direction. Assam, go hide behind a rock. Just don't get turned into a porcupine. After reminding him, Luonan unleashed his full aura and charged forward explosively. 3 kilometers away, 5 Calabaro members were waiting for wild dogs, and a hunting dog is their leader, slashing down 5 magic-infused arrows in one move. Just who is this guy exactly? Zimao the Hound sensed something was wrong. He quickly ordered his men to scatter in all directions, trying to encircle Luonan, but unexpectedly to catch them all at once. Luonan suddenly started shouting, "Stop your attacks, you idiots! I'm your ally, Inuda." Hearing this, the group finally regrouped, but Zimao still had doubts. A brat who hasn't even grown hair. What identity does he have? To be using the same title as me? Even so, Luonan could clearly describe their internal matters. That left the group conflicted. But in fact, Luonan had learned in a past life from the anti-giant expedition team. There had been a man named Inuda. His rank within Calaboro was that of a terrifying wolf, even a level higher than a hound. So he would often boast in the barracks about his glorious world, especially the arrows they used for poaching. Luonan still remembered it vividly. If you don't believe me, then why not call out your wolf and talk to him? Luonan grinned mischievously. Just because a fool like you can't do it, doesn't mean I can't. Zimao flew into a rage at that. He grabbed Luonan and was about to slash him, but Luonan spread his arms, acting innocent. Someone like you, always drawing your blade, won't end up well. Fortunately, his men held Zimao back. If what he says is true, then killing him will definitely cause conflict with Adama Finci. We should let the wolf decide. This loud commotion also caught the attention of the nearby wolf. He dragged his 2.5-meter-tall body over. Didn't I tell you to stay quiet while hunting? The intense pressure made only Zimao walked up to the bald wolf and told him everything in full detail. After hearing it, the bald man calmed down. This forest is the territory of Astemir. What are you doing here? Luonan smiled. Finally lured out the wolf leader. Is that so? Then maybe it's me. No. Taking advantage of the moment, Luonan slashed down 4 wild dogs in one strike, then dashed straight toward the bald man. A flash of the blade, and the bald man fell. But Luonan spared only Zimao. Didn't I already tell you? There would be no good in for you. After a brief delay, all of Zimao's fingers snapped. The intense pain overwhelmed him. He immediately collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. Tough guy. Luonan threw him a map. Mark all your branch locations on the map, and I'll spare you. Zimao hesitated. Betraying his comrades would also lead to a bad end. But raising his head, Luonan's terrifying expression completely broke him. All right, okay. Luonan glanced at his spotless black iron sword. Use your fingers to write. That's why I left them for you. Soon, Zimao marked all the locations and handed the map to Luonan. Very good. Nicely marked. Very clear. Hearing this, Zimao lowered his trembling head. You promised me. You said you'd spare me, right? Meanwhile, Luonan slowly put away the map and swiftly swung his blade, slicing Zimao clean in half. Of course I wouldn't spare you. It's hatching. It's hatching. Luonan's treasured phantom beast egg was finally hatching. But what came out was a strange and unimpressive. However, it was incredibly fast. Not far away, the ground was littered with the evidence of their crimes. Animals of all sizes lay dead and mangled. Assam vomited up his dinner from the night before, but he was still worried. Was Luonan being too cruel? They're all wanted criminals sentenced to death. We're doing a good deed. After saying that, Luonan lowered his head. Lying in front of him was the corpse of a bluebird. Even it had died. Professor Phelan must be heartbroken. And just then, The bluebird egg in his pocket began to shake. Luo Nin quickly reached to pull it out. This little one must want to see its mother one last time. But Assam suddenly panicked. That sighed. Luo Nin. What is that? Assam trembled in fear. Looking in the direction he pointed, the blood of the animals had begun to float upward. It was gathering together. The blood mass was getting larger by the second. Luo Nin immediately placed his hand on his sword, taking a battle stance. Even he had never seen something like this before. But right then, the bluebird egg in his hand slowly floated away, rising gently into the air. The next second, all the blood began to swirl wildly around the egg, and was rapidly absorbed in huge gulps. Even the blood from afar was converging toward it. Seeing this, Assam immediately hid behind Luo Nin in fear. Why don't we go back? But Luo Nin stared at the egg with glowing eyes. I don't know what's inside it, but it must be extraordinary. 2.5 minutes later, the bluebird egg seemed full. The floating blood stopped being absorbed. Luo Nin stared in a daze, dumbfounded. Did it really change at all? But unexpectedly, in the next second, a crack appeared on the eggshell, and it quickly spread to other parts. Luo Nin was overjoyed. It's finally hatching. Let's open our eyes wide and see clearly this extraordinary creature. But before Luo Nin could see clearly, he was struck hard on the head. So fast. What was that? Luo Nin clutched his nose in pain, and in front of him was a strange pitch-black creature. It didn't. Could it be a dragon? Luo Nin was. Assam, are you serious? Yeah, it matches the description I read in the book. After a while, Luo Nin was stunned again. Who exactly did that bluebird mate with to produce this thing? Luo Nin tried reaching out to touch it, and the little creature cooperatively rubbed its head against his finger. But when Luo Nin thought about how this guy injured his handsome face, he got angry. Assam, we're adding an extra dish tonight. The little guy froze. It quickly used healing magic to completely heal Luo Nin's injuries, then flew over and rubbed against Luo Nin's face. Only then did Luo Nin forgive it. This little guy actually has healing abilities. How many more secrets is it hiding? Assam's eyes lit up. Let's give it a name first. But just then, the little guy seemed to sense something. Its face darkened. It suddenly darted off in one direction. It seems to have noticed something. Let's follow it quickly. The little guy's target turned out to be a surviving member of the poacher gang. Poor guy. He was just going to the bathroom. It came back to find its home was gone, and it had hidden nearby. Witnessing the egg hatching, it was completely terrified and ran for its life. But no matter how far it ran, it was eventually caught up by the lightning-fast little creature. The poacher, panicked, tripped over a branch underfoot. The little guy was strong. It instantly used its power to draw the blood straight from the poacher's wound. Stop, Haida. You're going to kill him. Luo Nin's voice rang. Assam was a bit confused. Haida, is that the name you gave it? Yeah. Do you like it, little one? Haida nuzzled Luo Nin affectionately, clearly showing how happy it was. Then Luo Nin turned his gaze toward the poacher. Are you okay, Anyuta? The poacher dropped to his knees in fright. Thanks to you, I'm fine. But how do you know my name? Luo Nin responded by placing his sword at his throat. That's not something you need to know. Mr. Poacher from the Sword Guild. Turns out this guy was the same one from Luo Nin's past life, bragging in the army about his poaching. And no. I'm just an errand boy. This is just temporary. You'll rise to a higher position someday. Luo Nin smiled. I need you to do me a favor. The old man Rua Jingfeng snapped his fingers, causing cracks to appear in the very fabric of space. So this was Principal Philip's true power. The gathered geniuses were all stunned, but the principal just smiled. Welcome to the entrance ceremony, all of you gifted students. Not long ago, after little Sita hatched, Luo Nin returned to the imperial capital, but he also did something casually that made them a fortune. It turned out that the Fernando spring water they collected was rich and pure in mana, so it was bought at a sky-high price by Maria's father. We should go thank Professor Marin, Assam said excitedly. Luo Nin agreed. After all, they also needed to inform him of Manayo's death. But as soon as they reached the office, they were turned away. Professor Marin had gone on a business trip and wouldn't be back for a long time. With no other choice, the two had to leave first. On the way, Assam started gossiping again. Luo Nin, what are you going to do with all that money? Hearing that, Luo Nin fell into thought. He was top of his class in practical skills, so he had a full scholarship and didn't need to pay any tuition fees. Plus, the entrance ceremony was the day after tomorrow. There was no time to spend the money, so Luo Nin decided to bring his sister Ili over. A country girl like his sister had never seen such a place. She was either amazed by the magnificent architecture or attracted by things she had never seen before. But what she cared about most was her brother. Why had he gotten thinner again? Had he not been eating properly? Luo Nin patiently explained once again that he was doing just fine, and she didn't need to worry. Then Luo Nin eagerly grabbed his sister's hand, saying, Come on, I have somewhere to take you. It's a must-go place. 2.5 minutes later, his sister was dumbfounded. She knew her brother had made a lot of money recently, but there was no need to go to a luxury store like Chanel. But Luo Nin showed no hesitation at all, repeatedly confirming with the staff, all of these can be delivered to our home, right? The sales lady could hardly contain her laughter. Forget the countryside. We can even deliver to the Philippines for you. Because this dress was already the 15th item Luo Nin had bought. Even his sister couldn't believe it. That lazy brother of hers had actually turned his life around. She got so excited that she started running. Luo Nin hurried to calm her down. Let's go to the blacksmith shop. My sword's got a crack thanks to some jerk. Before he could finish, Luo Nin opened the door and was met with Shulafen's face. Luo Nin froze in shock. Why are you here? Are you stalking me? Shulafen explained calmly. I'm just here to pick up the sword I bought, the one you broke. You're not pretending you didn't know, right? His expression grew sharper. So don't slander me. But Luo Nin didn't back down. A stalker is still a stalker. Don't make excuses. With that, Luo Nin drew his sword angrily. Want me to show you what a broken sword really looks like? Shulafen also reached for his sword. Sounds like a good idea. Just as things were about to explode, Luo Nin's sister stepped between them. Luo Nin was dumbfounded. Sis, you've got it wrong. He's the jerk over there. But she didn't think much of it, and scolded him. Luo Nin, I told you. No swearing, and now you're talking back too? Then she turned away and apologized to Shulafen for her brother's rash behavior. But witnessing this, Shulafen decided to take all the blame and promised to take responsibility. Really? You're so kind. With that, she grabbed Shulafen's hand. Luo Nin, with a friend like this. Luo Nin, having a friend like you. That's wonderful. You'll take good care of Luo Nin, right? Shulafen blushed slightly. Of course. First, I'll make it up to him with a new sword. After speaking, Shulafen patted her chest, only to realize she hadn't brought any money. So she took out her family crest. This is the symbol of my family. Use this instead. You can use it anywhere. If you want to buy a sword, go to the blacksmith shop on Ruishi Street. They have 500 years of history, but commoners aren't allowed in. But with this, you'll be able to enter. I hope they can forge a good sword for you. After saying that, Shulafen left trembling. Luo Nin was dumbfounded. Is this really the Shulafen I know? Does she even realize what she's doing? This Grancia family crest could even buy an entire village. Not long after, the entrance ceremony began on time. Principal Keladier was the first to speak. The entrance ceremony officially begins now. Welcome, all geniuses of the 787th class. Next is the principal's speech. It was so boring that Luo Nin started yawning. But suddenly, the principal stopped speaking. He snapped his fingers. In the next second, above the sky, spatial rifts appeared. In the blink of an eye, everyone present was teleported into an arena. Amidst the shocked gazes and stunned expressions, the principal simply smiled. Now let's give upperclassmen and freshmen an opportunity to get to know each other. A frail old man snapped his fingers and stunned all the geniuses present. They were speechless because above them in the sky, a massive spatial rift had suddenly appeared. So this was the true power of Principal Phillips, and he just smiled. Welcome to the entrance ceremony, dear geniuses. Before anyone could react, in the next second, the principal had teleported them all to the dueling arena. What was about to begin was a meet and greet between the freshmen and the second years. But more than just introductions, it was about testing strength and determining rank. The winners would receive greater educational resources. On one side were the new students, Luo Nin and Qinsheng Shulafen. On the other side were the top 4 from last year's dancer division. First place, Nestor. Second place, Barama. Third place, Karen. Everyone was looking forward to this intense match. In this academy full of prodigies, who would be the number one? This was a meaningful duel, not just to decide a winner, but also to understand each other's strengths and weaknesses. The principal stood on stage and loudly declared the rules of the match. You may freely choose a one-on-one opponent. However, this is clearly unfair to the freshmen, so you are free to decline. Then the principal casually added, almost like an afterthought, there's no shame in surrendering. Luo Nin was furious after hearing that. This principal guy was clearly being passive-aggressive. They're looking down on us freshmen. Since things have developed to this point, why not take this chance to prove to my sister that I won't be bullied at school? An idea flashed in Luo Nin's mind. He raised his hand to stop the principal. May I make a suggestion? Since we can choose freely, let them all come at once. Luo Nin's words stunned the upperclassmen. Their eyes were filled with shock and a hint of anger. Was this kid made of plastic bags? And such a thing was the first time in the history of Phillips Academy. Thus, the principal and a few professors gathered to discuss. The two clowns were utterly confused. I will intervene if necessary. Seeing that Nobis was confident in controlling the situation, the principal reluctantly agreed. The match continued. First match, Luo Nin versus 4 sophomores. in the audience. His sister panicked and hurriedly shouted to Luo Nan, "Be careful. If you sense danger, give up immediately." Luo Nan simply smiled, waving to reassure her. With the principal's command, the match began. Nestor charged in, at a speed barely visible to the naked eye. Luo Nan ducked to evade. This guy's speed was clearly several times faster than Maria back then. Then Elena, ranked 4th, charged in dual-wielding short blades. Several of her attacks were blocked by Luo Nan, while Luo Nan's vision was obscured by Elena. Karen took the opportunity to thrust his spear. Seeing he couldn't dodge in time, Luo Nan quickly raised his sword to block. But the sheer force, he actually sent Luo Nan flying with that hit. But the real danger was still ahead, because behind Luo Nan, Barama had already raised his greatsword. Remember not to say things like that in your next life. I originally wanted a proper, fair duel, Barama said as he swung down with full force. The strike was both fast and ruthless. The other three were also ready with their follow-up attacks. Impressive. That level of coordination must have taken at least 2.5 years of training. Even Luo Nan couldn't help but praise them for their teamwork. But in the blink of an eye, Luo Nan vanished right in front of them. They struck nothing but air. What speed was that? Before Elena could even react, Luo Nan had already charged forward at high speed. In the next moment, he landed a heavy blow on each of them and took them down. What followed was the duel between the two strongest swordsmen. Barama was thrilled. He charged forward, sword in hand. But just as Luo Nan swung his blade, Barama saw in him the silhouette of Professor Boros. This guy, his aura had already reached professor level. In that instant of Barama's shock, a flash of light, Luo Nan had already struck. By the time Barama came to his senses, the great sword in his hands had already been shattered by Luo Nan. And Luo Nan only gave a slight smile, then looked provocatively toward the professors. A freshman challenging the Academy's top 4 geniuses, and winning with overwhelming dominance, shattering their proud weapons in a single strike. It turned out that Luo Nan's presence had already reached the level of the Academy's professors, and his reason for taking on all 4 was simply to prove to his sister that he wouldn't be bullied anymore. After Luo Nan's overwhelming victory, the entire venue fell into silence for a few seconds. Then a thunderous cheer erupted. No one had expected such a result. A freshman had actually defeated the top 4 seniors. Amid the loud cheers, the 4 defeated seniors stood frozen. Nestor looked at the broken blade in his hand, feeling completely convinced by his defeat. He realized he wasn't even on the same level as Luo Nan. Meanwhile, the big guy collapsed to his knees in despair. But Luo Nan's thoughts were completely different. Now that he won, his sister wouldn't worry about him getting bullied at school. He then turned his gaze toward his sister. He saw her excitedly grabbing a random passerby's collar. "Did you see that? That's my brother." The passerby looked utterly miserable. Meanwhile, Luo Nan stood on stage thinking, "Might as well keep up the act. Thank you for accepting my challenge. I learned a lot today." This scene left Assam dumbfounded. What is Luo Nan doing? Did he eat something bad? The 4 seniors also exchanged looks. They hadn't expected someone so strong to be so polite. The big guy Barama excitedly jumped up. He even grabbed Luo Nan's hand. "You don't need to be so humble." Then he raised Luo Nan's hand high. "You're the victor." The two laughing and chatting together made his sister even more certain Luo Nan had grown up. He could even get along with upperclassmen now. Meanwhile, below the stage, a purple-haired girl watched the scene unfold. The corners of her lips curled up. What an interesting boy. Soon, night fell. The Academy held a banquet to welcome the freshmen. The sight before them left Assam stunned. Just a banquet, yet it was so luxurious. Maria simply smiled when she heard that. This kind of setting was completely normal to her. Then she began devouring meat in huge bites. Meanwhile, Assam started gossiping again. "Did you send your sister off?" "Yeah. Before she left, she kept reminding me, make sure to eat properly. Don't get into fights with your classmates." It took me a long time to convince her to head home peacefully. For her safety, I even assigned Haida to protect her. After all, she's a dragon. Assam lit up with joy upon hearing that. "You really are a thoughtful little brother." After Luo Nan explained everything, he picked up a chicken leg and was just about to eat it when Shulafin suddenly appeared silently behind him. "Can you really enjoy your meal right now, Luo Nan?" Shulafin's sudden arrival startled Luo Nan. Luo Nan immediately snapped. "What do you want this time?" "Nothing much, just something really important." Luo Nan looked confused. What important thing could this rich boy who has everything possibly have? Shulafin nodded seriously, then pulled out a small notebook. "Does Miss Ellie live nearby? Is it far from here?" Luo Nan looked dumbfounded, and Shulafin kept firing questions. "How's the traffic on her route home? Is the security good? Are there bandits along the way?" This barrage of questions left Luo Nan completely baffled. "So this is what you call something important?" But Shulafin, surprisingly serious, "I'm sure you've assigned a personal maid to her, and a capable mercenary for protection, right? Or, don't tell me you've done nothing at all? That would be terrible." Luo Nan immediately fired back angrily. Hey, I sent a wyvern to protect her. A wyvern is stronger than any mercenary, but that answer only made Shulafin more anxious. A wyvern? Wait, it didn't attack Miss Ellie, did it? Faced with Shulafin's concern, Luo Nan was totally unimpressed. She's my sister. What does she have to do with you? Who do you think you are to her? That question stumped Shulafin completely, and for a long time, he couldn't say a single word. At that awkward moment, a purple-haired girl walked over. What an interesting scene. The young master of Grancia is actually so talkative. Upon hearing that voice, Shulafin immediately showed a look of disdain. Why are you bothering me again? The girl before them was none other than Elizabeth Akaruja, the top-ranked freshman of the magic department. She smiled and said, don't misunderstand. I'm not here for you. I'm here for Luo Nan. Hearing this, Shulafin sighed in relief. I'm done talking. Talk to whoever you want. She turned to leave. But after a few steps, she stopped. Maybe I should send some Grancia guards to protect him, just in case. But Luo Nan hurriedly told her to disappear. Moments later, Assam tugged on Luo Nan's sleeve, nervously looking at Akaruja. That girl, she's really strong, overwhelmingly strong. But even when facing defeated opponents, she showed no mercy. I don't agree with that. Akaruja just smiled innocently. It was just a little lesson. Then she suddenly changed expressions. Reaching into her chest and pulling out a purple brooch, she handed it to Luo Nan. I want to make a deal with you. A freshman defeated the top 4 seniors with overwhelming strength, shattering the pride of their weapons in a single blow. It turned out Luo Nan's aura had already reached the level of a professor at the academy, and because of this, he received an invitation from one of the 2 great families of the empire, the Akaruja family. This family wasn't bound by bloodlines, but purely by personal strength. Only the powerful received invitations. Luo Nan received the invitation because in her past life, someone had handed her a similar brooch, inviting her to join. It was Supreme Commander Anderson from the Akaruja family. She confidently told Luo Nan, with your strength, passing the clan leader's trial will be a breeze. Elizabeth looked at the dazed Luo Nan. I trust you know what this means, and I trust you'll make a wise decision. With that, she turned to leave, but then turned her head back again. A wolf that stays in a pen of sheep eventually becomes a sheep too. With that, she left with her followers. Assam finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though Luo Nan had no intention of joining, he was intrigued by the Akaruja family and their mysterious old castle, because it might hold clues about the giants. Soon enough, the first day of school arrived. At the power-centered Phillips Royal Academy, students were treated very differently, depending on their entrance exam results. Those with average scores stayed in the media hall, with single rooms, and even a self-service cafeteria. But the bottom 30% had it rough. All of them were crammed into a wooden house, including some young noblemen. They usually caused a fuss on the first day. We want our own rooms. We want servants. But the teachers patiently explained, none of that exists here. If you want to bathe, there's a public bath in the main hall. And if you don't study hard, you'll be staying here next term too. Goodbye, young masters. With that, the teacher walked away, leaving the noble sons staring at each other like they'd seen ghosts. As for the top 10% of elite students, including Luo Nan, they stayed in the Nabado's hall. There was only one word to describe it: lavish. Even Luo Nan was stunned. He could already imagine the look on Assam's face when he saw it. While Luo Nan was admiring the scene, some documents on the table caught his attention. They were introductions to some courses and application forms. Elites have the right to choose the courses they want. But for an illiterate like Luo Nan, every course here piqued his curiosity. But he heard that freshmen shouldn't take too many courses, which left Luo Nan in a dilemma. Yet, in the end, curiosity won over everything. Whatever. I'll sign up for all the fun. After filling out the forms, Luo Nan looked at the application forms on the table with satisfaction. He had signed up for nearly 2/3 of the courses. Since I'm a genius, I should do whatever I want. But he soon regretted it. Not long after starting the basic swordsmanship class, the teacher stared at him sternly. Student Luo Nan, you can graduate. Luo Nan was utterly confused. What's going on? We just started. Classmate, that's exactly what I want to say. The other students will start questioning their existence. With that, the teacher gave him the first praise of the day. Then came the second praise from the summoning class teacher, and the third from the hunting class teacher. This drove Luo Nan absolutely crazy, because without exception, they all kicked him out, with no other choice. Luo Nan sat by the river, questioning his existence. But a voice came from behind. This familiar-looking student, shouldn't you be in class? The person was none other than Professor Nabiros from the academy. I get it. You've already finished all the courses, haven't you? Luo Nan stammered after hearing this. Sort of. Are all the courses at this level? They're far from what I... Though Professor Nabiros knew this guy, finishing all the courses on the first day was still tough. Even with his absurd learning ability, just by glancing at me, he completely replicated my swordsmanship. Then Professor Boros put down his sword. Since the current curriculum can no longer satisfy you, he gestured for Luo Nan to hand over his sword. Let me give you a real lesson. Luo Nan was still confused when a wave of sword energy blasted past him. It exploded with great force in the distance. Before Luo Nan could even react, Professor Boros spoke again. That's the limit of your broken sword. Even when you pour in tons of magic, that's all it can do. You can't even call that a weapon. Then Boros slowly gripped his own sword and unleashed a slash forward. Same stance, same sword technique, but the power was dozens of times stronger than before. The shockwave from the sword even caused a torrential downpour in the area. Staring at the stunned Luo Nan, Boros smiled slightly. Now you understand what you're lacking, right? A teacher using basic swordsmanship had made a proud genius student see reality clearly, because the combined amplification of magic and weapons far exceeded Luo Nan's understanding. He always believed weapons were just consumables, and that not having magic wouldn't affect his strength. But he was wrong. Boros had used his own good sword instead of Luo Nan's broken one, and the sword art's power increased by several levels. Same sword technique, same force. Luo Nan couldn't understand why there was such a gap. Then Boros explained. Now you get it. What you need most is a good weapon, and to learn how to use magic properly. But there was still something Boros didn't understand. This guy had no good weapon, and no magic, so how was he still able to display such power? Meanwhile, Luo Nan kept his head down, still immersed in the shock of that sword technique. How about this, Luo Nan? Come take my class. Luo Nan froze. I can't. You're a second-year teacher, and I'm only a freshman. Nobby's turned around. My permission is enough. Also, my condition is, don't bring that broken sword. Time quickly flew by to the academy's first holiday. Luo Nan told everyone about Nobby's proposal, and went to West Street, to the Grancia royal family's blacksmith shop, ready to buy a good sword. But just as they arrived, Assam voiced his doubts. Is this really a noble family's blacksmith shop? It looks like a gust of wind could blow it down. Hearing that, Luo Nan broke into a cold sweat. Let's go inside and take a look. Maybe the inside is even worse, or even shabbier. Luo Nan was stunned. There was dust and cobwebs everywhere. It had nothing royal about it, but Shulafin had never lied before. Just as Luo Nan was confused, a giant claw stretched out from the inner door. Who's disturbing my sleep? Then a 2.5-meter tall werewolf appeared, eyeing everyone maliciously. What are you guys doing here? Interrupting my nap during the day? Assam was instantly scared stiff. Even Luo Nan was a little surprised. The blacksmith was actually a werewolf. Seeing that no one answered, the werewolf's expression grew fiercer. Are you all deaf? Only then did Luo Nan take out the emblem Shulafin gave him, and stated they were here to buy a sword. The werewolf took a glance. That's the Grancia family emblem, alright. But these people clearly aren't Grancia family members, especially that pink-haired one. Not a trace of nobility at all. So the werewolf started making things difficult. So what if you have the emblem? You're not Grancia family members. We only serve members of the Grancia family. After saying that, he yawned and was about to go back to sleep. But suddenly, he stopped. He stared greedily at Assam. Or, I'll make you a deal. Give me one of that soft little guy's arms to chew on. Maybe then I'd agree to sell you the sword. Assam was instantly stunned. Before Luo Nan could respond, the werewolf began walking toward Assam, completely ignoring the look in Luo Nan's eyes, now filled with killing intent. Are you looking to die? Luo Nan said, then stabbed at the werewolf, sending him flying several meters away. But the feeling in his hand was strange, as if something had deflected. Looking up, the werewolf was suddenly clad in armor. It blocked the blow, but the force still fractured his ribs. An invisible armor? Fine then, I'll just break it. The werewolf was terrified. He quickly tried to explain. It was just a test, a simple trial for the Heart Forge, to test your strength and the durability of my armor. So I provoked you on purpose. Luo Nan clearly didn't buy that excuse. That's a pretty fast cover story. The werewolf begged even harder, eventually saying he'd confront Shulafin directly. Only then did he escape disaster. But Luo Nan didn't back off, because he believed him. But because he didn't want to see Shulafin. Then Luo Nan sheathed his sword. The werewolf smiled and apologized to Assam. I don't actually eat people. I'm Didikin, an apprentice here. He pressed a hidden switch, and the moment he did, the ground began to shake violently, then started to sink rapidly. There was a hidden space underneath. The real forging factory, Cappadocia, was down there, the Empire's largest forge. The werewolf turned to Luo Nan with a smile. Since you passed my test, leave your weapon to me. Under Didikin's lead, Luo Nan and his group arrived at the centuries-old blacksmith shop, Cappadocia. Seeing Luo Nan's exceptional talent, they decided to take him to find the master smith, Duolong Duan. It was said he had over 400 years of forging experience. Many of the Empire's famous swords came from his hands. The werewolf proudly introduced him to everyone. Soon they arrived at the door. for such a senior figure. Even I feel. Hold it. After saying that, the werewolf kicked the door open violently. Luo Nin was dumbfounded. This guy talks bigger nonsense than me. The werewolf then swaggered inside without a care. Old man, I brought a customer. Little did he know the old blacksmith's face was filled with annoyance. Didek this guy? You can't enter without making a scene. Huh? Didn't I tell you to keep quiet while I'm working? But the werewolf didn't back down at all. He proudly declared he brought a genius. Hearing that, the blacksmith became interested. He immediately stopped working and walked over. The werewolf pointed at Luo Nin behind him. It's him. His swordsmanship will definitely surprise you. But looking at Luo Nan's childish face, the blacksmith clearly didn't believe it. So he suggested Luo Nin show off his skills. Luo Nin agreed. But just as he drew his black iron sword, the old man snatched it away. The old man stared at Luo Nan's sword silently for a few seconds, then smashed. Luo Nan's face darkened instantly. This was the perfect sword he picked out from hundreds of others. You damn old man, do you know what you're doing? But the old man casually pointed to the side. Using a piece of junk like that, I can't judge your level. The swords here are 1,000 times better than yours. Pick one, I'll give it to you, so you won't feel wronged. Luo Nan froze after hearing that, then picked up a sword he liked. But the moment he held it, he instantly felt a completely different sensation. But would the difference in sword quality really be that huge? He wasn't sure. After confirming with the old man that he wouldn't have to compensate for damages, Luo Nin gently swung the sword of fate and assumed a sword stance. He was about to use Nibiro's technique. Though without magic, its power might fall short. But as Luo Nin struck, the distant boiler exploded on the spot, and the destructive force along the path exceeded his expectations. Luo Nin was dumbfounded. Would you believe me if I said that wasn't my full power? The old man sighed helplessly. After all, he was the one who said no compensation needed. But what surprised him most was that this kid had used Nibiro's sword technique. So he asked Luo Nin if he was his disciple. Luo Nin was stunned. You know him too? The old man nodded. And what he said next shocked Luo Nin even more. The sword used by Nibiro's, the mighty sword Alusa, was one of the old man's rare masterpieces, and he told Luo Nin that the quality of a weapon can sometimes affect how one perceives their own strength. Then he patted Luo Nin on the back and said, honestly, it's been years since I've met a genius like you, but having too much talent is also a problem. It means it's harder to find a weapon that suits you. Even the sword of fate can't withstand your power, so we'll need to add stronger forging materials to assist the process. Upon hearing this, Luo Nin reached into his pocket and pulled something out. It was the shell of the bluebird egg. He had never wanted to throw it away. His gut told him it was valuable. The old man took it and began hammering it, but the shell didn't crack at all. His eyes lit up. This is perfect material for a legendary sword. Can I use it? Luo Nin nodded. The shell had no further use to him. Come back in 2 weeks, and I'll have the Empire's best sword ready for you. Luo Nin smiled in satisfaction. He called Maria and Assam to head back. But unexpectedly, the old man called him back. I can't let our honored guests leave empty-handed. You too, go find the other masters. Mention my name. They'll take good care of you. The old man said this while wearing a sweaty, exhausted expression, furiously hammering away at the egg shell. What a wonderful sound. The three of them were dumbfounded at the sight, all agreeing that the old man was crazy. Meanwhile, deep beneath Cappadocia, two strange figures in clothes were plotting how to destroy Cappadocia. Not long ago, Luo Nin had ordered a sword from the Empire's greatest blacksmith. Unfortunately, it would take 2 weeks to complete. It was said it would be the finest sword in the Empire. And not only that, Maria and Assam had also ordered their own weapons. Although the price was steep, none of them felt bad about it. In fact, they wanted to order even more, because Shulafin was paying for it all. During the 2 weeks waiting for delivery, Luo Nin could only wander around the academy out of boredom. But as he strolled, he stopped. The luxurious sailing ship-like building caught his attention. He vaguely remembered Nobis held classes there. Nobis had told Luo Nin to come to class after he got a decent weapon, so Luo Nin thought he would wait until he had the new sword. But just then, Luo Nin suddenly sensed something was wrong. Nobis was standing right beside him, face full of rage. Luo Nin slowly turned his head. Good evening, Nobis. Professor. But before he could finish, Nobis grabbed Luo Nin by the ear. Long time no see. Kid, didn't I tell you once you got your weapon, you had to immediately attend my class? Luo Nin tried to make an excuse, but Nobis didn't give him a chance. He dragged Luo Nin toward the classroom. You can make excuses on the way. Can you at least let go of me? Humph. The commotion between the two of them caught the attention of a long-haired girl watching nearby, but she didn't expect the guy behind her already had bad intentions. He deliberately bumped into her. Don't block the way. Walk faster. The girl, confused, bowed and apologized, but that only encouraged him further. Oh dear. After all, he wasn't even supposed to get into the academy. Okay, I'll leave right away. Meanwhile, Luo Nan and Professor Boros arrived at the practice room. I'm sure you all know him, the freshman who shined brightly in the tournament. His name is Luo Nan. From today onward, he'll be joining your class. Luo Nan bowed politely. I'm Luo Nan, first year from the dancer division. Nice to meet you. Seniors. Among the group, a burly student started whispering loudly. Is he really that strong? He doesn't look like much. Luo Nan heard everything they said. Fortunately, not everyone was hostile. There were two kind and familiar faces, looking farther to the side. Even Shulafin was there too. Just as everyone was about to begin practice, a girl entered the... I'm so sorry, Professor. I'm late. I had to deal with something urgent just now. When Luo Nan heard her voice, a strong sense of familiarity hit him. That voice. Professor Boros didn't mind. Take a moment to rest first. Then he pointed toward Luo Nan. We just introduced a new student. Go say hello to him. The girl walked over and smiled. Nice to meet you, Luo Nan. I'm the assistant instructor of the second-year class, Andersan. Luo Nan just stared blankly. He hadn't expected to understand. Andy's on Akaruja. In this way again, during the giant invasion. She possessed unparalleled command ability. She was the Empire's firm and decisive in style. She was known as the Iron-Blooded Lady. Who would have thought that she also had such a gentle side? However, from the current situation, she seemed to have no memories of her past life. Should I tell her about the request she made back then? But how should I explain it? Luo Nan looked at Andy-san and fell into deep thought. And he's been busy the whole time. One asked, does my posture look right? Another said, this towel here has meaning. He could only handle them one by one. Luo Nan was my great commander comrade, is doing tasks that only a waiter should do? And right then, the guy who had been picking on Andersan walked over. Hey, freshman, you've been standing here for a while. How about a duel with me? Seeing Luo Nan's confusion, he explained further. I'm Cardin, third year. I heard you stood out during the tournament. If the rumors are true, I'd like to learn from you. But Luo Nan wasn't interested and politely declined. But that guy just wouldn't quit. Oh right, I forgot my weapon. So he yelled at Andersan. Hey loser, go get my practice spear. Andersan quickly forced himself to endure it. But Luo Nan's face had already darkened. Loser, does this bastard even know who he's calling that? Soon, Andersan brought over the long spear. But Cardin nitpicked again on purpose. You idiot, didn't you know I switched to a short spear? Then, ignoring Andersan's apology, he hit him on the head with the long spear. You begged the instructor to get into this school. At least handle these little errands properly. And at that moment, Luo Nan grabbed the spear. He stared at him with a cold expression. Fine, I accept. Let's duel. But Cardin still didn't know his place. He mocked the two of them. Didn't you just refuse to duel? Don't tell me it's for that loser? So what now? Are you two lowlifes feeling sorry for each other? Before he could finish speaking, Luo Nan threw the spear at him, then lightly pointed with his sword, sending Cardin flying 2.5 meters with a grim expression. The spear in his hand was also broken into two pieces, turning into a short spear. At this moment, Luo Nan spoke. Isn't this the short spear you wanted? Do you like it? Cardin grew furious after hearing that. He was 2 grades older than Luo Nan, and a noble that a commoner like him could never hope to reach. How dare he humiliate him like this? He then unleashed his full power and stabbed with the short spear. Luo Nan waited for 2.5 seconds, only making his move when the short spear was about to hit him. With just a casual swing of his sword, the opponent's short spear broke into 3 pieces. Yes, I'm that bold. Cardin was dumbfounded. But what followed was even worse. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Each strike carried the force of 1,000 pounds, causing Cardin to lose. Even after that, Luo Nan was still seething with anger. Luckily, they were inside the academy. If this had happened outside, you would have been dead. The spectators nearby looked stunned. Cardin actually lost. He was one of the top-ranked students in the senior grades. Immediately after, Luo Nan turned toward these people, because these guys had also treated the chief commander like a servant just now. So Luo Nan wasn't going to let them off either. The next one is that rude jerk who asked for the towel. Don't you know how to wash it yourself? Luo Nan said angrily as he strode toward the girl. Is the teaching assistant your servant? Or what? This scene scared the girl silly. Fortunately, at that moment, someone stepped in front of Luo Nan. Anders Han, without the memories of his previous life, didn't understand. They had just met a moment ago. Why was he going so far for a mere commoner like him? Luo Nan spoke each word clearly. Anyone can be humiliated. Even me. But you, never. Then, in Luo Nan's mind, he recalled the contributions of great Commander Andy's on during the giant invasion in his past life. At least in this empire, no one can disrespect you. With that, he gently pushed Andy's on aside. The girl was once again stunned. But at that moment, Professor Nabairo's voice rang out. Assistant Luo Nan, along with it, came an overwhelming, terrifying pressure. It instantly froze Luo Nan in place. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but his body completely refused to obey. It was a fear rising from the depths of his heart, like being locked in the gaze of a 2.5-meter-long serpent, completely immobilized. Then Andy's Han looked at Luo Nan with authority. I won't pursue the matter with Cardin, but you must stop now. Luo Nan was deeply dissatisfied with Nibiru's inaction. He tried with all his might, struggling to make his body move, but Nibiru's remained unfazed, still staring intently at Luo Nan. I'm warning you one last time. Will you stop or not? Luo Nan didn't back down in the slightest. I'll say it again. Nibiru sighed helplessly. Then I'll have to subdue this guy first. As the serpent opened its gaping maw, Luo Nan felt a violent impact at the back of his head. When he opened his eyes, he saw Great Commander Andy's Han from his past life. He had fearlessly taken on the command of the front lines. Even though he knew everyone on the front lines was doomed to die, yet he willingly sacrificed himself for the Empire. In the blink of an eye, the scene around Luo Nan changed again. It was the final moment when 800 million giants appeared. Andy's Han turned to Luo Nan with a smile and said, "Please never forgive me, because I selfishly entrusted the burden of protecting the Empire to you." In a moment of urgency, Luo Nan shouted the Great Commander's name. He hadn't expected it to be just a dream, but when he turned his head, Anders Han really appeared before him, looking at him with a face full of worry. Luo Nan immediately grew concerned about Anders Han. Are you okay, Chief Commander? Chief Commander? What are you talking about? Only then did Luo Nan realize that Anders Han had no memories of their past life. He could only let out an awkward laugh. Anyway, were you that angry because of me? Luo Nan immediately tried to act composed. Of course not. I'm a very refined gentleman. I've always despised their behavior since I was young. But Anders Han instantly saw through Luo Nan's lie. Actually, you don't need to hold a grudge against them, including Cardin. This was my own doing. Luo Nan grew a little angry. I can't let them treat you like that, including Professor Nabaroth. You worked so hard at this job, yet he just watched you get bullied without lifting a finger. Anders Han could only... Professor Nabaroth is a good man. The reason he didn't step in was because I asked him not to take this course. You must be a genius in swordsmanship. And me? My swordsmanship hasn't improved for a year, and I just recently grasped the basics of magic. He was the one who gave me this opportunity. I don't resent him. I'm grateful to him. Luo Nan was stunned after hearing that, because in his past life, Anders Han's presence was incredibly overwhelming. Did he also experience bottlenecks? I can handle these little things. But still, thank you, Luo Nan. I've gotten used to most of it, but getting beaten still hurts quite a bit. After hearing that, Luo Nan fell silent for a few seconds. Maybe that's why you were able to go so far, and eventually become the Grand Commander. Anders Han froze after hearing that. How did you know that was my dream? Did I say it out loud? Even though it's a tough path, I'll work hard for it. Luo Nan was stunned by what he heard. Anders Han thought maybe he had spoken too frivolously, and hurriedly tried to explain himself to Luo Nan. Even if this dream seems unrealistic, I'll never give up on it. Everything I'm doing is to achieve it. As he spoke, Anders Han looked at his hand. These scars are from sword training, but he had no idea. His words had thrown Luo Nan into a dilemma. On one hand was Anders Han's will from the previous life, asking Luo Nan to tell his current self to stop chasing the title of Grand Commander and just live a quiet life as a tailor. On the other hand, he saw the current Anders Han, full of confidence in that dream. Luo Nan couldn't bear to crush his spirit. Even after Anders Han left, Luo Nan said nothing. He didn't know what he should do, but no matter what, it all felt wrong. Later at home, Duolong sent a summoning Luo Nan to retrieve the sword from Cappadocia. But when they arrived at the forge, there wasn't even a receptionist in sight. Luo Nan got annoyed and kicked a helmet on the floor. Seeing this, Maria bluntly said he must be upset about something. Luo Nan decided not to wait any longer and made up his mind to go in on his own. After fumbling around for a bit, he actually found the elevator switch. The platform rumbled slightly, and the elevator began to descend. But as soon as they got down, Luo Nan froze, because inside Cappadocia, a massive fire was raging, and many of the blacksmiths were lying on the ground. Thanks to Assam's reminder, Luo Nan quickly spotted the culprit, a stone giant standing over 2.5 meters tall, and they were even chasing a group of blacksmiths. Luo Nan thought for a moment, then picked up Assam, turned his head, and told Maria to return to the academy to bring reinforcements. After that, Luo Nan leapt down. Beside him, Assam used telepathy to control the descent speed of the two. Meanwhile, the blacksmiths, after being chased for 2.5 minutes, finally had no strength left to run. Seeing this, the golem immediately raised both fists, ready to smash the blacksmiths to death. At this critical moment, Luo Nan delivered a slash, directly destroying the golem's arm. Happening to be annoyed with recent troubles, he decided to vent it all on this guy. The golem counterattacked with its remaining arm, but just as it was about to hit, Luo Nan suddenly disappeared on the spot. It turned out he had activated his aura, appearing in the blink of an eye on the golem's shoulder. Then he delivered a clean and sharp slash. At this moment, the golem's tough armor was like paper, completely shattered in an instant. This scene left the rescued blacksmiths staring wide-eyed like eggs. This kid, so young, how could he take down a golem in just one strike? Then Luo Nen stepped forward and asked the old man what had happened here. From their explanation, he learned that not long ago, dozens of golems suddenly emerged from underground. Without saying a word, they started wreaking havoc. Nothing could stop them. Even worse, they began capturing blacksmiths. Among those captured was Doran, the one who had forged Luo Nan's broken sword. However, Didakan had already gone to rescue them, although he specialized in forging, not fighting. After hearing this, Luo Nen realized the situation was bad. He immediately instructed Assam and Haida to stay and assist the injured. What about you? Assam suddenly blurted out a poorly timed question. Luo Nen turned around and headed in the direction where the golems had retreated. Luo Nen was completely stunned. Though I really appreciate you coming to save me, you didn't have to come. Standing in front of him was none other than Didakan. Though he was already injured, he still shielded the old man from the stone giant. Old man, quit your nonsense. Run, now. But the old man just stood there in a daze. Your invisibility armor probably won't work on him. Hearing that made Didakan furious. Things are already this bad, and you're still saying such discouraging crap? You think I don't know whether it works or not? If you're so great, you go. Use that sword you're hugging. But the old man clutched it even tighter. No, this is my masterpiece. I can't disgrace it with my terrible swordsmanship. He even started to admire it as he spoke. Didakan was speechless. This lunatic old man obsessed with weapons. He's going to get us all killed someday. Just then, the stone giant had no intention of listening any longer. It raised its fists and slammed them down. But that strike was forcibly blocked by Didakan. He was injured even more, and his invisibility armor was broken as well. Just as Didakan prepared to die bravely, a red flash shot in at unbelievable speed. Countless sword strikes followed, and the stone giant instantly crumbled apart. Luo Nen landed gracefully. I'll take it from here. Didakan was shocked. How did you get here? Weren't there tons of stone giants along the way? Luo Nen turned around and calmly replied. They've all been dealt with. Is that even scientifically possible? I couldn't even take one down. Hearing that, Didakan immediately behaved like a meek little wolf. He should be grateful he survived Luo Nan's wrath back then. Give me that. Your so-called masterpiece. Wasn't it the sword you made for me? Oh right, that's true. Although he said that, the old man was extremely reluctant deep down. Here you go. But the sword spear isn't fully completed yet. As expected of the Empire's top sword, it feels incredible to hold it. You can't even feel its weight at all. Let's test it out. Facing a few 2.5-meter tall golems, Luo Nen casually swung a slash of sword energy. The overwhelming destructive power instantly shattered them. Luo Nen froze. How could it have such terrifying power? And the old man's expression clearly showed how satisfied he was with this sword. So, Luo Nen, do you like this Lamantia? That's the name I got from the Star Warriors. As he spoke, the old man's expression became sly. This sword's weight is practically zero, but its hardness is hundreds of times greater than mithril. Not only that, it also has a special trait. When it touches blood, it even has regenerative capabilities. You could say this sword perfectly matches all of Luo Nan's attributes. He no longer had to worry that his rough swordsmanship would damage the sword. Luo Nen showered the old man with a string of compliments, which made the old man beam with joy. Having his work recognized was undoubtedly the meaning of the old man's life. But Didakan interrupted them. Now's not the time for self-praise. We need to get out of here quickly. But after hearing that, Luo Nen wanted to go deeper. You take the old man and leave first. There are still a bunch of rats down there, and they're big rats. Didakan looked confused. Rats? What are you talking about? Luo Nen slowly walked toward the remains of the golem. I know the habits of stone giants. They would never act collectively, let alone actively attack humans. After speaking, Luo Nen flipped over the remains. A mysterious symbol was revealed on the back of his head. Everyone was shocked upon seeing it. That kind of symbol. Not even Duo Long, who had lived over 400 years, had seen it before. But what he could be sure of was, the symbol still held lingering magical energy. It was clearly how someone had driven the stone giants into a frenzy. Who do you think would do something like this? Luo Nen shook his head. I don't know. But, as long as I go deeper inside, I'll definitely drag them out. Saying that, Luo Nen began moving. He advanced quickly into the depths, all while carefully observing his surroundings. Sure enough, next to the footprints of the stone giants, he spotted human footprints mixed in, and 2 sets of different sizes. Going further, Luo Nen even discovered a magic sensor room. But for someone like him with no magic, it clearly wasn't triggered at all. Soon, Luo Nen reached the very depths of the cave, but he didn't alert anyone. He instinctively concealed himself and began observing his surroundings. The first thing that caught his eye was a massive golden stone giant. Beneath it stood two human-looking figures. Although the two weren't that impressive, this golden stone giant, compared to the others, made them look like mere toys in size. Though still dormant at the moment, the destruction it could unleash was unimaginable. While Luo Nan was figuring out a plan of attack, the woman in the white robe suddenly spoke. Someone must have broken in. Judging by how our control over the stone giants has been getting cut off one by one, there's clearly a third party involved. The white-robed man gritted his teeth in frustration. What now? We've got no more stone giants left, and this one still can't be activated. Should we go up there and take them out ourselves? The woman in white immediately shook her head in refusal. No. Most of the facilities in the blacksmith workshops have already been destroyed. The Empire's smelting and weapon manufacturing technology will regress by years. That's already enough. On the contrary, if our identities are exposed, there's no way that person would just sit back and do nothing. The man in white grumbled a few complaints after hearing this, but in the end, he still agreed to the decision to temporarily retreat. Just then, the scent of sulfur on Luo Nan caught their attention. It was the residue from slaying ordinary stone giants. No wonder the man in white said, and then launched a fireball spell at Luo Nan. It wasn't until the fireball was about to hit that Luo Nan reacted, but after the explosion, the man in white realized the fireball had missed. Little guy, you're pretty agile, huh? How about I just tie you up first? As he spoke, he immediately cast another spell, and countless fire chains surrounded Luo Nan in an instant. The speed at which he gathered mana. These two were definitely not ordinary people. Kid, tell me who you are, and how you interfered with our mana sensing. Unless you want to end up roasted like a pig. But Luo Nan stood up amidst the flames. I was about to ask you the same thing. Who are you? I don't care how passionate your relationship is. Just tell me your names. Luo Nan's tough attitude instantly piqued the man in white's interest. Right? This is way more fun. We're wasting time. The woman in white suddenly spoke up, but the man in white didn't care at all. Let's enjoy ourselves a little ahead of time. When this empire is swallowed by starlight, there won't be another chance. And with those words, he struck a nerve squarely in Luo Nan. Because the giants who invaded before also mentioned being drowned in starlight, it seemed they knew something. So Luo Nan decided and get some answers. But the white-robed man looked completely disdainful. You, a brat who still reeks of milk, you think you're capable? As he spoke, he raised his arm to strike back. That move was enough to completely burn through Luo Nan's patience. A flash of a blade, and the man lost both his arm and the lower half of his body. Lie down obediently. That scene left the white-robed woman frozen in shock. Edward, he didn't even get the chance to react. Luo Nan, meanwhile, didn't feel any sensation of cutting through bone, so it was highly likely these two weren't human. But in his fury, he didn't care. He forcefully grabbed the white-robed woman by the neck. Lady, just answer my questions honestly. If you don't want to end up like him, then answer my questions. Seeing she couldn't escape, Hiliel immediately cast a magic shield, forcing Luo Nan back. So you're choosing not to cooperate, Luo Nan said while casually tapping on the shield. Not bad, pretty solid. But the next second, Hiliel was stunned. With just one flash of the blade, her shield was completely shattered. Impossible. How could a physical strike work on magic? Before she could think further, Luo Nan's sword had already pierced her body. The intense movement knocked the hood from her robe, revealing a doll-like, delicate face and a pair of long ears. But that wasn't what caught Luo Nan's attention. He stepped down hard on the woman beneath him. A half-elf, huh? What is your purpose? Luo Nan's attention was completely focused on the woman. Without noticing behind him, a massive fireball was already closing in. It was less than 2.5 meters away. Luo Nan reacted quickly, blocking the attack with a swing of his sword. Looking ahead, he saw that Edward, whose limbs had been severed, had regrown his body. But more precisely, he had replaced his limbs with dozens of wriggling tendrils. The scene before him could only be described as grotesque. Let her go. Edward glared furiously at Luo Nan. Seemingly deeply concerned about the woman, Luo Nan understood immediately and deftly drew his sword. But in less than 2.5 seconds, he thrust it into the woman's brain. Seems like you still don't understand the situation. Neither of you are getting away. He pulled the sword out once more. The intense pain coursing through her body made the woman howl continuously. But Luo Nan's gaze never lingered on her, instead fixing on Edward. I'll give you two choices. Either come with me obediently, or watch this little elf experience what it's like to lose her limbs. She probably doesn't have your regenerative ability. Edward trembled with rage. But in the end, he lowered his head and extinguished the flames in his hands. Fine, I'll go with you. Luo Nan nodded in satisfaction. If you two really died, it would be a hassle too. After speaking, Luo Nan shifted his gaze toward Hillier, but to his surprise, he saw her grinning widely. Luo Nan stared in confusion, completely unaware that behind him, the arm of a golden golem was sweeping toward him. When did that happen? Luo Nan tried to dodge, but it was too late. He could only take the hit head-on. The powerful impact sent him flying several meters. Although the force was tremendous, both sides knew that such a blow was not enough to kill a monster like him. Edward dragged his unsteady body toward Hillier. Can you still walk? The woman nodded. Thank you. It was because you distracted her that I was able to control the stone giant, even though it was just one arm. She must have been seriously injured. Edward's replica. Head back to the church first. Report everything that happened here. I'll return after I take care of her. Hillier nodded. Be careful. That thing looks like a child, but it's a monster. I know. I won't be reckless again. Before she could finish, Edward's limbs were severed once more. Luo Nen appeared in front of them again, followed by countless sword slashes, reducing Edward to pieces. Where do you think you're going? Didn't I say? I have too many questions for you two. Terrified by what she saw, Hillier staggered back. She quickly pulled out a teleportation scroll. Luo Nan, severely wounded, still walked toward her step by step, but just then, Hillier's immobilization spell took effect. Luo Nan couldn't take another step. He struggled with all his might, but still couldn't move. Seeing her spell work, Hillier still didn't dare approach. I can't guarantee we'll win, but my top priority now is to report back. As she finished speaking, a portal lit up behind her, just as she was about to step in. She turned back, unwilling to leave. I'll find out everything about you, your family, your lover, and your friends, then take them from you. Watching Hillier slowly vanish into the portal, Luo Nan was unwilling to let it happen. He kept shouting don't go, over and over. He had finally gotten a lead on the giants. How could he just let her slip away? I won't let that scene happen again. Stop, Luo Nan shouted with the last ounce of his strength, but just then, a strange aura suddenly lit up around them. Hillier was shocked to find that she couldn't move her body at all. I have a lot of questions too. Nibiros appeared, activating his aura. Hillier was stunned. She had thought she could easily escape, but didn't expect an even stronger presence to arrive. Well done, Luo Nan, and you arrived at just the right time. Luo Nan responded jokingly. Seeing this, Nibiros relaxed. If he could still joke around, then he probably wouldn't die. Then he shifted his gaze to Hillier. Let's greet our distinguished guest first. Who exactly is this woman? It's her aura that immobilized me, even though her whole body trembled in fear. Hillier had not given up the thought of escaping, but in the next second, a slender hand reached from behind and pinched her delicate little face. You attacked the blacksmiths, an unforgivable crime. But what enrages me more is that you dared to hurt my apprentice. As Nibiros spoke, he pinched even harder. Get ready to enjoy what's about to happen next. Hillier's stiffened face was forcefully lifted, and before her eyes, the serpent charged at them. I'm sorry, Starlight. With that, Hillier collapsed from the immense mental shock, and her final words made Luo Nan even more certain that the appearance of the giants was connected to their organization. Nibiros put away his... You guys did well, but I'll report your accomplishments separately. But that wasn't what Luo Nan was concerned. What you said just now about what's next. Did you mean sending them to Rotten in prison? Nibiros nodded. I think so. So you know that place too. Luo Nan felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing that, because the so-called Rotten was a prison floating above the sea of prolongation. Rumor had it that screams and howls never stopped there, year-round. The wardens used every method imaginable to force confessions from traitors of the Empire. Hardly anyone ever came out intact. Listen to me, teacher. Luo Nan slowly stood up. Please let me join the interrogation of the prisoners. Nibiros immediately rejected him. He feared that cruel place would leave psychological trauma on Luo Nan. I'm begging you. This is really important to me. Luo Nan pleaded with rare sincerity, because he didn't want to miss even the slightest clue related to the giants. Nibiros looked at Luo Nan in silence. It was the first time he had seen this proud kid bow his head. But even so, Nibiros still didn't give his approval. Meanwhile, back at the ruined Cappadocia Forge, though still in ruins, thanks to help from the Academy members, most of the injured had already recovered. It should be wrapping up soon, right? Maria said, wiping the sweat from her forehead. That tower capable of transporting 7 or 8 loads at once truly made a huge contribution. Assam and Haida weren't far behind either. They exhausted all their mana, performing healing spells on the wounded. But more than anything, what Assam worried about most was Luo Nan. He said he'd be back soon. But no, it's been 2.5 hours already. Are you talking about me? The two were startled by the voice. They looked toward its direction and saw that it was Luo Nan. On the way back, I heard what you guys did. Maria brought reinforcements, and Assam and Haida treated the injured. Did any of you get hurt? Luo Nan asked casually, acting like nothing had happened. Compared to us, you should be more concerned about yourself, Maria said as she walked toward Luo Nan. Assam almost scolded Luo Nan with a trembling voice. You're covered in wounds. Hurry up. Haida, help heal him. Haida immediately reached out her small hand in concern, but Luo Nan waved her off. I'm fine. I've already been treated. I just need to rest a bit. As he spoke, Luo Nan suddenly changed tone. glaring fiercely at the two main culprits in the distance. Besides, I still have something more important to do. Several hours later, the convoy transporting the criminals arrived at the reception area. Here, Rodin in prison would send someone to receive the criminals. Nabairos and Luo Nan waited for only a short time before a sinister-looking prison guard arrived, riding a corpse beast. Two equally sinister figures got off the vehicle and spoke in a strange tone. "Hello, Miss Nabairos." They bowed slightly and looked down at the two criminals. Their interest was immediately piqued upon seeing Edward. "Looks like this one has some kind of miraculous regenerative ability. The judges will be delighted. It's been a long time since anything this interesting appeared." With that, they prepared to take the two prisoners away. "After the interrogation, we will notify you. We hope you will continue working hard for the peace of the empire." As they finished speaking, the prison guards disappeared from sight. 1 week later, Rodin in prison would pry open their mouths. That was the best Nabairos could arrange. After that, Luo Nan returned to Philip's academy to continue his training. Meanwhile, the repairs at Cappadocia were underway. Several days passed quickly. At Rodin in prison, screams of anguish echoed endlessly. Awaiting Edward and Hillier would be the cruelest torture unit. The old man's kind smile still managed to scare Luo Nan into a cold sweat. The moment he picked up the mask, his gentle appearance could no longer hide the cruelty within. A terrifying aura instantly filled the entire room. But it wasn't due to his strength. It was the aura of a criminal, like the unique scent of an executioner. It made people uneasy. It turned out this man was the prison's inquisitor, and he was the one who interrogated Edward. After a week of close interaction, Karaka didn't miss a thing. Edward had already confessed everything, so he notified Nabairos to come. "Would you like to see the prisoner one last time? Please, follow me. I'll tell you the verdict on the way." Karaka spoke with grace. He then led them toward the prison cell holding Edward. Luo Nen looked on in disbelief. This seemingly kind old man was actually the inquisitor of Rodin? Nabairos chuckled upon hearing that. "Honestly, I thought the same at first. But that guy is every prisoner's worst nightmare. Everyone he interrogates, he ends up begging for release through death." As he said that, they entered the inner layers of the prison. Karaka spoke again. "The prison is just up ahead. I'll get straight to the key point. They're from the Crocker Nebula. And that's also the name of their organization." Nabairos looked puzzled. "This is the first time I've heard of that name. Is it a criminal group, like Caliboro?" Karaka nodded. "Yes, but they're even more dangerous. First, their identities are unknown. Second, the Blue Armor Arson incident and the explosion at the Academy of Magical Engineering were both their doing. In the past year's major incidents, most of them have already been confirmed to be their work." Luo Nan was stunned upon hearing this. If this group has done so much, why had he never heard of this? Judge, in his past life, did they ever mention Starlight? Or something like the Descent of Starlight? Karaka was confused too. "This is the first time I've heard anything like that." Luo Nan scratched his head awkwardly and had to explain that it was something Edward had said when he was captured. "Because honestly, I'm from the future. 10 years from now, 3 bald creatures with wings will invade. They were the ones who mentioned Starlight. No one would believe such nonsense anyway." He thought that would be the end of it. But to his surprise, Karaka's face darkened. Meanwhile, Luo Nan continued. "I think it's related to their purpose. You probably haven't gotten them to confess yet, right?" As he spoke, a terrifying aura instantly made Luo Nan's face pale. The source was Karaka. He immediately put on his bird-shaped helmet, then calmly walked toward Edward's cell. "I understand now. It seems our friend hasn't been completely honest. I suppose I should show a bit more sincerity." As he finished speaking, the prison doors slowly opened. The scene before Luo Nan left him dumbfounded. The two once arrogant prisoners had been tortured into unrecognizable shapes, only their faint whimpers proving they were still alive. Karaka slowly approached. "Our dear Edward is quite the interesting one. He uses a peculiar kind of black magic to regenerate his body." As he spoke, he picked up a red-hot torture device. "Do you know how to bond with someone like this?" "Very simple. Just stab them with this until they can no longer heal." With that, Karaka drove the tool in viciously. Edward could only scream in agony, over and over again, until he was barely clinging to life. Karaka finally stopped. "See? We've grown closer. At least, that's how I see it." But then Karaka's tone suddenly changed. "But thinking about how he's still hiding something, I'd be very disappointed. There shouldn't be secrets between friends. Don't you know that?" But Edward cried out in protest, sobbing that he hadn't hidden anything. Karaka didn't believe him. He grabbed Edward's head and turned it toward Luo Nan. "Then why is this the first time I've heard the phrase Starlight's Descent? I want this conversation to end with you, not with Heliel, because if it goes to her, he'll probably die, right?" He then shifted his gaze toward Heliel. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably. She was begging and pleading, asking him to just kill her quickly. Seeing this, Luo Nan was taken aback. Things had gone this far. They should have no reason to hide anything. Could it be that it's not that they won't speak, but that they can't? Like some kind of sealing curse or spell? Hearing this, Karaka suddenly had a revelation. He immediately headed out. Please wait a moment. I'm going to fetch something. A few minutes later, Karaka returned with a strange object in his hands. It was an ugly thing that looked like an eyeball. It turned out to be the Eye of Curse, a device that feeds on the curses of its target. Karaka fiddled with the item in his hand, and then walked toward Edward. Let's begin. With that, he placed the Eye of Curse onto Edward's forehead. In an instant, countless spikes emerged from the eye, piercing deep into Edward's skull. The excruciating pain caused him to scream uncontrollably. After 2.5 minutes, the Eye of Curse turned blue, signaling the end of the cleansing process. Karaka spoke again. I'll ask you one more time. What is Starlight's descent? Edward gasped heavily for breath. Starlight, he is an eternal existence. His blessing will save all the weak on this land. Hillier was stunned upon hearing this, and hurriedly told him to shut up. But for Helios' safety, Edward could only continue speaking. The descent of Starlight is our lifelong wish. We will eliminate all obstacles and await his arrival. He said a lot, but to an old man like Karaka, it was too complicated. So basically, something is coming, right? Edward nodded. The children of the stars. Upon hearing this, Luo Nin was instantly overwhelmed with disgust. But when it came to the giants, Edward remained silent. Luo Nin guessed it was a curse that restricted him. Sure enough, with the help of the Eye of Curse, Edward finally revealed the true goal of their organization, to help clear the way for the giants, so that they could descend upon Earth smoothly. Hearing this, Luo Nin could no longer contain his fury, because they were the culprits behind the Empire's destruction in his past life. Step by step. Seeing this, the judge hurriedly urged him to calm down, but Luo Nin only walked up to Edward, took a deep breath, and asked, the children of the stars you mentioned, you mean the Ayut, right? Upon hearing this, Edward instantly tensed up. Where did you hear that name? How do you know about it? But before Edward could ask more, his forehead began to swell rapidly. In just a few moments, his entire head looked like a balloon about to burst. Luo Nin was shocked. Is he about to explode? Back off. Karaka immediately pulled Luo Nin away, and quickly deployed a magical shield. At that moment, Edward's head exploded. A mass of blood and fluid splattered out, but it was all blocked by the barrier. Then came a calm voice from beneath the Inquisitor's mask. I didn't expect this outcome. This curse is even stronger than I imagined, and it might not be the only one. I suspect the first part of the curse is to prevent them from revealing their true goal, and if the first part is removed, it triggers the second part, causing their heads. Before Luo Nin could process it all, the hand on his shoulder tightened. Then came the question, what is a Hayut? Karaka stared at him and asked, if it's a secret known only within the Crocker Nebula, then how do you know about it? As he spoke, he began gathering magic. As the Inquisitor of this case, I must know everything. So will you tell me? Frightened by the sudden pressure, Luo Nin still replied calmly, I just happened to overhear it. Beneath the grounds of Cappadocia, I was the first one to find them. If that word troubles you, then I apologize. Luo Nin gently moved the hand from his shoulder. Is that explanation enough? Looking at Luo Nin in front of him, Karaka was stunned. Though he didn't believe Luo Nin's words, his instincts told him this child could never do anything to harm the Empire, because in his eyes, he saw a burning, unwavering resolve. Was it duty or belief? No, neither. It was fury toward them. Just then, Nibiros drew his sword. Enough. His sharp, fierce gaze locked onto Karaka. Are you questioning my disciple? And it happened right in front of me. Of course not. I was just double-checking. Karaka quickly put on a fawning smile. It's always better to be cautious, right? I'm very sorry. Seeing how obedient he was acting, Luo Nin was dumbfounded. Well, I'm glad our misunderstanding is cleared up. But Luo Nin knew that he had just been. That old man had been planning to judge him too. In any case, it was a pity they had lost a curse eye. But usually, they were very resilient, Karaka said, looking at the intact curse eye on the ground. However, Luo Nin was highly suspicious. These little things, are they really that strong? Yes, and if you look closely, they're quite cute too. Do you want to touch it? As Karaka was joking, he suddenly realized in horror that the curse eye on his shoulder had turned blue. That meant it had absorbed a curse. Whose curse was it? When I was using the magic shield just now, I brushed against him, and it absorbed the curse just from that moment. Karaka hurriedly pulled down the curse eye and walked toward Luo Nin, placing it into his hand. The curse eye began to swell visibly, and then exploded outright. Ignoring Luo Nin's shocked reaction, Karaka grabbed his hand and started examining it. Just from touching it briefly, and it couldn't endure. Listen to me. I think you've been cursed. Luo Nin was confused. What nonsense are you talking about? Karaka began to explain. Have you ever felt restricted before? Like being unable to run, or unable to lift things made of metal, and so on. A curse would restrict one of your actions. Hearing this, Luo Nin lowered his head and stayed silent. So the reason I can't use magic is because of a curse inside me? Karaka didn't say much more. It's fine if you don't want to talk about it, but remember this. This curse is extremely powerful and full of hostility. This concludes our conversation. Luo Nan and Nibiru's prepared to leave. If I manage to remove all of Heliel's curses, I'll inform you both. But the curse is quite strong, so it'll take time. Nibiru's nodded. Understood. Just report to me when the time comes. Karaka then turned to look at Luo Nan. But even after a long stare, Luo Nan didn't react. You seem lost in thought. Hearing that, Luo Nan snapped back to reality. A bit, yeah. Ever since I found out I was cursed. But don't worry too much. Karaka gave him a calm, gentle look. You're a student of Principal Phillips, right? At the academy. There's a strange guy who specializes in curses. He might be able to help you. His name is Professor Sakrik from the Department of Magic. After finishing their Luo Nan and Nibiru's quietly left. But the curse continued to weigh heavily on Luo Nan's mind. And now, even his eyes had started to itch. That only made him more restless. But fortunately, someone once said, Professor Sakrik might have a solution. Seeing Luo Nan so uneasy, Nibiru's calmly spoke up. That's actually a known symptom. It means the curse inside you is weakening. Don't worry. By the way, do you really not know who cursed you? Luo Nan shook his head. He couldn't think of anyone who would do that. I've always been so kind that no one should hold a grudge against me. But Nibiru's couldn't quite agree, so he quietly turned his head toward the window. The image of Luo Nan brutally beating up Cardin was still vivid. But to his surprise, Luo Nan suddenly spoke up to thank him. Thank you, Professor Nibiru's. You helped block him for me. That old man. His eyes were too terrifying. If it wasn't for you, I'm sure he would have captured me and forced a confession under some made-up crime. Nibiru's only smiled after hearing this. It's simply part of my duty as your instructor. Nothing to thank me for. Looking at Nibiru's, Luo Nan couldn't help but feel a surge of goodwill. Not only was he outstanding in swordsmanship, he also seemed like a genuinely good person. The more Luo Nan looked, the more he thought so. But what puzzled him was why he had never seen him in his past life. Someone this powerful should have appeared on the battlefield. Could it be that something happened to them because of the Cross Nebula? Or something else? Luo Nan had no way of knowing. It was late at night when they finally returned to Phillips Academy. But early the next morning, Luo Nan eagerly made his way to a particular place, the dedicated practice space of the magic department, Pillar Park. There, Luo Nan immediately spotted Andershan, who had been waiting for a long time. Nibiru's had instructed him to help Luo Nan find Professor Secret. Andershan smiled brightly and greeted Luo Nan warmly. It's been a long time since we met. If not for the professor's orders, I might have taken even longer to see you. How have you been? His dazzling and radiant charisma left Luo Nan completely flustered. On top of that, Luo Nan's heart was tangled in conflict. How should I tell him about that matter? What should I do? Where should I even start? Forget it. Just smile first. Luo Nan awkwardly forced a smile. Long time no see. Teaching assistant. How are your parents doing? Andy's Han paused at the question, then nodded. Everything's fine. Because ever since that incident, Cardin has been terrified of Andy's Han. Every time they meet, he can only stammer. I'll use my brain. I won't mess up. It sounds bad. And in reality, it's just as bad. Luo Nan froze upon hearing this. He hadn't expected his small action to cast such a huge shadow over Cardin. At that moment, Andy's Han suddenly changed the topic. I heard from the professor that you want to lift the curse in your body, right? Luo Nan nodded as he walked. Yes, someone told me to come here to find Professor Secret. But Luo Nan glanced at the eerie surroundings and knew just how eccentric this professor must be. Andy's Han could only give a wry smile. That's true. His unique office is impossible to find unless you're from the... So I called a close junior from the third year to guide us, but she hasn't arrived yet. As the words fell, a purple figure appeared before them. Then, like a kitten, she pounced into Andy Shan's arms, and with a sweet, coquettish voice, she said, I missed you, big sister Andy's Han. This is a new magic I learned. Andy's Han warmly embraced her in return. Me too, Ely. Long time no see. Luo Nan was stunned by the scene. This purple-haired girl was definitely the one who kept chattering about beasts, and something about goats back then. Elizabeth. Duh. Akalucia. Sorry for suddenly reaching out. Ellie. Something unexpected happened, so I wanted to ask you to help me find Professor Secret. Elizabeth was still dreamily kissing Andershan's wrist. As long as it's your request, I'm willing to do anything. But why do you suddenly want to find a professor? Before she could finish, she finally noticed the extra person standing nearby, Luo Nan. Their eyes met, and silence fell between them. To think it was an old acquaintance. Luo Nan broke the silence first. Long time no see. Ellie. That immediately made Elizabeth bristle with embarrassment. What are you doing here, you jerk? But even more shameful was the behavior she had just shown. Even so, Elizabeth still led Luo Nan forward. After walking for quite a while, they arrived in front of an old house. The surroundings grew increasingly eerie, making Luonan feel more and more uneasy. You're not planning to bury me here, are you, Melia? As punishment for seeing something I shouldn't have. But upon hearing that, Elizabeth flared up again. Don't call me that. And also, who wants to bury you, idiot? Shut up already. Just follow me. Elizabeth grumbled angrily as she headed toward the house. Luonan quietly followed behind her. It was rather surprising. The great general seemed so close to this child. But thinking about it, they were both part of the Akalushia family. Maybe there was some special connection? Before Luonan could speculate further, the two of them entered the house. And what met their eyes was an elderly woman fast asleep. Is she Professor Secret? Elizabeth turned her head. Don't get too excited. We still have one more stage left. Under Luonan's puzzled gaze, Elizabeth slowly walked toward the old woman, even though the floor beneath their feet creaked loudly. But the old lady showed no sign of waking up. Elizabeth raised her arm. Then she began to chant a spell. Casper Lunage del Pyramid. Open. As soon as the words fell, a surge of purple magic spread out instantly. Luonan quickly looked down at the old woman, but her condition didn't seem to change. Then suddenly, the old woman's eyes snapped open. Her mouth opened wide and began to swell rapidly. In just moments, it became large enough to swallow two people. Luonan immediately stepped back warily, but Elizabeth remained eerily calm. No need to panic. Then she walked right inside. The view suddenly opened up. It was an office made up entirely of countless books. Sepharazio. Luonan was dumbfounded by what he saw. That was just the entrance. How strange indeed. As Luonan stood there in shock, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. So it's you, the disciple Miss Nabiros spoke of. You're just as I've heard. As soon as the words fell, a boy who looked only 7 or 8 appeared before Luonan. Sakrik. You're quite the amusing one. It seems your body holds 10 different curses. 10 deadly curses from the South Sea Abyss. And the one who cast them was your own father. Because this child is extremely dangerous. He may look sweet and innocent, but in reality, he could bring ruin to the empire. So the father had no choice but to seal his magic, and even went further, taking a harsher measure to restrict his behavior. Not long ago, Luonan heard there was a professor at the academy who could easily. But when he and Elizabeth arrived at the professor's office, they found only a child there. Just as Luonan was confused, Elizabeth bowed her head. Hello, Professor Sakrik. Luonan squinted his eyes in disbelief. This little one who looked only a few years old. How could it possibly be the professor? Secret seemed to notice Ronan's confusion. I'm actually over 80 years old. I just look a bit younger on the outside. But in fact, this is also a kind of curse. Ronan chuckled after hearing that. He didn't expect something so interesting. After explaining everything, Secret snapped his fingers. A huge geometric magic circle instantly appeared beneath Ronan's feet. Along with it came countless semi-transparent runes. Let's first remove the curse. Ronan suppressed the urge to scream, staring intently at the characters emerging from his body. Why is this thing inside me? Secret didn't answer. He simply began to speak. This is a spectacle I've never seen before. To think so many curses could coexist inside one body, and they're ancient curses close to the source. Ronan muttered a curse under his breath after hearing that. Can they be resolved? Normally, I would assert that there is no curse that can't be undone. But this time, I can't be certain, because most of these curses are completely unknown. Even so, Secret decided to try a new method. I will create an imagined world within your consciousness. There, I will project a manifestation of the curse tormenting you. You only have to do one thing. Find the root of the curse that binds you, and cut it down. Ronan frowned as he listened. He didn't quite understand what the professor was saying. So I have to enter a dream and break the curse? But how will I recognize it? You'll recognize it the moment you encounter it. By instinct, Secret said casually. Then he placed his hand on Ronan's head. Take care. As the spell activated, Ronan's consciousness was pushed into a world created by magic. When he came back to his senses, he was already in a forest. The more Ronan walked forward, the stronger the sense of familiarity grew. Because wasn't this his home? How could the root of the curse be here? Before Ronan could hesitate further, a burst of a child's laughter pulled him back to reality. That voice, it sounds so familiar. Luonan quickly turned his head, and right before him was his sister Alile as a child. She rushed excitedly into the house. I'm home, Mom. The first thing she did was stare at her little brother with sparkling eyes. So cute. But Alile looked puzzled. Why does little Luonan sleep so much? Is he sick, Mom? A woman who looked just like Alile answered with a smile. Babies need a lot of sleep, so they can grow up healthy. So Alile, you should sleep more too. Speaking of getting sick, if little Luonan ever gets ill, as his sister, you must take good care of him. Alile excitedly raised her tiny fists. Of course, I'll protect him forever. Luonan looked at the warm family scene. In my life, did I really have moments like this? He stared blankly, completely forgetting why he had come here. Without a doubt, This was a memory from shortly after Luo Nan's birth. So the child lying in the cradle, is that me? Luo Nan was dumbfounded. I was a baby when I was born. I thought I was born fully grown. The reason he thought that was because his childhood memories had been sealed, and he hadn't learned much else either. But just then, the sound of a door opening echoed. A strange feeling instantly swept over Luo Nan's body. He tried hard to turn his head, but found he couldn't move at all, so Luo Nan could only stare straight ahead, as a vague, shadowy figure slowly walked in. But the family seemed delighted. You're home already? Alile even rushed over to hug him, but the shadow flung her off coldly. He steadily walked toward little Ronan. Mother thought he was just eager to see his child, so she smiled and told him. The child was in the cradle, but the shadow reached out his hand toward the mother and said something Ronan couldn't hear. In no time, the mother's consciousness began to blur. What danger? What are you talking about? Before she could finish, she collapsed to the ground. This scene left little Iller stunned. He didn't understand what his father was doing. He was just very worried about his fallen mother. But the next second, the shadow aimed his palm at Iller, trying to repeat the same move. The moment Ronan saw this, a surge of grief and rage overwhelmed him. You bastard! What are you doing? But what shocked Ronan even more came next. From the shadow's arm, countless semi-transparent characters materialized. They were the very curses that had appeared inside Ronan before. As a light flashed, the curse was implanted into little Ronan's body. Only then did he realize that the figure before him was the root of the curse. And this place didn't seem like an imaginary world. It felt more like someone's memory. Ronan clenched his teeth. I must kill him. Meanwhile, outside, Secret's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Even though he had prepared so thoroughly, this magic still nearly exhausted all his mana. What an absurd curse. Elizabeth had never seen the professor fall into such a desperate state. If even the professor reacted this way, then just how many curses were inside him? Putting aside the power of the curses, there were about 10 inside his body. Elizabeth was so shocked she could hardly speak. E10. Then it's no wonder so much mana would be needed to remove them all at once. But Secret shook his head after hearing this. No, that's not the truth. In fact, it's something else. Because right now, I'm only dealing with a single curse. Just one. While the boy was deep in his dream fighting curses, he discovered something terrifying. His father had not only taken down his sister and mother, but had also implanted all 10 deadly curses directly into his own son. Luo Nan couldn't accept what he saw. That bastard actually hurt his own family. He clenched his teeth and swore to kill him. But at that moment, he still couldn't move. It wasn't until the shadow stepped out the door that the restraint on him was lifted. But Luo Nan didn't chase after him right away. Instead, he rushed to his sister and mother. He desperately tried to help them up, but his fingers passed right through their bodies. Just as despair was about to consume him, he suddenly heard faint breathing. They were still alive. Luo Nan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He struggled to keep his emotions in check. Stay calm. Right now, there's only one thing I must do. Just one thing. Rip that bastard to shreds. As he said this, a sword suddenly appeared in his hand. It was Lamancia. Whether this made sense or not no longer mattered. Luo Nan swung the sword and burst open the door, then charged out like a madman. Very soon, he saw the shadowy figure ahead. The figure stood motionless in place, as if waiting for him. But as soon as he saw the man's face, Luo Nan couldn't forget what he had done. You dare hurt my family. I will never, ever forgive you. With that, Luo Nan rushed toward the shadow at full speed. But to his surprise, the figure raised a hand and gathered magic, conjuring a sword from thin air. As expected, his attack was easily blocked. Luo Nan froze. He hadn't expected the shadow to have such power. But what shocked him even more was yet to come. No matter how hard Luo Nan attacked, the shadow easily deflected every attack, as if he were toying with him. As the battle dragged on, Ronan suffered multiple slashes across his body. Then the shadow suddenly burst forth, piercing through Ronan's chest with a single strike. The absurd speed made it impossible to block. Ronan fell to one knee. His many wounds had left him nearly unable to fight, but the shadow only glanced at him, and then turned away without a word. Ronan struggled to stand up. It can't end like this. I still have so many questions for that bastard. He stared at the shadow with a deadly gaze, then let out a hoarse roar. Why did you do this? From Iller and Mother's reactions, there was no doubt. He was their father. After doing such things, do you still deserve to call yourself our father? Don't you have anything to explain? Hurting Iller and Mother, and even cursing me. You couldn't even bother to make an excuse? The moment he heard that, the shadow froze in place. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Ronan gripped his sword tightly. Red mana wrapped around it. Then he charged at the shadow at full speed, determined to cut him down. If you won't speak, then get the hell out of my body. After clearing the curse, Ronan returned to the real world. He shook his head vigorously, trying to free himself from the tension of battle. But unexpectedly, an old voice sounded behind him. Did you enjoy your journey? Ronan turned his head. Standing before him was a kindly-looking old man, but his clothes were identical to Professor Secret's. So Ronan quickly guessed his identity. Why does your time feel like you just flew on a plane? Is it because of this curse removal magic? Secret shook his head. It's not because of that. Do you feel anything different now? Luonan focused his gaze. Suddenly, a dense surge of magical power around the man became visible. To be honest, I felt from the start that you were different, but now, you're even more terrifying than I imagined. The professor smiled in relief. Looks like you can sense magic properly now. In the time that followed, Luonan told the professor everything he had experienced in there. The professor took notes as he listened. The curse inside you is tied to memories even you don't recall. But why do you believe that person was your father? Didn't you say you couldn't see his face? Luonan lowered his head and thought for a long time. I could sense it from how Lyle and Mom treated him. And more importantly, when he hurt my family, I could feel a wave of sadness. A strange, unfamiliar feeling. Now that I think back, that must have been his emotions. Sakrik nodded in understanding, then continued his inquiry. And Luonan didn't hold anything back, telling him everything. I don't have any memories of my family. It's like they were completely erased. Sakrik took a sip of coffee. That explains everything then. Your father not only sealed your ability to sense magic, but also scrambled your memories. But through the curse-breaking spell, those memories surfaced by accident. So what you saw was likely a chaotic blend of memory and imagination. That's one of the side effects of the spell. And that final attack you described was likely a result of that. You accidentally used magic. Hearing this, Luonan looked at his hand. There was a swirling mix of several colors on his palm. Is this magic? Sakrik nodded. Even though you can now perceive magic, if you want to use and control it like a normal person, you'll need to lift at least 2 more curses. It's going to be a long process, because the curses on you are powerful and unknown. So today, just go back for now. I'll notify you when I'm ready. As Secret was writing in his notebook, Ronan froze, because at some point, the professor had turned back into a child. This body situation is very complicated. Overall, it's quite similar to yours. Ronan was stunned. You must be really tired all the time. Meanwhile, under the Kapadu base, after learning about the stone giant, Duke Grancia personally came to the scene. He looked up at the stone giant. It was much bigger than he had imagined, but he heard that it wasn't Nabiros who stopped it, but a student under his command. This puzzled the Duke. What kind of monster could possess such power? While the Duke was deep in thought, a righteous-looking young man appeared behind him. This was Darren, the Duke's heir. You're here. How is the smithy's repair progressing? Darren respectfully replied. Everything is going smoothly. They say it'll be fully restored within a week. Also, according to your orders, we investigated those bastards. But unfortunately, we didn't find any additional clues. Seeing the Duke lost in thought, Darren continued speaking. On the other hand, through Phillips, we located that student. Would you like to meet him? The Duke nodded. It seems that would be best. As he spoke, the stone giant's red eyes lit up, and it slowly began preparing to attack. Darren noticed everything. Duke, I'm very sorry, but may I ask you to step aside? Leave this to our knight order. As he finished speaking, he placed his hand on his sword hilt, as if ready to act at the Duke's command. But the Duke reached out his hand to him. With that, he quickly slashed his sword backward. The moment the blade struck, even the massive golden stone golem crumbled in an instant. The Duke sheathed his sword and turned calmly. Let's go. Time to meet Philip's little hero. As the boy opened the door, a grotesque figure radiating filthy magic appeared outside. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, but the man suddenly flared up. Apologize, or I'll cut out your tongue. Luonan didn't back down. No solicitors allowed here. Wait, from your outfit, you're clearly not a peddler. More like a noble family's gatekeeper. At those words, the black aura around the man intensified, growing more oppressive, as if he might attack at any second. And that's when Luonan noticed. Something strange mixed into the man's magic. Something oddly familiar, but unplaceable. Just then, a hand reached out and stopped Darren. That's enough. We entered without prior notice. It's our fault. But Duke, Darren wanted to argue, but was interrupted again. I'm truly sorry, Luonan. I apologize for my subordinate's rude behavior. It may sound improper, but may I borrow a bit of your time? A refined middle-aged man with blue hair asked politely. It was then that Luonan learned who they were. The alliance nodded slightly. Soon, the group arrived at Luonan's dorm. The Duke immediately produced an exquisite box. Inside it was a brand new sword spear. Why are you giving me this? Luonan asked, confused. The Duke leisurely sipped his tea. Master Doran of Cappadocia asked me to. He nearly begged me on his knees. But compared to that, I also want to express my gratitude to you in my own way. The Duke said, his eyes glancing at his accessories. Grancia and Cappadocia have been long-term partners. This pale road of mine was also crafted by Master Duolong. So I owe you even more gratitude. It was you who saved Kappadoki. After speaking, the Duke reached into his chest pocket and pulled out a Grancia badge. Luo Nan was startled, because this item could buy at least 3 villages worth of cattle. Luo Nan thought it could only be obtained when Shilifan was in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Maria and Asen, on the other side, also received gifts from the Duke. I hope they will like them too. Luo Nan nodded, because he could already imagine the two of them bowing in thanks. Speaking of which, the Duke suddenly put down his cup. So, let's talk about something else. Can you tell me who's behind this? I'm very curious. As he spoke, a terrifying surge of magic burst from him. Luo Nan was stunned. Is this the head of Grancia? His power is truly terrifying. I don't know how much you know, but these dead rats are crazier than we imagined. They run desperately, and I can only try to catch them. Hearing this, Darren's veins bulged on his face, and he couldn't suppress the glowing magic radiating from him. Luo Nan stared, dumbfounded. It gives off a dirty, uncomfortable feeling. So, are they working together? Seeing Luo Nan in a daze, the Duke frowned and asked what was wrong. What's with this reaction? His subordinate is emitting such intense magic, and he can't see it? A powerful figure revered across the continent, and he can't see this? Luo Nan couldn't believe it. Am I the only one who can see it? To test his suspicion, Luo Nan slowly began to speak. Do you know about Starlight Descent? The Crocker Nebula. They're the organization supporting it. As soon as those words landed, a murderous gleam flashed again, yet the Duke still seemed completely unaware. Did you find this out yourself? Luo Nan scratched his head. Yeah, just gently sliced off their limbs. And they confessed immediately. As he spoke, Luo Nan put on a dramatic expression. It was hilarious, watching those bastards cry, begging us to spare them. Want me to go into detail? The Duke quickly waved his hand. No need. If I hear more of that, I might lose my appetite. Luo Nan grinned and shrugged. He had already made his point. There was no need to say more. Looking up, Luo Nan saw that Darren's killing intent had spiraled out of control. Dark magic swirled thickly around his body, and at the same time, the Duke stood up, ready to leave. So Luo Nan quickly got to his feet as well. He couldn't just stand by and do nothing. About those bastards, there's more you should know. But someone is busy, shouldn't be held up, because this could take quite some time, Luo Nan said, glancing over at his notes. Once I finish organizing them, I'll give them to you tomorrow. You're going to love it. It's about a Hayyut. Luo Nan said the last part especially loudly, as if speaking directly to Darren. If you don't kill me, the secrets of a Hayyut will be exposed. Later that night, while Luo Nan was sound asleep, Darren suddenly appeared before him. Without the slightest hesitation, he swung his sword straight down, only to be caught off guard just before it hit. But Ronan suddenly vanished. The next moment, his voice came from behind Darren. I told you he'd come tonight. Nice to meet you. The third scumbag of clays. Darren was stunned. He immediately turned around to attack Ronan. Wait, why don't you look over there first? Ronan said, pointing to the side. That's my special guest. When Darren turned to look, he was instantly stunned. Why are you here, young master? Shilifan beamed with righteous energy. Can you explain this, Darren? But upon hearing this, Darren drew his sword. I have nothing to explain. He stomped hard on the ground. A wave of light immediately spread out, enveloping the entire room. Both Ronan and Shilifan suddenly felt their bodies become heavier. What the hell is this? Is it his aura? Ronan frowned deeply, but from the distance, Darren was already charging at them with his sword. Ronan struggled to lift Romantia to counter, but the moment he blocked the attack, he was sent flying dozens of meters away. Shilifan's eyes widened. Is this Darren's aura? It seems he's already reached the awakening stage. This was completely different from what he knew. So this guy had been hiding his strength all along. Darren noticed Shilifan spacing out. A powerful slash swept toward his neck. Shilifan had to grit his teeth and fight back. But the moment he blocked the blow, a sharp pain shot through his wrist. After a few more difficult exchanges, Shilifan found himself completely overwhelmed. Why don't you use your aura, young master, at a time like this? Are you still worried about hurting others? You wouldn't understand. Why did you betray us? Darren chuckled foolishly. You're mistaken. I never betrayed you, because I was never a knight of Grancia to begin with. Hearing the answer she wanted, Shilifan's expression immediately turned cold. I see. As soon as she spoke, Lauren jumped into the fight again, because he had promised Shilifan not to interfere until Darren admitted betrayal. Being able to see magic really is convenient. When Darren released his aura, Lauren was momentarily caught off guard, but once he focused, he could see root-like magical energy wrapping around his arms. As Lauren slashed through the roots, the tide of the battle began to shift. Darren didn't expect Lauren's strikes to affect magic. What a freak. Without hesitating any longer, Shilifan unleashed a powerful slash. It struck Darren so hard, he was sent flying through the trees. Impossible. He only used a bit of magic enhancement, yet gained so much power in such a short time. Calling him a genius doesn't cut it. He's a monster. While Darren was distracted, Lauren's sword was already at his face. Darren barely raised his weapon to block, but still got grazed by the blade. The attack quickly snapped him back to alertness. No good. If this noise continues, the professors will wake up. Then I'll be doomed. He glanced at the window. Without hesitation, he leapt through it and ran straight toward the city's edge without looking back. He knew that if he were caught, everything would be ruined. Still, Darren was lucky. He successfully darted past building after building. But just as he finally saw the city gate, a familiar voice rang out beside him. You're right. I'm not like father. I can't control the storm's range with precision, but I will never use it to hurt any innocent person. Only you, the traitor. Today, I will kill you. After saying that, Shulafin began swinging his sword. In an instant, a storm centered around Shulafin, with a radius of 10 meters erupted. But it wasn't an ordinary storm. It was filled with blade-like winds. The height of the aura even surpassed the city. Meanwhile, Darren kept swinging his sword to block, but was instantly swallowed by the fierce storm. As Darren spoke his final words, "My dear Starlight," the battle finally ended. From today onward, you are no longer a part of Grancia. No one will remember you. After all, it was you who said, you were never a knight of Grancia. When Lauren arrived, Darren was lying on the ground, limbs spread out, his body battered beyond recognition. But luckily, he was still breathing. Shulafin had only severed all his tendons. To think our family had a traitor lurking for 4 years, judging from his actions. Their ultimate goal was probably to destroy Grancia. I must go back and inform father immediately. Without thinking much more, Shulafin rushed back to the family estate. Lauren watched his departing figure and couldn't help but curse. That rude guy. He didn't even say thank you. Soon after, Nabiros arrived at the scene. What was that huge commotion just now? Were you attacked? When Lauren turned around, he was surprised to see Nabiros and the principal arrive together. But what surprised him even more was Nabiros' outfit. He was wearing pajamas with a cute novel logo. It was a stark contrast to his usual forceful personality. Without thinking, Lauren gave him his first compliment of the day. Answer my question. Nabiros was visibly annoyed. The principal on the side also nodded in agreement. That's right. Answer the question first. Your professor's taste in pajamas isn't the point, though it was pretty surprising. Lauren turned to look at Darren lying on the ground. Simply put, a Hayyut is a dog. A Hayyut is a dog. Nabiros and the principal both looked baffled. What breed is that from? After hearing Lauren's full explanation, the principal finally understood. There was a traitor in the Grancia family. That was a serious matter. But thanks to you, a major disaster was avoided. You did well. Lauren looked a little embarrassed by the praise, although he shared most of what had happened. There was one secret he kept to himself, that he could see. That special magical energy on Crocker, even though he trusted the principal. No one could be fully trusted. So he couldn't reveal this information. Otherwise, even those around him might fall victim to Crocker's schemes. Someone will investigate this soon. Grancia is an important part of the Empire, so don't worry. In any case, the Empire is grateful for what you've done, and also for the Cappadocia rail collapse incident. Is there any reward you'd like? Lauren instantly perked up upon hearing that. He already had a grand plan in mind, to stop Crocker's operation, with the principal's approval. Early the next morning, Lauren posted a recruitment notice in Phillips Plaza. Tired of your boring school club activities? Well, I've created something new for you. The Adventure Guild. Gender and grades don't matter. If you're a real bro, come fight with me. The Adventure Guild is God. Good question. Lauren immediately cut him off. What is the Adventure Guild? That is a life focused more on real combat. Let's become people who contribute to the Empire. This is the only club approved by the principal that is allowed to operate outside. The students in the audience exchanged glances, and all of this was being watched by someone from afar. Is it him? Impossible. A few days later, there wasn't a single applicant at the sale tower. Lauren was dumbfounded. What's going on? I clearly gave 2 such magnificent speeches at the plaza. Why is there no one? However, everyone else knew the reason. Everyone except Lauren. The rumor had already spread. Your ability test was to beat up everyone who showed up. If you passed that, then came the interview question. Are you ready to sacrifice your life for the club? So people said, if you want to join this club, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. But Lauren didn't agree. He genuinely just wanted to test their courage. Still, no matter what, there was one person who persisted. That was Barama. He was exactly the talent Lauren needed. You passed. Barama smiled happily upon hearing that. But Lauren immediately threw cold water on him. Joining the club is exhausting. Are you prepared? Barama nodded firmly. Because for him, as long as he could become stronger, he was willing to do anything. Since no one else came to the interview, Lauren had to send them away first, while he stayed behind waiting for fated ones. But as he waited, it was soon evening, and still not a single person came. Lauren was devastated. Helplessly, they had no choice but to start packing up. Although the interview results were disappointing, but fortunately, I have Anders Han by my side. If my teaching assistant work wasn't so busy, I might consider joining. Hearing this, Luo Lan's face instantly darkened. He absolutely wouldn't agree to it, because if he joined, he would definitely become Crass's target. Moreover, Anders Shan's last will was to let him give up becoming a grand commander in this life and live this life peacefully. But while Luo Lan was deep in thought, a voice interrupted him. What a relief. You're still here. Looking up, someone had appeared in front of him without him noticing. He hadn't sensed their presence at all. But regardless, someone showing up still made Luo Lan happy. Are you here for an interview? Want to join our club? The newcomer slowly took off their hood. If I join, can I touch it? At these words, Luo Lan instantly lost his composure. What kind of outrageous statement was that? But thankfully, after some explanation, Luo Lan realized they meant touching his pet. You mean this? He's always with me. If you join, you... Hearing this, her face flushed with a smile. She didn't hide her affection for the little guy. Only then did Luo Lan clearly see her face. She had long gray hair and red pupils, and she had arrived completely silently. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Luo Lan pointed to a nearby dummy. First, demonstrate your strength on this dummy. And tell me your name and age. Third year magic department. Ophelia. As she spoke, she eagerly began to showcase her abilities. The moment she raised her hand, a large mass of blood-red mana gathered. Anderson looked shocked. It's dark attributed magic. Legend says it's an extremely hard attribute to control. And Lauren noticed something else. He could clearly see, within the opponent's blood-red mana, there was a trace similar to Sith blood magic. As Ophelia swung his arm down, a giant magic claw shot toward the dummy. Moments later, it left 3 deep gashes on it. You must know, even Lauren's sword could only slice the dummy in half. Without any hesitation, Lauren immediately announced he had passed, but he still had many questions, like whether this guy was really human. But just as Lauren was about to speak, Ophelia's voice sounded in his mind. It was a telepathic magic. Only Lauren could hear it. Yes, just as you saw. But please keep it secret, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Let's talk somewhere else. I have things to ask you too. Just like that, Ophelia and Lauren moved outside. Lauren also got his wish, holding Sita in his hands. You're saying this little guy is a dream bird? How interesting. To think such a rare creature would appear in a place like this. But then Lauren suddenly changed the tone. You're just as interesting. Vampire. But I heard you all left the Empire, didn't you? With Ophelia's explanation, Lauren learned that some vampires still lived in Fair City. They just kept a very low profile and went unnoticed. Then why would you risk exposure to join our club? Was it just for Sita? Ophelia nodded. Because the first time he saw Sita at the plaza, he sensed that the little creature had blood magic, and that made him extremely curious. Zeta indeed has vampire abilities. Even when it was still an egg, it could already absorb blood. Ophelia was stunned after hearing that. How is that even possible? Blood magic usually takes 3 to 5 years to cultivate, and you're saying he mastered it in just 2 months. With such a high density of blood energy, this only made her even more interested in the little creature. Can I ask you something about Zeta? Honestly, ever since I met him, I haven't wanted to leave, but I need to return to my research. Though, there's something on him I need. Ophelia looked at Lauren with puppy eyes. If you agree, I'll work really hard. You can't say no to that. So Lauren let her take 3 of Zeta's feathers. The next day, Lauren and the other guild members arrived at the office space the academy had prepared for them. They were surprised to find it was an entire building. Lauren smiled. He glanced at the group, noticing something different about them. Maria's greatsword, Assam's bracelet. They were all crafted by the masters of Cappadocia. The greatsword was extremely heavy, allowing Maria to fully unleash her power. Assam's bracelet, on the other hand, enhanced magical control. It was said to double the mana flow rate. With that, they turned toward the building. Bringing your weapons today, there's a very important reason. Once inside, they gathered around a long table for a meeting. Our guild has only one goal: to train through real-life experience and uncover our true potential. That's what I said. But in reality, our ultimate aim is to prepare for the giant invasion 10 years from now. With that, Lauren pulled out a map. This will be our first destination, the Badian Mountains. It's a place undiscovered by the Empire, which makes it incredibly dangerous. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them were dumbfounded. Who starts off by going directly to a place like that? But Ronan told them not to worry, because the more dangerous it is, the greater the experience you gain. Moreover, he had learned from Professor Marin that it was the habitat of the Cursed Eye, so it was a perfect training ground. Let's address your issues first. Looking at the stunned Maria and Assam, Ronan continued. Let's fight. The reason was to help the 2 of them complete the academy courses early and obtain the status of freeman. Come on, both of you together. Don't be afraid. I'll only use sword techniques, but if you underestimate me because of that, you might lose badly. Maria glanced at Assam. Let's go. Let's show him how much we've grown. Assam nodded in agreement. A pure blue mana instantly appeared. Maria was the first to launch an attack on Ronan, drawing a beautiful arc through the air and heavily slamming into the floor. Though her speed wasn't great, the force behind the attack made Ronan wary. Do you even realize what you're doing? If that had hit me, I'd have been smashed into pieces. Maria didn't reply. She answered with several more slashes, but Ronan dodged them all effortlessly. However, while they were locked in combat, Assam used psychic control to lift a massive stone weighing 300 kilograms. Without hesitation, he hurled it at Ronan. Maria dodged. Seeing this, Ronan had no choice but to unleash Reup, smashing down and shattering the stone instantly. You two really have improved a lot. It seems during the time I was away, you really did train hard, especially Assam. It feels like he's completely transformed. Having witnessed their strength, Luonan called off the trial because he could already see the growth of these two. If things continue like this, they'll probably graduate. But just as Assam and Maria breathed a sigh of relief, Luonan suddenly changed his tone. Now, let's start some special training. None of us three are allowed to use magic. The two were dumbfounded. This is completely unfair, because Luonan doesn't rely on magic at all. It makes no difference to him. And so, in this special training, Luonan achieved an overwhelming victory. This training lasted just 2 weeks, and Maria and Assam completed all their courses ahead of schedule. When Luonan slapped the graduation certificates in front of the principal, it left him stunned for a full 2.5 seconds. You're saying your entire club has already completed all the courses ahead of time? Luonan nodded. Yes. So, can we now get permission to go out? The principal smiled. Of course. Have a pleasant journey. After bidding farewell to the principal, they arrived at the Badian Mountains the next day. But just at the entrance, the incredibly pure magic here made Maria tremble with excitement. But their destination was still far away, so they continued moving forward. Finally, they arrived. Luonan looked down the mountain, and before him was a village built by beastmen. Balama was in disbelief. Beastmen have this kind of ability? Of course. Don't be fooled by their single village now. With their incredible reproductive ability, they could cover the entire mountain range in no time, posing a threat to nearby residents. So Luonan's first goal in coming here was to eradicate them completely. So how's that? Pretty simple, right? Assam was dumbfounded after hearing that. If he wasn't mistaken, there were hundreds of them. But Ronan told them not to worry, because the combat power of these creatures was actually weak. The only thing that concerned Ronan here was another species called ogres. Their bodies were impervious to swords and blades, especially the leader, the two-headed ogre, Gawak. Even Ronan couldn't defeat him. Fortunately, he wouldn't appear at this time. Just as Ronan and the others were about to act, a voice interrupted them. The intention was good, but I don't recommend doing this. Suddenly, a kind middle-aged elf appeared behind them. How is that possible? Why didn't I notice his presence? Ronan turned around, cautiously placing his hand on the hilt of his sword. But the elf, Sarant, smiled kindly. I'm just a priest on this mountain, serving an ancient spirit named Senal. This place is unsafe. Shall we talk somewhere else? But upon hearing that, Ronan immediately drew Reup. This scene instantly made everyone tense up. They didn't understand why Ronan was treating an old man like this, but only he knew. Anyone appearing here couldn't possibly be ordinary. Ahayo is a bastard. Repeat. The sword was already pressed against his neck. Sarant had no choice but to comply. But no abnormalities appeared in his body, so it was basically ruled out that he was a member of Clays. As a man of faith, saying such vulgar words made me very uncomfortable. But Ronan told him not to worry, because in his opinion, cursing Ahayo was the most sacred thing. Just like that, they followed Sarant to another place. On the way there, he unintentionally revealed that he had lived for over 1,000 years. This completely shocked Ronan. The empire had only been established for a few hundred years, yet he had already existed before that, even among elves. Those who live for 1,000 years are actually quite rare. So Luonan asked why they couldn't attack the beastmen. Lately, the beastmen had been acting strange. They clearly aren't nocturnal creatures, yet every night they patrol the mountain looking for aberrations. Even ogres have left their territories to gather here. All signs point to something big about to happen. After speaking, Sarant pointed gently ahead. A massive stone structure suddenly appeared. It was the Temple of Senir. Barama was stunned. That huge building appeared out of nowhere. Is this some kind of barrier magic? Assam added bluntly. This level of magic, even their professors in the magic faculty couldn't pull off. Luonan was equally shocked. This guy was definitely no ordinary elf. And so, they entered the temple. At the center stood a massive corn-cob-shaped stone pillar, the statue of Senir. It looked ugly, but it held deep meaning for Sarant. The temple space was large. You can drop your bags and rest a bit. But Luonan instead asked about the Cursed Eye's 7th curse. Sarant looked at him. and immediately sensed the presence of a curse. So it's true. There's a strange echo surrounding you. Got time? Let's talk. So the two of them went into a small pavilion. Sarant even kindly brewed Luo in a pot of tea. As the aroma reached his nose, dense, thread-like magic appeared before his eyes, more clearly than ever before. As Luo Nan stood speechless in surprise, Sarant gave the explanation. I used a special herb to brew the tea. It enhances magical perception clarity. I'll give you the herb's recipe. Drinking it regularly will help your condition. So, please promise me not to use the cursed eye again, because it erodes the life force of its targets. Using it once might not cause much harm, but repeated use would definitely be life-threatening. Ronan was so shocked by these words that he was speechless. He had only thought about lifting the curse as quickly as possible, completely unaware of the curse eye's side effects. Thankfully, he received Sarant's warning. The more urgent the matter, the more you should slow your mindset. Only then will you avoid making mistakes. After hearing Sarant's advice, Ronan felt as if he had been enlightened. Professor Secret had also said that the curses in his body were difficult to lift. Maybe he really shouldn't be so impatient. Looking at the kind elf in front of him, Ronan was certain he hadn't met him in his previous life, but for some reason, he didn't feel unfamiliar at all, so he decided to open up. It's because I've recently encountered too many fanatics, those who are waiting for the arrival of Starlight. Hearing this, Sarant lowered his head. Have they started acting again? Later that night, Sarant stood alone in front of Sinal's statue. Were the fanatics Ronan mentioned referring to those people? They were plotting something deadly, taking innocent human lives. This time, was he just going to stand by and watch again? No. Ronan's appearance was the best answer. He must stop all of this. Just as Sarant was deep in thought, Ronan's voice interrupted him. This stone does look quite attractive. Does it have some hidden meaning? Upon this topic, Sarant's eyes lit up. Of course, every 1,000 years, we transport 1,000 stones to the Empire's farthest reaches, where storms rage all year round. Most stones weather away within 100 years, but the stone that remains is what we call Sinal. It represents a soul of unyielding perseverance, and it still remembers clearly. This statue of Sinal, it was carried here by me and a few friends, but now, only it remains, holding on to faith alone. After all, dedicating a lifetime to a god that never responds is incredibly difficult. I've wavered several times too, but I always had a premonition that I should stay here, becoming the stepping stone to saving the world. I feel that moment is about to arrive. During the days they stayed here, everyone drank Sarant's herbal brews, greatly improving their affinity with mana. In their free time, Ronan would also accompany Sarant to search for herbs. And so, 2 peaceful days passed. Ronan decided to bid farewell to Sarant, planning to eliminate the orc villages before returning to the academy. But Sarant was very worried. The cause of the orcs' strange behavior hadn't been found. Can't you wait a bit longer? Ronan just smiled. You said yourself their behavior only changed, not their strength. We can handle it. Unable to argue against them, Sarant said, just come back immediately, okay? Because there were at least 6 settlements nearby, each with hundreds of orcs. Wiping out so many wouldn't be quick. But Ronan already had a plan in mind. That very night, an orc named Karami suddenly discovered that the river water had dried up overnight. He hurried back to report to the chieftain, but upon hearing it, the chieftain picked up an axe and smashed Karami to death on the spot, believing such a thing was impossible. Yet as the chieftain was about to sleep again, several more orcs barged in. Helplessly, the chieftain had no choice but to. They arrived together at the riverbank. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be true. The once raging river had now completely dried up. The orcs immediately became uneasy, so the chieftain speculated that it must have been the work of the Blade tribe across the river. Let's go make them give us an explanation. Soon, orcs from both tribes gathered together, but they started fighting without a word. It eventually escalated into a massive brawl among 4 tribes. But just as they were immersed in battle, a torrent surged down from upstream, instantly sweeping away hundreds of orcs. More than half of them would end up drowning. Meanwhile, Luo Nen calmly watched it all from the mountain. This was one of Anderson's most commonly used strategies. Waterbow. Luo Nen copied it exactly. The biggest contributor was undoubtedly Assam. His telepathy allowed him to control the waterways. But even after such a great contribution, Assam looked visibly uneasy. I'm going to hell? Definitely. Then, taking advantage of the situation, they hurried to one of the orc settlements. Since most of the elite fighters had gone off to war, the ones left at the orc camp were the old, the weak, and the sick. Luo Nan and his group easily cleared them out. Then he walked deeper into the camp. At first, Luo Nan didn't expect to find any treasure here, but inside one of the tents, a glittering object caught his attention. It was the cursed eye, but unfortunately, half of it had already been eaten by the orcs. Now it showed no sign of life. Damn it, how could they treat a treasure like that? Luo Nan could only toss away the remains of the cursed eye helplessly. Just as he was about to continue his search, Maria rushed over in urgency, because in another location, she had found a female elf tied up. There wasn't a single wound on her body, but the situation didn't look optimistic. It seemed like she had suffered a severe internal injury. Luo Nan hurriedly used the ramen sword to cut the rope binding the elf, but no matter how much the sword slashed in the wind, it couldn't sever the rope. Just as Luo Nan and the others were at a loss, the elf woman's lips moved slightly. Take me to see Saranti. After saying this, she bowed her head deeply, and even the magic within her completely vanished. Luo Nan, she looks like she's dying. Should I take her to the temple first? Luo Nan rejected Maria's suggestion. I'll go. I'm faster. As she spoke, she glanced at Barama nearby. You two don't push yourselves. Wait for me to come back. After speaking, Luo Nan dashed toward the temple at full speed. In less than half an hour, she had already arrived at her destination. Saranti, take a look quickly. She doesn't seem to be in good condition. After saying that, Luo Nan gently placed the elf woman onto a chair. At the first glance, Saranti immediately recognized her. Lady Brigia, how did you end up like this? You know her? Saranti nodded. Yes, she is one of Sinal's followers. But the last time she came for pilgrimage was about 200 years ago. The situation was urgent, so Saranti didn't continue explaining. She took out a small bottle of thick potion and fed all of it to Brigia, because according to her guess, Brigia had been poisoned with a strong toxin. After giving her the antidote, Brigia's complexion slowly started to improve. However, one thing still puzzled Luo Nan. How could that rope be uncuttable? Saranti examined it for a while, then muttered a few words under her breath, and the rope miraculously loosened on its own. It's an ancient artifact. Nothing can cut through it. After explaining, Saranti carried Brigia over to the bed. Then he turned to tell Luo Nan, you did well. We just need to quietly wait for her to wake up. At this, Saran suddenly stared intently at Luo Nan, blaming him for going to such a dangerous beastman village, with such a massive beast horde. Even if each beastman only spat once, it would be enough to disgust you to death. Luo Nan was speechless, and could only explain, saying he went to find the Eye of the Curse, to lift the curse on himself. But Saran's eyes widened upon hearing this. Why would you resort to such a reckless method? It's true the Eye of the Curse can more easily lift curses, but doing so places a heavy burden on the user's body. In severe cases, it could even cause mental collapse or physical disability. Saran's words also explained why Luo Nan's eyes had been itching earlier. It was truly a close call. At this point, Luo Nan gave up on the idea of using the Eye of the Curse. He then bid farewell to Saran and returned to the Beastman village. The place had already become a ruin. Assam, Maria, and Balama were standing there. After regrouping, they had eliminated over 70% of the beastmen, but hadn't seen a single ogre. This left Luo Nan somewhat disappointed, but it was fine. At least they had neutralized the threat to the Huisi temple. Luo Nan then prepared to leave. Before that, Saran stuffed a large bag of herbs into his hands. Have a pleasant journey. These have been the happiest 2 days of my nearly 1,000 years. Luo Nan returned a smile, waving goodbye to Saran. He rode a ghost horse back to the academy. After Luo Nan and the others left, Saran's expression immediately darkened. You've changed a lot. While Brigia, leaning against a pillar nearby, casually played with his hair. His body showed no signs of injury. You're still the same. Saran. Saranti looked serious. I never thought you would betray me, sending an old friend as an assassin, and even getting caught by the orcs. Such a pathetic performance. Brigia laughed and said, I was captured by the orcs all night, but you never came to rescue me. I was entertaining distinguished guests. Brigia's smile gradually faded. You mean those children? You should have killed them. I realized it too late. The world will eventually be devoured by starlight. Saranti listened, her face full of anger. Where's your faith in Sinal? Brigia shook her head. You need to grow up, Saranti. After speaking, he suddenly clapped his hands. A massive rumble shook the sky. It felt like the entire mountain was trembling. Amid the roaring sounds, more than 30 lion ogres surrounded the temple, and on their bodies, there were patterns similar to those on stone giants. Such marvelous magic. This is the power of starlight. Brigia spoke mockingly. At his command, a lion ogre grabbed Saranti tightly. We've been friends for 1,000 years. Either join starlight, or be crushed by the lion ogres. Saranti didn't respond. She looked at the lion ogre with a trace of sadness. Originally, I would have accepted death peacefully. I was tired of the struggles between organizations. But, until those children appeared a few days ago, they made me see a glimmer of hope again. Sinal has not abandoned us. After speaking, Saranti snapped her fingers. The lion ogre's body instantly solidified, then split in half. Brigia glared furiously at the elegantly landing Saranti. You will regret this. After speaking, he extended his arm. The shadows nearby quickly gathered, and finally formed a black dagger. The air around them seemed to tremble. Brigia's aura was several times stronger than it was 200 years ago, but Saran sighed deeply and began chanting a spell. A magic circle appeared beneath her feet. The moment her chant ended, a storm of magic wiped out everything around her. But what should have been her strongest, all-destroying strike was blocked by Brigia using the power of giants. The immense magical impact was even sensed by Asami, miles away, due to his sensitivity to magic. My head hurt so much. Each time the sky flashed, his screams grew louder. Everyone thought he was frightened by the thunder, but little did they know it was due to a clash between two great elves. Luo Nan, too, looked deeply troubled. Because orcs don't usually store food, Brigia should have been eaten. What was even more suspicious was that she had no magical presence at all. Even if she had fainted, there should be at least a trace. This felt more like intentional concealment. At that thought, Luo Nan suddenly turned serious. You all return to the academy first. No matter what happens, don't follow me. With that, Luo Nan dashed toward the temple. And just then, a torrential downpour began. After running for over an hour, Luo Nan still hadn't seen the temple. He looked up. There seemed to be a magical pulse in the air. The next moment, four dragons suddenly appeared circling in the sky, accompanied by a thorn-like black shadow. Luo Nan wiped the rain from his eyes and sped up, rushing forward. But suddenly, something struck his body. Damn it! Luo Nan looked up, and a massive black shadow appeared before him, accompanied by a plague-like stench. So it's you, Gawok. Long time no see. Luo Nan gave a dry chuckle, because standing before him was the ogre with whom he had fought to a draw in his past life. The two-headed ogre, Gawok. But as Luo Nan looked closer at him, yet there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. But you're sick? After saying that, Luo Nan tightened his grip on the sword and charged forward. Because on Gawok's body, that same circular pattern had appeared. It meant he was already enslaved. The roar of the two-headed ogre pierced through the rain, echoing across the entire mountain range, enough to send chills down the spine of any creature. Luo Nan charged toward his right side, drawing a beautiful arc with the ramen sword. He could feel the blade slicing through the tough skin at his fingertips. But Luo Nan wasn't happy at all. The wound was too shallow. Gawok stopped the bleeding in just a few seconds. Luo Nan launched another attack. This time, he thrust a third of the ramen sword into Gawok's chest. Gawok grimaced in pain and swung his powerful arm to counterattack. But not only did he miss Luo Nan, he ended up driving the blade completely into his own body, piercing straight through his heart. At that moment, Gawok felt unprecedented pain. His screams echoed across the entire mountain range. Luo Nan rushed over and grabbed the hilt, pulling out the ramen sword, then finished the battle with 2 slashes. Even though he had defeated his old rival, Luo Nan didn't feel satisfied. I wish I had defeated you when you were still in your right mind. Leaving behind the remains of his old foe, Luo Nan continued up the mountain path. As he approached the temple, the surroundings grew increasingly barren. Trees were either broken or uprooted, and ogre corpses littered the ground. By then, the dragons and the magical pulses had vanished. Finally, Luo Nan reached his destination. The temple had already become ruins, and the surrounding area was flattened. How about that? I told you long ago that you needed to grow up. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out. Luo Nan quickly turned his head to look. It was Brigia who had spoken, but Sarani's voice was nowhere to be heard. Luo Nan slowly moved forward. At that moment, Sarani's voice sounded again. What kind of trick is this? Brigia burst into laughter. The blessing of starlight. What a strange kind of magic. If it weren't for this power, I'd probably be dead by now. As Luo Nan slowly approached, Brigia's figure became clearer and clearer. Her left arm had been completely severed. Her body was covered in injuries. Just being able to stand was already a miracle. Even so, Brigia looked unusually excited. Even in this incomplete state, her power was still this strong. Now I finally understand why the previous generation borrowed the power of starlight. Hearing this, Luo Nan quickly looked around, trying to spot Sarant. 2.5 seconds later, Luo Nan saw her beside the statue of Sinel. At first glance, she looked to be in better condition than Brigia. But the problem was Sarant's lower body was gone. Her body had been cut in half. That moment made Luo Nan erupt with rage. Instinctively, he grabbed his sword and, "What did you do to her, you bastard?" Just as the blade was about to strike her throat, Brigia turned and looked at Luo Nan. Then, she actually gave a strange smile. He was so close to slashing her down, yet Luo Nan's body couldn't move at all in that moment. "I'm grateful you saved me in the orc village, so I'll let you go this time." Brigia's cold voice rang out. Then she tossed Luo Nan aside. But Luo Nan wasn't willing to back down. He charged forward again, but no matter how many times he slashed, Brigia dodged effortlessly every time. Because over 1,000 years ago, she had already been the captain of the Lesotho Royal Knights. When it comes to swordsmanship, no one is more skilled than her. "If you don't run, I'll have no choice but to kill you." "Shut up." Luo Nan roared in fury. She would never forgive anyone who hurt her friends. She widened her eyes, and the red magic power once again flared up in her hand, gripping the ramen sword. This time, Luo Nan's attack was several times faster than before, even making Brigia sense danger. She hurriedly assumed a defensive stance, but Luo Nan's sword swing was so powerful that it sent Brigia's dagger flying. Die! Luo Nan tried to swing the sword again, but suddenly sensed a hostile intent behind her. Instinctively, she stopped her attack and turned around. Behind her was a thorn made of shadows. Luo Nan swung her sword to cut it down, but to her surprise, glowing black magic continued to gush from the severed point. Claysheim. Luo Nan blurted out. Upon hearing this, Brigia's expression completely changed. Her voice grew noticeably colder than before. In the end, I can't let you live. After speaking, Brigia extended her hand. Immediately, black shadows surged out at an incredible speed. Luo Nan barely dodged 3 strikes. One of them still pierced through her shoulder. Run! Saranti's voice rang out, which coincided exactly with Luo Nan's own thought. As long as she could create distance, she would have enough time to react. But why aren't you dead yet? Luo Nan was a little surprised, but suddenly, she realized her fingers were trembling. This was an extremely dangerous sign. So Luo Nan turned and Brigia tilted her head and mocked. After bragging so much, you're going to run away? Just as she finished speaking, the sky suddenly became brighter than daytime. Then a massive bolt of lightning struck down toward Brigia, but it dispersed just before hitting her. Magic power and electricity violently collided. Damn it, not again! Saranti showed a very shocked expression. She couldn't even see what had blocked the attack. Brigia was gasping heavily for breath, but the lightning didn't seem to have harmed her at all. Luo Nan turned to look, and saw that her body was wrapped in a transparent barrier. He had seen something like it before, right? It was a Hai-Yut the Giant. In a past life, she had used this to block every attack from Luo Nan's teammate. So Brigia really was a follower of that bald guy. While Luo Nan was still thinking, she suddenly whispered to Sarant, create an opening for me. Use your strongest spell, whatever you can muster now. Sarant gave a doubtful nod. Even when she was whole, she couldn't hurt Brigia. Now she only had half her body left. As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Nan sprinted toward Brigia's flank. Sarant then unleashed a wind spear. The two rapidly closed the distance. Without hesitation, she turned her attention to Sarant's magic. It was a perfectly rational decision. A millennia-old archmage posed a much bigger threat than a rookie barely out of training. But it was exactly this logical choice that cost her dearly. La Mancha tore right through her defenses, slicing through the air in a perfect arc. Brigia was slain by Luo Nan. Her head turned into black mist and quickly vanished. Looks like she didn't have any regeneration abilities. Luo Nan let out a sigh of relief and rushed over to Sarant. But her condition didn't look good. The most logical suggestion would be to take her straight to the morgue. But Luo Nan refused to give up. She shouted, Siaha. Her voice echoed through the mountains. Soon, a black feathered figure appeared in front of them. After shaking the rain off its body, it immediately began casting healing magic. The wound on Luo Nan's shoulder was healed quickly. Sarant's bleeding was also stopped. Can you take me to Sino? Luo Nan did as asked. Sarant gave a gentle smile. Thank you, but I never thought you could defeat her. She's the greatest sword master I've ever seen. She even once served as the captain of the Royal Knights of Lesotho. Indeed, Brigia was the strongest enemy Luo Nan had encountered so far. Even in a severely wounded state, her strength was terrifying. If she hadn't been overconfident in Ahayot's barrier, the outcome might have been different. Then Saranti explained the reason Brigia had come, and revealed that she wasn't the only traitor among their comrades. What surprised Luo Nan even more was that the Clay's Nebula had existed since Saranti's childhood, and had planted assassins in every corner of the world. At this point, Luo Nan could basically deduce that some high-ranking members of Clay's had acquired varying degrees of Giant's power. If that was the case, the disappearances of many strong individuals made sense. While Luo Nan was deep in thought, Saranti's condition rapidly worsened. She spat out a large mouthful of blood. Looks like my time is short. Take this ring to Don Matab at the library. He'll tell you something about your curse. Saranti struggled to remove the ring and handed it to Luo Nan. Don't give up. I believe there's a reason Sinal reached out to you. After saying this, Saranti's trembling index finger suddenly stabbed into Luo Nan's chest. Right here. She then began chanting incomprehensible spells. Magic from the surroundings quickly gathered. Luo Nan took a cautious step back. What are you doing? Just resting for a while. After saying this, Saranti fell silent. Luo Nan could feel her body becoming harder and harder. A rock-like substance was spreading from her wound upward. Eventually, Saranti completely turned to stone, becoming a pale white gemstone. Just as Luo Nan reached to pick it up, a familiar voice called out behind her. Hey, over there. Several members of Luo Nan's team came running over quickly. So, Saranti is dead? Assam asked with a choking voice. Luo Nan shook her head. Hard to say. Maybe she really can turn to stone and recover. It happened not long after Luo Nan returned from the Beijing Mountains. She met Shulafan at the club. She looked terrible. Her face was full of exhaustion. Even her hair looked like it hadn't been groomed in ages. But her eyes were still sharp. I want to talk to you. Without warning, she pulled out a scroll from her pocket. As it unfurled, a hexagonal magic circle surrounded the two of them. It was a silent spell, used to prevent the conversation from leaking. After all, Claw's members could be hiding anywhere. Over the past month, we've carried out large-scale operations in the Grancia territory. We've captured 19 traitors in total. But the problem is, all 19 were found in the first 2 weeks. There hasn't been a single one since. So Shulafin believes it's not that there are none left, but that the trigger for the day Starlight descends as Doomsday has changed. Perhaps they've modified the rules of the curse, which means half of them are still unidentified. Shulafin bit her lip, her eyes full of anger and unease. For a moment, Luonin couldn't think of any solutions either. She lowered her head. If Shulafin's guess is right, it means Claus is also adjusting according to various parties' actions. Without staying any longer, Shulafin thanked Luonan and turned to leave. And also, this place is a pigsty. Just as Shulafin walked a few steps out, Luonan called out to her, "Join our club." After a brief moment of thought, Shulafin refused flatly, then decisively opened the door. Luonan chuckled at the sight. "My sister, she's planning to move to the capital." As soon as the words landed, Shulafin instantly slammed the door shut, then activated another silent scroll, and rushed back to Luonan in a panic, telling her everything. Explain it in detail. However, Luonan rejected Shulafin, saying she wasn't a club member. And so, Shulafin was forced to join Luonan's club. She then pulled out a map and presented 3 detailed plans for Iliel's relocation, even vowing to dispatch an army for escort, swearing to protect Iliel and her 2.5 years of saved gold coins. Listening to her endless monologue, Luonan felt like his brain was about to explode. The next day after meeting Shulafin, the Luonan team gathered again at the club. They sold all the equipment they had obtained from the resource area, and each earned quite a bit of gold. Luonan planned to use the money to buy a villa for Iliel. She looked at the stone that Sarani had become, and silently whispered, "Thank you." Sarani glowed faintly with white magic, as if responding to Luonan's words. In the following days, Assam mentioned that a girl had been pestering him lately. After some teasing, Luonan learned that the girl was Elizabeth. After Assam ranked first in 3 written exams, Elizabeth seemed completely smitten with him, finding new ways to express her admiration every day. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through Luonan's mind. Maybe they could recruit Elizabeth the same way they recruited Shulafin. Thus, Assam was entrusted with this important mission, and the club meeting concluded. Next, Luonan had to participate in the academy's midterm evaluation. All martial arts students were gathered at the square in Feiching, but as soon as she arrived, Luonan was stunned. While Luonan stood there in confusion, she noticed Andershan nearby. She hadn't expected him to take the test too, and unlike before, Andershan now wore a long sword at his waist, appearing heroic and dashing. They ended up lining up together. Next, the professors appeared with majestic strides. "Are you ready?" Nabero's voice echoed across the square. Following a flick of the principal's fingers, everyone was teleported to a deserted island. Luonan frowned, because this was the principal's own dimension. So the so-called midterm assessment was actually about producing a single winner among all the participants. Of course, each of them was given a simulation wristband. If they suffered a fatal injury, they would be instantly teleported back to Feiching, which meant disqualification from the match. Fight to your heart's content. Don't be afraid of getting hurt. Nabero's voice rang out above the island. The best healers in Feiching are all... With those words, the match officially began. Even though Naberos had made things clear, Luonan was still worried about accidentally hurting someone. After all, Amanya's sharpness was beyond imagination. As she walked along, Luonan encountered a male student. As their eyes met, the boy's gaze suddenly turned vicious. Without any warning, he charged at her with a sword glowing with blue magic. Wait! Luonan tried to tell him to calm down, but he showed no sign of stopping. So Luonan was forced to fight back. The moment Amanya touched the boy's neck, his form began to distort. Then he vanished on the spot. Turns out the wristband didn't generate a protective barrier. It used a detection-based system instead. That meant Luonan could go all out. So she continued moving forward. Unexpectedly, just then, the sound of clashing blades rang out ahead. Luonan walked toward it. What she saw made the veins on her forehead pop. She rushed forward at once. Even though it was a semi-virtual competition, where fatal wounds meant automatic teleportation out, those that weren't fatal would leave a permanent mark on the body. That was why Luonan was so furious. She struck again, slashing the girl who had been attacking others. Is it fun, humiliating others like this? Luonan deliberately held back her strength, so her attack wouldn't trigger the teleportation. The girl, stunned by the sudden turn of events, had tears pouring out of her nose uncontrollably. Seeing how terrified she was, Luonan's anger slightly subsided. Then she sent him out of the competition arena. After doing all that, Andershan suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, because in this competition, There could only be one final winner. Sooner or later, they would have to face each other. But Luo Nan suggested they temporarily forget about the competition, because there was something she had always wanted to tell him, but never had the chance to. With Clay's actions growing increasingly mad, Andershan would become even more endangered. They walked for a long time like that. Then Luo Nan seemed to have made a decision. I've decided. Let's have a duel. If you so much as graze me with your sword, I'll concede and quit the competition. Conversely, if I win, Luo Nan's voice grew softer and softer. Stop messing around. Just go home and do the interview properly. Luo Nan bit her lip, ultimately unable to say the rest of her words. What if you win? Andershan asked in confusion, but suddenly, Luo Nan forcefully pulled him to her side. 2.5 seconds later, a massive hammer crashed down where Andershan had just been standing. After a loud noise, a deep voice came from within the dust. Luo Nan, I've heard a lot about you. As the voice fell, a bald man in heavy armor appeared before them. It turned out to be Ioun, a top student in the 3rd year, a master who wielded the war hammer with incredible skill. Because Luo Nan had embarrassed the senior students during the freshman welcome event, Ioun specifically came to teach him a lesson. Without much hesitation, Ioun swung his massive hammer at them again. Luo Nan jumped back to dodge, but 2 more bald brutes rushed out from the side. Behind them was a cliff. It seemed they were ready to take Luo Nan down with them. Luo Nan swung her sword to counterattack, although Amanya struck both enemies precisely at their vital points. Luo Nan also fell off the cliff due to the momentum. As a result, Andershan was left like a lamb to the slaughter, because not only had he lost his aura, he was also nearly out of magic. But then something incredible happened. The bald man's several attacks were all cleverly dodged by Andershan. This surprised the bald man greatly, because in his eyes, Andershan was the kind of person who trained relentlessly, but had almost zero talent. How are you doing this? He said, then got back into an attack stance. In that instant, hundreds of predicted movement paths appeared in Andershan's eyes. The bald man raised his right leg, and all the paths in Andershan's vision converged into a single trajectory. He dodged the attack again without fail. Even so, the flurry of sword strikes left Andershan covered in wounds. Why don't you try fighting back? The bald man suddenly grinned stupidly, then swung his warhammer in a beautiful arc and slammed it down again. With a loud bang, the sound of metal clashing rang out. The bald man turned to look. Andershan's sword, at a perfect angle, had struck him in the neck. But unfortunately, the bald man's aura had hardened his skin, so the strike did almost no damage. Andershan's hand. When he looked up, the bald man's massive hammer was already coming down on him. But just then, a red light flared. The bald man's hammer was cleanly cut in half. You're still living far too well. The one who arrived was Luo Nan. She gave Andershan just a glance, and her expression changed completely. It's no exaggeration to say, there wasn't a single spot on Andershan that wasn't wounded. And at that moment, the bald man began to feel a hint of unease. But just as he was about to reactivate his aura, Luo Nan had already completely disappeared from his sight. Before he could react, a red line appeared across the bald man's stomach. His aura was useless. Blood quickly soaked his armor. Then came a flurry of slashes, all deliberately avoiding fatal points. When Luo Nan reappeared in his vision, the bald man's vision had already blurred. He vaguely saw a fist flying toward him. When he opened his eyes again, he had already returned to Feiqing Square. After venting her anger, Luo Nan finally calmed down a bit. She quickly took out an expensive healing potion and applied it to Andershan. Only then did his condition start to improve. Afterward, she helped Andershan up. Let's go. What? Aren't we supposed to duel? Andershan asked in confusion. We'll settle it at the very end, Luo Nan said as she continued walking forward. While they were walking, Andershan told Luo Nan his story. His father was a tailor, his mother was an officer, and his 2 older brothers were soldiers. Since Andershan was the youngest in the family, everyone would always leave the best meat for him to help him grow. He thought those happy days would last forever. But then the night of the Fangs broke out. Tens of thousands of orcs attacked their city. On that night, his usually silent mother left home carrying a sword. But before leaving, she kissed every family member goodbye, and she never returned. Shortly afterward, his father, a civilian, and Andershan were relocated to another city. Later, he received news that due to a commander's misjudgment, the entire main force had been wiped out without a chance to resist. Among them were his mother and brothers. From that day on, Andershan began to dream of becoming a general. He swore he would never let something like this happen again. Luo Nan looked at the girl with a determined expression and fell into deep thought. Eventually, he spoke slowly. Actually, it's not that you lack magical talent. It's just, yours is special. It's a powerful shadow-type magic, but it requires a personal awakening. Let me help you. In that moment, Luo Nan finally made up his mind. He couldn't let Andershan return home to become a tailor, given the circumstances. Perhaps helping him fulfill his general's dream was the right path. Anders Han looked at Luonan, his eyes filled with a swirl of complex emotions. He didn't understand why Luonan was being so kind to him, but just then, a familiar voice rang out from the distance. So we finally meet. They looked up. It was Shulafin speaking. She had single-handedly defeated more than half the contestants. What a lunatic. Luonan muttered under his breath. Then he glanced at Anders Han. Maybe it was time to send him off. Look, a chicken playing basketball over there. Anders Han looked up. He vaguely heard Luonan's voice. Third place isn't so bad, right? Just as those words fell, Amanya gently sliced across his neck. A warm, damp sensation rose across Andershan's throat. By the time he came to his senses, he was already standing in Feiqing Plaza. He touched his neck, trembling. But thankfully, the expected wound wasn't there. Anders Han let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Nabaros's voice echoed out. Congratulations. You placed third. But upon hearing that, Anders Han lowered his head deeply. But I didn't do anything. I was just running around with my senior. That's not true. You actually performed quite well, especially suited for Ion's style of combat. After saying this, Nabaros pointed to the side. We all witnessed it with our own eyes. Looking up, on the south wall of the square, there was a live broadcast of the battle arena. Luonan and Shulafin were seen fiercely dueling. However, their battle didn't look like a duel between swordsmen. It looked more like a fight between two mages. Storms and red light were everywhere. Their figures darted across the screen continuously. Each clash of swords made the cheers from the square grow even louder. The aura levels of both of them were clearly far beyond that of normal students. However, Luonan was noticeably faster than Shulafin. So at the beginning of the match, Shulafin had deep wounds on her body and thighs, inflicted by Luonan. But what no one expected was Shulafin's extraordinary growth during battle. She quickly caught up. This is why I hate geniuses. Luonan smiled bitterly. Because of the storm's aftershocks, he couldn't block or dodge them. Thus, his body was covered in countless tiny wounds. I'm really happy. Shulafin suddenly laughed heartily. I'm grateful to the heavens for giving me an opponent like you. But I firmly believe I can surpass all of you. Every single one, including Professor Zypha and Professor Nabaros. After speaking, the magic around them began to swirl. It then all gathered onto Shulafin's blade, and the area expanded rapidly. What the hell? Luonan cursed under his breath. Soon after, a massive storm was unleashed from Shulafin's swinging blade. Luonan gripped the ramen sword tightly, waiting for the right moment. It shouldn't be hard to cut through it. A red light flashed, and just as she expected, the storm was cleanly split in half. But just as Luonan was about to relax, a much larger storm was already right in front of her. At that distance, there was no way to dodge it. You liar. How dare you use a trick like this? Luonan's voice was quickly swallowed by the storm, and Shulafin wasn't doing much better. She collapsed to her knees from blood loss, yet a smile curled on her lips. She had hidden a second, stronger storm behind the first weaker one. Without that strategy, there was no way Shulafin could. Only by channeling all her magic could she barely keep up with Luonan's speed. Of course, that state couldn't last long. Think about it. What should a victor be? Return with grace. Shulafin's vision began to blur. Even her speech became incoherent. As the wind died down, something dropped from the sky. No way. Shulafin looked up, and her gaze met Luonan's. Seeing her covered in blood made Shulafin's whole body tremble uncontrollably. Why? Why weren't you eliminated? Luonan gripped her sword tightly and charged forward. She couldn't afford to let her guard down for even a second. At any moment, she could lose consciousness. As Shulafin used up the last of her strength to send out one last mini-storm toward her, her body could no longer react in time to dodge. And at this range, Amanya couldn't reach her either. So Luonan had no choice but to take the hit head-on again. Under the storm's onslaught, her consciousness began to fade. Yet her body instinctively swung her sword to defend. And right then, she suddenly felt an indescribable pain surging through her body, like she'd been struck by lightning. In a daze, Luonan seemed to see something above him. A wave-shaped sword energy was unleashed. When Luonan came to her senses, she had already returned to Feiqing Square. Although loud cheers still erupted around her, Luonan's expression was slightly gloomy. She firmly believed she had lost. Quick, over here. There's an injured person. Anders Shan quickly called for the medics and told Luonan something strange. The match result couldn't be confirmed. Hearing this, Luonan widened her eyes. She clearly remembered that spot. It was impossible she had touched Shulafin. Under the care of 3 of Feiqing's top healing rooms, Luonan's wounds recovered quickly, even faster than Sita's recovery speed. On the other side, Shulafin's, though she had fewer wounds, each one was quite severe. Thus her recovery time was much longer than Luonan's. Through Anders Shan's explanation, Luonan realized the entire match had been broadcast live. Those bastards, were they watching us fight like we were monkeys? Then Nabaros came over and tossed Luonan a scroll. It's a draw. I reviewed it dozens of times. Your transmission times were almost perfectly synchronized. The reward is a letter of recommendation from me. With it, you can access any organization within the Empire. Also, I see you've already learned how to use it. Luo Nan was confused. Learned what? Sword energy. Didn't you use it to finish the fight? Luo Nan widened her eyes. Flooded memories surged into her mind again. First came the pain of being struck by lightning. Then she had swung Romantia and unleashed a blade of magical sword energy. So it wasn't an illusion. It could be the curse weakening, or some new sensory ability being unlocked. That's why Naberos thought Luo Nan could now use magic. After hearing this, Luo Nan immediately ran to the side to try to replicate it again. No matter how many times he repeated the motion, all he stirred up was dust. But after just one more swing, he noticed something strange. The sword energy that ended the match earlier could no longer be summoned. Luo Nan was stunned. She racked her brain but couldn't figure out why. Seeing this, Naberos stepped in to comfort her. It was probably the intense emotional surge in that moment that temporarily activated your magical flow. That's why you were able to use sword energy. I know someone with some expertise in this area. That means going to the Tower of Dawn to find the person Sarant mentioned. He might be able to help Luo Nan deal with the curse. But Naberos immediately shot down the idea. No way. That place was attacked by claws just a few days ago, although 3 were captured. The one who escaped and supposedly destroyed 3/4 of the courtyard. Luckily, there were no casualties. Luo Nan lowered her head in disappointment. Even though she had Sarant's ring as proof of entry, under these circumstances, Naberos still felt it was too risky. So he called over Anders Han and asked him to guide Luo Nan to find Professor Jodin. But before that, they needed to rest first. After all, they had just finished a massive match. Watching Luo Nan and Anders Han walk away, Naberos murmured softly, "They'd look better together if that one were a bit shorter." Soon, the two arrived at the dormitory building. After seeing Anders Han off, Luo Nan stood there for a long time. She kept whispering, "I'm sorry," because she had never fulfilled Anders Han's last request and would never bring it up again. It wasn't until late at night that she finally left, but as soon as she arrived at the club building, Shulafin's voice rang out behind her. "You're late." She turned around and saw Shulafin already in a freshly pressed uniform, in stark contrast to the tattered clothes Luo Nan wore. 5 minutes after you woke up. My treatment was already finished. Take this." After speaking, Shulafin handed Luo Nan a delicate envelope. "What is it?" Luo Nan slowly opened it. Contrary to his expectations, it contained only a plain white sheet of paper. "You remember the condition for participating, right?" Shulafin smiled. It turned out to be a club membership application form, elegantly filled out with Shulafin's personal information. Luo Nan struggled to control his trembling hand. He couldn't believe he now had the continent's most outstanding genius. It was even faster than he expected. "Welcome to the club." Luo Nan extended his hand, but Shulafin didn't respond. "I have one more condition. We must practice swordsmanship together every day." Luo Nan nodded, officially announcing Shulafin's membership. Then they shook hands with smiles. But just then, Shulafin suddenly activated a silent scroll and spoke with a sense of mission. "Let's discuss Iliel's moving plans. Now that I'm also a member of the club, I have the right." Luo Nan was, "Before we talk about that, can I at least go change clothes first?" And so, Luo Nan spent the whole night listening. The next day, he and Andershan headed straight for Professor Jodin's office. It was said that he was a magic department professor, responsible for controlling magic whenever students experienced magic disorder or core blockages. And if Naberos couldn't solve it, they would seek Professor Jodin's help. Luo Nan nodded. If he was recognized by Professor Naberos, he must be really impressive. Soon, they arrived at Building 41. Unlike Professor Marin's building, this building was extremely shabby, even emitting a gloomy energy, with large flocks of crows circling above. "Is it really here?" Luo Nan had a strange feeling, like if a bunch of skulls popped out of this building. She wouldn't even be surprised. It was just that kind of place. Anderson nodded in agreement. Then the two continued walking forward. What greeted them was a terribly dilapidated door. Anderson raised his hand and knocked. A sharp creaking echoed from inside. "What is it?" The speaker was a man with sunken eyes and cheeks. He looked practically skeletal, making it hard to believe he was a professor. "Oh, it's you. Still playing assistant to that monster?" Jodin instantly recognized Anderson. "If I were you, I'd have stolen that sword and run off long ago." Anderson gave an awkward smile. "He may be strict, but he's a good person." Anderson continued in a raspy voice. "One of the students had trouble using magic. He's hoping you can take a look." Only then did Jodin turn his gaze toward Luo Nan. "You're the one with the issue, right?" 1 gold coin. The sudden demand left Luo Nan stunned. She glanced at Anderson beside her, only to see him fiddling with his fingers, as if calculating his finances. "What do I do if I don't have money?" Luo Nan sighed. Just as she was about to speak again, Jodin suddenly held out his hand. "Take out what's in your right pocket." Luo Nan reached in after hearing that, and pulled out a ring. It was the one Saren had given her. Upon seeing it, Jodin's expression turned to disbelief. "Come in, quickly. If you agree to my request, you won't even have to pay the gold coin." Jodin had sensed within that ring a magic signature belonging to the long-lived elves. It was something he had dreamed of obtaining. But as soon as they entered the room, Luo Nan was completely stunned. The person was still a professor after all. Yet the house looked like it had just been ransacked. There wasn't even a table for receiving guests. As the door closed behind them, the whole room was immediately sealed with a silent spell. "Let me see the ring first." Hearing this, Luonan hesitated for 2.5 seconds, then eventually handed over the ring. However, he kept his hand on the sword hilt cautiously, because Professor Jodin gave a very bad impression. He seemed to have lived for over 2,000 years, mainly using wind magic, but was proficient in all elements. He was an unbelievably powerful mage. Jodin merely touched the magic on the ring, and could accurately deduce various details about the user. Then he made his request to extract a little magic from the ring. It was crucial for his experiments. Upon hearing this, Luo Nan snatched the ring back. "I can't do anything that might damage the ring." Even though Jodin repeatedly insisted no harm would occur, Luo Nan still preferred to pay a fee instead. "Then get lost." Jodin snapped angrily, but Luo Nan didn't yield, immediately turning to leave. Of course, this was all an act. Sure enough, as expected, Jodin surrendered. He agreed to first solve Luo Nan's problem, then extract the magic afterward. He even promised to solve Andershan's issue too. Luo Nan couldn't help but smile, because from the beginning, he knew extracting magic wouldn't damage the ring. He just really hated Jodin's way of asking for money outright, so he had deliberately staged this act. Without much preparation, Jodin quickly began evaluating Luo Nan's magic condition. He immediately sensed the existence of a curse, and planned to forcibly break it. "This is easy. Watch me." Jodin placed his hand on Luo Nan's back, and began chanting magic. But just as he touched the curse, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Luo Nan was dumbfounded, but luckily, the professor reacted quickly. He staggered to a drawer and grabbed a potion. Without a word, he chugged it all. But 2.5 seconds later, his body also began to convulse. Luo Nan quickly ran over to support him. "He's not going to die just like that, right?" Although the professor's actions were questionable, Luo Nan couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He estimated the distance to the infirmary, but realized he wouldn't make it in time. There was no choice. Jodin had to once again initiate a self-rescue. As he chanted while coughing up blood, a nearby bookshelf suddenly split open, revealing a pitch-black corridor. Luo Nan and Anders Han quickly rushed in with Jodin. Shortly after, they arrived at a space surrounded by bookshelves. It was Secret's office. "Welcome." Jodin didn't hesitate much. Luo Nan immediately ran toward the voice. "He collapsed while trying to unlock my magic." Secret's eyes widened, still as reckless as ever. He placed his hand on Jodin's forehead as he spoke, and quickly figured out the cause. When Jodin came into contact with the curse inside Luo Nan, a small portion of the curse transferred into him, but Jodin's body wasn't strong enough to handle such power. As Secret finished chanting in a low voice, his palm lit up. Then, from Jodin's forehead, a black shadow slipped out, squirming like a snake, struggling more and more violently. It soon broke free and lunged at Jodin again. But fortunately, Luo Nan reacted quickly and slashed the shadow down with his sword. In that instant, Jodin's convulsions stopped. He quickly sat up. "Damn it. I almost died, even though it was my mistake. At least I accomplished my goal. You can take a look now." After hearing this, Secret placed his hand on Luo Nan's back and immediately looked utterly shocked. He could actually feel it. The magic channels inside Luo Nan's body were open. "How did you do it?" Jordan speculated. Besides the curse being slightly transferred now, Luo Nan must have experienced something major before, something that greatly weakened the curse. Either he met his father, or he fell into a pit full of cursed eyes. But for all of these, Luo Nan shook his head to deny. The only thing he could think of related to the curse was the ring Sarant gave him. "So can I use magic now?" Secret nodded excitedly. In theory, Jordan had already successfully cleared it, but the amount of magic he could use was still very little. If before he could use a cup of water's worth at once, now the magic inside him was just a drop of ant spit. So we have to peel it layer by layer, like peeling an onion. Hearing that he could use magic, Luo Nan could no longer hide his excitement. How long would it? But when he heard the answer, Luo Nan was stunned. It would actually take 20 years. By then, not just those butchers, even their kids could be running errands. Seeing Luo Nan's expression turn sour, Jordan quickly tried to comfort him. "No, it won't take that long. The magic inside you is resilient, depending on your effort. The time can be greatly shortened." Luo Nan didn't dare ask further. He was afraid the answer would be 17 or 18 years. But luckily, the professor said within 5 years. However, on one condition. He had to use his magic training method every day. Luo Nan let out a sigh of relief. In the time that followed, Jordan taught him the magic training method. It was basically about controlling the magic inside his body and making it move in the direction he wanted. As his proficiency increased, he would be able to control more magic. Besides that, Jordan also infused a small amount of magic into Luo Nan's body. I fulfilled my promise. Now it's time for you to keep yours, isn't it? Luo Nan nodded. But the moment he took out the ring, Jordan collapsed again. Fortunately, Anders Han reacted quickly and caught him. Even though his body was in that state, Jordan kept muttering about the ring nonstop. He seemed to be on the verge of madness. Secret looked at Jordan. His eyes filled with pity. He still hasn't let that go? He let out a deep sigh as he finished speaking. You two take him to the infirmary first. Luo Nan nodded, helped Jordan up, and headed back. They quickly returned to his office. But just as Luo Nan tried to open the door, Jordan suddenly clutched it tightly. It won't be long. We'll meet again. My dear. Jordan's incoherent words startled Luo Nan, but he had no way to get out. After discussing with Anders Han, they decided to knock Jordan out. But at that moment, a surge of magic suddenly gathered inside him, causing the entire building to shake violently. 2.5 seconds later, a spiral staircase appeared in front of them. Go down. Jordan spoke in a tone that sounded almost like a command. Luo Nan gave in. He stepped onto the stairs and began descending. But in the darkness, a strong floral scent drifted toward them. After a moment's hesitation, they continued heading downward. Once they reached the basement, the surroundings were suddenly illuminated, and what came into view was a woman sealed inside a glass case. Her eyes were closed, as if all life had left her. Luo Nan was stunned. He picked up the notebook in front of him, trying to find some clues from it. But he froze the moment he saw it. It was about resurrection. It seemed to be Jordan's journal documenting the experiment. The first entry was written in Imperial Calendar year 1031. I obtained a liquid that can prevent body decay. I agree with Diwat's theory. The body is the vessel of the soul. If the body remains intact, then Suanya will surely return. Luo Nan stared blankly at the woman before him. He never thought Jordan would engage in such dark experiments, and he had persisted for 17 years, all for the sake of reviving his deceased wife. But such inhumane deeds not only had an almost zero chance of success, but the cost of the experiments was simply beyond anyone's means. This seemed to explain Jordan's obsession with money. Luo Nan flipped the notebook again. The 20-second resurrection attempt failed. There's nothing left to sell. Current income is barely enough to keep the experiments going. Today, that visitor Loris came. I told him I had to see my wife one more time before leaving, but he punched me. Luo Nan turned to the next page. With Cratter's help, I successfully moved Suanya and became a professor at Non-Serene. This is the highest salary I can get. Luo Nan skipped to the last page of the notebook. It said, I want to hear Suanya's voice. I need to attempt the 144th resurrection, but the pure magic and blood of the elves are simply inaccessible. Maybe I should accept their offer. The following contents were cut off. There was a brand new white note tucked inside the notebook. Seeing this, Luo Nan felt a surge of unease. Who were they? Just as Luo Nan was about to continue searching for answers, a terrifying magic power erupted behind him. Did you enjoy the show? The previously unconscious Jordan slowly sat up. Magic was boiling all around him, even more violently than secrets. Luo Nan instinctively took a step back. He slipped the white note into his pocket. Professor, calm down. You were the one who told us to come down here. Luo Nan spoke as he placed his hand on his weapon. Though deep down, he wasn't confident he could win. But thankfully, Jordan simply snapped his fingers, covering the woman's body with a strip of blue cloth. Then he let the magic dissipate. I apologize. Suanya, I didn't expect to have visitors today. After saying that, he turned and stared fiercely at Luo Nan. Forget what my wife looked like. Luo Nan swallowed hard. Understood. I thought you were going to use magic to erase my memory. Jordan shook his head. I won't do that. It was careless, and this is the result of my own negligence. Just when it seemed the tense situation had calmed down, unexpectedly, Jordan saw Luo Nan holding his notebook. You didn't read what's written in there, did you? Luo Nan quickly shook his head. He just said he had picked it up. Jordan let out a sigh of relief and snatched the notebook back. If you're not an idiot, you should know what I'm doing. Please keep this a secret. One more thing. Can I have the ring now? Luo Nan gave a bitter smile. This guy's obsession hasn't changed one bit. He then handed him Saren's ring. While Jordan was extracting the magic, Luo Nan and Anders Han wandered aimlessly around the basement. She's unbelievably beautiful, isn't she? But she was still so young. How could she end up like this? Anders Han stood in front of Suanya. Luo Nan shook his head. I'm not sure, but judging from how clean her body is, she was most likely killed by poison. Though Luo Nan had never experienced love himself, he could still feel the ache in his heart. Jordan had already fallen into a state of madness. In order to revive his wife, he would stop at nothing. If people from Krace came, offering to help resurrect his wife, Jordan would surely agree. Even if he knew it was wrong, I must prevent that from happening. Luo Nan reached into his pocket feeling the note he had picked up earlier. He hadn't had the chance to read it yet, but just then, Jordan had already finished extracting the magic. Just as he said, there was almost no visible difference in the ring's magic. Jordan handed it to Luonan with difficulty. Thank you very much. If you ever encounter difficulties, feel free to come to me. But that's it for today. I'm so tired I can barely keep my eyes open. Luonan nodded after hearing that. Let's go. But just as he turned around, Jordan called out to him. It scared Luonan badly. Was he discovered after all? But unexpectedly, Jordan just reminded him. Don't forget. Train your magic every day. Don't get complacent because of your talent. Luonan quickly nodded in agreement. But Jordan suddenly changed his tone. And you, that little assistant of Loris, I think I need to take a closer look at you. Because this time, I sensed a very special magic from you. But before he could finish, Jordan's snoring was already echoing. There was no choice. Luonan and Anderson had to leave first. After walking a long way, Luonan finally let out a breath of relief. He quickly took out the note. But unfortunately, there was nothing written on it. Only a red stain. But this thing seemed unusual too. Unlike ink, it looked more like a drop of blood. Just as Luonan was trying to guess its meaning, the droplets suddenly began to spread outward. Anderson was shocked. This seems to be a map. No one understood what it meant. But Ophelia, being a vampire, recognized it instantly. It was a secret technique that only her kind could use. They compressed confidential information into a single drop of blood, allowing them to preserve secrecy to some extent. Ophelia continued to speak to Luonan telepathically. To unlock the information on it, a special kind of magic needed to be injected. Anderson noticed they hadn't said a word aloud, so he quickly picked up on the mood. You two keep talking. I left the gas on at home. With that, he swiftly exited the scene. Talk about perfect timing. Ophelia murmured as she watched him leave. Looking around, she realized this crowded place was no good for conversation. So the two of them headed to the club building. There was no one there. That gave the socially anxious Ophelia a breath of relief. Nice place. Is this your club's office? Luonan shook his head. It's ours. Did you forget you're a member too? Ophelia smiled shyly at that, and didn't say anything more. Luonan placed the envelope on the table. Can you tell me in detail what's written on it? Ophelia picked it up and examined it. Then she stared seriously at Luonan. Where did you get this letter? Picked it up from someone I know. Luonan's vague words implied he couldn't say more. Luckily, Ophelia didn't press further. This envelope was sent by a group called Bloodgutter. It mentioned something about pure blood essence. Hearing that, Luonan instantly understood. Jodin was trying to obtain pure blood essence from the long-lived elf clan. As for Bloodgutter, they were a group of young vampires under 200 years old. Because of their youth, they possessed far more aggression. So the price of the deal was likely to become the other party's subordinate. Luonan swallowed hard after hearing that. Jordan wouldn't be that foolish, would he? Besides, with his abilities, he could turn the opponent into ashes instantly. But Luonan recalled that 10 years later, Jordan never appeared on the battlefield, so it was very likely that he had become a vampire's slave. Love really is unpredictable. Luonan rested his chin, deep in thought. Professor Jordan was a good person. He absolutely couldn't be allowed to end up like this. Ophelia, help me out, replied a Bloodgutter saying we accept the deal, but change the meeting place. Luonan had a bold plan in mind. Ophelia agreed to send the reply, but since it involved their kind, he couldn't accompany Luonan. Also, you must promise me one thing. Under no circumstances should you make a blood dream pact with them. Luonan smiled after hearing that. I understand. Just then, a black shadow leapt onto Luonan's face. It was Haida. After days apart, Haida's body seemed to have grown quite a bit. Her appearance immediately caught Ophelia's attention. Seeing this, Luonan spoke up. I'll leave her to you. Teach her how to handle pure bloods, okay? After getting Ophelia's agreement, Luonan continued. Before Jordan starts acting up, we must get this done quickly. So please teach her fast. Ophelia gladly agreed, hugging Haida and walking out the door. Meanwhile, Luonan stayed behind, continuing to refine his plan. But just as he was deep in thought, a strange atmosphere arose behind him. It made Luonan instantly tense up. He turned his head around. A streak of red magic seeped in through the crack of the door. Damn it. What is she doing? Luonan. The streets were shrouded in a crimson mist, and nearby students looked around in confusion. What are these things? Luonan was stunned, but she was clear about one thing. Under Ophelia, Sita had managed to unleash a massive blood construct in just seconds. Then not far away, Luonan spotted Sita and Ophelia training. Why not just write the word vampire on your forehead? Ophelia looked confused. She thought she had cast interference magic. She looked up, only to realize the open-air training field had no cover at all. Ophelia's face turned bright red. She had been having so much fun with Sita that she completely forgot to use the spell. My bad. She quickly chanted a spell. Perception, interference, silence, and invisibility were cast all at once. In an instant, their surroundings became a secluded paradise. Luo-nin was dumbfounded. It was her first time seeing Ophelia fully unleash her innate power. She didn't expect it to mean casting 4 spells simultaneously. Only a handful of people possessed such ability. After witnessing all this, Luo-nin couldn't help but reflect. Looks like we really need a proper training ground. And so it continued for 4 days. Sita trained with Ophelia in the outskirts of Philadelphia daily, only returning home late at night. Luo-nin wasn't slacking either. She trained daily to circulate magic internally, but she was still not used to it. She often felt dizzy and in pain during practice. On the night of the 5th day, Luo-nin finally received a reply from Bloodgutter. But after reading it, Ophelia felt something was wrong. They had proposed a very suspicious meeting location. Just as Luo-nin was about to leave to meet with them, Ophelia suddenly reached out and placed her hand on Luo-nin's cheek. A strange glow began to shine. She was casting a disguise spell on Luo-nin. So in the eyes of others, Luo-nin now looked like Professor Jordan. After finishing everything, she headed to the meeting place. In front of her was an extremely desolate area, covered with wormwood and dead trees. And there, an ancient tomb, was today's agreed place for the deal. 2 burly men stood guard at the entrance. They were chatting about today's visitor. Isn't it supposed to be a mage? Yeah, Jordan Stones. He's no ordinary man. Rumor says he once fought a grandmaster. The curly-haired man sighed. Such an important event, and his partner forgot. The Lord of Mingling reminded them hundreds of times already. While they were talking, a man in a robe appeared in front of them. His body was completely covered, hiding his face. Are you Jordan Stones? The bearded man asked in a deep, terrifying voice. Please remove your hood. We need to verify your identity. Luo-nin revealing a haggard face. It matched Jordan's image in the portrait almost perfectly. So the curly-haired man had no doubts. But the bearded man sneered. Turns out it's just a pathetic dog. I thought it was going to be some kind of monster. Shut up. Don't be rude to the guest. The curly-haired man immediately scolded him. Go inside. They're waiting for you. As he finished speaking, the curly-haired man opened the stone door. Immediately, a foul, bloody stench rushed out. Just follow the main road straight ahead. Sorry, but I can't escort you further due to my duties. The curly-haired man bowed politely. And at that moment, a faint light shone from within Luo-nin's robe. Before the two could react, a swift blade mark appeared on their necks. Only then did the bearded man realize the seriousness of the situation. Am I already dead? When, as he spoke those words, he collapsed. But just before he lost consciousness, he managed to pull out a prepared signal flare from his pocket. A magical barrier instantly covered the entire ancient tomb. What is this? Luo-nin looked puzzled. Could it be to prevent Professor Jordan from escaping? Looks like they came prepared with some serious methods. After having Sita clean up the area, Luo-nin stepped into the tomb. The interior structure was clearly visible, which made her instinctively think. It was very similar to Saren's temple. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Luo-nin didn't dwell on it. Soon, she reached a large hall. The strong smell of blood inside made her frown. It really is him. Jordan Stones. Too skinny. Not nearly tender enough. A group of vampires seated at a stone table chattered noisily. There were around 20 men and women. Without exception, they were all beautiful and had crimson eyes. 3 bound individuals were lying on the table, seemingly drained of all blood. Nice to meet you. I'm Wu 702, the leader of Bloodgutter, Fanongstafel. A blonde, blue-eyed young man greeted. We're in the middle of a meal. Would you like to join us? Luo-nin looked around at the vampires, a feeling of disgust welling up inside. As for the pure blood essence, of course we brought it. Once the deal is complete, we'll provide it to you immediately. Luo-nin nodded. And what are your terms? Join us. Become a part of our family. Luo-nin lowered her head in silence. It was exactly the condition Ophelia had predicted. We're not asking for an immediate answer. We can sign a blood pact first. You'll come back in 10 years to fulfill it. Luo-nin felt repulsed. So what you really want is to make me your slave? I know you came to us out of desperation. Ordinary people seek pure blood essence for only one reason. To save the person they treasure most. Seeing Luo-nin's stiff face, Wu 702 burst into laughter. Looks like I hit the mark. And if the deal can't be completed, you might not leave here intact. After saying that, he snapped his fingers. 20 vampires stood up simultaneously, surrounding Luo-nin. I advise you not to do anything foolish. This place is sealed with an anti-magic array. Even a mage of your level can't completely ignore it. There was no choice. Luo-nin had to reluctantly agree. However, before signing the contract, I need to see where the pure blood essence is. Wu 702 shook his head, saying that he would naturally see it after signing. But Luo-nin refused, insisting to see the item first. Unable to argue, Wu 702 had no choice but to reach into his robe and pull out a bottle of deep red liquid. It seemed to be pure blood essence. Luo-nin curled up his lips. Then, with incredible speed, he drew his sword. In just the blink of an eye, Wu 702's limbs were severed. The nearby vampires immediately rushed in, but Luo-nin gripped Romancha tightly. spun his body forcefully, and slashed down a whole row of vampires. His swordsmanship had nothing to do with being a mage. This scene left the vampires stunned. Are you kidding me? Isn't he supposed to be a mage? How can he wield a sword so masterfully? Luonin raised the corners of his mouth. Did it ever occur to you that Jordan is a sword master? The poor vampires died without ever knowing. They had set up an anti-magic array here, but never expected it would hinder themselves. I can't use magic. Quick, remove that damn thing, one of the vampires shouted. But before he could finish, Luonan's sword pierced straight through his body, but he didn't panic at all. An attack like that won't kill me. Luonan smirked. How about this then? With that, he slashed 15 times at different spots on his opponent's body, then followed with a kick. The man's body collapsed like a deflated balloon, falling limp to the ground. This was one of the techniques Luonan had learned in his past life. As long as the damage in that instant was lethal enough, even regenerative abilities wouldn't help. In no time, the group of 20 vampires had been reduced to fewer than 10. But at that moment, a sudden cheer erupted from nearby. We did it. The magic formation has been broken. Luonan looked around intently. Sure enough, magical flow around them had returned to normal. And at that moment, the vampires all began using blood magic. Blood on the ground shot toward Luonan like bullets. You think using magic means you've already won? As Luonan spoke, the droplets of blood froze mid-air. The vampires were dumbfounded. What's going on? Why can't we control the blood? They looked around, only to notice not far away, a creature with 4 limbs and wings was fighting for control over the blood. As Sita unfolded her body, the blood fired at the vampires like cannon shells. Amidst the shrieks of agony, the battle had effectively come to an end. Luonan stretched lazily and walked up to 5702. But the limbless man had already lost consciousness. No choice. Luonan gently called to wake him. But the first thing 5702 did upon waking was to unleash a string of curses at Luonan. Then he began to rant in fury. Didn't you say you'd help capture Jordan? Then why? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Luonan was completely confused. She thought, I didn't even hit his brain, did I? But just then, Haida frantically flapped her wings, letting out low growls. Luonan watched her strange behavior, confused. Just as he was about to comfort Haida, a terrifying voice echoed around them. How disappointing. Luonan turned his head to look. At some point, a hooded man had appeared on the stone table. Luonan tightened his grip on Romancha. He sensed an ominous aura from the man. Who are you? Instead of answering, the man asked Luonan. I should be asking you that. You imposter pretending to be Jordan. Where is the real Jordan? Hearing this, 5702 was dumbfounded. So you're not Jordan? You liar. The hooded man ignored 5702 and stepped toward Luonan. The overwhelming pressure made Luonan clench his teeth. It felt like facing the force of all nature, not just a single life form. This feeling was similar to when he faced Brigia before. Step back. This is not someone we can deal with. Ophelia's voice suddenly sounded in Luonan's ear, and in the next instant, a semi-spherical magic array formed around the hooded man. The surrounding shadows and blood turned into force beams attacking the hooded man. It turned out to be Ophelia's magic. At this moment, his usual gentleness was gone, replaced by a solemn expression. He is Varsak, the Shadow Duke's younger brother, the one who rules the night. Suddenly, the boy realized something terrifying. Another figure had silently appeared beside him. He simply took one step forward, and Ophelia's voice once again sounded in Luonan's ear. And in the next instant, a semi-spherical magic array formed around the hooded man. The surrounding shadows and blood turned into force beams attacking the hooded man. It turned out to be Ophelia's magic. At this moment, his usual gentleness was gone, replaced by a solemn expression. He is Varsak, the Shadow Duke's younger brother, the one who rules the night. Though Ophelia claimed she wouldn't get involved, she still followed out of concern for Luonan. She hadn't expected it, but she was right to worry. Where's Jordan? A cold and grim voice rang out, sending a chill down their spines. Luonan couldn't believe what she was seeing. This guy had taken Ophelia's magic attack head-on, without a single scratch. Luonan instinctively fired an arrow at him, but he dodged it with an unnaturally twisted movement. He was incredibly skilled in physical combat, completely different from those bloodthirsty fools from before. Not even on the same level. Luonan initially thought he only relied on physical prowess, but in the very next second, Varsak had already repositioned far away, and at the same time, he charged in with a frontal magical attack. It was hard for Luonan to defend against. Alright then, let's try this. As soon as she finished speaking, Luonan drew her blade and slashed it, separating the wolf's jaw from its head, which then vanished into the darkness. This arrow from Luonan was clearly much faster than usual. Thanks to the enhancement from magic, Varsak sensed a trace of danger. He quickly leapt backward. A sharp sound came from beneath his hood. That arrow had been fired. 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 What is this feeling? She finally... Luonan gripped her arrow firmly and swung with resolve. And in that very moment, A surge of electricity coursed through her body. Her arrow was enveloped in a deep crimson energy. The slash released by the arrow struck at Varsak's head, though he tried to dodge. He couldn't fully avoid the blow in time. His hat and face were sliced diagonally together, revealing Varsak's true appearance. He looked to be only in his 20s, gray hair. Besides the scar Luonin just caused, his blind right eye was another obvious flaw. Varsak licked the blood flowing from his wound, muttering to himself, "How long has it been since I unwillingly bled like this?" But in less than 2 seconds, the wound on his face healed visibly fast. Luonin glanced at him disdainfully. "You monster." As soon as he finished speaking, both sides launched their attacks again. But just then, a figure stepped between the two. "Stop." Luonin grabbed his own wrist and braked hard. "Why are you being so reckless? Run." "Didn't you say this guy wasn't someone we could handle?" But surprisingly, Varsak also stopped his attack. "Ophelia, why are you here?" His appearance caught Varsak off guard. "Is it really you?" During the chaotic battle earlier, Varsak had been so focused on fighting Luonin that he hadn't noticed Ophelia's presence. "If I had realized it was your magic earlier, I would have opened my arms to hug you," Varsak muttered, then spoke emotionally. "How have you been these past 80 years? As he spoke, he slowly walked forward, but was met with a strong reaction from Ophelia. "I see. You still haven't forgiven me, have you?" Luonin watched the two in confusion. They seemed close, yet maintained a certain distance. "Varsak, why are you here? Have you fallen so low as to play house with these kids?" "No. I came to settle a private score with Jordan, but everything got messed up when I saw him draw a sword instead of casting a spell. I can't even describe how disappointed I was." Varsak continued to explain. He had met Jordan during a competition years ago. He was a once-in-a-century great mage. Their battle lasted from dusk until sunrise the next morning, and ended in a draw. From that moment on, Varsak had longed for a rematch with Jordan. Every single day, he even lent out pure blood essence, and crafted an entire scheme to lure him out. "What does that mean? You can lend something like that? Don't interrupt our conversation. Fake Jordan." The two looked ready to start fighting again. Ophelia quickly stepped in. "Don't, he's my friend." Hearing this, Varsak's tone softened significantly. "If I'd known you were Ophelia's friend, I wouldn't have treated you so roughly." Looking at Varsak now, Luonin was reminded of Shulafin. They actually shared quite a bit in common. All in all, he was like a raging sheep obsessed with chasing power. Varsak continued his explanation. He said he had 3 pure blood essences, while his older brother, the Shadow Duke, had a whopping 7. True pure blood essence is something like a magic core. It takes ordinary vampires centuries to possibly cultivate even one, but Varsak formed his first in just 30 years. He snapped his fingers as he spoke. A shadow wolf appeared instantly beside him and tore open Wu 702's chest. The plan had failed, so I must reclaim my essence. Ignoring Wu 702's desperate pleas, Varsak carried out the deal. "How about we make a bet? Wager your pure blood essence." Luonin suddenly stared at him seriously. As he spoke, he placed the La Mancha on the table, a strangely shaped weapon that seemed to carry a bloodthirsty curse. Varsak studied the blade in front of him with care. "It does have some value, but I don't need that kind of thing if there's nothing else to show. I'm leaving." Luonin hurriedly stood up. "How about this? A creature even 1,000-year elves don't recognize." As he spoke, he picked up Haida nearby. This creature should have some special attraction for vampires. But Varsak still remained indifferent. Luonin widened his eyes. "Then I'll wager myself." Lon even set up a rigged game he was bound to lose, and bet himself without hesitation, all to obtain a seemingly insignificant item. Everyone thought he was bound to lose, given the obvious gap in strength. But only Luonin knew, the greater the danger, the more it could hone his abilities. In fact, when Varsak retrieved the pure blood essence, the idea of gambling had already sprouted in Luonin's mind, because only by obtaining the pure blood essence could he save Professor Jordan. "If I lose, I will willingly become your slave." Hearing this, Varsak immediately stopped walking. Although the proposal was arrogant, it was indeed very tempting. Because during their clash earlier, he had already sensed Luonin's potential. It was only a matter of time before this kid surpassed Jordan. "All right, I accept your proposal. What are the rules?" Luonin laid out the rules. They would take turns attacking each other. The defending side could only dodge or block if knocked down, and couldn't stand up within 1 minute. It counted as a loss. Varsak tilted his head after hearing it, looking confused. Given the obvious gap in their strength, why would Luonin set up rules that gave himself no advantage? Even Ophelia on the side didn't think it was a good idea, frantically winking to signal him to give up. Only Luonin himself remained full of confidence. With Ophelia as the witness, a duel whose outcome seemed preordained began. Luonin was the attacker in the first round. As soon as the signal was given, Luo Nan gripped La Mancha tightly and rushed forward. There was no doubt. His blade was fast, but that was it. Though it was hard to dodge, it was easy to defend against. Varsak smirked as shadows rapidly gathered around him, forming an impenetrable black magic armor. How thrilling. But before he could finish, a sharp pain overwhelmed Varsak. Luo Nan's blade had cleanly sliced through his armor, along with his body. Varsak stared at his own body in disbelief. How is this possible? That high-density magical armor, sliced like tofu? How did you do that? I have no obligation to explain, Luo Nan said, then turned to Ophelia. Start the countdown. 1 minute. Varsak gritted his teeth. Roughly 20 seconds later, his body regenerated to its original form. Varsak glared at Luo Nan. Now it's my turn. Begin. The moment Ophelia's voice fell, magical energy quickly gathered beneath Varsak's feet. 2.5 seconds later, hundreds of beasts came pouring out. There were lightning-fast Shadow Kings and power-packed Shadow Bears. Even a lion, king of beasts, was among them. Seeing this, Luo Nan smiled. Pulling out all the stops? Don't worry. Even if you get torn to shreds, I can still put you back together. Varsak finished his sentence and gave the order to attack. Beasts from all directions lunged at Luo Nan. She leapt to dodge and struck with her arrow, taking out one Shadow King. But the rest of the beasts pounced again without delay. This left Luo Nan no chance to catch his breath. It felt similar to back then. Suddenly, Luo Nan recalled the battle with the giant Ahayut. It was the same back then. The enemy had scattered countless feathers, which each turned into monsters, forcing Luo Nan and his team into a corner. But in the end, Luo Nan stepped over the corpses of those monsters and stood in front of Ahayut. But now, these beasts were on a whole different level than those monsters. Yet Luo Nan's current body was far from reaching the level he had 10 years later. This severely limited his strength. Very soon, a lion tore open Luo Nan's thigh, but he didn't feel pain. Instead, it sharpened his senses. And so, Luo Nan continued to kill one beast after another. Not bad. This kid. Varsak seemed to understand why he accepted this gamble. He was much stronger than expected, but still not fully mature. Varsak snapped his fingers. The remaining beasts shrieked and swarmed in. Ophelia seemed to sense something. His trembling lips tried to stop Varsak, but it was already too late. The beasts' bodies began to swell visibly. Then came violent explosions. As the explosions erupted, the beasts' blood droplets shot out like bullets, instantly flooding the entire hall. Under such an attack, no one could possibly survive. Ophelia forced a calm smile. Luo Nan should be alright, right? But the next second, a familiar coughing sound reached Ophelia's ears. He quickly looked up. There stood Luo Nan, bloody and mangled, like a soaked, blood-drenched rag. This near-death state, Luo Nan had experienced it twice before, once during the battle with Ahayut, and once with Shilifan's storm sword. Thank you, Sita. I actually feel like I'm still alive. Sita's healing magic had improved his condition considerably. Now it's my turn. Luo Nan gave a sly smile. The blood-soaked La Mancha now emitted a strange red glow. You think I'd fall for the same trick twice? Varsak roared in anger. This time, he didn't attempt to use his black magic armor, but in the blink of an eye, Luo Nan had already slain him. The blood-drenched La Mancha was now sharper and faster than ever. He then followed up with a spell blade slash against Varsak's unguarded body. This time, Varsak lost consciousness. Is he dead? Luo Nan asked aloud. Ophelia shook her head. He has 3 pure blood essences. He won't die. Then he's lucky. Normally, half of that would be enough to be fatal. Roughly 10 minutes later, Varsak regained consciousness. I lost. He placed his hand over his heart and conjured a red crystal, which he handed to Luo Nan. Take it. And so, Luo Nan finally obtained the pure blood essence. I'll remember you. Get stronger. Next time, I'll come looking for you again. With those words, Varsak turned into a bat and flew off, leaving only Luo Nan and Ophelia behind. In the picture, Ophelia began to speak of the past. She and Varsak had been childhood friends, with a deep bond between them. But one day, for reasons unknown, Ophelia's younger sister attempted to assassinate the Shadow Duke, but was discovered by Varsak and killed on the spot. From that moment on, Ophelia could no longer face him and chose to leave, but he didn't expect to encounter this here. As Ophelia was speaking, Haida suddenly stared then launched an attack at it. With a loud bang, a large hole was blasted through the wall. It seemed to be a hidden chamber. After hesitating for a moment, everyone decided to go in and take a look. Once inside, Luo Nan was surprised to find a giant stone placed in the center. Senior, why is he here? Before Luo Nan could think too much, the moment he touched it, Senior weathered away and disappeared. A strange power flowed into Luo Nan's body. He looked at the thick experimental diary in front of him, lost in thought. Maybe this is heaven's punishment for me. But suddenly, knocking sounds at the door interrupted Jordan's thoughts. The visitor was a student from the academy named Luonan. He saw a face even thinner and more haggard than before, and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it. Aren't eating and sleeping basic necessities of life for you? Luonan felt helpless, yet slightly sad. He took out the pure blood essence from his coat, then smiled slightly. I brought you a gift. Jordan's previously expressionless eyes widened suddenly. Then he grabbed Luonan and dragged him into his office. With a trembling voice, he asked, where did you get this? And you look like you're hurt. Luonan forced himself to stay upright. I'm fine. It was given to me by one of the professor's friends. Although Jordan was skeptical, he didn't press further. He immediately pulled Luonan and stumbled towards the basement. The required elf magic power and pure blood essence were now ready. The 144th experiment was about to begin. In the basement, Suanya, the vessel, was still as radiant as ever, completely out of place in this dim, gloomy setting. Jordan first spent 10 minutes repurifying Saren's magic, along with the pure blood essence. He then placed them separately into vials. The experiment officially began. Jordan closed his eyes and began chanting with his dry, cracked lips. As the words echoed, the energy in the two bottles began slowly seeping into Suanya's body. This process would take a full hour. All we need to do is wait for them to fully merge. Hope shone in Jordan's eyes. He then walked up to Luonan. What exactly did you do to make that lunatic vampire hand over his essence? Luonan gave a brief account of what had happened that day, though slightly embellished. It still left Jordan completely shocked. What? You bet yourself. Are you out of your mind? Luonan just smiled. As long as the result is good, does the process really matter? But there was still something Luonan couldn't understand. What exactly had happened back then to make Varsak so obsessed with Jordan? The details of that battle have mostly faded from my memory. I just remember how brutal it was. We each had dozens of chances to kill the other. Jordan replied, resting his chin in his hand, gazing at Luonan. It reminded him of his younger self. The Stones family was the most prestigious magic clan in the South, and I was a once-in-several-centuries genius. The world revolved around me. I thought I was unbeatable. Until I met two women. One of them was your wife. And who was the other? Luonan was deeply curious. Nibirius. You know that monster too. Our first meeting was in the southern jungle. At the time, our employers didn't see eye to eye, so we clashed. That battle lasted for about half an hour. Each of his attacks came crashing down like a tidal wave. In an instant, he could knock down hundreds of large trees. However, the final victor was Nibiros. Such a defeat was undoubtedly devastating for a genius. That was the first failure of mine. No matter how hard I tried, I just couldn't beat him. In the end, he threw my half-dead body into the corner of the jungle. Luonan lowered his head. It was even crueler than he had imagined. If Suanya hadn't heard the noise and come to rescue me, I would probably have been eaten by wild beasts. Suanya was a local who lived in the forest. He took Jordan in and cared for him for an entire year, until he gradually pulled himself together. Slowly, I realized I had fallen in love with him. I couldn't imagine a life without him. Thus, the two naturally ended up together. After the two married, Jordan's family treated Suanya like some rare exhibit. But Suanya himself didn't mind their contempt, because he deeply loved his husband. However, even Jordan began to waver over time. I felt ashamed of my wife. When people asked me why I married him, the answers I gave were all evasive. Sometimes I said it was for an alliance with the locals. Other times I said it was for magical research. Yet many times I said these things right in front of my wife. Whenever that happened, Jordan would apologize to his wife and offer her a bouquet of her favorite roses. Suanya would always, like a fool, keep saying it was okay. His death happened after I stopped apologizing to him. When I returned home, he was already dead. It wasn't due to illness or poison. I couldn't find any cause. After hearing the story, Luonan stood up. I have to say, Professor, you really are a bastard. So your reason for wanting your wife to wake up is to find out the cause of death. Jordan nodded. That's part of it. But I also need to apologize for why I married him in the first place. No matter who asks in the future. Jordan's voice grew softer and softer. He stared at Luonan with bloodshot eyes, then opened his mouth and let out a low growl. I'll answer. I married her because I loved her. At that moment, a bell rang. An hour had passed. They all instinctively turned to look at the glass container. Unfortunately, Suanya still had her eyes closed. Jordan muttered in disappointment. Another failure. He slumped down into the chair at his desk and began jotting things down. He was definitely writing. 144th experiment. Failed. Luonan lowered her head in frustration, but then suddenly heard a strange sound coming from inside the glass container. She suppressed the urge to scream. Professor, I think you should come take a look. Jordan slowly raised his hand. The quill he had been gripping slipped from his hand. My God. He scrambled to his feet. In just 5 steps, he stumbled 3 times. Finally, he crawled to the glass container. Those transparent eyes. But the tears could no longer be held back. Even though Luonan was genuinely happy for the professor, he didn't stay there for long, because a sudden unease flashed through his heart, as if something terrible was about to happen. Sure enough, when he returned to the club building, he saw Shulafin pacing anxiously in the room. We have to bring Iliel to the guard division immediately. A village in the Roma mountains was destroyed by monsters, and Luonan's sister Iliel lives nearby in Ningbaden. Although Shulafin had already sent out a mercenary team, her tears were still uncontrollable. A village in the Roma mountains was destroyed by monsters, and Luonan's sister Iliel lives nearby in Ningbaden. Although Shulafin had sent a mercenary team to protect her, she still couldn't rest easy, because the monster behind the attack was actually a wyvern. It's one of the most dangerous species in this world, with incredibly fast flight and razor-sharp fangs. After hearing Shulafin's full report, Luonan called out to Assam beside him. We're carrying out an emergency club mission. Realizing his sister might be in danger, Luonan didn't waste time gathering the rest of the members. Instead, he rushed out at full speed. The 3 quickly reached the largest city near Ningbaden, Mabith. That was when Luonan suddenly suggested they split up. He told Shulafin to go to Ningbaden and help Iliel move. He and Assam would investigate the cause behind this incident. But if you make my sister upset, I'll kill you. Shulafin shook her head. You think I'm doing all this because I like her? You're wrong, Luonan. I'm acting in accordance with the noble spirit of the Grancia family. Luonan didn't want to hear any more of her nonsense. Enough talk, just go. He expected her to argue, but to his surprise, she quietly turned around. Luonan sighed as he watched her walk away. He never really thought she was reliable, but when it came to his sister, that was a whole different matter. Then Luonan looked around, perhaps because of the wyvern. The atmosphere in this city had turned ominous. There were barely any pedestrians on the street. Soon, Lanan and Assam headed toward a nearby village. At each location, Lanan would have Assam lift her into the air to observe if there were any unusual phenomena nearby, because he suspected the wyvern riot was very likely related to Klaser. However, just as they were about to reach Nimpton, they saw a large crowd gathered ahead. It turned out that Imperial soldiers had blocked the road. Sword Saint Xifa was operating nearby. Please wait or take a detour. Sword Saint Xifa. Lanan visibly brightened, because this person had once defeated Nabiros and became the Empire's greatest swordsman. Although he had often heard the name in his previous life, Lanan had never seen her in person. Is this matter really big enough for Xifa to intervene personally? Lanan didn't think so. Thus, he deliberately stirred up trouble. What is Sword Saint Xifa doing up ahead? Why are you blocking our way? The soldiers looked nervous and refused to reveal any information. So Lanan had no choice but to prepare to take a detour. But just then, a loud shout suddenly erupted from the crowd. Lanan thought a monster had appeared, but when he turned around, he found it was just a fat man dressed like a merchant, complaining loudly. How much longer do we have to wait? My fish are rotting. Behind him was a shabby wagon, emitting a foul stench. Lanan chuckled softly. This guy was practically asking for death. Not only was he loud, but he also smelled terrible. If the wyverns didn't come after him, it would be a disgrace. Soon, a thought flashed through Lanan's mind. He quietly approached the merchant. Then, when no one was paying attention, he gave the horse a hard slap. The horse was startled and bolted toward the forest, dragging the wagon behind it. The merchant tried to chase after it, but it was all in vain. What are you doing? Didn't you see my horse ran off? He shouted sharply at the crowd. At that moment, Luonan made his move. He spent 5 minutes convincing the merchant that rotten fish was a wyvern's favorite food. In the end, he took the cart of stinking fish and kept moving forward. We need to spread the scent around. Under Luonan's command, Assam used telekinesis to lift the entire cart. They wanted to use the stench to, but instead of a wyvern, a group of goblins showed up. With no other choice, Luonan had to fight. After quickly dealing with the low-tier monsters, he looked down at their remains. Just as he expected, the goblins bore the mark of cross, which only confirmed Luonan's suspicions. Although their goal was still unknown, they had to be stopped. Luonan kept directing Assam to move forward, but not long after, his face suddenly froze, because up in the distant sky, something was approaching rapidly. Judging by its size, it wasn't a bird, so he quickly told Assam to move the cart above him. It's finally here. Soon, a massive shadow appeared beneath their feet. Looking up, they could clearly see the shape of the wyvern. Its body was over 5 meters long. Faced with its enormous size, Assam turned pale. Even the psychic control in his hands lost its effect without him realizing. The cart dropped rapidly. Luonan immediately loosed an arrow. The blade pierced through the cart, landing near the wyvern and the cart. But it wasn't a fatal strike. Wounded, the wyvern went berserk and soared into the sky. But at the same time, Luonan noticed something out of the corner of his eye. It seemed that not far away, on another wyvern, there was a woman in a white robe. who was trying to control them. Focusing carefully, Lanan saw on her shoulder a familiar faint glow. Klazer's emblem. She must be the mastermind behind this riot. Lanan didn't hesitate for a moment, and immediately leapt with... But due to the distance, his slash only lightly tore the wyvern's right wing. Startled, it let out a painful shriek. It was then that the woman noticed Lanan on the ground. She screamed urgently for a retreat. The wyvern quickly changed direction and descended. Assam hurriedly reached out beside him, using his mind joystick to try to help Lanan catch up. But at that moment, Assam's spell was interrupted by an overwhelming force. It was a gravity curse. Thus, they could only watch as the wyvern flew farther away. But Lanan felt unwilling to give up. He looked at Assam, his eyes filled with determination. Grab me, then throw me over there. Assam's pupils trembled, but he didn't question it. He immediately used the mind joystick to hurl Lanan forward. The wind roared past his ears. The distance between Lanan and the wyvern quickly narrowed. Soon, he found the right moment and landed on the wyvern. The woman stepped back in fear at the sight. But at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared between them. He had an exaggeratedly massive physique and explosive muscles, wielding a long sword in one hand. Lanan stared intently at the figure before him. A beast, but thinking carefully. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Lanan's back. He had never sensed any magic from this guy. Was it purely through physical strength that he had jumped onto the wyvern? The woman wasn't any better off. She collapsed on the ground in terror, her eyes filled with despair. Zypha. Before the words finished, Zypha lightly swung the sword in her hand, and the wyvern beneath her instantly turned to mush. Luonan suddenly felt the ground vanish beneath him, and he began to plummet rapidly. Fortunately, Zypha caught both of them in her arms. After a dizzying shockwave passed, Luonan safely landed on the ground. You still alive? A low and resonant voice suddenly came from nearby. Luonan shook his head, and his vision gradually began to clear. The first thing he saw was the strongest sword Saint Zypha. The black tigress standing tall, sword in hand, seemed to embody the That's when Luonan noticed the woman from the Kraz organization next to her. I found her first. I'm taking her with me. Zypha didn't respond. She just stared motionlessly at Luonan. Draw your sword. The moment she spoke, Zypha's figure vanished before his eyes. Luonan gripped his sword hilt and turned instinctively. Just as Zypha reappeared, their blades clashed. A thunderous sound echoed through the land. Luonan was sent flying. He could feel it. His arm bones had fractured. After a brief dizziness, Luonan quickly regained his composure, but the shock in his heart didn't fade. What overwhelming strength! Faced with such an overwhelming power gap, Luonan still didn't choose to yield. Just as he braced himself for a desperate fight, Zypha suddenly backed off. She liked the look in this boy's eyes. It reminded her of someone she once knew. Are you that snake's disciple? Luonan didn't answer. Instead, he questioned why she attacked him. The best way to resolve conflict is through the power you wield, isn't it? With that, Zypha walked up to Luonan and extended her hand in goodwill, but Luonan clenched his jaw tightly. Hand over that woman. You saw it yourself. I was about to catch her. Zypha shook her head. Capturing these people is my mission. It's a direct order from the king. Lanan froze. He remembered that Nibiros had once said the king had established a special organization to fight against Klazer. Was it related to these people? Just as Lanan was about to speak, a zombie suddenly sprang out from the forest. He stood respectfully in front of Zypha. And a bear, too. They were all without exception wearing royal guard uniforms. Compared to these towering beastmen, Lanan looked like a tiny dwarf. Promotion. Who's this little guy? Our lunch. Faced with such unreasonable provocation, Lanan gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, ready to strike at any moment. Don't laugh, you foolish bunch. After crossing swords with this boy, he still refused to submit. I think none of you could be his match. Hearing this, the beast's faces instantly froze. There was an obvious difference in physical strength between humans and beastkin. Thus, they didn't believe in Lanan's strength. Although the previous sword saint was also human, the beasts preferred to believe he was a dragon in disguise, as Lanan considered whether to pick an unassuming one to showcase his sword skills. A familiar voice, Spare me, please don't eat me. Turning around, he saw a polar bear, leading a terrified Assam toward them. Although the boy looked like an ordinary civilian, just to be safe, they brought him over too. When Assam saw Lanan, his face immediately brightened considerably. Zypha glanced at Assam, but saw no sign of any threat, so she ordered her subordinates to let him go. But due to sheer terror, Assam collapsed to the ground in a heap. I came to look for you, but they caught me. With Assam's explanation, the tense atmosphere on site started to ease. But suddenly, a burst of maniacal laughter broke the calm. Everyone turned to look. They saw the woman from Kraz grinning in twisted laughter. Zypha, you're still too soft. And above her in the sky, a swarm of pitch-black wyverns suddenly appeared. There were more than 100 of them. But they didn't seem to be heading here. Their target was the distant Roma Mountains. Luonan raised a hand and knocked the woman out. but the wyverns above showed no sign of stopping. Damn it, someone else must be controlling them. As soon as he said that, Xifa crushed the woman beneath her foot. Then she looked up at the sky. Even killing her didn't stop them? You were right after all. Xifa's voice was unusually calm. Even if it stains my clothes, we'll still wipe these things out. She confidently took on the task. Facing over 100 wyverns alone, I might have to use my aura. You guys go evacuate the civilians. At her command, the beasts immediately began clearing the area. Xifa crouched down low, her legs compressed to less than half their size, as if preparing to launch herself. But just then, she suddenly felt her tail grow significantly heavier. She turned to look, and saw Luonin gripping her tail tightly with his right hand. Go now. Xifa had no choice. She turned her attention back to the path ahead. She crouched low again, then launched forward with powerful legs. With a sudden stomp on the ground, his body shot through the sky like a tornado. Even though Luonin clung to Xifa's tail with all his strength, the rapidly rushing air almost shattered every bone in his body. What the hell? Luonin couldn't help but curse under his breath, but the flying speed was far beyond what he had expected. In the blink of an eye, the forest behind them had already become a blurry smear, with just 7 leaps. Xifa had managed to catch up to the flying wyverns. He stopped at a point where the wyverns were expected to pass soon. A rocky outcrop in the middle of a vast field. Luonin and Assam collapsed onto the ground, as if they had just ridden a roller coaster for 2.5 hours. Luonin struggled to his feet and walked towards Xifa. He clenched both fists, staring at the northern sky. More than I expected. A large number of wyverns were rapidly approaching, like a cloud of darkness from hell. There must be at least 100 of them. Luonin frowned. Because wyverns were not ordinary monsters, they had extremely high defense. Killing them all in a short time was beyond Luonin's confidence. Xifa, however, simply curled his lips, seemingly unfazed. After a brief silence, he slowly opened his mouth. Why are you following me? You know I'm here to help. Besides, I wanted to see the true strength of the Empire's Sword Saint. Help? How amusing. Xifa chuckled softly, then suddenly swung his sword without warning. It seemed like a simple motion to test the wind direction. Although he aimed in the direction of the wyverns, he didn't unleash any visible attack. What is he doing? Luonin was about to ask, but to his shock, in the middle of the wyvern swarm, a massive black rift suddenly appeared, cutting several wyverns in half. Luonin was stunned. It was a terrifying sight. It reminded him of Principal Krattle's space magic. At that moment, Xifa smiled. But what exactly are you planning to help with? The black rift suddenly turned deep red and erupted in a violent explosion. It looked like a chain fire-type magic device, with a delayed roar. A massive number of wyverns vanished instantly. Their remains rained down from the sky. Xifa swung her sword once more, and another black rift ripped through the swarm, slaying about 20 more wyverns. What is that? Luonin noticed a strange magical energy gathering around Xifa's blade. That's definitely her aura, like a treasure just before sunrise. An immense, unfamiliar power was surging from it. Xifa was a complete monster, for beyond anything Luonin could comprehend. Luonin shook his head. He finally understood how that guy, Bilros, lost to her. But just then, the flight paths of the wyverns suddenly shifted. They fanned out in all directions like wings, each group flying in formations of about 7. It was clearly a strategic dispersion with purpose. But Xifa remained unfazed. She estimated the remaining number of wyverns, then turned to look at Luonin. Don't interfere. Then, like a cannonball, Xifa launched forward, beginning a one-sided slaughter of the wyverns. She's insane. Luonin's eyes widened in shock. At this rate, the wyverns wouldn't even get close to the Roma Mountains before being completely wiped out. But Luonin's expression remained tense. Something felt wrong. He suddenly noticed that the magical signal from the Kraz Nebula had vanished. No matter how hard he searched, he couldn't sense it anymore, even if all the wyverns were killed. As long as no members of the organization were captured alive, his sister's safety couldn't be guaranteed. Luonin's eyes scanned rapidly. Then suddenly, his gaze stopped on a cloud. Because that cloud was flying unusually low, and its direction of travel. It's exactly in the direction of the Roma Mountains. Luonin's mouth fell open. Found you. He quickly turned to look at the dazed Assam. If you're done resting, it's time for us to move. Luonin pointed with his index finger at a suspicious-looking cloud, indicating that was their target. It's too far. If I throw you, you'll definitely miss. What are you talking about? You're coming with me. Assam froze when he heard this. His expression looked as if he might die at any moment. Luonin looked around and finally found the head of a wyvern to use as their foothold. Luonin stepped onto the wyvern's head, while Assam used telepathy to control their movement. Luonin's judgment was correct. At that moment, atop the flying cloud, stood 2 people. One was a young man, who was using magic to control a wyvern, and the other was an old man in a white robe. Because that Klaser woman had suddenly deserted earlier, their mission had gone awry. Fortunately, they had used the wyverns as bait. to hold off that monster Xifa. Even so, the young man still felt regret for the wyverns. The plan had gone off track, but that didn't mean it was a complete failure. From the very beginning, they had intended to use the wyvern swarm as a diversionary tactic, and then use a complex magic orb to flatten the Roma mountains. Hold it steady. If you drop it, everything's over. The old man stroked his beard, while the young man stared at the orb clutched in the wyvern's claw. Lord Ari Bree is truly impressive. He managed to inscribe 30 different explosive magic spells onto that tiny orb. Of course, he didn't earn his title for nothing. He truly received the blessing of the starlight. By the way, and with that, he changed the subject. Say, did you also receive the high priest's blessing? The old man didn't answer. Instead, he burst out laughing. The young man got the hint, his eyes widening. He knew the old man was strong, but he never imagined he'd been blessed by the starlight too. What kind of power did you receive? Tell me quickly. The young man was about to keep speaking, but suddenly, the cloud in front of them split open. A wyvern's head burst through. Nice work, Assam. There are 2 of them. We just need to take out one, right? As the words left his mouth, Luonin lunged toward the old man at incredible speed. In his hand, the sword Romancha glowed with a strange, deep crimson light. Luonan's strike came so fast that the old man couldn't react in time. Whether to counter or evade, it was nearly impossible. I wasn't planning to show off here. What a waste. The old man focused his mind, and a spherical barrier formed around his body. It was a strange kind of shield, completely different from normal magical ones. It carried the blessing of starlight, capable of withstanding nearly any attack in existence. But when Luonin saw it, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Romancha then pierced through the starlit shield and cleanly cut down the old man. One-hit kill. Gone in an instant. Yadenstorm, a high rank, was killed by Luonin in a single strike, even after using the starlight's blessing. The sight left the young Kraz member completely frozen. He never imagined that Yadenstorm, feared by so many, would die right in front of his eyes. The young man clutched his head in disbelief. Who the hell is this guy? At that moment, Lonin also let out a breath of relief. If that old man had known he possessed such a special ability, the situation would have been completely different. He smiled at the old man. You're really unlucky. The young man beside him raised his right hand to strike back. A massive fireball flew toward Lonin, but with a slight tilt of his head, Lonin easily dodged the attack. He then swung his sword smoothly, cleanly severing the young man's right arm. The intense pain quickly made him lose consciousness, but only for a moment. The pain immediately jolted him awake again. Lonin leaned down, covering the young man's mouth with his hand. When I take my hand away, you're going to tell me what your mission is. If I have to torture you, it won't be fun. Tears streamed from the bloodshot eyes of the young man, and fear made his body instinctively nod. But as soon as Lonin let go, the young man immediately cursed at him, without a word. Lonin grabbed Lamincha and stabbed it through his thigh. The curses quickly turned into screams of despair. I'll talk. The young man's voice began to tremble. My name is Cadian. I'm a monster tamer of the Klaser Nebula. Originally, I was working with a woman to control the wyverns, but due to a sudden foul stench in the air. Get to the point. Lonin interrupted him impatiently. Cadian nodded frantically. He quickly summarized the mission assigned by the organization. Just as Lonin had suspected, making the monsters go berserk was just part of the deception. The real goal was to destroy the Roma Mountains. It's all over now. Please, spare me. But after hearing everything, the wrinkles on Lonin's forehead didn't ease at all. This guy was definitely hiding something. Lonin's mind raced. Right, it's the thing clutched in the wyvern's claw. Lonin signaled the Psalm to lift him into the air. What is this thing used for? Staring at Romancha pressed against his neck, Cadian wanted to lie, but didn't dare stay silent. It's. His voice grew softer and softer, but just then, Assam, after examining the sphere, suddenly let out a scream. Lo Luonin, this is a bomb spell. There are 30 glyphs on it. It's designed to detonate a short time after impact. Damn it. Luonin swung Romancha and sliced off Cadian's left arm. Didn't I tell you not to play tricks? Cadian rolled on the ground in pain, but a grin formed at the corners of his lips. It's almost time. We're all going to die together. At the same time, the runes on the sphere began to flicker rapidly, as if responding to his words. Assam's face went pale with fear, but Luonin, who had been thinking, damn, I'm a little confused. You said the glyphs engraved on it are also magic, right? Luonin gripped Romancha tightly and launched an attack on the strange sphere. After a flurry of strikes, he split it into dozens of pieces, and the runes on it gradually lost their glow. It didn't explode. Cadian stared in disbelief, eyes wide. What? How did you do that? Luonin scratched his head with a smile. Everyone's physique is different. From past experience, he already knew he had the ability to disrupt magic. Just then, a massive figure landed atop a wyvern. So this is where you were. The newcomer was Xifa, her clothes soaked in blood. You came. I told you I'd catch them no matter what. It's fine. Even if you didn't act, I would have caught them. It's fine. If I wasn't here, you would have been blown away by an explosion. An explosion? Xifa raised her eyebrow. Lanin considered explaining, but it was too troublesome. So he had Assam steer the wyvern down. Lanin let out a deep sigh. I didn't expect moving house to be this hard. At that moment, Xifa walked over. What reward do you want? This is an order from the king. Rewards will be given to those who eliminate members of Klaser. Lanin raised his eyebrows in delight. An unexpected bonus. How about this? I want to borrow your strength. Meanwhile, Shulafin was escorting the caravan moving Alir's belongings. He didn't dare relax for a second. But strangely, even though there had been many reports of monster rampages in recent days, nothing had happened along the way. Shulafin restlessly glanced into the carriage, only to meet Alir's gaze directly. He spoke in the most composed tone he could muster. Is there anything you need help with? Alir smiled and patted the seat beside him. Come in and take a rest. Shulafin's face immediately turned bright red. No, I can't. I'm on duty. There are monsters out there like wolves. Seeing Alir's wide-eyed stare, Shulafin felt a pang of guilt. He thought he must have scared him with his words. But before Shulafin could correct himself, Alir stuck his head out the window. Then be careful. Even though you're a noble, you're also my brother's friend. I don't want to see you get hurt. A noble. Right. I'm a noble's friend. No, I mean, I'm your brother's friend. Turned out to be a noble. Shulafin fell into a ramble of incoherent nonsense. But just then, a mercenary in the convoy suddenly shouted, something's rapidly approaching from the right. Shulafin immediately drew her sword and jumped to the front of the group. Moments later, a massive figure appeared. Just as the group was about to attack, the mercenary captain suddenly yelled, Stop! Everyone stand down. That's Sword Saint Xifa. And behind her were two familiar figures, Luonan and Assam. Nothing happened here, right? Iliel heard the voice clearly. It was Luonan. She quickly got out of the carriage and ran over. She hadn't seen her brother in months, and her eyes were filled with longing. The moment she saw Luonan, she noticed he had lost a lot of weight. Have you not been eating properly again? But just as Iliel was fussing over Luonan with concern, a crisp metallic clang suddenly rang out nearby. Luonan gripped Romantia and stepped in front of his sister. He turned to look. Xifa had launched an attack at Shulafin. Old hag, are you crazy? Shulafin barely blocked the strike, but her trembling legs looked like they'd collapse from a breeze. It was just a simple greeting. Rising star of the empire. Xifa sheathed her sword as she spoke. Looks like the rumors about you are true. Among those after me, it will surely be one of you two. Seeing Shulafin's confused look, Xifa continued to explain. I'm talking about the next Sword Saint. If you were my kin, I'd personally train you. But unfortunately, the two boys widened their eyes in shock. They never expected Xifa would speak so highly of them. With help from Xifa and 13 Beastskin, the relocation was completed faster than expected. Shulafin watched Alir's back, as if he had been enchanted by something. This guy really couldn't hide his emotions. Lanin chuckled. Maybe letting her guard Alir wouldn't be a bad idea either. The move is complete. Lanin had finally helped his sister move successfully. To thank everyone, Alir made a huge feast. Not only was there potato stew, there was also potato stew. Well, it was just that the only available ingredient was potatoes. But even so, Shulafin still ate with great enjoyment, as if it was the most delicious food she had ever eaten. In just 3 minutes, she had already eaten 5 bowls. Alir had thought that nobles like Shulafin wouldn't like potato stew. But maybe Shulafin didn't actually like potato stew. She just liked the ones Alir made. Hey, Lanin couldn't take it anymore, and sneaked out onto the balcony alone. But at that moment, the commotion downstairs caught her attention. Not far away, a group of people had formed a circle, as if watching something. Even Xifa's subordinates were among them. Why were all those furry beastkin gathering there? Lanin leaned out further from the balcony for a better view. There were 3 people in the center of the crowd. Damn it. Lanin's expression twisted when he saw clearly. Xifa and Nabiros were standing face to face. The tense atmosphere was anything but pleasant, especially Nabiros. He was holding a great sword in his hand. Insulting Za. Anders Han, wearing a school uniform, was shouting to intervene. Professor, please calm down. You can't do this here. But you saw it too, didn't you? Anders Han, that old cat is provoking me. And it's just a battle of glares. Nothing more. But his mana pulsed through the blade of his insult. Even from such a distance, Luonan could see it. Without hesitation, he leapt off the balcony. Just my luck. If either of them swings their sword recklessly, it could turn into a very unpleasant situation. Luonan quickly reached the scene. He glanced at the people standing nearby. He couldn't accept that they were just watching silently. Are all of you this useless? A disaster is unfolding right in front of you. Kid, do you know who that woman is? She's a former sword saint. How are we supposed to intervene? Whatever. You're all useless. Luonan pushed through the crowd and quickly spotted the 2 swords. Xifa, who had been silently watching, finally spoke. Still hot-headed as ever. Nibiros, I thought becoming a professor might have mellowed you out a bit. Enough talk. Draw your sword. I'd prefer you use your own weapon, not just the sheath. Still as arrogant as ever. But you still can't beat me. The tension was high. A clash between two swordmasters was on the verge of breaking out. Then suddenly Nibiro's sword vanished from sight. Aside from Luonan and Xifa, no one saw it disappear. With a whoosh, Aluza traced a crescent arc through the air. And a crescent-shaped energy blade soared skyward. A massive crescent of energy, nearly 200 meters in diameter, sliced through the thick cloud layer above, splitting it in two. Xifa let out a curious-sounding remark. Interesting. You've gotten much stronger than before. Want to give it a go now? A bit of light sparring might not be a bad idea. When Xifa gripped the moon blade tightly, the veins on her hand bulged. The atmosphere between the two sword masters was tense, as if they could charge at each other at any moment. But just as Nibiros was about to take the first step, Lonan leapt over the crowd and landed between them. What are you two doing here? Lonan. Andershan's eyes widened. Nibiros also came to a stop. The building tension instantly dissipated, and time seemed to resume its normal flow. Xifa let out a sigh of relief and sheathed her moon blade with a smile. Is the move complete? Yeah, it's done. Good. I should get going then. I've already notified the lieutenant, so you can collect your bounty at the nearby patrol post. The Klaser Nebula old man you killed was a notorious wanted criminal. Lana nodded. An unexpected alias, he thought. Just then, Nibiros, who had been silent all along, pointed his sword tip at Xifa and roared. Why are you speaking so casually with my disciple? What? I don't even have the right to talk to him. You must treasure him a lot. Yeah, understandable. Don't change the subject. What do you mean by move? You'll find out soon enough. Oh right. What? Nibiros narrowed his eyes. Xifa was about to say something, but the crowd parted, revealing the face of the lieutenant. He saluted Xifa and spoke. Captain, His Majesty the King summons you. You must report to the palace immediately. Damn it. That's exactly why I wanted to leave. Understood. Xifa clicked her tongue, clearly acknowledging that this was urgent, but she didn't seem to have any particular loyalty to the Emperor, because their bond had been forced through a blood contract from the beginning. The lieutenant also saluted Nibiros. He looked at Luonan. Thank you for cooperating with the arrest. We hope you'll accept the bounty. I won't. By the way, what's your name? I've seen you often, but I've never heard your name. I'm a captain of the Imperial Knights. Ninia, you look like you'd get along well with one of our professors. Want me to introduce you? Ninia seemed a bit startled and pulled back slightly, seeing his discomfort. Luonan let out a quiet chuckle. Xifa, I'll be going now. I look forward to seeing you at the moment of manifestation. Luonan, moment of manifestation. That unfamiliar name made Luonan raise an eyebrow. Xifa gave no answer. She, along with Ninia and his subordinates, was escorted to the palace, almost as if they were being forced. After a while, the towering figures vanished from sight. Anders Han, who had been standing motionless, suddenly lost strength, his knees giving way. Luonan quickly caught him. What's going on? Are you all right? Yes, but when I saw them in person, I think I got a bit nervous. Anders Han was breathing heavily. By the time Luonan realized why, it was already too late. He pursed his lips. Xifa, the creator of the Knight of Fangs, was Andershan's enemy. Damn it. I don't even know what to say. Anders Han stood up with Luonan's support. In truth, considering that the one who caused his family's death was right in front of him, the fact that he didn't scream or faint was already admirable. At that moment, Nibiros walked toward Luonan. Lonan, is what that cat said true? When he greeted you, you were standing on your own 2 feet? Haha. If you're talking about that damn ambush. Then Nibiros widened his eyes. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Explain everything that happened when you were with that old cat. Don't leave anything out. There seemed to be quite a lot to say. So Lonan had to bring them to his sister's new house. However, as soon as they entered, Shulafin was still happily eating potato stew. We're coming. In the war against humans, Xifa was invincible. Yet after conquering several towns, he mysteriously chose to negotiate. Some said, Xifa got scared, knowing the rebellion was bound to fail, because within the empire, there were still many powerful human elites who hadn't shown up yet. Others said, the reason for his surrender was to infiltrate the empire and wait for an opportunity to bring down humanity. Everyone speculated, but the truth remained unknown. Xifa proposed to withdraw his troops, on the condition that his subordinates would not be harmed. Xifa, who had single-handedly killed over 1,000 imperial soldiers, should have been executed after surrendering. But the king was impressed by his strength and resolve. Not only did he accept the proposal, he also granted Xifa a pardon. As a result, the northern beastkin regained their freedom and land, while the king gained the sharpest sword in the empire. He signed a blood pact with Xifa. That's the full story of that old cat. Nibiros told Lonan everything, and Lonan also explained everything that happened in the Roma Mountains. When Anders Han heard about the Knight of the Fangs, His body couldn't help but tremble. Nibiros gently held his hand. Lanan smiled and said, Zypha is smarter than I thought. I thought he was just good at fighting. That's what makes her even more dangerous. We can't predict what she's thinking. Nibiros emphasized the unpredictability of cats, like Zypha. Luonin neither. But when he thought about having to monitor even more targets, he simply let out a quiet sigh. Things seemed to be getting busier and busier. Like many other powerful individuals, Zypha had never revealed herself on the final battlefield, so such variables must be closely monitored. A few seconds later, Nibiros stood up. Let's head back to the academy. I've already arranged the classes. Yeah, we should go back. I still have to write my club activity report. Of course, I'll leave out the Cross Nebula part. Poor Professor Malin. He's going to have to deal with everything himself again. The conversation and the three of them set out for Phillips. Iliel smiled happily and waved them off. Goodbye. You too. And Luonan. Take care. See you this weekend. See you next time. Nibiros gave a short farewell. Andershan bowed respectfully. Luonan thought, bringing them to his sister's place was a good idea. It meant that if anything happened to Iliel, there would be someone to help. As they walked, Nibiros casually brought something up. By the way, you said you could already use your sword sentiment? Luonan nodded. Yes. To some extent. Poor Professor Jodin probably paid the price for that. Nibiros stuck out his tongue and gently scolded him. Luonan didn't argue back, because he was more exhausted than ever. After returning to the academy, Luonan fell into a deep sleep in the dorm. It wasn't until the third day that he finally woke up. Oh no, if I keep this up, I won't grow any taller. But even so, a good night's sleep still eased the burden on his body. Soon, Lanan arrived at the training hall. Students were scattered all around. Some were sparring in boxing matches. Some were practicing swordsmanship. Nibiros stood off to the side, observing the students' stances. Lanan, you finally made it. He spoke to Lanan. Without taking his eyes off the students, we're about to start class soon, so go to that empty spot and show me your sword energy. Nibiros pointed toward the area with training dummies. Lanan grumbled as he walked over. Ugh, is this really necessary? It's so far away. He stood 30 steps away from the training dummy. Lanan closed his eyes to concentrate, then swung his sword. Swoosh. He immediately felt the sensation of energy draining from his body as a crescent-shaped sword aura shot forward. But as expected, it didn't reach the training dummy. The sword aura disappeared after about 9 steps. Nibiros nodded approvingly. Not bad, but it feels like pissing against the wind. Lanan muttered under his breath, but Nibiros emphasized that Lanan shouldn't rush things. You should try to understand the concept of the sword mirror. Even though you were already a swordsmanship expert, Lanan couldn't afford to take it slow, because the curse was hindering the flow of his magic. And to reach the normal level of magic usage, it could take as long as 20 years. Lanan was preparing to keep practicing his sword aura technique, when suddenly a scene of his fight with Valzak flashed through his mind. Right, I have a question. Can the shape of sword aura be changed? The sword aura Valzak displayed looked like a raging storm, far more powerful than ordinary sword aura. Lanan gestured as he described it in detail. He also mentioned that Ramancha's sword spirit had turned a deep crimson. Nibiros raised an eyebrow as he listened. Looks like Master Duolong put a lot of effort into crafting your weapon. His voice carried an odd sense of reverence. Luonan shrugged and handed over Ramancha. The moment Nibiros gripped the hilt, crimson energy burst forth like blood gushing from an open wound. What the? This is on a completely different scale than with Valzak. The crimson mana even spread across the arena floor, rising up to the students' ankles. Whoa, what is this? The students were bewildered. Ramancha's sword spirit now glowed with a dangerous crimson hue, far removed from its original color. Nibiros watched the phenomenon with great interest. Fierce, yet agile, just like its master. Damn it, what did you do to my sword? He didn't answer. He simply tightened his grip. A few seconds later, mana flowing through the arena began being absorbed by Ramancha. Nibiros looked away from the sword spirit and turned to Luonan. What you're seeing now is the sword's true form. You mean that dull, slippery thing from before? Yes. When I infused it with mana, it awakened its hidden inner power. Nibiros' eyes gleamed with interest. He twirled Ramancha in a full circle, then began to speak. A well-crafted weapon adds its own personality to the user's strikes, like my Aluza or the Pale Path of Ducrancia. This sword could rival even legendary blades now. Suddenly, Nibiros swung Ramancha, and a stream of liquid-like sword energy shot forth. But it was completely different from what Valzak had demonstrated. Valzak's sword aura had surged like a flood. In contrast, Nibiros' aura was like a waterfall, straight and forceful. The wave of sword energy swept through the straw dummy, ripping it from the ground completely. But the energy didn't stop there. It even tore through the wall behind it. It was just an ordinary little black sword. But in the professor's hands, it awakened into a new form. Luonan was stunned. He had used it for 2.5 years. and never realized that when Master Duolong forged this sword, he had hidden so many secrets within it. But when Romantia returned to Luonan's hands once more, but the blade quickly dimmed. Damn it, I'm your master, you know. Could you not be so cold to me? Luonan grumbled in frustration. All right, follow my steps. Not only can you do what I did, you'll also be able to participate in the Sword Festival. Sword Festival? Luonan raised his eyebrows. The Sword Festival is a ceremony where the strongest swordsmen from across the European continent gather. Only those who pass the ceremony earn the right to challenge the Holy Sword Expedition. Nibiros explained. The Holy Sword is a legendary weapon, said to be hidden somewhere in the sacred land of Parzan, since no one has ever seen its true form. Its existence remains a mystery. Luonan's eyes lit up. Sounds interesting. Even without the Holy Sword, it's still a place worth visiting. You can meet the strongest swordsmen from various countries, and maybe even some wandering masters. Nibiro's expression turned slightly nostalgic, clearly recalling past experiences. Training continued. Nibiros began teaching Luonan how to channel magic into his sword. After concentrating for a moment, a faint light began to rise along Luonan's blade. Nibiros nodded approvingly. Good. Hold it for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, swing the sword. 5 minutes is too short. I can hold it for at least 47 seconds. Nibiros shook his head after checking his pocket watch. Wait a second. Why is it like this? Luonan was stunned. He tried again. 1 minute and 23 seconds. Was his body really that weak? It was only then that he realized, it was likely because of the curse binding him, causing a shortage in his magic reserves. After 2 tries, Luonan was already starting to feel dizzy. But as he gripped the sword hilt, the blade was still able to emit a faint glow. 1 minute 20 seconds. Damn it. Why does it keep going out? Luonan's head throbbed and he was drenched in sweat. He had lost count of how many times he had tried. Let's stop for today. Your only problem is controlling your magic. Even if you can't manage it, you're already the strongest in the school. There's no need to rush. Luonan responded by twisting his lips in pain. He couldn't afford to wait that long. Those 3 rabbits would be coming soon. This was far from enough. After catching his breath, Luonan resumed training. Transferring magic into the sword wasn't a problem, but maintaining it there was. His meager magic reserves couldn't sustain the sword's continuous consumption. However, just after taking a sip of cold water, a brilliant idea suddenly struck his mind. If drinking cold water could calm him down, then drinking hot water could heat him up. So if he alternated them, wouldn't that keep him perfectly balanced? The perfect intermediate form can now be achieved. Luonan took a deep breath. He raised the corners of his mouth. A strange sound, like a soft hiss, began to leak from his mouth. He could feel the magic leaving his body, only to be quickly replenished. Time ticked by second, but the deep red glow on the Romantia sword didn't fade. He didn't know how long had passed. Suddenly, Luonan felt a tap on his shoulder. Time's up. What, already? Luonan felt like he hadn't lasted more than 3 minutes, but Nibiros directly held up his pocket watch. It had been exactly 13 minutes. Now, swing your sword while maintaining that sensation. Luonan nodded. Then the sound of a sword sliced through the air. In the next second, dozens of red lines appeared on the scarecrow, and it was instantly shredded into pieces. Luonan grinned proudly. It was a sword speed he had never experienced before. Unlike simply following the flow of magic, he had now infused magic directly into the blade. If he could maintain this state, there would be nothing he couldn't cut through. But just as Luonan was feeling proud, a magic circle appeared on the wall that Nibiros had destroyed. It seemed to be repairing the wall. This magic. Nibiros furrowed his brows. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind him. Luonan and Nibiros turned their heads at the same time. They saw a skinny man standing in the sunset, bathed in golden light. Professor Jodin? Luonan barely recognized him. His hair was neatly styled, and even his cheeks looked fuller. At a loss for words, Luonan could only say, Professor, you're looking more and more human. Jodin didn't get angry. Instead, he kept thanking Luonan for providing the pure blood essence. Although Sunya still hadn't regained consciousness, he believed that day would come soon. Where's your tall little girlfriend? I actually came here today for her, Jodin said, suddenly shifting the topic. I can finally be certain now. That child's power is extremely dangerous. Luonan turned his head to the side in silence. Perhaps it's time for the Grand General's reinstatement to begin. A clumsy girl, yet carrying a power that only exists on a conceptual level. She is Grand Commander Anderson. In her previous life, it was with this ability that she rose to stand above all but one. Just after Jodin revealed his research, Luonan found her. Is my power dangerous? Professor Jodin said so. I'm getting more and more nervous, but also more and more excited. Thank you, Luonan. Anderson smiled. Brighter than the warmth of early summer, they went to the mastermind behind the Ministry of Magic, instead of Professor Jodin's office. It was said they were headed to a place called the Deep Research Lab, a site specifically for testing dangerous magic. The massive iron door was over 10 meters tall. protected by multiple layers of defensive magic. But upon entering, Luo Nan was stunned. Contrary to his expectations, the place was filled not only with all sorts of unrecognizable experimental equipment and machines, but also a row of cages on the other side. Inside were various creatures, from mice to foxes to wolves and eagles. Everything. Damn it. Is the professor planning to open a zoo? No. These are materials for dark magic and mind control experiments. Jodin appeared next to a giant hexagonal pillar. But Luo Nan, why are you here? I don't recall summoning you. Is it because you're worried about her? Anderson turned her head away, blushing, pretending not to hear. Luo Nan did not refute it. That reason seemed to make sense to him. The experiment began. Jodin had Anderson stand in the center of 3 pillars, while he started chanting spells nearby. As soon as the chanting started, the originally silent hexagonal pillars began to tremble violently. Don't move. I'm extracting the innate magic from your body. Anderson tried deep breathing to keep himself as calm as possible. Not long after, a strange surge of magical energy flowed from his shoulder. It was different from ordinary magic. It gave off an eerie and unfamiliar aura, as if it completely ignored the laws of this world. There's no mistake. This is dark magic. Jodin gently stroked his chin. Have you never wondered why you lack talent in handling magic? And why? You've always grasped everything slower than others? Because the power you're dealing with is fundamentally different. Jodin went on to explain. There had been other prodigies with similar circumstances. They were never able to control their abilities. Until one day, in a moment of release, they caused catastrophic disasters. So first, we have to purge all the magic stored inside you. As Jodin spoke, he began chanting another spell. The magical energy on Anderson's shoulders suddenly intensified. It was now mixed with familiar blue magic. To him, this normal magic was just interference. There are several ways to eliminate it. If you work hard enough, it'll take about 5 years to complete. When he heard 5 years, Luo Nan immediately frowned. Though it was much faster than his own 20 years, he clearly couldn't afford to wait that long. If we purged it right now, would there be any negative consequences for him? After getting Jodin's firm confirmation, Luo Nan drew Romancha. A red light immediately enveloped the blade's edge. Why did Luo Nan suddenly draw his sword? Sorry, I can't wait that long. Anderson was about to speak, but Luo Nan had already vanished from his sight. Countless sword slashes rained densely onto the magical energy. A delayed explosion roared through the entire room. The magical energy on Anderson's shoulder shattered into pieces. At the same time, Anderson collapsed to the ground screaming. The violent burst of mana destroyed 2 of the 3 giant pillars instantly. Is the magic gone? Jodin's eyes widened. The blue magic within Anderson seemed to have completely vanished. Only pure dark magic remained, churning and surging. It was boiling up. The impact was even more severe than expected. Anderson's tall figure trembled like a fawn struck by lightning. At the same time, the research lab shook violently. Cracking and crashing sounds echoed from every direction. I didn't expect it to be this serious. Jodin's face stiffened. This was an ability far beyond expectations. All the cages holding Grand Commander. The words slipped out of Luo Nan's mouth. It was a long-lost sense of familiarity, though much weaker than what he had seen in his previous life. After a long while, Anderson opened her eyes, realizing that her body was leaning against Luo Nan. She quickly stood up and apologized frantically. I'm sorry, I'm too heavy. Luo Nan gave a weak smile, a trace of bitterness in it. Anderson's response brought him back to reality. He knew that strengthening Anderson's power did not mean the Grand Commander's former personality would return. Was this my doing? After looking around, Anderson suddenly covered her mouth with her hand. Don't worry about it. Just tell them to gather here. Hearing Luo Nan's words, Anderson looked uncertain. Gather here. Just as she spoke, the previously noisy animals immediately quieted down, even though many animals were in bad shape, and some mice were pierced full of glass shards, barely clinging to life. They all approached Anderson as if bewitched. Is this my power? To gather mice? For now. Yes. Send them back into the cages. The animals lined up, like well-trained soldiers. Anderson sensed a strange atmosphere in their eyes. She opened her mouth again. Back to your cages. And the animals obeyed. But suddenly, Anderson's aura vanished. The animals' eyes regained their focus. They began to stir and run about chaotically. Anderson was stunned. It feels like all the magic inside me is gone. That's right. What you need to develop now is the dark magic core within your heart, not ordinary magic anymore. Jodin continued explaining. It's like starting from zero. Seeing Anderson nod with firm resolve, Jodin smiled with relief. He seemed to understand why that monster Nibiros had taken interest in him, and even appointed him as his assistant against protocol, despite losing everything he'd worked so hard to build. There was still a determined light in his eyes. After a brief silence, Jodin spoke again. The problem is that the ability within your dark magic is too dangerous. Then what exactly is my ability? Anderson asked anxiously. Even though the animals were in total panic, Their unwavering obedience sent chills down Anderson's spine. There are still many details we need to study and confirm, but one thing's clear, it's a power that controls the mind. Yes, it's a power that even Archmage Rory Hong couldn't obtain. Originally, we believed this kind of eerie power existed only in theory. Jordan explained his theory about Anderson's abilities. Luo Nan, meanwhile, recalled fragments of his subconscious life. Anderson's power was to impose his will on other living beings. If applied to individuals, he could become overwhelmingly powerful, scale it up, and he could influence hundreds of thousands. As Luo Nan recalled the final battle, he couldn't help but curl his lips into a bitter smile. It was a power that could grow endlessly cruel. 3 lifetimes had ground Anderson down. Luo Nan thought of the soldiers who had charged a Hejut to buy them time. In truth, there were very few who acted purely out of loyalty or conviction. Aside from foolish crusaders or a handful of knights with genuine honor, most of them had dull, lifeless eyes, just like the animals that had just been mind-controlled. For some reason, Luo Nan was filled with mixed emotions. Would this girl one day give such commands as well? Leaving the laboratory, Luo Nan and Anderson walked through the campus. The birds along the way saw them and flew away as if fleeing from something terrifying. You mentioned before that my power might affect humans too, right? Anderson looked at Luo Nan with worry. I'm scared. I'm afraid that one day I might abuse my power and become a monster, manipulating people at will, trampling their intentions, and causing countless deaths. The girl spoke softly, yet a half-dead mouse still dragged its broken body toward her, seemingly ignoring life and death. It turned out they had already been mentally controlled by her. And yet, despite possessing such overwhelming power, the kind-hearted Anderson still worried. She feared that one day, she might use that power to manipulate others' will at will, or even start wars, leading to the loss of countless lives. But Luo Nan just smiled. If you use this power selfishly, don't worry, I will stop you. Looking at Luo Nan, in the following weeks, everyone finally enjoyed a rare period of peaceful academy life. They practiced their training in an orderly manner. Among them, the one who made the greatest progress was Anderson. She could now control 5 squirrels simultaneously, although still a bit lacking compared to her previous life. Luo Nan was no exception. He trained his swordsmanship during practice, continuously maintaining the infusion of magic like with Romantia. Just after Luo Nan finished a set of basic sword techniques, Nabi Luasi suddenly approached him. There's news from Lingling Magic Tower. The damage from the explosion during the last Claser operation has finally been repaired. A satisfied smile appeared on Luo Nan's face. Sorrent had once told him that within the Lingling Tower, there might be clues regarding the 10 curses on his body. Luo Nan took out the pocket watch from his pocket and glanced at it. The time on it showed that it had been 2 hours since he first infused magic into the Romantia, after submitting an application for leave to Professor Marin. So he headed off alone. This time, his mode of transport was an airship. The interior was quite luxurious. It was powered by 8 griffins at the front. As Luo Nan entered the airship's main hall, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Elizabeth. Elizabeth, who had been gazing out the window, turned her head at the sound. Her expression showed a hint of surprise. Why are you here? How did you escape from Phillips? Elizabeth couldn't help but giggle. Luo Nan always said the weirdest things. He seemed to forget that the girl before him was a genius, capable of controlling all 3 elemental forces. Do you have any friends? You always seem to be Elizabeth's face turned red instantly, as if he had touched a nerve. Beneath the 6 wings of the griffins in the mountain cave, the airship slowly rose into the clouds. Night fell quickly. But Luo Nan couldn't sleep, because Elizabeth was drunkenly rambling nonsense. Sister Anderson is my friend, isn't she? She's so pretty, so perfect. I want to marry her. Luo Nan let out a sigh. He regretted letting her drink. You only took 1 sip, and you're like this? Are you pretending to be drunk? Higi, that's right. There's no way Princess Akalucia has such a low tolerance, Elizabeth said as she suddenly snapped her fingers. Let me show you something fun. As her words fell, a small lion made of fire jumped onto the table. Damn it, stop that. Luo Nan quickly grabbed her wrist. This was exactly why he couldn't fall asleep. She was afraid that if she nodded off even a little, she'd wake up to find the airship plummeting from the sky. And without a doubt, it would be Elizabeth's fault. Luo Nan dragged her out onto the deck. The wind is so strong. Even though the fierce wind had messed up Elizabeth's hair, she still didn't seem completely sober. Let's talk about Anderson. You seem to treat her very well. Luo Nan was very curious. Clearly, Elizabeth had never paid attention to those with weak abilities before. Why was her attitude toward Anderson so different? Fine. Elizabeth began to recount how she met Anderson. It was actually quite simple. She got lost in the library, and Anderson happened to help her. The story itself wasn't anything exciting. Even her praises for Anderson were longer than the story itself. Don't compare Sister Anderson with others. Sister is different from everyone else. As Elizabeth spoke, her voice gradually softened, and even her arms dropped down. Only then did Luo-Nen realize she had fallen asleep. To avoid Elizabeth waking up and causing a fuss again, Luo-Nen decided to let her sleep. He didn't know how much time passed, but after the airship pierced through thick clouds, a huge structure suddenly appeared in the distance. A cylindrical tower with 24 floors, looking like a pillar connecting heaven and earth. The 00 Magic Tower. Just as Luo-Nen was fully engrossed in admiring this magnificent building, the griffins flying ahead of the airship suddenly let out strange, sharp cries. The sounds were abnormally shrill, like an ominous warning. Sure enough, the next second, 7 giant fireballs. The flames ripped through the air with terrifying sonic booms. Luo-Nen immediately realized something was wrong. He quickly shook Elizabeth. Wake up, quickly. Why? What's going on? Although Elizabeth woke up, her body remained collapsed on the ground. Number 1, Number 5, Number 7. Hit the brakes. The others. Rotate left. Lower the altitude. The captain shouted urgently, trying to maneuver and minimize the damage. But the fireballs were flying much faster than they expected. In the blink of an eye, they were right in front of them. At that moment, a strange sound suddenly came from Luo-Nan's mouth. They must be completely wiped out. Luo-Nan drew his sword. Dozens of sharp slashes came from all directions toward the fireballs. Just as the fireballs were about to engulf him, a deafening explosion erupted. It was the first time he had succeeded in a real battle. Luo-Nan looked at Romantia with disbelief. The sword glowed faintly red with magic infused into it. Fragments of the fireball brushed right past his body. Was the airship hit? Luo-Nan quickly turned his head. When he saw the airship was still intact, a look of relief crossed his face. A purple magical shield tightly enveloped the airship. Nice work, Elizabeth. Ugh, what just happened? My head hurts. Elizabeth groaned about her hangover, completely unaware of what she'd done. We've just confirmed 7 unidentified fireballs were launched at your vessel. Please rest assured, this was not the intention of the Dawn Magic Tower. We are currently deploying all resources to track down the perpetrator. The Dawn Magic Tower broadcasted this message to everyone, but Luo-Nan furrowed his brows. He had clearly seen the fireballs fly out from the tower's direction, so this broadcast didn't seem very credible to him. But the captain insisted they proceed to the tower. Following the advice of the tower's deputy, the airship landed in the garden, rather than at the usual docking point. Clearly, this was the same place where the Klaser Nebula self-destructed months ago. Luo-Nan placed his hand on the ship's hull to ensure nothing unexpected would happen. But just then, a pillar of fire suddenly shot up in front of him. From within it stepped a middle-aged man in robes. The magic radiating from him was overwhelming, so much that even Luo-Nan felt dizzy. It was the 7th Circle Archmage, Angferera. As the boy stepped off the airship, he realized something terrifying. Just 5 meters ahead of him, a huge pillar of fire suddenly rose up. Then, a middle-aged man radiating intense magical power stepped out from it. The strength of his magic was so great that even Luo-Nan felt dizzy. It was the 7-Ring Archmage, Angferera, nicknamed Hotbird. He could summon firebirds through flame magic to attack enemies, and even transform himself into a phoenix. Luo-Nan was very familiar with this old man. In the final battlefield of his previous life, he had fought bravely, burning countless summoned giants with his signature flame magic. However, in the end, he was still killed by a beam of light piercing through his body. You too, wait a moment. Angferera suddenly shouted toward Luo-Nan. Then, flames rose around his body, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Luo-Nan. This scene instantly put Luo-Nan on alert. He prepared to draw his sword at any moment. However, Angferera showed no hostility. Are you two also third-year students? I'm a graduate of Phillips Academy, class 736. You could say I'm your senior. Luo-Nan widened his eyes upon hearing this. He had seen people who looked older than their age, but never someone this extreme. By calculation, he should only be in his 30s, but he looked more like he was 3,000 years old. Such a shocking ability. How did you manage to shatter magic with a sword? Luo-Nan initially wanted to brush it off, but unexpectedly, Angferera directly invited him to his office for a detailed conversation. Very well. He still had a few questions he wanted to ask anyway. So Luo-Nan readily agreed. Is Courtier still the headmaster at Phillips? Yes, he is. That's really impressive. He was already the headmaster when my father attended. If a 9-Ring Archmage is to emerge on the continent, it would definitely be him. No wonder he's the disciple of Rory Hong. As they chatted, the three slowly walked into the tower. Angferera's office was on the top floor. Although the atmosphere became much more relaxed, there were still a few things that made Luo-Nan uneasy. Mr. Angferera, I have a question for you. When we were attacked by fireballs, why didn't you help us? Angferera's smile immediately faded upon hearing this. That's... Luo-Nan didn't change his expression. He kept staring at him seriously. To be honest, you had plenty of time, didn't you? The more Luo-Nan thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. There were at least hundreds of mages in the Tower of Linlin. There's no way they couldn't stop a few fireballs. Angferera sighed, stroking his beard. and tried to explain that the fireballs were noticed too late. So late that they missed their chance to act. But Luo Nin still didn't believe him. Ferreira continued, explaining, according to our analysis, someone must have cast a large-scale illusion magic within the tower. But to Luo Nan, that sounded even more ridiculous. Someone capable of casting such a wide-scale spell, and affecting even a 7th circle archmage. Who else but Rorihong could do that? So you're saying this was Rorihong's prank? But that theory was quickly denied. It didn't seem likely. He had been completely immersed in his own research. As he finished speaking, Ferreira suddenly stood up. He said he had a meeting to attend, but before that, he could take them to visit Lin Lin's cradle. It was a laboratory dedicated to magical research. Luo Nan shook his head. He wasn't here today to study magic. He came looking for clues about the curse. All right, then. Ferreira looked a little disappointed. After handing Luo Nan 5 scrolls, he left the office with Elizabeth. Luo Nan, meanwhile, headed to the library on the 6th floor. He didn't hesitate and got right to work. But on the very first step, Luo Nan froze. I should find a librarian first. This place is huge. It might take 3 days and nights to search. As Luo Nan was thinking of another approach, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Excuse me, I'm the librarian. What kind of book are you looking for? Luo Nan turned his head, but saw no one. It wasn't until he lowered his gaze by about 2 meters that a head of short orange hair came into view. The speaker turned out to be a who seemed to struggle even to reach the second shelf. Are there any other librarians here? The girl shook her head. All right then. Luo Nan helplessly took out Seren's ring from his pocket and handed it over. At the first glance of the ring, the girl's eyes widened. Then she grabbed Luo Nan and dragged him deeper into the library. Her slender arms were shockingly strong. She led Luo Nan to a hidden space. Let me take another look at the ring. After confirming she wasn't mistaken, the girl became extremely excited. This is Seren's ring. Seren Lemethian. She was a mage of the Tower of Dawn. The girl accepted the ring and introduced herself. I'm Ailey. She gazed at the ring with intense longing. This really is Seren's ring. She always liked to wear it on the ring finger of her left hand. When Ailey talked about Seren, it was as if she was reminiscing about an old friend she hadn't seen in years. What is your relationship with Seren? Luo Nan tilted his head, dumbfounded at the girl before him. She was very short, with slightly protruding ears. That made her look neither like an elf nor a vampire. It was as if Ailey had guessed Luo Nan's thoughts. Her body suddenly turned transparent, then floated up into midair. I'm a ghost. This space is too small, so I'm sorry I can't show my true form. This is good enough. Luo Nan chuckled awkwardly. So that explained the abnormal strength in her arms. Her magical density was almost comparable to Ferreira's. Why would such a powerful being stay in a place like this? Luo Nan asked curiously. It was Seren who sealed me here. She promised that as long as I faithfully fulfilled my duties as the librarian, she would set me free. Luo Nan frowned deeply after hearing this. He completely couldn't guess Seren's intentions. What was that old man thinking? Seeing Luo Nan's troubled expression, Ailey hurriedly smiled and, how should I put it? I used to be a little immature. At one point, I even thought about destroying the magic tower and everything. As she spoke, Ailey's eyes suddenly lit up as she looked at Luo Nan. How's Seren doing lately? Tell me quickly. Her behavior was just like a daughter inquiring about her father's health on the battlefield. An ancient book abandoned for many years. Just moments ago, Librarian Ailey's eyes suddenly lit up while asking Luo Nan about Seren. Luo Nan didn't have the courage to tell the truth. It wasn't easy to tell a little girl that the person she had missed for so long had turned into stone. Based on Ailey's attitude, their relationship was definitely more than just a simple contract. Let's talk about this later. I have urgent matters right now. Sorry. I'll help you as much as I can. Ailey quickly bowed and apologized. Luo Nan ignored her and briefly explained his purpose, but it left Ailey in a difficult position. She herself was not very skilled in curses, so the only thing she could do now was to find 289 books related to curses. Damn it. How many did you say? Luo Nan was his personal best record, was finishing a backpack of books in a month, and he had grabbed the wrong backpack at that. He had read books from the magic department by mistake. You'll find your answer. Every time you finish one book, I'll bring you the next one. All right. Luo Nan looked at the stack of books thicker than his own life and sighed. And just like that, 3 days passed. No major incidents occurred during this time, but the criminals who attacked the airship were still at large. Luo Nan stared at his book, but the feeling of irritation in his heart grew heavier. From time to time, even his temples throbbed with pain. He informed Ailey about this. It's true. The Tower of Dawn has been plagued with strange events lately. So far, 6 mages have gone missing, and the most frightening part was yet to come. Tower Master Rorihong had set off on a journey last winter, and still hadn't returned. This instantly raised Luo Nan's suspicions. If the Tower Master had been absent for a year, wouldn't that mean Ferreira would succeed Rorihong as Tower Master? Could it be? Several suspicious thoughts flashed through Luo Nan's mind. Is there something in the restricted section? I think I should explore it. Ang Ferreira had repeatedly warned Luo Nan not to enter the restricted section. Upon hearing Luo Nan's words, Ailey's expression immediately darkened. She strictly forbade Luo Nan from going, saying it was far too dangerous. There were many powerful forbidden books inside, most of which had developed self-awareness. Luo Nan didn't argue further. Without Ailey's cooperation, he couldn't enter the restricted section. There was no helping it. Luo Nan could only refocus his attention on books about curses. At night, Luo Nan, who had fallen asleep, suddenly jolted awake, and Ailey was nowhere to be seen. He must have dozed off while reading. At first, Luo Nan didn't think much of it, but suddenly, a black figure darted past in front of him. The moonlight illuminated the figure's face, revealing the face of a woman. Luo Nan's eyes widened in shock. This was definitely the mage listed among the missing persons, named Pat. If Luo Nan remembered correctly, why had she suddenly appeared here? Luo Nan hurriedly and quietly followed her, but after over 20 minutes of walking, Pat still showed no sign of stopping. Luo Nan's clothes were already drenched in sweat, but the woman before her seemed to have limitless stamina. The next second, her body suddenly bent, revealing a pale face and pitch-black pupils. That pose was something no human could pull off. Luo Nan's eyes widened. The moment she blinked again, Pat had completely vanished. Luo Nan quickly looked around, only to realize she had arrived at a bizarre place. You are cursed. A strange voice suddenly whispered in Luo Nan's ear. Come find me. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Go to your right. Luo Nan followed the voice's direction. She didn't know how long had passed, when suddenly a strange wooden pedestal appeared ahead. Sitting atop it was a book thicker than a pillow. Luo Nan froze on the spot. This place was clearly a restricted section, but she suddenly had a gut feeling that inside this book was the answer she was looking for, a way to break the curse. Luo Nan made up her mind and opened the book, but she couldn't understand a single word. It looked like it was written in a foreign language. Luo Nan leaned closer to examine the text, but at that moment, several tentacles shot out from the book. They quickly wrapped around Luo Nan's body. Got you, fool. There's nothing about curses in this book at all. Damn it. Luo Nan cursed under her breath. Her obsession with finding answers about the curse had clouded her judgment. But just as Luo Nan realized the truth, dozens of red lines suddenly lit up. The tentacles were instantly shredded into countless pieces. Did you really think a single page would fool me? Luo Nan roared. Before the tentacles could fully bind her, she had already drawn her sword and struck. Luo Nan's response was swift and merciless. He broke free from the tentacles' restraints and plunged his sword straight into the book. The sword tip pierced deep into the pages. A chilling scream echoed from within the book. But at that moment, Luo Nan suddenly felt a burning sensation on his back. He quickly turned around. A massive fire spell was surging toward him. It was a fairly powerful magic. Luo Nan immediately dropped what he was doing, grabbed Romantia, and charged at the fireball, slicing it cleanly in half. As the flames weakened, Luo Nan saw a woman standing across from him. She had the same signature sky blue hair as Sholofan. He would never have imagined that his friend's younger sister would attack him, and she had conjured a fireball bigger than her face. Seeing her abnormal mental state, Luo Nan quickly guessed the reason. She had been driven mad by the forbidden book. Sure enough, after Luo Nan destroyed the book, the girl's eyes gradually returned to normal, and then she collapsed unconscious onto the ground. Then the darkness around began to dissipate, and Librarian Ailey along with a group of mages appeared. They had all been awakened by the sounds of Luo Nan's battle. Luo Nan tried to explain the situation to them, but after listening, everyone quickly pushed all the blame onto the girl. Arson, that was her. The attack on the airship must have been her doing too. It wasn't me. I don't know anything. The girl raised her head and explained in panic. At this moment, Ailey recognized her identity. She was the third daughter of the Grancia family, Zion. Originally, everyone should have been wary of her noble background, but even Elizabeth joined in the condemnation. That vile Grancia finally shows their true colors. They want to destroy the Tower of Dawn. Elizabeth hurled the harshest words at Zion. Under the relentless pressure, Zion finally burst into tears. Please believe me. I didn't do anything. In fact, the relationship between the Grancia and Akarugia families had always been tense. If this continues, the conflict could escalate. Luo Nan quickly stepped in front of Zion. Everyone, calm down. He's not the one behind this. Once things settled a little, Luo Nan reached out and grabbed Zion's ear. Although this girl looked very similar to Sholofan, on closer inspection now, she was far cuter than that guy. Zion protested weakly, not understanding why this stranger acted so rudely. But just then, a deep voice rang out from behind. Everyone turned around to look, and without exception, Ang Ferreira walked in from the corridor, his entire body pulsing with overwhelming magic. All of you, step aside. Zion didn't object at all. Acting Tower Master Ang Ferreira gave the order. None of the mages dared refute, and they began to scatter. Zion was escorted away by two fourth circle archmages, Ellie and Luo Nan. Meanwhile, were invited to a hidden space. But on the way to their destination, Aang Ferreira suddenly lowered his head. I owe everyone an apology. Tower Master, what are you talking about? Ellie asked, confused. The truth is, Roarhong never went on an expedition. Aang Ferreira shut his eyes tightly and forced out a sorrowful voice. She was devoured by the forbidden book last year. That statement stunned Luo Nan on the spot. The Tower Master of Linland Tower, the one who mastered the continent's strongest fire and illusion magic. Was this man joking? Ellie's eyes widened. Then all the recent illusions. Yes, that was Lady Roarhong's specialty. With the power of the forbidden book Vigila, she could even affect a seventh circle archmage like me. Tell us more. Quickly, how exactly did she get devoured? Luo Nan pressed Aang Ferreira, eager to know the details. On the day Lady Roarhong decided to ascend, she snuck into the forbidden library. I felt that something was off, so I followed her. It was around midnight. It all happened so fast. Lady Roarhong awakened. Vigila, which had slept for centuries, but I was too late. By the time I arrived, the situation had already spiraled out of control. Tower Master Roarhong was in the process of being consumed by Vigila. All I could do was seal her away before she fully transformed, before she became completely monstrous. Why would the Tower Master do such a thing? Luo Nan furrowed her brows. Vigila is destruction incarnate. It can deceive and consume its readers, but if you truly understand its contents, it grants you nearly unlimited power. Some believed it should be completely destroyed, but Lady Roarhong was firmly against it. She believed that even such evil power could be used to benefit mankind. But in the end, she failed. Aang Ferreira lowered his head, blaming himself for not stopping her. But what's done is done. Now we must find out who broke the seal. The moment Luo Nan finished speaking, a small glowing object fell at their feet. None of the boys could have imagined that an old book lying in the library for 1,000 years would, under the influence of magic, develop a will of its own, and even control the most powerful mage on the continent. Just moments ago, Luo Nan and the others had reached the library's secret chamber. It was right after Aang Ferreira explained Roarhong's fate, when a pair of shattered eyeglasses suddenly fell in front of them. Then the ground began to tremble violently. A wall of earth suddenly rose beside Luo Nan. Damn it, Aang Ferreira. Ellie, Luo Nan roared as she swung her sword. But the earthen wall was too thick and had regenerative powers. Luo Nan was separated from the others. Come to me, a strange voice echoed in her mind. At the same time, a corridor with no visible end appeared before her. You really want to save those two, don't you? Then do exactly as I say. Even though Luo Nan didn't know its intentions, the surrounding walls had already sealed off all other paths. This was the only way forward. The path was far longer than expected. Luo Nan kept walking, but still saw no end. Instead, her mind was filled with dozens of strange voices. It's him. He killed one of our kind before. Why would Lord Y be interested in that child? Come to me, and I'll give you everything you desire. Shut up, you damn scraps of paper. Luo Nan shouted angrily to the side. She realized it was a conversation between forbidden books. The voices numbered over 100. Luo Nan pressed on through the endless corridor. Not long after, she arrived at a much wider area. At first glance, the room appeared completely empty, except for a solitary altar standing at the center. As Luo Nan's gaze continued to sweep, her eyes suddenly widened. Aang Ferreira and Ellie were both chained to the altar, their bodies drenched in blood, groaning in pain, as if they had suffered severe injuries. Luo Nan didn't hesitate. She rushed toward them at once. But at that moment, a series of magic circles activated, followed by massive columns of fire shooting toward her. A disembodied voice echoed through the air. Luo Nan awakened the power of Romancia. A dark red aura enveloped her entire body. Her strikes were sharp, precise, and swift, quickly neutralizing all the magic. You sure are rude to your guests. Luo Nan mocked coldly. At the same time, a figure appeared on the altar. As that terrifying voice rang out, a heavy, evil energy filled the air, making it hard for Luo Nan to even breathe. Vigila. No explanation was needed. It was obvious this old man was Roarhong, now controlled by Vigila. How dare you call me by name? The old man stared at Luo Nan intently, making the pressure in the air even heavier. Damn it. What do you want? You wouldn't let me take them away that easily, would you? Correct. The price is handing over your body to me. I'm tired of just playing with illusions. Your body could offer much more entertainment. As the old man spoke, Ailey gasped and shouted. No, don't listen to her. She's lying to you. But her voice was quickly cut off. Vigila merely turned her head, and the iron chains binding them instantly glowed bright red, giving off clouds of smoke. The smell of burning flesh filled the air. If you accept my offer, I'll release these two little mice. I'll even let them leave the Tower of Dawn safely. Isn't that a fair deal? What if I refuse? Luo Nan tightened his grip on Romancia, but those words seemed to enrage Vigila. She snapped her fingers, and in an instant, the room turned into a desert. The sand beneath their feet was flowing, and the sun's heat on their bodies felt scalding. It was hard to believe this was mere illusion magic. Do you like it? Vigila snapped her fingers again. The surroundings changed dramatically once more. A torrential rainforest, a desolate snowy wasteland, and even the imperial capital stretching to the horizon. Finally, after Vigila made a silly face, the room returned to its original state. So you won't resent giving up your body. I can feel it. Your body's potential seems even stronger than the one I currently possess. As Vigila spoke, the surrounding earth walls began to collapse. Hundreds of books floated into the air. Lady Vigila, please immediately possess the young man's body and complete your rebirth. Luo Nan was speechless. This was the greatest crisis she had faced since her rebirth. Her mind raced frantically for solutions, while her eyes quickly scanned her surroundings. Just then, she saw something familiar in the distance. That black aura from the Kra's members. Its source wasn't Rory Hong's corpse, or the forbidden book in her hand. Luo Nan frowned in confusion. 3 seconds later, she made her decision. I accept your offer. It was a book of ultimate omnipotence. Yet it had been abandoned in the library for 1,000 years, because it harbored a terrifying power. The ability to corrupt the minds of any reader. It was believed the continent's strongest mage could subdue her, but it only took 2.5 seconds for her to become Vigila's complete puppet. And what Luo Nan faced now was that mage, now enhanced by Vigila's power, just standing face to face, made it nearly impossible for Luo Nan to breathe. But unexpectedly, Vigila didn't attack right away. Instead, she brought in her 2 friends and made a strange proposal. Give me your body, and I'll release these 2 little... Rory Hong's body was already powerful enough, but Vigila could sense it clearly. Luo Nan's potential was even greater. Faced with overwhelming odds, Luo Nan made her decision. I accept your offer, but you must release the 2 of them as promised. Of course. Vigila smiled and walked toward her. Just stay where you are. Luo Nan closed her eyes. Moments later, she felt a hand being placed on her forehead. In that exact moment, Luo Nan quickly drew her sword and struck, but Vigila had clearly anticipated her move. She leapt back, widening the distance, and Luo Nan had predicted that she'd anticipated, because her true target was never Vigila. What? Vigila turned around in shock, only to see a deep red arc, cleanly slicing across the altar, and embedding itself deep into Ellie and Aang Ferreira's bodies. Lo, Luo Nan. Why? Why would you? Ailey's eyes widened, with utter disbelief, but a few seconds later, both Ailey and Aang Ferreira's bodies dissipated like smoke. Vigila clutched her chest in pain, and fell to one knee, as if she had suffered a severe blow. Luo Nan smiled triumphantly. She had gambled correctly. The dense black magic from Klaser originated from the altar, and Vigila was a creation of the demons. There had to be a special connection between the 2. Thus, she had guessed that Vigila's true form was hidden there, and since Ailey and Aang Ferreira's magic felt different from before, they were obviously illusions as well. Sure enough, after the altar cracked open, a writhing book emerged from within. Luo Nan frowned. That slash hadn't completely destroyed Vigila's true body. At the same time, the book flew toward Rory Hong and pierced deeply into her chest. I won't let you leave alive. Vigila shouted in pain as she knelt on the ground. Infernal magnetic burst. As soon as she spoke, a massive surge of energy erupted from her body. The magic circle underfoot rapidly expanded, covering nearly 3/4 of the room. Lady Vigila, what are you doing? Damn it. Save me. The other forbidden books cried out in terror. Luo Nan's expression froze instantly. To stop magic of this scale, she had to kill the host, Rory Hong. She made a swift decision and slashed at Vigila, but just as her sword energy was about to strike, a sudden earthen wall rose up to block it. Although Vigila's movements were much slower than before, her mastery of earth magic remained highly skilled, making it impossible for Luo Nan to get close. At the same time, the magic circle of infernal magnetic burst began to glow, as if it could explode at any moment. Damn it. 1,000 scenarios flashed through Luo Nan's mind as she tried to stop the catastrophe. Wait. She paused, then pulled 5 scrolls from her pocket. They were the scrolls Aang Ferreira had given her. Each one bore Sync's magic, powerful enough to obliterate an entire village. If I'm going to die, I'm taking you with me. Without hesitation, Luo Nan unraveled all 5 scrolls. Chaotic magic clashed violently in the air. Vigila instantly panicked, as a pillar of fire rose around her. It resembled Aang Ferreira's teleportation magic. Luo Nan grinned, rushed around the earthen wall, and tackled Vigila to the ground. Damn it, let go of me. Though Vigila struggled desperately, her frail, elderly body couldn't break free. In the end, she was forced to cast another spell. At the same moment, the infernal magnetic burst erupted in dazzling light, engulfing everything around them. Meanwhile, in the garden of Linlin Tower, Elizabeth was strolling out of boredom, but just as she finished her long walk and turned back toward the tower, a deafening roar tore through the night sky. Elizabeth turned her head toward the source of the sound. From the garden's northwest corner, a massive pillar of fire surged upward, nearly as wide as the tower itself. What is that? Elizabeth instinctively stepped back. Seconds later, the towering flames began to recede, replaced by an overwhelming tide of fire and magic. Like a volcanic eruption, Elizabeth immediately used her mind stick to float into the air. But the moment she saw it, her eyes widened in horror. God, what terrifying magic is this? It looked like a gateway to hell. A wave of destructive flame burst out from within, but strangely, there seemed to be two types of flame inside. One was a vivid crimson color, while the other was a deep, intense black. The black flames overwhelmingly devoured the crimson flames. The mages at the scene began casting magical shields to slow down the spread of the fire, but gradually, they realized. Their shields instantly melted upon contact with the flames. Damn it. We can't control it. This is almost at the level of an 8th circle spell. Where's the librarian? And the tower master? Hurry and notify them. Everyone, get as far away from the scene as possible. With flames of this intensity, you could feel the searing heat even from hundreds of meters away. Absolutely no living creature could survive inside for more than a second, despite everyone's desperate efforts to resist. The flames were simply too powerful, and they couldn't hold out much longer. At that moment, Elizabeth saw a familiar face. A short girl with black hair. Grancia. The suspect in the attempted assassination, Cinnabon de Grancia. She was struggling to cast a defense spell among the group of mages. The mages who were supposed to protect her were too focused on casting and nowhere to be seen. What help could they be? Elizabeth frowned. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted. Dozens of fireballs shot into the sky like volcanic eggs. Elizabeth's face turned pale. One of the fireballs was falling directly toward Sheen's head. The mages, focused entirely on their defenses, didn't notice the fireball until the very last second. Damn it. Get out of the way. Miss Grancia, watch out. NGH. Sheen, who had been concentrating, looked up. The crimson fireball filled her vision. Her hair curled from the heat. It was too late to dodge. In the instant before her short life was about to end, a hemispherical magic shield enveloped her and the other mages. Boom. The fireball crashed into the shield with a loud blast. What nonsense. What do you think you're doing, sis? Didn't the Grancia family teach you? If you can't help, get out of the way? Sheen opened her tightly shut eyes. Elizabeth held her by the shoulders, continuing her spellcasting. The astonished mages widened their eyes. Lady Acarcia, how can we ever repay this debt? Shut up. Idiots who can't even protect a child. You all owe me. Elizabeth snapped. The mages fell silent. She dropped the shield and reached out her hand. Said, I will join. A purple aura spread from her fingertips. The encouraged magicians regained their footing. Suddenly, deafening shouts erupted throughout the magic tower. Everyone evacuate. A familiar voice rang out. Elizabeth turned her head. A giant firebird over 10 meters long flew from the western night sky. Dozens of equally massive firebirds followed closely behind. Elizabeth's eyes widened. Ornfira. Everyone evacuate except essential personnel. Everyone else retreat. It was like witnessing the sun rising in the west. The symbolic magic of the firebird Ornfira, the bird of Prometheus. The firebirds and raptors that arrived at the magic tower immediately swooped into the pit. Whoosh. The form of the fire demon twisted. Its flames visibly weakened. Soon after, the firebirds surrounded by dark red flames rose into the air. Elizabeth noticed that it was absorbing the flames. She couldn't help but marvel. As expected, it was more effective than all the efforts of the magicians combined. Orn circled in the sky, absorbing the flames. Fire once again dove toward the fire pit. Whoosh. Suddenly, a lightning-like streak of flame appeared in the sky. Soon after, the flames gradually subsided. Two figures became visible. A boy with a burning body was tightly gripping the neck of an old man. They fell from the sky. Recognizing the boy, Elizabeth screamed, Lo, Lord Lornan, damn you. Let go. At the same time, a terrifying roar echoed across the sky. Elizabeth instantly froze. It felt as if she were facing a wild beast. Her legs gave out. Her breathing grew rapid. The other mages were the same. Screams and explosions echoed everywhere. The result of spell what? What is that? Such evil mana. I've never felt anything like it. Sheen, who had been clinging tightly to Elizabeth's hand, started crying. Damn it. Just as Ronan and the old man were about to crash into the ground, flames flickered once more, and both of them vanished. The oppressive aura finally lifted. Elizabeth could finally breathe. Sob. Sheen finally broke into full sobs, burying her face in Elizabeth's stomach. Flustered, Elizabeth stepped back. No, don't cry. Nobles aren't supposed to cry. Sob. Stop crying. Stop it. Elizabeth had forgotten that Sheen was a Grancia. She comforted her gently, patting her back for a long while. Elizabeth looked toward where Ronan had vanished, and muttered softly, What are you doing now? You foolish man. If you don't let go, you'll be burned alive. Can you really hold on? Ronan's body was engulfed in flames, although his uniform was fire-resistant. The flames seemed incredibly fierce, but because she was focused on the battle, she didn't feel the heat that much. Basila shouted, "You bastard! What the hell are you?" Wounded, Basila grew even more frenzied. Powerful spells, fired indiscriminately, proved her overwhelming power. Boom! They kept teleporting, engaging in a chaotic battle. Basila used every trick to try to shake off Lornan, but Lornan refused to let go. This guy had his limits too. As time went on, it became more and more obvious. Basila's power weakened. The flames became gentler, and the rocks started melting. Whoosh! At that moment, pillars of fire surrounded them again. Seeing the change in the background, Lornan let out a bitter smile. The distant black sea churned violently. Now was the chance. They had reached the skies above the Sea of Dawn. Crack! Lornan lifted his head and slammed into Basila's nose. The unexpected blows sent Basila reeling. "Ah, poor old man. Stop tormenting yourself. Come with me." The crooked nose broke, and blood splattered everywhere. Lornan continued headbutting. Bang! Bang! A movement spell was interrupted. They continued falling. Just throw her into the water like this. Normally, once wet, magic couldn't be used, especially Vigila's magic, which was likely to fail in water. In any case, as long as they threw her into the water and made her look like she was drowning, they could fish her out afterward. No, quit joking around. When they were about 5 meters from the water surface, Vigila suddenly spread her arms, as if pulling something up. Boom. Suddenly, a reef shaped like a giant hand surged toward them. Lornan's eyes widened even further. The two of them slammed straight into the rock. This reef is bigger than an average sailing ship. Ronan, who hadn't landed on her back, rolled across the ground. Thankfully, the fall wasn't from a great height. The impact wasn't too strong, but she still lost Vigila. Damn it, where do you think you're going? Just as Ronan scrambled to her feet, boom, a massive whale made of flames dropped from above and exploded. Immediately after, 5 rocky spears pierced through the spot where Ronan had just been. Die. Finally, the reef shaped like a giant hand they stood on clutched Ronan. Crack. A cracking sound accompanied by flame. Hey. Vigila, who had fallen on the reef, knelt down in worry. She could feel her body becoming noticeably heavier. She coughed up black blood again and muttered in disbelief. How could this be happening? Her wounds hadn't healed at all. Despite all her years and countless experiences, this was the first time for something like this. She was experiencing what mortals call a full awakening. She had to recover quickly. It was too dangerous. She needed to devour a mana-rich life form to heal her wounds. At that moment, she prepared to return to the Tower of Dawn again. A whistle blew. Like hundreds of people whistling at once, one of the reefs exploded. Ronan emerged from the cracks between the fingers, making Vigila's eyes go wide. Impossible. I really have weakened. The crimson ramen in her hand glowed brightly. Aside from burn marks left by her movements, Ronan had no other visible injuries. It's time to finish this. Ronan planted her feet and charged straight at Vigila. Vigila seemed stunned, frozen in place. So, Lornan struck Vigila's temple with the hilt of his sword. A sinister voice echoed across the sea surface. So you're still just a child. What? The sword hilt pierced through Vigila's head. Her figure dispersed like smoke. Lornan realized it was an illusion. As he turned, Vigila's hand appeared in the air and grabbed his head. Ugh. It's so drawn out. It's really dangerous. At this rate, I might actually lose. This bastard. But history only remembers the final victor. I'll make good use of your body. Before Lornan could speak, Vigila had already begun chanting. A black, book-shaped entity emerged from Lornan's chest. At the same time, Vigila's consciousness transferred into Lornan's body. Her pupils began to turn pitch black. A strange groaning sound escaped from Lornan's lips. Damn it. Don't resist. It'll be over soon. Vigila sneered. Although the resistance was strong, since she had already invaded, devouring the body was only a matter of time. Now she only needed to seize the heart. Suddenly feeling uncomfortable, Vigila shook her head. This is an unpleasant feeling, different from other bodies. There was an overwhelmingly powerful presence already occupying the space. What is this? It was a terrifying, evil existence beyond her imagination. They appeared as black shadows. The swirling shadows began closing in on Vigila one by one. Why are they inside the body? No. Stay away. But the shadows did not stop. One of them bit into Vigila. Feeling a burning pain, Vigila gasped sharply. Then the rest of the shadows rushed in as well. Vigila's consciousness was swallowed by darkness. A chilling scream echoed in Ronan's mind. What a dreadful place, isn't it? Ronan shook his damp hair and laughed. His darkened pupils gradually returned to their original color. Chapter 97. Shooting Toward the Dawn. 10. Number 97. What a dreadful place, isn't it? Ronan shook his damp hair and laughed. His darkened pupils gradually returned to their original color. Vigilous shrieking echoed in his mind. Ah. Get along well now. Also, you idiot, how did I find you at the altar? Ronan laughed darkly. He had already noticed Vigila trying to use illusions to interfere. There was no flicker of magic on Vigila, who stood there motionless. But his gamble that she would show herself had paid off. Lucky me. It was inspired by the time Zeradin nearly died, while trying to fix his mana dysfunction. What kind of curse is this, anyway? Just a fragment of it almost killed a tower mage once. Even the original cursed mass boiling inside him would be hard to counter with a demon book. He had considered trying it when they first met, but Vigila was far too powerful back then. He didn't dare take the risk. Looking back on it now, Ronan let out a breath of relief. It was only thanks to a string of lucky breaks that he won. If he hadn't landed a fatal strike on the body hidden in the altar, he definitely would have lost this fight. The eastern sky began to brighten. Behind the low-hanging clouds, a red aura was pulsing. Ronan sheathed Romancha and turned his head. In the distance stood the towering Dawn Tower. It looked like a massive lighthouse. Is the fire still burning? The flames rising from the garden had gone out. The embers hinting at the blaze drifted away on the wind. Ronan stretched his body. Vigila's quiet voice echoed in his mind. Ah. Did you really think I would give up so easily? Ah. Suddenly feeling a wave of nausea, Lornan covered his mouth. Black mist leaked from between his fingertips. Vigila's consciousness was trying to escape his body. So stubborn. Lornan gritted his teeth hard. Hot blood welled up. He swallowed Vigila's aura along with the blood. Cough. The nauseating feeling in his throat disappeared. Vigila screamed desperately again. Hey, listen to me. Don't you want to become a swordsman remembered by the world? No, fool. Don't you want to decorate your walls with Navaldo's head? Don't you want to see the Emperor kneel and kiss your feet? Work with me. You could even slice through the sky. Vigila's aura quickly weakened. It seemed things inside were looking very bad. As for the possibility of cutting the sky, recalling memories of his past life, Lornan smiled faintly. I already know. I will do it myself. What? So? I don't need your help. Wait. Then this is, The voice was cut off. With one final, dying scream. It was completely meaningless. Soon after, Vigila's presence disappeared. Lornan instinctively realized. Her consciousness had been completely extinguished. Suddenly feeling a strange sensation, Lornan frowned. There was something inside the left side of his chest, beating with a rhythm different from his heartbeat. Could it be remnants of Vigila's will? He focused his mind but detected no suspicious aura. Feeling a bit uneasy, Lornan furrowed his brow. Damn it. What the hell is this? He placed a hand on his chest, and only felt his heartbeat slightly faster than usual. That strange sensation had completely vanished. Ronan shrugged and spat out blood. I should be fine now. Peh. The blood carried by the sea breeze landed on a book lying on the reef. It was the forbidden book that once plunged the continent into fear. Vigila's true form. So now she's just a book? Ronan picked up Vigila. A book black from cover to cover. Already soaked in fresh blood. He flipped through it. No eerie voices emerged. No tentacles reached out. But the incomprehensible content and glowing white runes of magic still made Ronan uneasy. Written by a demon, they say. The author of the destructive book Vigila was called a demon. And from Vigila, a strong aura of Nebraska Regis still radiated. It'll be useful someday. Feels like I'm getting close to a great secret. Ronan rolled up the tattered Vigila and shoved it into his thick pants pocket. That's where a trash book like this belongs. Ugh, A pained voice rang out from somewhere. Ronan turned toward the sound. At his feet, Lord Rorahan was struggling. That's it. Hang in there, old man. Am I talking on my own right now? Yes. I'm so glad you're still alive. But after what you just went through, if you died, it would have been a disaster. Rorahan opened his eyes. The eyes once controlled by Basila had returned to their clear blue. He had been unable to move his body at all, but finally sat up with Ronan's help. Thank you. Where should I begin? You did a truly magnificent job. No need to explain. I saw it all. I saw it. Yes, I saw everything. Lorraine's gaze stayed on the waves crashing against the dark rocks. He remembered everything Basila had done using his body. Lorraine explained that he had maintained clear consciousness. Throughout the years since being imprisoned last winter, I had to witness the atrocities that demon committed with my body. Every day was like hell. If I could have, I would have ended it all right away. I believe you won't do those things again, Lornan warned him. Thinking about the hardships he endured to capture him alive, his forehead veins bulged slightly. More importantly, there were still things he needed to do. Lorraine said, Of course, I know I have to take responsibility, though it will be hard as the master of the tower. What is that? Lornan stopped mid-sentence. He noticed that Lorraine, even after regaining his body, had no magic power left. It wasn't just weakened. Even after a closer look at his chest, there was no halo of energy around his heart. Realizing this, Lornan frowned. Damn it. Don't worry. Just surviving is enough. In fact, the world looks even clearer now. It doesn't feel bad at all. Lorraine chuckled while stroking his beard. Basila took more than just his body from him. Lornan asked, Aren't you angry? That was the magic you accumulated your whole life. I'll say it again. Just being alive is enough for me. Do you know how many souls wails I heard while under that demon's control? Just escaping that fate. I'd be willing to lick your shoes clean with my tongue. Well, I don't like that. Ronan gave a wry smile. For someone who had lost almost everything, his demeanor was strangely calm and cheerful. Rorihan was no longer a mage. Suddenly, a question came to him. Where had all the power Basila accumulated over countless years gone? As he was pondering that, Rorihan, who was staring at the Dawn Tower, spoke. What is that? Can you see it? What? That thing coming from the direction of the Mage Tower. Ronan looked in the direction Rorihan pointed, and just as he said, something shiny was speeding toward them. Ronan frowned as he made out the shape. A wolf. A giant wolf was running across the sea surface toward them. Its furry paws splashed water each time they struck the sea. Its desert-like orange fur was clearly visible in the dark. Damn. What is that? Ronan placed his hand on his sword. It was at least 4 meters tall. With a whoosh, the wolf appeared before Ronan in an instant, sending up a wave of water, and then stopped. A familiar voice came from its open mouth. Lord Ronan. Are you all right? Aerie. Yes, I've come to pick you up. To Ronan's surprise, the wolf was speaking with Aerie's voice. Ronan realized this was his true form. As expected, he had hidden this in the library before. Aerie told him the evolution process was complete. Though a bit injured, no one had died. Hearing that Aun and Ferdu were safe, Ronan let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. What happened at the archive? That. Aerie's voice brightened. He said that the moment he, Aun, and Ferdu were separated from Ronan, they were transported to a completely different place. After clearing his throat, he continued speaking. It's simply unbelievable. The restricted area suddenly shook. When I opened my eyes, I found myself standing on a hill far from the magic tower. But strangely, I clearly hadn't left the Tower of Dawn. After checking, I found the seal had been broken. Congratulations. So could you explain it a bit slower? Freedom after hundreds of years. This air. This sea. From his voice, extreme joy could be felt. Aerie still seemed to be circling the dark shores in disbelief. It seemed Basila had forcibly torn open the seal. Suddenly meeting Lorraine's gaze, he jumped in surprise. Master of the tower. Long time no see. Don't stare at me like that. Are you all right? You were clearly harmed by Basila. I'm fine. This boy saved me. Basila is gone. Lorraine gave a look toward Lornan. Hearing the news that Basila had disappeared, Ares first stood on end. Basila is gone? Could it have been Lord Lornan? Yes. Such an unbelievable thing. Come up first. If you stay here, you'll catch a cold. Aerie lowered his head. Lornan and Lorraine climbed onto his back together. Just as they grabbed his soft neck, Aerie set off, stepping over the waves. It's over. The sea breeze blowing against them felt refreshing. Although the ride wasn't comfortable, their hearts felt light. Seeing the magic tower bathed in golden light, Lornan turned his head. The clouds that had once clung to the horizon had vanished without a trace. Only the clear dawn remained, illuminating the whole world. What a long night. Ronan quietly closed his eyes. Though many things had happened, the sun still rose in the end. The low rumble of the waves marked the end of their 3-day journey. Over there, check if there's still fire underground. Roxburgh, red by day. I'm glad you're still alive. Ronan quickly arrived at the Dawn Tower. The mages who survived the longest night, since the founding of the Mage Tower, were working hard to repair the damage caused by the fire. Some were raking through ash, checking for embers. Others were salvaging plants whose roots still lived. So that's where the archive is. No wonder it felt embedded into the tower itself. In the northwest corner of the garden, a massive hole, about 15 meters in diameter, had formed. Traces of repeated explosions from high-grade fire spells like hellfire. Nanshi, come here. The cave was still filled with thick smoke. Nanshi, the dragon beast raised by the Mage Tower, was busy extinguishing leftover flames. Ronan raised an eyebrow as he looked down. Just as Aerie had said, there were almost no remnants of books. They really took everything. What an incredible librarian. Aerie explained that after the seal was lifted, he rushed back to the Mage Tower to rescue the burning forbidden books. About 1/3 of the books had been incinerated in the same space as Basila, but thanks to his swift actions, most of the forbidden books were saved. That's a good thing. Even though the books are evil, they could still contribute to the advancement of magic. After dropping off Ronan and Rorihan, he went to find Aun and Ferdu. He said he'd be back soon, but it seems he really... Yeah, that's understandable. Just as he strolled through the garden with his hands behind his back, a familiar voice called out from behind. Lord Ronan, Elizabeth. Lornan turned his head. He saw Elizabeth standing there in her school uniform, seeing Shaun tightly held in her hands. Lornan gave a wry smile at the sight of Grancia. When did you two get so close? I'll explain later. Miss Shaun. Go wait by the Lord's side first. You know where to go, right? Yes. Sister. Shaun obediently turned and left. After about 10 steps, he turned around to look at Lornan again, then bowed. Thank you, Oh, right. Lornan was slightly stunned, then waved his hand. Shaun continued walking toward the magic tower. Watching his back, Elizabeth grumbled unhappily. Really? He still needs to be retrained in etiquette. A noble shouldn't bow like that. You've worked hard. You must have had a rough night too. It's no big deal. Ari recounted her heroic deeds on the way to the magic tower. Elizabeth shook her head coldly, although she looked exhausted. Her proud nose still stood high. After denying her own achievements, she asked in a confused voice. Then, what exactly happened? I saw everything last night. There was an old man and... I'll explain later. It's a long story. All right. Then what about that wound? Doesn't it hurt? Wound. Yes. At the back of your neck. It looks painful. He didn't understand what she meant. Lornan touched the back of his neck. Just as she said, it felt different from usual. When she looked at her palm again, it was covered in blood and thick fluid. Ronan's eyes widened. Damn it. All of a sudden, a wave of searing pain swept through her entire body. From the back of her neck down to her waist, it felt like she was being burned. Ronan suddenly stripped off his shirt. The sudden movement made Elizabeth cover her face in shock. Lord Ronan. Ugh, damn. It hurts, does it? What? Ah. Ronan spread his fingers slightly and took a look, and couldn't help but scream. His muscular upper body was covered in red, swollen burns. Those wounds. Damn it. This is why I should have learned elemental body techniques or something. Until Elizabeth pointed it out, Ronan hadn't noticed it at all. They were the injuries left from fighting Vigila. Most of them were caused during his flame-based teleportation. Elizabeth, pale with shock, cried out frantically. Don't talk. I'll go get help right now. Wait. Let's try this first. Ronan shook his head. He pulled 3 vials out of his coat pocket. They were something he had gotten from Valen before coming to the Dawn Tower. He had wanted to test their effects anyway. These are new formulas. Experimental. Elizabeth asked in shock. She couldn't believe that even in his condition, he was still thinking about testing potions. Ronan twisted open 2 of the bottles and began applying the potion to his wounds. With a sensation like a spring breeze, the burns began healing rapidly. It's working really well. Holy crap. Which alchemy house made this? A talking line. Such a fast-acting healing potion. Even in the Akalugia family's hospitals, he had never seen one. At that moment, Lornan handed him a potion and said, help me apply it to the wound on my back. Me? Yeah. I can't reach it. Surely that's something friends can do, right? Lornan's tone was devoid of emotion. After a moment of hesitation, Elizabeth nodded. All right. If you can't reach it, this is the only way. No helping it. Taking a deep breath, he began applying the potion to Lornan's back wound. It was his first time touching a man's skin. The firm texture, so different from his own or Andishan's, left him feeling a little dizzy. When he pressed under the left rib, he paused. He sensed a deep aura within Lornan that had never been there before. Something was moving inside. He asked suspiciously, Lord Lornan, what is it? Did you always have a core? Chapter 98, The Second Heart, 1. Number 98. Pressing under Lornan's ribs, he asked again suspiciously, Lord Lornan, did you always have a core? Lornan furrowed his brows. He thought Elizabeth was speaking nonsense. A core. Even those who weren't cursed needed more than a decade to form a magic cluster. Lornan raised his eyebrows and shook his head. I don't have anything like that. What? Then what is this? Elizabeth opened his palm again, pressed in the same spot again. He was certain something was inside Ronan's body, a mass that pulsed out of sync with the heart's rhythm. The flow of mana within it was clearly perceptible. This wasn't like a normal core. What is this? It felt different from any core he'd seen before, though the way it handled mana was similar to a core. Its mana accumulation was more like a magic circle, and if he wasn't mistaken, Ronan's core wasn't fused with his heart. It was separate, as if 2 hearts were beating inside him. He had never seen anything like it. He murmured in deep thought. So hot. Sorry. Elizabeth quickly pulled her hand back. She had gotten too focused on examining him, and forgot to apply the potion. She hurried to apply the rest of the medicine on the wound. Every time she felt his muscles flex and contract, her face grew warmer. The feeling was hard to get used to. So firm. Soon, the treatment was finished. Ronan's wounds were completely healed in under 5 minutes after applying the potion. Not only the burns, even older cuts and bruises had disappeared without a trace. Unbelievable. Seeing his skin with not a single mark, Ronan gave a wry smile. The smell of money is dizzying. I should talk to Maria about this later. Even among the top-tier alchemy labs, it'd be hard to find something like this. If the production system is stable and they find the right market, it could bring in a fortune in gold. Ronan, now dressed again, smiled at Elizabeth. Thank you. I owe my life to you. Heh, it was no big deal. You applied it so carefully. I thought noble ladies would be grossed out by stuff like this. I'm surprised. Helping commoners in need is a noble's duty, Elizabeth said, unable to look Ronan in the eye. Her ears, peeking through her purple hair, had turned bright red. She cleared her throat again and said, by the way, Lord Lornan, something feels off. Off. It's about that core I mentioned earlier. I think you should check it. Elizabeth explained what she had discovered. In other words, there was an unknown lump near his heart, and it was even wriggling. It really is that paper fragment. Lornan's eyes widened. He suddenly remembered the strange feeling he had when he grabbed Vigila. Placing his hand on his chest, he said, Am I going to die? Probably not. It's just a very special case. Check it again once we return to Philene. Sorry to keep you waiting. As Elizabeth spoke, a familiar voice came from behind. She turned around and saw Ion Fyra staggering in a half-destroyed robe. Aerie and Tower Master Lorraine stood on either side of her. Aerie, back in human form, held a bundle of books. Lornan waved his hand. You're here. Sorry we're late. There was too much to clean up. Nonsense. I know how hard you worked. Compared to you. Ours was just a small hardship. Lornan shook his head. Ion Fyra, who had fought the raging fire all night, looked utterly exhausted, as if a mere gust of wind could blow her over. Ion Fyra said, I don't even know where to begin. First of all, please accept my gratitude. Suddenly, Ion Fyra knelt down on one knee, lowering her head. Lornan's face grew serious. Elizabeth cried out in shock. Tower Master, thanks to you all, we can once again greet the dawn. Aerie also looked surprised. It seemed this wasn't something they had discussed beforehand. Only Tower Master Lorraine stroked his beard with a knowing smile. Ronan frowned, looking ready to kick at any moment. Damn it. Get up already. You're the acting Tower Master. What are you doing? All eyes around them were fixed on the scene. Even the mages repairing damaged sections stopped what they were doing, staring at the Tower Master bowing to a pair of young students. It was a while before Ion Fyra stood up. He looked at Ronan and said, Thank you for saving the Dawn Tower. You're seriously stubborn. I'll say it again. Thank you. I didn't get to say it properly back at sea. Rorihan stepped forward and gave a bow. He had changed into a simple shirt and pants, rather than his ornate Tower Master robe. Ronan understood the meaning behind it, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Couldn't find it? No, I couldn't, but I have no regrets, because I did everything I could. Rorihan laughed heartily. Having lost all of his magic, he planned to hand over the Tower Master position to Ion Fyra once the situation was stable. He added that he originally intended to turn himself in for unsealing Vigila, but was dissuaded by the encouragement of other mages, so he decided to postpone it for now. Ion Fyra said, Once everything is resolved, we'll hold a grand banquet. Of course, you two will be the stars of the event. Please rest well until that day comes. That might be a bit difficult. We're heading back today. What? Can't you stay a few more days? We're still students, after all. If we're late again this time, that talking lion will throw me into an oven and bake me into a cookie. Ronan made up an excuse to explain why they had to return. Actually, he had already finished his studies early. It wouldn't matter if he returned a few days late, but he didn't want to add any more burden to these already busy people. Elizabeth nodded in agreement. Ion Fyra let out a sigh and said, If that's the case, then it can't be helped. We'll have fun next time. At that time, I'll show you what a real banquet is. Anyway, you must accept it. Ion Fyra suddenly took something out from her robe. It was an exquisite box for storing precious ornaments. Inside were two sun-shaped badges. The badges looked like they were carved from a single piece of diamond, changing colors with the angle of the light. Besides looking expensive, they also emitted an extraordinary aura. Elizabeth's eyes widened. This is a top-tier tower medal. Is that something good? This isn't a matter of good or bad. Almost no one in our family has received one. It's a medal awarded to those who made major contributions to the tower, regardless of status. Elizabeth stammered slightly like an excited child, while explaining the significance of the badges. For example, they granted access to most facilities of the Tower of Dawn, and permission to attend exclusive marketplaces for senior magicians, like Gaul and Lemien. Honestly speaking, she didn't understand most of it herself. Anyway, it was definitely a good thing. Lornan shrugged slightly, seeing Princess Elizabeth of Akalusia so excited. It clearly wasn't an ordinary item. Fyra pinned the badge onto Lornan's shirt collar and said, Of course, even without something like this, the relationship between the Tower of Dawn and you wouldn't change, but you will gradually feel it. Most memories are tied to physical things. I agree with that. I engraved some magic into it. I hope you'll make good use of it. Please accept it. Then, Ion and Fyra also handed a badge to Elizabeth. They smiled gently. Ronan gave a small nod. then I'll graciously accept it. By the way, Ion, Fyra, I have a request. Of course, if it's something I can do, I'll do my best. This book. Give it to me. As he spoke, Ronan pulled out Basila from his back pocket. Everyone except Ronan now stared in shock, eyes wide open. Is that? Yes, it's Basila. I was going to just take it, but my conscience wouldn't allow it. Wait, that's not okay. You know that's not an ordinary book. Right now, it is just an ordinary book. Look. Ronan suddenly grabbed the cover of Basila and shook it forcefully. The black book no longer radiated its former evil aura. Sensing the absence of the aura, Ion and Fyra cautiously asked, what do you plan to do with it? Just looking for something, that's all. Ronan didn't mention that he was trying to track down the demon who wrote the book. These people had already been through enough. Ion and Fyra sighed, pressing a hand to their foreheads. All right, take it. Guess that's the privilege of the next Tower Master, but you must return it to the Mage Tower after you're done. Even without a will of its own, it's still a dangerous book. No need to say it. Trust me. Ronan patted his chest reassuringly and stuffed Basila back into his rear pocket. As they were preparing to board the aircraft, Eri, who had been silently standing by, suddenly spoke. Wait, I have something for you too. Eri handed over a package. The package was about the size of an adult. It was filled with ancient books that were at least several hundred years old. These are all books written by Saranti. There are a lot of good books. You can take them back and read. Written by Saranti? Another unexpected gift. Books based on Saranti's vast knowledge system would undoubtedly be very useful. Thank you. What are you planning to do now? You're free now. I've been thinking about continuing the work of a librarian. It was also Saranti's request. And I still like it. Eri said with a smile. If Saranti could hear that, he would surely be happy. Lornan smiled and accepted the package. How nice. Next time I come back, I'll introduce you to some interesting books, preferably ones that aren't about curses. After saying that, Lornan returned to the Flyleon. Elizabeth, who still had a research mission, stayed at the Tower of Dawn. Together with Shaun and DeGrancia, she waved goodbye to Lornan. Take care on the road. Don't forget to check your core. Is that sister's fiancé? What are you talking about? I only have Sister Andy's Han. Elizabeth gently pinched Shaun's cheek. Shaun tilted his head in confusion, looking at her. Aha. Seeing this scene, Lornan couldn't help but laugh. The two of them had such a sister-like bond that it was hard to imagine they were princesses of Akalusia and DeGrancia. It would be nice if this opportunity brought them even closer. To prepare for the apocalypse, Lornan happened to board the same aircraft he had arrived on before. The captain, recognizing Ronan, let her sit in a special cabin normally reserved for royalty. Ronan offered to pay the fare, but the captain shouted loudly. If she jumped off the ship, he wouldn't want to live either. This time, no fireballs came flying. Orn, in his Firebird form, and Fyra escorted them all the way out of Zarin. Ronan arrived at Fyrian around noon the next day, thanks to getting enough rest. She didn't feel tired at all. She happily completed and submitted her club activity report. The more Ronan wrote, the more she felt her writing had improved. Phew. By morning, Malphiz's belly was stuffed and round. He was beyond happy. Now, in Valen, Panaseal's office, the only one not happy was Valen himself. They sat face to face at the usual discussion table, going over the club activity situation. After thoroughly reviewing the report, Valen looked at Ronan and said, very good, Ronan. So basically, you were at the center of the events that took place at the Dawn Mage Tower? Yeah. That's right. You accidentally entered the Forbidden section, and were nearly devoured by one of the three great Forbidden Tomes, Basila the Destroyer. Even after being caught in top-tier fire spells like Hellfire, you miraculously escaped alive. Did I get that right? Correct. Ronan nodded with confidence. Valen sipped his red tea with trembling hands, then took a deep breath. He pointed his fuzzy paw at the black book on the table. That book is Basila the Destroyer? Yes. It looks way more ordinary than I imagined. Thinking about all I went through just to get my hands on it. Oh, Ronan began describing how she obtained Basila. Though the story was vivid and amusing, Valen wasn't hearing a word of it. Absurd. The teacup slipped from Valen's paw and shattered on the floor. His consciousness seemed to fade. Valen's body leaned forward. What's wrong? Why so sudden? Valen barely supported himself on the table and stood up. Lornan approached him with a worried expression. Seeing Basila in Lornan's hand, Valen suddenly jumped up. Get that away from me. Geez, why are you shouting? You scared me. What are you even saying? How did you bring something like that back from your research? Anyway, Valen, the potion you used works really well. Don't change the subject. This must be completely dealt with. Sit down. Valen almost cried as he spoke. It was obvious he was extremely upset. He talked about the safety of the students and the school, while covering his face with both hands and squatting down. What if something really happened? Seriously, how can you have such a fragile heart, with such a strong body? Valen didn't answer. Only the sound of him sniffling could be heard. Bornin knew this state would probably last for at least an hour. No helping it. Bornin took out a gift he had prepared earlier and left the room. It was 2 hours later when Valen finally calmed down and raised his head. Bornin was nowhere to be seen. There was a book on the table. HM. It was an old, yellowed book, very worn with age. On the cover was a clear title, Basics of Herbalism. And below that, the author's name, Saranti, Lamartian. Judging from the surname, it should be an elven name. Valen wiped his eyes and opened the book. This. With each page he turned, his eyes grew wider. The yellowed parchment recorded detailed herbal usages and cultivation methods he'd never even imagined. I hope you'll make good use of it. It's a good book. Leaving Valen's office, Ronan headed straight to the club building. Basila the Destroyer once feared by the Empire, was now reduced to toilet paper in his back pocket, tucked right into his rear pants pocket. Those smart folks ought to be able to find something in it. Ronan planned to give Basila to Assam or Ophelia. He tried reading it on the way, but he couldn't understand a thing. Right, gotta ask that tumor too. Recalling what Elizabeth said, Ronan furrowed his brow. That Roger or Zeradine might know something. In fact, he was still worried that the lump might not be a simple illness. Its origin was just too unsettling. Wait, if this is a core, I should be able to draw mana from it, right? Ronan suddenly stopped walking. A spark of curiosity lit up. Whatever the result, it's worth testing. Time to check it out right now. Ronan drew out La Mancha, took a stance. Huff. A strange breath escaped his lips. When he attempted mana cultivation, he could indeed feel something new in his chest. Good. He tried drawing mana from this new thing in his chest. It felt like something opened. It wasn't difficult. Soon, a faint energy rose slowly along La Mancha's arrow shaft. Ronan furrowed his brow and muttered under his breath, "Damn it." White mana coiled around the arrowhead. Within that mist-like flow, a familiar light flickered. Flicker. Flicker. The light, identical to the mana of Nebuchadnezzar, left Ronan completely blank. Chapter 99. The Second Heart 2. This was exactly the same as what happened to Nebraska and Klagia. Ronan's mind went blank. Looks like I'm finally going to die. Ronan gave a bitter smile. He thought he had rested enough while not in combat. But apparently not. When he let his guard down, the glow on the arrow shaft disappeared. It can't be like this. Ronan closed his eyes and injected mana into the La Mantia again. Mana gushed out from the tomb. 1 second, 2 seconds. After 3 seconds, Ronan cautiously lifted his eyelids. Wow. Blinding. The once pitch-black blade now gleamed as brightly as a party spotlight. No matter how many times he tried, the result was the same. Luonin stood still for a long time before finally turning to leave. Damn it. Now's not the time to complain. I have to figure out why this is happening. After several attempts, Luonin headed to the martial arts department's main building, the Galleryman Hall. Zaladin might be in class right now, and he didn't know where Secret's office was. But the former sword saint, Navaroj, should know something. With a creak, he pushed open the door to Arena 1, revealing an unfamiliar... Is everyone here? The students who should have been training had set down their weapons, and were sitting together in a circle. Navaroj stood before them, drawing something on the massive mobile chalkboard. It looked like a monkey with a cannon hole in its chest, but it was hard to tell exactly what it was. He nodded when he met Luonan's gaze. Long time no see, Luonan. How's the Tower of Dawn? I thought everything was going well before. Luonan let out a sigh, looking troubled. Judging by Navaroj's reaction, he still didn't know what had happened at the Tower of Dawn. Among the gathered students was also Anders Han. He smiled and waved when he saw Luonan, just about to start a lecture on cores and pride pearls. Perfect timing. Come take a seat. Cores are actually pretty great. Luonan slowly walked over and sat beside Anders Han. Ever since awakening shadow magic, he looked much better than last time, but seeing the gloomy expression on Luonan's face, he asked with concern. Long time no see. You don't look so good. What happened? It's over, senpai. I've become just like those bald-head worshippers. Be bald-head? Hearing the bizarre remark, Anders Han tilted his head in confusion. Luonan sighed again, as if exhaling all the air from his lungs, and then swallowing it back again in despair. Navaroj continued the lesson. All right, regarding the core, everyone should already have some understanding. Let's review it once more. Luonan, you answer. What would happen if you tried to carry water with a basket made of straw? It would all leak out. That's right. A heart without a formed core is like such a basket. It can circulate mana, but it can't utilize it any further. Anders Han began to take notes of his words. Luonan realized that among the gathered students here, only he and her had not yet formed a core. Navaroj was seriously drawing diagrams. While explaining knowledge about the core, he was not only strong in practice, but also excellent in theoretical classes. In short, forming a core means changing the material of the heart. At the very least, it needs to reach the sturdiness of wood. Only then can you accumulate mana in your heart and use it as a power source. Look at this article. An article? Aside from the terrible drawing skills, Luo Nen realized that the image of a monkey struck by a cannon was actually an article about using the core. He was shocked. Navaroj pointed at various parts of the monkey's body to explain the methods of core utilization. There are many ways to form a core. The method I recommend is to continually stimulate the heart with mana while training. This is the most basic method and has no side effects. In other words, remodeling the existing heart through continuous training is the basic principle for forming a core. Navaroj repeatedly emphasized the importance of the core because it is the gateway to unlocking arcana. Opening one's personal arcana path requires absorbing external mana and storing it in the core or aura, waiting for it to transform. Soon, Navaroj finished the lecture. Nothing is gained without effort. Imagine turning each piece of straw into steel. Train hard. After quickly wrapping up the theory session, he moved on to the practical course. Aside from Luo Nen and Anders Han, everyone else was instructed to actively use their cores during practice. Only the two of them, who had no course, were left swinging their swords at straw dummies in the corner. Navaroj said, "Don't get too discouraged. You two are special cases. Think of this as a process to forge a larger vessel." "I understand. But instructor, I have a question." "What is it?" "Can a core display two types of magic at once?" "No, it can't." It was a firm, unequivocal answer. "No, it can't." It was a firm, unequivocal answer. Luo Nen clenched his lips and asked again, "Absolutely impossible? Under any circumstance?" "To be precise, there has never been a case reported like that before. Unless someone had two hearts, it would be impossible." Luo Nen let out a sigh with his eyes closed. As expected, this wasn't normal. So that's what it is. Damn it. What the hell is going on? What are you talking about? I think I formed a core." "What?" Navaroj's eyes widened. Even more than if his daughter had suddenly announced she was pregnant. He was that shocked. Luo Nen didn't answer. Instead, he gripped his sword. Magic surged from the tumor, causing the blade to glow blood red. But it's not coming from the heart. Am I going to be sold to a zoo or something? The nature of the magic had completely changed. What on earth is happening? That's what it is. Ah, can you see the flash? The flash. It's nothing. Luo Nen let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, only he could see it. The flash unique to Nebraska and Krajiat. Navaroj placed his hand on Luo Nen's chest, whispering curiously. "Indeed, there's something beside the heart acting as a power source. Is it a core? Although it wasn't formed properly. To be honest, it's a little scary. Let's take a look. If anything seems wrong, I'll help you fix it. Try swinging your sword." Navaroj pointed at a straw dummy. Luo Nen licked his lips and gripped his sword. "All right. Damn it. I knew this would happen." Though it sounded risky, he knew there was no answer except to try it himself. La Mancha disappeared from his view in an instant. So, the straw dummy fell, sliced into dozens of pieces. "So fast," Anders Han exclaimed. That was speed at its peak. Even with enhanced dynamic sensing, it would be hard to track the sword. However, Luo Nen and Navaroj remained expressionless. This speed wasn't much different from when he previously cut using mana. "You can't tell like this. Try releasing a sword aura." "Okay, who?" A strange breath escaped Luo Nen's lips. This time, it was sword aura. He focused and swung his sword. A crescent moon-shaped sword aura shot out along the sword path. Boom. The sword aura flew straight and struck the straw dummy's neck, exploding on impact, accompanied by stone dust scattering like sparkling butterflies. "Damn it." Luo Nen furrowed his brow. In terms of power and range, there wasn't much of a difference. Feeling something strange happening inside his body, Luo Nen's eyes widened. Huff, huff. "What is going on? You don't look well. Are you okay?" "Hold on. Something's not right." He hadn't even moved yet, but he already felt out of breath. It seemed like it took more effort than usual to release sword energy. Suddenly, Luo Nen's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. Seeing how pale he looked, Anders Han panicked. Luo Nen, hold on. I'll get some water." Anders Han ran off toward the office. The glow from his body faded. Luo Nen tried switching his energy source back to his original heart. His breathing slowly returned to normal, and strength began to return to his legs. Huh? What the hell was that? It seems it's operating independently from the original core. Interesting. Navaroj stroked his chin, clearly intrigued. Luo Nen muttered a low curse. For now, there didn't seem to be any difference from the cursed heart. No, it's even worse. While not sharing the magic channel is a good thing, all it did was increase the total magic available, and that effect is only useful at parties. Frustration started to rise within him. Damn it. So it just glows and that's it? It's even harder to use. Let's go check on the other students. Try not to push yourself too hard. Navaroj, who had been observing Luo Nen, turned and left. After all, this was still official class time. He couldn't focus on just one student. After adjusting his breathing, Luo Nen stood up. He was confused about what had happened to him. There must be another reason. The unknown power source might have been formed under Bazura's influence, since it came from a being of immense power. It couldn't be just this simple. Luo Nan switched the power source again. His body became heavy. Flickering mana arose along his fitness. Luo Nan moved in front of an advanced straw dummy. He took his stance. The advanced straw dummy, made from discarded magic knights, was said to be 10 times sturdier than a regular one. Since most of his previous training focused on sparring with Shulafin and physical exercises, this was his first time striking a dummy. Luo Nan looked up at the dummy and shook his head. The armor worn by the dummy bore the insignia of the Grancia family. It seemed to be a support item received from Grancia. A strange, indescribable feeling welled up inside him. Looking at the knight in Grancia armor, Luo Nan finally remembered. He nodded in recognition. That was months ago. This guy really resembled him. Was it Nolan? The advanced dummy in front of him looked a lot like Doran, a former Grancia ducal guard knight. Sir Conchesto. He was once a spy from within Krajiat. He had snuck into the dormitory at night trying to kill Luo Nan. Luo Nan recalled Doran's fighting style and clicked his tongue. Come to think of it, his aura manifestation technique was indeed Luo Nan. Are you okay now? Here's some water. Anderson approached from behind holding a water bottle, but Luo Nan didn't notice her presence. He casually lifted his leg and stomped on the ground with his right foot. Just like this. Boom. With a dull thud, a dazzling mana wave spread outward. The wave caused Anderson, holding the bottle. She staggered. Senior. Luo Nan turned his head. He saw Anderson falling. He rushed over and caught both him in the airborne spray of water. Thanks. What did you trip on? What just happened? What was that? Anderson looked around in a panic. There was nothing on the flat stone floor to trip over. Suddenly, Luo Nan's gaze landed on Andershan's leg. Clang. La Mancha fell from his hand. Luo Nan cursed under his breath. Damn it. What's wrong? Luo Nan didn't answer. His eyes were still fixed on Andershan's lower leg. More precisely, near his ankle. Suddenly, Luo Nan squatted down and grabbed his leg. What are you doing? This is Z. Anderson panicked, his face turning red. He desperately tried to push Luo Nan away, but Luo Nan clung on like a cicada and didn't budge. A tiny root had wrapped around his ankle. This root, glowing with magic, was strikingly similar to Dolan's battle aura. What the hell? What is going on? From the looks of it, it clearly manifested on its own, with mounting confusion. His mind was in complete chaos. Whoa. Suddenly, the space beside the two of them flipped. An elderly gentleman with a beard stepped out gracefully. Long time no see. Luo Nankuen. Mr. Claudial. I was looking for you, if possible. Let's, Andershan's eyes widened. This was Kleba Claudial, the headmaster of Pharaon Academy. Everyone's eyes were on them. But Luo Nan remained focused on Andershan's ankle. Seeing the situation between the two, Claudial frowned. Did I interrupt an important moment for you? Chapter 100, The Second Heart 3. Number 100. The space before them flipped. The principal of Pharaon Academy, Claudial, appeared. Students turned their eyes toward him. Luo Nan continued to only stare at Andershan's feet. Seeing the situation between the two, Claudial frowned. Did I interrupt an important moment for you? Yes. Luo Nan nodded without hesitation. Luckily, the old man was tactful. What could be more important than this? Andershan's face turned pale. Luo Nan. How could you say that? Be quiet for now. I don't know what's happening, but take your time. Claudial chuckled, stroking his beard. Luo Nan obeyed. The roots entangling Andershan's legs were woven from shining mana. It must have been Doran's ability. Why had it manifested suddenly? Luo Nan remembered that Doran once used aura to bind his limbs and increase their weight. Though far weaker than the original, it was undeniably the same ability. Was I the one who mimicked his aura? Though hard to believe, this was reality. Just as he a sudden wave of dizziness blurred his vision. Intense fatigue spread through his limbs. Only then did Luo Nan realize that the mana once filling his heart was nearly depleted. The dimly flickering roots vanished. Luo Nan staggered and supported himself with his hand on the ground. Anderson and Claudial simultaneously helped him up. Luo Nan, your face suddenly looks terrible. Are you okay? Huff. I should be fine. Luo Nan panted heavily. He switched his energy source back to his original heart. As blood circulated through his body, his strength gradually returned. That really wore me out. My magic is almost completely drained. The amount of mana used this time was several times more than when releasing sword energy. Looks like I need to rest a bit before trying again. Sorry. It really was something important. At that moment, Luo Nan finally turned to Claudial and apologized. On his wrinkled face, a kind smile still lingered. It's alright. Looks like your lover twisted his ankle. Well, something like that. He's not my lover. A lover. Anderson covered his mouth with his hand. Luo Nan raised an eyebrow and asked, So then, what did you come here for? We should talk somewhere else. Do you have time? I think so. Then let's go. Come on. Asterisk clap asterisk. Suddenly, Claudio clapped his hands. The space flipped. His vision instantly went dark. Moments later, a completely different scene appeared before his eyes. This place. It was a familiar location. A spacious and open room. It felt more like a lounge than an office. Through the windows on 3 walls, you could see the blue sky and the campus of Furion. In the center of the room stood a round table made from ancient wood. A man sat at the table, his back facing Luo Nan. Long time no see. Seeing this familiar scene, Luo Nan raised an eyebrow. This was the headmaster's office in Furion Tower 1. At that moment, the man seated at the table turned around. He spoke in a lazy voice. You're here, Luo Nan. Zaladin, you're here too. Yeah. I came on official business. I heard about what you did. Well done. Luo Nan's eyes widened even more. The man in front of him was indeed Zaladin. Saitatsun. A steaming cup of tea was placed in front of him. However, you're carrying something strange. Not a crab. Suddenly, Zaladin examined Luo Nan up and down. He frowned. His sharp gaze lingered around Luo Nan's heart. As expected, Professor, you noticed. What exactly is it? I'm curious too. Let's talk after my meeting with the principal. Heh. Finally, it's my turn. Claudio led Luo Nan to the round table. The seat that once belonged to Claudio now belonged to Luo Nan. Facing Luo Nan, Claudio's voice softened slightly. I called Luo Nan here to commend his achievement at the Dawn Magic Tower. I've been principal of Furion Academy for nearly 80 years, and it's the first time I've seen a student like you. That's a compliment, right? Hey, about 80%, I guess. Claudio chuckled. Hearing about the commendation, Luo Nan felt relieved. He had been worried inside that he was summoned because of responsibility for club activities. After all, he had turned club activities into something like a monthly event. Oh right. Fira contacted me personally. He excitedly recounted the story between you and Miss Elizabeth. Normally, he's not someone who shows emotions easily. It was just an accident. It's not a big deal. If that's not a big deal, then the world wouldn't need words like incident or heroism. You saved Tower Master Lord Luo Ruehong. You stopped the resurrection of the Forbidden Tome Vajura. How can I not praise that? Claudio recounted Luo Nan's great deeds. Like a minister glorifying his monarch's victory, he seemed genuinely thrilled, not even offering the usual perfunctory safety warnings. About the books, was I just left to deal with that on my own? It seemed that the handling of Vajura had also been left to Luo Nan, or perhaps to On. Both Fira and Valen had kept silent. Immersed in joy, Claudio wrapped up the topic. You truly make us proud. Although, given the position of the Dawn Magic Tower, we can't publicly honor you for now. I still want to express my deepest gratitude. No need to thank me. Still, thank you. Now then, let's talk about what you want. What I want. Merit deserves reward. If I were just going to say thanks, I wouldn't have called you here. Luo Nan scratched his head. He had already received so much from the Dawn Magic Tower that he couldn't think of anything more to ask for. Logically speaking, applying for a scholarship or tuition reduction would be a safe choice. But Luo Nan had already received a full scholarship as the runner-up top scorer. He really couldn't think of anything, but he couldn't just refuse. Always relying on spatial magic for travel didn't seem realistic anymore, right? At that moment, the faces of his club members flashed through his mind. Luo Nan snapped his fingers and said, could you prepare a training ground for our club? Oh, a training ground? Yes. A spacious and durable place. An independent training ground is the most vital facility for a top-tier adventuring club. Luo Nan knew that Sita's blood magic training was still being done outdoors, and while Nestor's training area wasn't bad, for people like Assam or Shulafin who had wide-ranging skill sets, it was a bit too cramped for them to go all out. Even with dragon-like rampage, it won't collapse. That sounds a bit excessive. As long as it doesn't collapse even when going all out against Zypha and Miss Navarroche, it's fine. That's not easy. It would be even better if it were closer to the club. Luo Nan's only requirements were spaciousness and sturdiness, but the standards for these two conditions were extremely high. After a moment of stiffness, Claudio spoke up. All right, got it. I'll do my best to make it happen. Thank you. Will it be difficult? Not really. We'll try to finish it before winter arrives. This is quite interesting. Even though Claudio said he would build it, Luo Nan didn't ask for too many details. The two of them talked for a long time. There had been too many things happening earlier. It was a flame that kept devouring mana and expanding. How did you put it out? I used the 5 scrolls given to me by Orn and Fyra to suppress the flames, until there was no mana left to burn. Claudio smiled wryly, just as she was recounting past events at the Dawn Tower. Ding ding. A clear chime rang from Claudio's pocket. Oh dear. I need to check the time. Claudio rubbed her forehead and stood up. The sound came from a pocket watch she carried. During this time, Claudio had been embracing Claudio's memories. Oh dear. I need to check the time. Claudio rubbed her forehead and stood up. The chime came from the pocket watch she carried. She quickly tidied her clothes and looked at Luo Nan and Zaladin. Sorry, I'll be leaving first. You two take care and get some rest. Where are you going so suddenly? To the northern Itala Canyon. I almost forgot about the Beast Festival next month. The Beast Festival? Thank you again for your help, Luo Nan. See you next time. Luo Nan was just about to say something, but Cladiel's palm had already landed on hers. Asterisk clap asterisk. With that clap, her figure disappeared. What just happened? The sudden development made Luo Nan frown. It seemed Cladiel's... The Beast Festival. Sounds like some kind of holiday. But she vaguely remembered something about it. In the awkward silence, Zaladin, who had been watching Luo Nan, spoke up. That's really strange. Huh? Do you know what's going on? Not yet. This is unlike any core or domain I've ever seen. Come here. Zaladin's expression grew very serious, even for a recognized master of magic. It was impossible to figure it out just by looking. She placed her hand on Luo Nan's back and began a proper examination, maybe because of the near-death experience last time. She was especially cautious this time. After a while, Zaladin whispered, How could this be? This is really bad. Is there a way to fix it? Even if it just buys me 10 more years. That's not the issue. Can you explain? How did you acquire this energy source? The situation. In other words, Luo Nan recounted what had happened at the Tower of Dawn. It was a story he hadn't mentioned during his talk with Cladio earlier. Zaladin already knew most of the situation anyway. Aside from those flickering magical lights, there wasn't much to hide. Bazura's consciousness has disappeared from inside you. You mean the destroyer Bazura that was just mentioned? Yes, that talking fragment. Unbelievable. But in that case, it actually makes sense. Without that kind of interference, something like this wouldn't be possible. Zaladin let out a wry smile. It was an expression he hadn't even shown when seeing the Sarent ring. Luo Nan asked impatiently, Damn it. What exactly happened? Part of the curse in your heart has disappeared. Or rather, it hasn't exactly disappeared. What? Luo Nan's expression stiffened. For a moment, he had no idea what that meant. The curse disappeared? Zaladin continued speaking. To be precise, it's more... We still need to hear Professor Secret's opinion, but that's what I feel. Explain in detail. Out of the 9 remaining curses, 2 have disappeared, at least on the surface. Zaladin said that 2 out of the 9 curses in Luo Nan's body had disappeared. The problem was that they hadn't vanished completely. They had merged with an unknown power, forming a mass of mana, still retaining their original effects. Damn it. Luo Nan cursed under his breath. In other words, the tumor in his chest was formed by Bazura's immense power, mixed with parts of the curses. Such an existence was more vile than a demon's filth. I've never seen anything like this before. It's an unprecedented heart power source. Can this thing be used? Like a regular core? It should be fine. Structurally speaking, it's superior to an ordinary core or halo. But since there's no precedent, proper use will require considerable skill. At least that's good news. Even more interesting, the mass is completely separated from your heart. If you successfully form a core, you will have 2 power sources. Luo Nan nodded. This was exactly what he had anticipated. In any case, the flickering mana seemed to originate from Bazura's power. Or maybe it was the curse left by his father. That's all we know for now. If you run into any trouble, come find me anytime. Thanks, Zaladin. Zaladin didn't reply. She simply drank her tea in silence. Having learned the truth about the tumor, Luo Nan fell into deep thought. At first, he thought it was an absolute disaster. But thinking about it more carefully, it wasn't so bad. Maybe there was a way to use it. Either way, being able to control 2 cores at once was clearly an advantage. And with further investigation, Bazura's core seemed to contain some astonishing power. Luo Nan stroked his chin and said, No way. Just as I thought. From his tone alone, it was clear how absurd the idea was. Luo Nan ended the conversation and left the headmaster's office. He exited the tower. The intense sunlight shone down on his head. The blue sky signaled the arrival of summer. What a masterpiece. Luo Nan, now a nebula converger, had a tumor. No, an evil lump that had become his second heart. It beat with a different rhythm, just as a familiar voice called out from behind. Help me. Assam. Luo Nan turned to look. Assam, clutching a stack of books, was running toward him. Luo Nan called out but got no reply. Judging by his tightly shut eyes, he was clearly terrified. Oh dear, this is embarrassing. As he drew closer, Luo Nan switched power sources and stomped the ground with his right foot. Asterisk boom asterisk. A surge of magic spread out, and glowing roots wrapped around Assam's legs. Suddenly bound at the legs, Assam pitched forward. Luo Nan rushed forward and grabbed his hood. Assam's face nearly smacked the ground. What the heck happened? Why so panicked? Luo Nan. It was only then that Assam noticed Luo Nan's presence. His eyes widened. His pale face twisted as he struggled. Why you two? Don't just stand there. Run. I'll ask one more time, or I'll string you up. I'm sorry. In other words, right now. Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the direction Assam had run from. The sound of people's screams quick. The sound of destruction grew closer. Assam shouted with a trembling voice. The corpse immortal from the Beast Festival execution site has escaped. Chapter 101. Beast Festival I. Number 101. Screams echoed from around the corner. The sound of destruction grew nearer. Assam, pale-faced, struggled and shouted. The corpse immortal from the Beast Festival execution site has escaped. Corpse immortal? Luonan frowned. Corpse immortals were dangerous creatures that only lived in the hidden lands of the Northwest. They delighted in eating humans. They were generally considered stronger than wyverns or trolls. Normally speaking, such monsters should never appear in the center of the academy. In an instant, information about the Beast Festival surfaced in his mind. He remembered. He had seen it on the academic calendar. The Beast Festival, as the name suggested, was a celebration showcasing hundreds of magical beasts and monsters within the campus. Even so, having a corpse immortal was way too much. Luonan muttered that this couldn't be real. Bang! A street lamp pole flew through the air and landed in the middle of the plaza. What the? The brass street lamp was almost snapped in half. Another loud noise rang out. A massive corpse immortal charged out from around the corner. Assam, retreating, fell on his butt. Aya! It's coming out. Ah! The corpse beast skidded to a halt in the center of the plaza, raising its head and letting out a roar toward the sky. Hearing the deafening roar, Luonan raised an eyebrow. Oh, seriously? That really is a griffin beast. Even with a conservative estimate, its body was at least 7 meters long. Its pumpkin-colored, muscular frame looked like it could explode at any moment. A thick, scorpion-like tail lashed wildly in the air. But for some reason, something felt off. Watching the griffin beast, Luonan frowned. Countless restraints were wrapped tightly around the creature. Its gaping maw full of fangs was stuffed with a leather muzzle. Its scorpion-like wings were bound with thick iron chains. The tail, which should have been dripping with poison, had its tip completely encased in something like an iron ball. Luonan let out a wry smile and patted Assam on the back of the head. You coward. You actually ran away from something like this? Well, it's not entirely unreasonable. For the current Assam, it really was a difficult monster to face. Even if most of its attack capabilities were sealed, a griffin beast was still a griffin beast. Its massive size and nimbleness were threats on their own. Getting hit by one of its front claws or tail would definitely cripple you. Asterisk boom, asterisk boom. Each time the tail slammed into the ground, shards of stone flew everywhere. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Luonan's mind. Just how strong is it? It was a bit random, but he wanted to know how powerful the arcana he learned from Dolan really was. Maybe it would work well against such large beasts. With that decision, Luonan patted Assam on the shoulder. Hey, got any mana potions? The kind you carry around. A bottle. Let me see it. Luonan snatched the potion from Assam and drank it in one gulp. His empty core was instantly filled with mana. The fatigue disappeared. Phew, much better. Luonan glanced around and picked up a stone. Assam, predicting what was about to happen. Luonan grabbed the fleeing Assam by the neck with his left hand and swung his right hand. Smack. The stone traced a low arc and struck the corpse immortal on the back of its head. Humph. Over here. Furball. The corpse immortal slowly turned its head. Facing its gleaming eyes, Luonan smiled faintly. He had seen monsters like this a few times in his previous life. Now, he had... Roar. The corpse immortal charged at Luonan ferociously. The distance closed rapidly. Despite its heavy body, its speed was still astonishing. Luonan pressed his hand on the sword hilt, calmly watching the corpse immortal. When the distance closed to 5 steps. Now. Boom. Luonan stomped fiercely. A mana wave rippled forward. At the same time, shiny roots wrapped. It was immediately pulled down. Roar. Damn it. Just as expected. Luonan sighed. Looks like he still needed more practice with arcana. Switching his power source, Luonan gripped the sword tightly. The crimson blade gleamed into view. Sorry about this. Roar. Hiss. A strange breath sound escaped Luonan's mouth. Although the situation wasn't entirely clear, it was definitely the right choice to kill it before any casualties occurred. Just as he was about to unleash his sword energy. Boom. Suddenly, a massive shadow fell from the sky and landed with a thunderous crash. Luonan slammed on the brakes and cursed. Damn it, what the hell is that? A strange man in a suit stood at least 4 meters tall. Seeing his thick, shaggy fur, Luonan raised a brow. Baron. This is such a hassle. Why is something like this happening? Baron didn't respond. Instead, he raised his hand. At the same time, the griffin beast's forehead collided with his palm. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. The two boys stood there stunned. Asterisk growl asterisk. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. Nanusi. Come back to us. Baron stood perfectly still. In contrast, the griffin beast drove its claws deep into the ground. Come on now. No one here is going to hurt you. Despite the calm voice, there was authority in it. Realizing it couldn't win by force, the griffin beast suddenly backed away and leapt toward a nearby tower. Roar. It wasn't fleeing. It sprang from 7 stories high and charged at Baron again. Assam covered his face with both hands. Professor. Huff. Baron let out a soft sigh. Just as the griffin beast's claws were about to strike him, he casually sidestepped, then grabbed the beast's shaggy fur and slammed it to the ground. Thud. The griffin beast hit the ground head first, then flipped over. Groan. Sorry. Suddenly, Luo Nan noticed something strange. What is that? Golden silkworm ants stretched from Baron's right shoulder to his fingertips. The faint golden mana appeared in a frenzied form. Luo Nan immediately understood the source of the silkworm ants. So that's Baron's arcana? He had already thought it strange that Baron could subdue a corpse immortal with one hand, even if he was a beast man. The size difference was too great. Clearly, he had used that kind of power. So strong. It seemed to be a type that enhanced the body. While Luo Nan was carefully observing the arcana, Baron, having confirmed the corpse immortal was completely unconscious, finally turned around. Phew. The arcana covering his arm dissipated. The once sharp gaze softened. Returning to the familiar honest look, Luo Nan knew. Are you both alright? You almost killed us. Baron, long time no see. Now's really not the time for jokes. Are you hurt? Baron anxiously checked both of them. For a moment, Luo Nan thought Baron seemed cooler now, but he was still the same clumsy lion. Luo Nan casually nodded. We're fine. What exactly happened? Sigh. I'm really ashamed. If I had known, I should have brought you later. Baron continued explaining. The corpse immortal named Venusi was a beast he personally captured for the White Beast Festival. It had been kept in a nearby mountain area. Last night, in order to adapt it to Firen's environment, it was moved into the campus grounds. Just earlier, it broke the iron cage and escaped. Thankfully, due to prior training, it was wearing restraints. But still, who would have thought the iron cage made in Nordland would break? Canceling the event was inevitable. Yeah. It couldn't be helped. I don't really know what the White Beast Festival is, but I'd love to see it. Same here. It depends on the student council and the professor's decisions. And right at such a critical moment, before Baron could finish his sentence, a group of armored guards rushed over. They chained up the unconscious griffin beast and loaded it onto a massive wagon. Seeing this, Baron bowed once again. In any case, I caused you trouble. I'm truly sorry. As a professor and one of those in charge of the White Beast Festival, I sincerely apologize. It's fine. That's life for you. Things happen all the time. Assam, you okay? Why, yeah. I'm fine. Assam gave a feeble nod. Clear streaks of tears were still visible on his pale cheeks. Baron, now with his head lowered heavily, spoke up. He's agile like a master builder. Usually, you just see him baking cookies and drinking tea. Who would have thought Baron was such a powerful warrior? Well, he is a beast man. Kind of expected, no? Now that you mention it. Luo Nan recalled the arcana he'd seen Baron use. It looked like a body enhancement type. Very practical. Suddenly, Luo Nan felt arcana was really unfair. Some people get overpowered skills like Stormblade. Others can only trip people with glowing roots. If only I could learn something like that too. Luo Nan mimicked Baron's earlier stance for fun, raising his left arm to block the griffin beast's imagined attack. And just as he imagined the arcana, zap, a golden flash ran across Luo Nan's arm, then disappeared. What just happened? Luo Nan took a startled step back. Assam, who had been watching him, rubbed his eyes. For a moment, the aura he had felt from Baron seemed to appear from Luo Nan's arm. What was that just now? I don't know either. Luo Nan shook his head. Although it was only for a short moment, he did indeed see it. It was the same arcana as Baron's. Could he also replicate other people's arcana? A bolt of lightning seemed to pierce his mind. He immediately tried to reproduce Baron's arcana, but the flash just now had completely drained his mana. It failed. Compared to Doran's arcana, it consumed even more mana. If only it weren't limited to those idiots who could use arcana. Yet, Luo Nan's expression wasn't dark. What mattered wasn't that he manifested arcana in the Nebula Kragiat family, but that he manifested someone else's arcana. If this tumor granted him the ability to copy other people's arcana, without limitation to the target, then it would undoubtedly be an unbelievable power. Still not enough. But it was too early to be certain. He needed more verification of this ability. Luo Nan muttered to himself. First, he needed to strengthen his core. Core. No. Better to head back first. Worrying wouldn't solve anything. Each headed toward their destinations. The students whispered among themselves while being evacuated by Manticore. Luo Nan reached the club area. By then, the sun was already setting. He got caught up explaining his core situation to that Roger. Damn it. How annoying. Luo Nan cursed under his breath. His limbs were still trembling. Upon learning that he could operate 2 cores simultaneously, that Roger said, then the training load could also be doubled. That was just his usual reaction. In the end, Luo Nen only stopped when both of his hearts were completely emptied. After briefly recalling the events of the day, he frowned. It's still too early. Although he had shared most of the information he heard from Zaladin with Roger, he didn't reveal the fact that he could copy other people's arcana. It wouldn't be too late to tell him once the ability became clearer. Could it be that the arcana he could replicate differed depending on their grade? The difficulty of replicating it is also different. Recalling his training session, Luo Nen frowned. Trying to mimic Baron's arcana had ultimately failed. Even after many attempts, he'd only wasted mana for nothing. He couldn't replicate. Still, Luo Nen arrived in front of the club building and pushed the door open. The interior was reminiscent of a tavern. Assam, whom he had arranged to meet, wasn't there yet. Ah, Luo Nen, long time no see. Instead, what greeted him was Malia, drying his hair with a towel. He met Luo Nan's gaze and gave a dazzling smile. Water droplets from his blonde hair flew everywhere. Yeah. Where's Assam? That cute little guy hasn't shown up. Did you two make plans? Yeah, but no need to wait now. By the way, you look like you've bulked up. Luo Nan gave Malia a once-over and clicked his tongue. He was wearing a training top that exposed his abs. From his clearly defined muscles, he'd clearly just finished a workout and taken a shower. His arms looked rock solid, like they could crush Assam's head with ease. Is he a merchant or a barbarian? He suddenly understood how Malia once managed to hide his large chest. He must have converted all the fat into pure muscle. Pleased by the compliment, Malia patted his abs. Higi, right? Want to touch it? No thanks. Malia pouted like his pride had been hurt. Luo Nan, feeling wobbly, slumped into the nearest chair. The sensation of having both of his hearts drained left him utterly exhausted. Sitting beside him, Malia asked with concern, by the way, what happened to your face? You're hurt. A lot has happened. I haven't seen you these past few days. Where have you been? The Tower of Dawn. Anything happen while I was gone? Aside from the Manticore incident. Not much, really. Let me think. Maria squinted her eyes and let out a low hum. The feeling of their shoulders touching made him feel a bit warm. The damp hair lightly brushed against his neck. What was happening to him? He had wanted to push her away, but now even speaking felt troublesome. Maria, deep in thought, snapped her fingers. Ah, the missing Lakota returned this morning. Lakota? The boy who took Professor Barron's class with us. He's one of the White Hand Festival organizers. Oh, that weak-looking guy. Luo Nan nodded, recalling Lakota. He was a classmate from Barron's class. It was said he once raised pigs or goats back home, but he barely left an impression. That guy went missing? Yeah. He disappeared suddenly last night. Everyone panicked. When asked why he came back so late, he said he was picking herbs that only bloom at night, and got lost. What an idiot. That guy really is dumb. And to think he's part of the organizing committee. The future of the White Hand Festival looks... Luo Nan chuckled softly. Of course, Furion Academy was huge, so getting lost wasn't impossible. Snap. Maria snapped her fingers again. Oh right, there was an announcement. The White Hand Festival will proceed as planned. That's great. Was anyone injured or killed? Nope. Not a single one. That's really good. Although some venues were damaged. Thankfully, no one was hurt. The Manticore escape incident ended up being just a minor disturbance. Maria explained that after discussion between the student council and professors, they decided to proceed as normal. Honestly, I expected that. The White Hand Festival is that important. Besides, canceling it this year would have been unthinkable. Why? Is some guitar-playing beauty going to appear or something? You seriously don't know? Luo Nan shrugged. Malia let out a disbelieving sigh and gave a wry smile. Unbelievable. No matter how busy you are. You can't be that out of touch. Stop being cryptic. Just tell me. What's going on? Luo Nan frowned. Malia's tone made it sound like he was talking about some kind of dragon. He continued. The Doppler strain is making its first public appearance. And it's a pair, an alpha and an omega. The entire empire is in a frenzy. You seriously didn't know? Doppler what? Asterisk asterisk chapter 102 asterisk asterisk. White Beast Festival, Part 2. Title number 102. The Doppler strain is making its first public appearance. And it's a pair, alpha and omega. Doppler. What? Luo Nan furrowed his brows upon hearing the name Doppler strain. That was something he only remembered from the storybooks. Ilio read to him as a child a mysterious creature capable of changing forms at will. You really didn't know? Then you probably don't know about their ability either? Ability. The ability to change appearance. MHM. But the Doppler strain changes their appearance by reading people's minds. The alpha becomes the person you love. The omega becomes the person you hate. Pretty wild, huh? What? Luo Nan's face stiffened. Malia continued while fussing with his hair. They can reveal things hidden even from the person themselves. People our age wouldn't dream of missing something like this. They become the person you hate. Exactly. What? Are you interested in omega? What good is it to know who loves whom? It's meaningless. Humph, how impressive. You're just waiting for someone else to tell you, aren't you? Maria pouted. Either way, Luo Nan's attention was completely fixated on Omega, though he always complained. There was only one person he could truly hate. It made a decent anchor for his convictions. For a brief moment, Hayat's hideous face flashed in his mind. Just thinking about him made Luo Nan's forehead heat up. Suddenly, a question came to his mind. What exactly happened? Maria treated Doppelgang's existence as common knowledge. But in his previous life, he had never heard of it. If such a miraculous creature really existed, it would have been a hot topic among his fellow hunters. Luo Nan was deep in thought. She lightly bumped his shoulder with her head. Maria chuckled quietly. Hee. Either way, this year's White Hands Festival will definitely happen. All thanks to Doppelgang. Even the scent of money is in the air. The scent of money? MHM. Students are allowed to set up stalls during the festival. I'm already prepared. Even during this time, Maria is thinking about business. He wasn't as expected. The mindset of the future richest person in the empire is something else. It's said that the Carabel Merchant Group has expanded several times its original size because they monopolized the sale of flawed weapons from Blacksmith Waluan and successfully used the money they made in the Baidian Mountains. Impressive. It's like watching a tough little sprout grow strong without even needing water. Although he hadn't paid much attention to them recently, they had still fulfilled their roles brilliantly, be it as merchants or warriors. Luo Nan suddenly smiled in satisfaction. He gently patted Maria on the head. The moment his rough hand touched the top of her head, she widened her eyes and stepped back in alarm. What are you doing now? Because you're cute. Even so, you can't just suddenly do that. Did you take the wrong medicine? Malia, who had already taken a few steps back, stammered. Her face was as red as an apple. She was clearly frightened. Luo Nan frowned. What's the big deal about touching your head? I washed my hands. No, that's not what I meant. My hair isn't dry yet. Malia helplessly played with her damp hair. She was the one who leaned in first, and now just touching her head scared her this much. How ridiculous. Besides, her hair was already soaking wet. I'm here, Luo Nan. Is something up? Jia. At that moment, the club room door opened. Assam walked in. She was carrying a few thick books. It was clear she had just come from class. Assam's gaze fell on the two of them. Sai, the cute little one is here. Malia smiled awkwardly and waved. Sensing the subtle atmosphere, Assam stopped in her tracks. With the keen observation unique to mages, she immediately grasped the situation. Malia's once pale face was now completely flushed. Her hair was still dripping water. Assam followed the trail of droplets on the floor. She noticed they extended all the way to Luo Nan. Lies. Assam's expression stiffened. Luo Nan's shoulders were soaked as if drenched in rain. Luo Nan sat at the table looking exhausted, staring blankly into space. That expression was either from extreme exhaustion or from having just experienced something intoxicating. Sob. Suddenly, tears welled up in Assam's eyes. Her weakened arms caused the books to tumble. This is just too much. Assam wiped her eyes with her sleeve, grabbing the doorknob. Sorry to bother you. I'll leave now. You finally made it. Where are you going? I. Assam lifted his head. Big teardrops looked ready to fall at any moment. Luo Nan frowned. Stop saying nonsense. Come here. I called you here to get your gift. Can I get it next time? What's wrong today? Did you get beaten up that badly? Sniffling, Assam stepped closer. Luo Nan took out a copy of Bazura from his back pocket. Its brand new cover and pages came into view. Hard to believe it used to be completely tattered. So disgusting. A forbidden book is just that, forbidden. Out of curiosity, he infused it with a bit of flickering magic, and this is what it turned into. In any case, the nature of that magic is still unknown. Holding the Bazura, Assam tilted his head in confusion. What is this? It's that magic book you like. I went through a lot to get it. Take a look. The whole book is black. Assam widened his eyes and began flipping through the pages. Seeing this, Luo Nan. It still takes someone who understands how to wield a sword. To Luo Nan, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't grasp Bazura. It wasn't just, or lots of unfamiliar vocabulary. It was as if the knowledge in the book itself was rejecting him. So, Luo Nan entrusted Bazura to the clever Assam. Even if he was clumsy at times, he had a good head on his shoulders. Maybe one day he could understand Bazura and master the infinite power within. Suddenly, as he flipped through the pages, Assam let out a cry of wonder. This is amazing. How can there be such a magical system? Luo Nan. Where on earth did you find this kind of book? Assam's voice trembled. She had only taken the book for less than a minute. Can you read this book? Yeah. So far, I've only deciphered the first page. Deciphered? Assam nodded. She explained. Everything in the Bazura is encrypted. The strange feeling Luo Nan sensed was because of this. Only those who can interpret magical logic can read the text and see the hidden content. Honestly, it's very difficult, and it gets harder the further you go. Can't understand it? It's not that bad. If I have enough time, I should be able to decipher it. Of course, deciphering the code and understanding the content are two different things. You're even better than the Tower Master. I'm not joking. Luo Nan gave a bitter smile. He didn't expect Assam to actually be able to read the Bazura. As long as Assam didn't turn into a black-eyed pig standing atop her comrades' corpses, he would ask for nothing more. Everyone is doing great. Luo Nan's lips curled into a faint smile. His comrades' performance exceeded expectations, not just these two, Brin and Ophelia as well. Even Shulafin was making continuous efforts. Luo Nan stood up while supporting himself on his knee, then turned to Malia and said, Malia, it's been a while since we trained. Let's have a match. Right now? Yeah. My body feels itchy. I can't stand it. Come with me. Wait. Luo Nan grabbed Malia by the wrist and dragged her out. Assam, engrossed in the Bazura, completely forgot about the two of them. She focused entirely on reading. Not long after, their voices came from the training grounds. I tripped over something. Stay sharp. Your swordsmanship has slowed down. Shi Shuai's voice came through the half-open window. The dim night enveloped the entire campus. And just like that, the noisy day came to an end. Time flew. As the White Beast Festival approached, the atmosphere at Flareon Academy grew increasingly lively. It's really almost here. Can't believe I get to witness the legendary White Beast Festival in person. That Master Beast from last time is coming too, right? MHM. No matter where you went, you could hear talk about the festival. Students chatted about the animals they wanted to see. I'm going with my boyfriend. If he doesn't transform, I'll kill him. Haha. I'm going to see Omega Doppler. He'll transform into your likeness. Doppler was by far the most popular. There wasn't a single student who didn't love the mind-reading, shape-shifting creature. The first public appearance would be at Flareon Academy, which made the students feel proud. Animal cookies. The balloon mats at the booths were ready too. Cutie pie. What's still not ready? I think just the street portrait booth. Right. We found the person, but we haven't found an easel yet. Let's go get it. Why yeah, let's go together. Maria pulled every string she had to set up her stalls. Festival goers wouldn't even realize that 9 different shops were all hers. But in such a festive atmosphere, there are always those who can't enjoy it. On the eve of the White Beast Festival, the first arena, which should have been empty, was packed. Anderson asked with a trembling voice, Luo Nan, are you really doing this? Isn't this a bit much? It's fine, senior. This is how I'll get stronger. Strictly speaking, only Luo Nan and Anderson were human. Knights in full armor surrounded Luo Nan. These magical knights were normally reserved for 3rd years and up. Alright then. Let's begin. Through the gaps in their helmets, blue light could be seen. Just like that encounter with Sir Madoros during the entrance exam. Anderson recited an incantation with closed eyes. Command the knights to act. Move. At that moment, the knights' eyes uniformly turned red. Luo Nan quickly dodged to the side. Crack. 9 sword blades stabbed into where he had just been. Luo Nan didn't engage head-on. Instead, he focused on evading and defending. Whoosh whoosh. Shining blades flashed past his limbs. After confirming the knights were clustered together, Luo Nan twisted his right foot. Take this. Boom. A semicircular wave spread out from him as the center. Flashing roots wrapped around the legs of the knights within range. The knights, losing balance, collided with each other and fell. Done. Success. Anderson clapped and shouted. In just a few days, his strength had greatly improved. Luo Nan fired sword energy at the paralyzed knights. The knights who received fatal damage stopped moving. Seeing the roots entangle all 9 knights, Luo Nan gave a bitter smile. Huff. Damn it. Huff. Finally made it. Even though his mana was almost exhausted, it didn't matter. What mattered was the achievement. Panting, Luo Nan sat down. Ouch. Huff. I'm dying. Good job. He had spent all his time training his second core and doppelganger arcane skills. Luckily, his growth speed wasn't slow. In fact, it was faster than his own mana growth. Looking at the knights collapsed on the ground, Anderson clasped his hands in admiration. Amazing. Such achievement in just half a month. Huff. It's all thanks to you, senior. The balance was pretty good this time, right? Yeah. Though a bit too floaty. Just lower the output a little and you'll be fine. Following Anderson's advice, Luo Nan gave a nod. Yeah, it does feel that way. Really? Thanks. Kiki. I'm glad I could help you too. Anderson smiled. He was the only one who knew Luo Nan's secret of arcane duplication. It was something Luo Nan had shared after much deliberation. He still didn't know when he'd be able to copy Instructor Roger's longevity blade. Damn it. That's still a long way off. Right now, he couldn't even control these tree roots properly. I'll help you. Step by step. Thank you. Luo Nan smiled slightly. He lay down on the ground. The dark ceiling came into view. With no one around, every word spoken echoed in the space. Anderson used his unique insight to aid Luo Nan's growth. His advice, grounded in sharp perception, was mostly helpful. After hesitating a bit, Anderson crouched beside Luo Nan. Tomorrow's the White Beast Festival. Time really flies. Yeah. It's kind of amazing. Ever since I met you. It feels like everything that's happened in the last 10 years happened all at once. It's just psychological. Luo Nan said plainly. Anderson just gave a gentle smile. He didn't argue. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. Luo Nan, are you going to keep training during the festival? MHM. Maybe. I might go take a look around. There are some things I want to see too. I see. Silence fell again. Everything around them was quiet. So quiet you could almost hear the dust drifting in the air. After hesitating for a moment, Anderson carefully spoke up. Then, maybe you could join me. Just as he was about to speak. Boom. Suddenly, the training ground door burst open. The light from the extinguished lamps flooded in. A familiar voice sounded. Seriously, unbelievable. What are you two doing here in the middle of the night? Instructor. Anderson jumped up in fright. Luo Nan looked towards the direction of the voice. A familiar figure stood at the door with arms akimbo. Navaroj continued speaking. Last time you were secretly flirting during class, and now you're having a secret meeting? How bold. A secret meeting? It's not like that. What happened? Luo Nan picked up ramen and stood up. Navaroj's expression didn't look like he was joking. He glanced at the two and sighed. If it's you two, there shouldn't be a problem. The doppelganger gate has disappeared. Chapter 103. White Memoir 3. Alert 103. Luo Nan put down ramen and stood up. Navaroj's expression wasn't joking. After glancing at the two, he sighed again. If it's you two, it should be fine. The doppelganger gate has vanished. What? There's no time to explain. If you're willing to cooperate, please come with me. After saying that, Navaroj turned and left. Luo Nan and Anderson exchanged glances and followed him. The three walked down a corridor lit only by minimal lighting. Long shadows swayed across the walls and floor. It was close to midnight. There were no other students in sight along the corridor. Anderson rubbed his hands and muttered, "Is it because it's nighttime? It feels a bit eerie. Senior, are you heading to the Tower of Dawn? I saw all the lights out in the library. Don't go. With every step, your footsteps echo. Surprisingly. It didn't take them long. This is the place. Didn't expect it to be so close. So it's in Galerian. The place where Doppler Gang is held. A small banquet hall inside the Galerian Pavilion. After confirming no one was around, Navaroj turned and said, I'll continue the investigation. Please get the full details from the appropriate personnel. Oh, thank you. There must be better places than a drop-off point, right? Like Four Seasons Autumn or something. It really makes no sense. What? Never mind. Let's go. Leaving behind a cryptic comment. Navaroj turned and left. Andershan's face turned as red as a maple leaf. What was that? What are you talking about? Luo Nan, who had hesitated briefly, opened the door. A spacious secret room appeared before them. About 7 people were walking nervously around the small banquet hall. Judging by the situation, they were all likely personnel related to the White Hands Chronicle. 2 looked like professors. 4 were guards in full armor. And 1 was a male student in uniform, who looked oddly familiar. The boy turned around when he heard the door open. In that moment, his eyes met Luo Nan's. What is it? The pale-faced boy quickly lowered his head. Luo Nan tilted his head in confusion. At that moment, he noticed a man in pajamas standing in the corner of the hall. So he was the one in charge. Luo Nan quietly approached and gently patted him on the back. Baron, I'm here. Luo Nan, why are you here? Instructor Navaroj asked me to come help. He said the doppelganger gate disappeared. The unexpected encounter made Balin's eyes widen. He brushed his hair back and let out a deep sigh. Yes. What exactly happened? Balin looked as exhausted as he did after reading Luo Nan's club activity reports. His normally shiny brown hair now hung limp like worn-out soap. When he spoke, it sounded like his voice could break at any moment. Anyway, the box that held the doppelganger suddenly opened. If this is a dream, I wish someone would wake me up. A box. Luo Nan looked around. 2 huge boxes stood open, placed in the center of the small banquet hall. 4 extremely complex locks lay scattered on the ground. The guards were way too careless. It was the same with the nightmare and the poet immortal last time. So unreliable. Ugh. I really Those locks were supposed to be impossible to open. Baluan clutched his brown hair and cried out. He explained that in order to prevent issues with the White Memoir, he had done his best to manage the doppelgangers. He used specially made locks to secure the boxes, and assigned 9 people including himself to guard the small banquet hall. He thought it was safer to stay up together, rather than leaving gaps or relying on mechanisms. Thinking back now, Baluan sighed again. I shouldn't have gone to the bathroom. How could this happen? Even though he tried hard, the doppelgangers still escaped. When he went to the bathroom for just a moment, everything was already over. The 2 boxes were wide open. The small banquet hall was in chaos. 2 doppelgangers had transformed into a dual-action troll, a charming blonde woman, a giant spider, and the mother of all forms, and escaped. People were powerless to stop these strange beings, even though there were precautions against external intrusions. But no one expected the internal doppelgang to escape on its own. How was the lock opened? Wasn't it specially made? This is truly a mystery. Without this key, there's no way to open it. I'm the only one who has it. Digging through his pockets, Balin pulled out a keyring. 4 equally intricate keys hung from it. He began listing the merits of his lock design in a low voice, though it may sound hollow now. It really was a good lock. The Waluan mithril is virtually indestructible. It even has a ward against unlocking magic. And yet it was still opened? Unbelievable. Balin, if you're not planning to sell the lock, shut up. Sorry. The rambling Balin looked up. The lock being opened is one issue. What's worse is that no one saw how it happened. Luo Nan muttered under his breath. Useless. Absolutely disappointing. If they had been watching properly, none of this would have happened. He wanted to drag all the guards in and scold them thoroughly. But there was no time for that now. With less than a day before the White Hands Festival, there was only one priority. Capture the Doppelgang. Luo Nan scratched his head and spoke in an annoyed tone. Damn it. Wake everyone up and have them start searching. The festival's tomorrow. That's going to be tough. If Doppelgang blends into the crowd, it'll be much harder to catch. Then what do we do? Send as few people as possible to search. We need people strong enough to subdue Doppelgang. Suddenly, Baron tightly grabbed Luo Nan's hand. His hand was trembling. If Luo Nan could help, it would really mean a lot. I came to help anyway. What's the problem? Luo Nan nodded without hesitation. He turned away from the nearly crying Balin and walked toward Andy's Han. He was squinting as he observed the small banquet hall. This kind of task is made for me. When it came to investigation and tracking, Andy Shan's insight would be a huge help. Just as Luo Nan was about to call him, he suddenly heard a voice from behind. Can I trouble you for a moment? You're the one from earlier. Luo Nan turned around. A skinny boy was standing there awkwardly. It was the same boy he had made eye contact with earlier, suddenly remembering his name. Luo Nan snapped his fingers. Lakota. Why yes, that's right. Exactly. I heard about you. You got lost picking herbs, causing trouble at such a young age. Hey. Yeah. Lakota scratched his head and laughed. He always gave off a clumsy vibe. Seeing him fidgeting, Luo Nan raised an eyebrow. Why are you squirming? Do you need the restroom? Could we talk privately for a moment? I don't have the habit of going to the restroom with another guy. No, that's not what I meant. I just need a minute. All right. I'm busy, though. It better not be anything serious. It's strange for someone who usually doesn't even say hello to suddenly act like this. As Luo Nan prepared to follow Lakota, he suddenly felt someone watching him. What? A guard was staring at them. Because of the helmet, he couldn't see the guard's face clearly. Does Lakota know him? The way he stared at them made people uneasy. Luo Nan, hesitating slightly, kept walking forward. They walked down a long hallway, all the way to the stairwell. Losing patience, Luo Nan asked irritably, how much further? Please don't ask anything. They kept walking, until they reached the bathroom at the end of the lower corridor. A bathroom? Seriously? Luo Nan gave a wry smile. A faint candle burned above the urinals. Lakota looked around nervously. After making sure there was no one nearby, he cautiously began to speak. Here should be safe to talk. Lakota suddenly reached into his pocket. A click echoed, like he'd pressed a button. At the same time, a translucent magical ripple spread from his pocket. Pop. A hemispherical barrier instantly expanded, encasing the two of them. Luo Nan frowned. Got it. Luo Nan noticed that all outside noise had vanished. It was the same silence magic he... Lakota let out a breath of relief. Phew. Now we can talk. Are you going to tell me some huge secret? Luo Nan gave a bitter smile. He had no idea why he was suddenly called here, or why all the theatrics. Then after a moment, Lakota spoke. Demon messengers are invisible. What? When I first saw you, I was shocked. You looked about the same age as me, but I didn't expect you to be studying at Fleerian Academy. What nonsense are you spouting? That talk about the dark mage was a lie too, right? Honestly, I had a hunch. Saying she was a dark mage out of nowhere. It made no sense. It was unsettling nonsense. The kind that leaves a bad feeling in your gut. Sensing something off, Luo Nan rested his hand on his sword arm. After a few deep breaths, Lakota continued. I was the one who unlocked the chains and released the doppelgangers. I did it. Luo Nan's eyes widened, as if he had been punched in the head. Barely holding back his emotions, he glared at Lakota. What nonsense are you spouting? You released them? Yes, but it was the best choice. Otherwise, things could have turned into a bloody mess. We had to act before other organization members made their move. Bloody mess. Organization? Even if you're confused, please hear me out. There isn't much time. Only you can stop this disaster. Lakota was about to continue, but Luo Nan suddenly rushed forward like a gust of wind and kicked him in the stomach. Bang! Lakota's body flew backward, crashing into a toilet. Arg. Wait. Lakota raised his hand to try to stop him, but it was useless. Luo Nen grabbed his hair roughly, while simultaneously drawing the Romancha sword. Frozen in pain, Lakota didn't move. The black blade pressed against his throat. Don't move, or you're dead. No tricks. Calm down, please. Blood trickled down Lakota's slender neck, but Luo Nen did not pull back the sword. Lakota's voice changed. His originally pathetic mid-range voice turned into a calm low tone. Who are you? He remembered that voice clearly. Lakota raised his trembling hand. I'll show you right away, so please lower your sword. Just like this. Okay, got it. Huff. Lakota suddenly grabbed the skin under his left ear and pulled hard. Rip. Pale skin tore like paper, revealing a dark face underneath. Luo Nan's eyes widened even more. It's me. Bruce. You don't remember? The sword moved away from Lakota's throat. His brain couldn't process the information. He was confused. Hunter Bruce. A peer of Luo Nen in the punishment squad. Also a low-ranking member of Calaboro, one of the continent's top hunter or she was the only hunter to survive the Seta incident. Regaining his composure, Luo Nen asked, Why are you here? Chapter 104, White Beast Festival 4. Alert 104. Why are you here? It's been a long time. Hunter Bruce. A peer of Luo Nen in the punishment squad. Also a low-ranking member of Luo Nen once lied to her, claiming he was a dark mage, and that Seta was a demon messenger. He made her sign a fake contract. Deceived, Bruce became a spy regularly reporting intel to Calabaro. That was his last desperate move for her. Flashes of memory began forming a clearer picture. A festival that gathered rare species hunters. Realizing what it meant. You bastard. I went through hell to save you. And you became a hunter again? It's not like that. Please. Let me explain. Just the facts. Ah. Luo Nen let go of Bruce's hair. Bruce staggered to her feet like a newborn calf. After a few deep breaths, she began to speak. Calaboro has a big plan this time. Before the White Beast Festival, they plan to steal all rare species hybrids, including Dopplergang. I was assigned to this mission too. This is ridiculous. A group like Calaboro really needs to downsize. Why infiltrate a place like Flan Academy? It was a plan full of symbolic significance. Recently, the organization's position had become precarious. Bruce continued explaining. Since its founding, the hunter organization Calabaro had faced unprecedented difficulties. Several branches within the Empire had been destroyed one after another. The Empire's hunter inspection squad had grown several times stronger. Luo Nen sorted out the situation carefully, nodded. The future had changed. Originally, this organization was supposed to last until the end of the world. It seemed Bruce's intelligence activities had already begun to take effect. Targeting other mutant species was just a side goal. The main goal was to break through Flayan's defenses and steal the world's only doppelganger. Luo to dare target Flan Academy. Only a top-tier hunter organization on the continent would even dream of it. Suddenly, a doubt flashed through his mind. Wait, weren't you a coward before? How did you get assigned to such an important plan? Well, it's embarrassing, but I actually gained some recognition. Recognition? Yes. To avoid exposing my identity as a spy, I worked very hard. Apparently, the higher-ups were quite satisfied. Bruce scratched his cheek awkwardly. In other words, he had been diligently completing organizational missions just to maintain his spy cover, and as a result, kept getting promoted. Thus, he gained access to more and more important information. All documents from the Urkanto branch passed through his hands. Unbelievable. Luo Nen let out a bitter smile. He hadn't expected that in his previous life. The braggart who only told hunter tales would actually have such talent. Bruce, who was good at clerical work and reconnaissance, was ultimately assigned to the doppelganger theft plan. I infiltrated early to gather intelligence and copied the key. Warren always carried the key himself, so it was really tough, but I still managed to do it. Bruce's mission was to disguise himself as a student and collect information on the White Beast Festival and the doppelganger. He infiltrated Flayan half a month ago, the exact time when Lakota had gone missing. Luo Nen asked, By the way, where did Lakota go? Did you kill him? We kidnapped him. He's still alive. Don't worry. Bruce told him. They didn't kill Lakota to use him in negotiations. She also revealed where he was being held. Luo Nen let out a sigh of relief. At least, if he's alive, there's still a way to save him. Then why did you release Dopplergang? What did you mean by time was running out? It was to avoid casualties. No one expected Valen and the others to set up a blockade. If I hadn't released Dopplergang, the other group members might have triggered an explosion scroll and taken him by force. Damn it. There was another hunter there. Yes. That was another reason we had to move fast. Bruce said that aside from herself, other hunters had also infiltrated Flerian. It seemed the school's defenses had already been breached. The operation had been well prepared. Luo Nen spat on the floor. He cursed. What a mess. This school never knows peace, does it? I'm sorry. Your name is Luo Nan, right? Asterisk thud. Asterisk. Baru suddenly fell to her knees. The sudden gesture made Luo Nan frown. What are you doing now? I know this is shameless and sudden. But please stop, Caliboro. I'm going to do that anyway. But why the sudden plea? Since meeting you, I realized how terrifying hunters truly are. If Dopplergang falls, those atrocities will repeat again. Baru's voice cracked with emotion. He truly loathed Caliboro's actions. During his time as a spy, he had seen too many horrors. Luo Nan responded coldly, aside from that, there must be another reason. I want to leave the organization. Please help me. That's good. Be honest. Luo Nan chuckled. Barus had already reached a point of no return. If the plan succeeded, he would continue living a hellish life. If it failed, and he survived alone, he would likely face harsh punishment. He had indeed been used a lot. But Luo Nan had never intended to kill an old comrade. Besides, during his time in Caliboro, Barus had performed far beyond expectations. Given that ability, he might as well pull him out early. Having made his decision, Luo Nan nodded. All right, get up. Luo Nan raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, he felt someone approaching from behind. Even though there was no sound, he could feel it. Luo Nan chuckled softly, muttering to himself, looks like we stayed away too long. Back at the small banquet hall, he had already felt something was off. Someone had been watching him. Whoever it was, they were good at hiding their presence. What's that? Huh? Barus' eyes widened suddenly. He pointed behind Luo Nan and shouted, Behind you. Behind you. I know. Luo Nan drew his sword as he turned around. Swish. Along the gleaming sword path, blood sprayed like an arrow. A hand holding a dagger fell to the ground. Having fully turned around, Luo Nan gripped his sword again. A man clad in full armor was clutching his severed wrist. It was the same man who had been secretly watching Luo Nan in the small banquet hall. Blood spurted from the clean cut. Through the visor of the helmet, the slanted eyes gleamed with light. Barus, that traitor. So it was you. Damn poacher. In an instant, Luo Nan's arm vanished from view. An invisible sword strike shot toward the guard. Asterisk. Red lines appeared on the armored left arm and both legs. Splurt. Blood sprayed from the cracks in the severed armor. All the tendons in his limbs were sliced. The guard collapsed, screaming in agony. If you want to cry, do it inside. Luo Nan grabbed the guard's arm and tossed him into the anti-magic zone. Like a frog, the fallen guard screamed again, though the sound echoed throughout the building. The soundproof barrier made of mana kept the noise from escaping. Scream all you want. It's annoying anyway. Let's end this quickly. Thud. Luo Nan kicked the guard over, mounted him, and grabbed his glowing throat. He pressed the sword tip into the gap. The struggling guard fell instantly silent. No, not my eyes. Please. Exactly. You can't even walk now. How painful must it be not to see where you're going? The black sword tip aimed at his eye. A single twitch, and his cornea would be pierced. Knock. Luo Nan tapped on the helmet and continued. Spill it. How many are there? Where are they? About 10 minutes later, Luo Nan left Barus and returned to the banquet hall. Her task was to clean up the blood and hide the now disabled guard. No time to waste. Everyone else went looking for the doppelganger. The small banquet hall was empty. Only Andy's Han stayed there, boredly opening and closing the box that had held the doppelganger, waiting for Luo Nan. Feeling his presence, he happily waved his hand. You're here, Luo Nan. Where's that kid who came with you? He fell into the toilet, and might take a while. Toilet. Senior, help me with something. Luo Nan, after closing the banquet hall door, pulled Andy's onto the corner. He told him about the information he heard from the poacher disguised as a guard. As the conversation went on, Andy Shan's eyes widened more and more. Poachers. You're at Flan? Yes, it's not a big deal. We can handle it. Do you have paper and a pen? I do. But what do you need it for? Luo Nan didn't answer. He took the notebook and pencil from Andy's Han, tore off 5 sheets, and wrote different things on each. The notes included the current situation and the poacher's locations. After putting down the pencil, Luo Nan continued speaking. That should be enough. Senior, can you control birds now? Birds? Yes. Please summon 7 of them. Ones that are a little smarter. Although he didn't understand what Luo Nan meant, his expression was very serious. Andy's Han opened the window, leaned out, and the chilly night breeze drifted over the moonlit playground. Looking around for a while, he saw rows of crows sleeping on the rooftop. He stretched out his long fingers and said, Come here. Magic power spread forward from crows startled from sleep took off cawing into the sky. A few seconds later, 7 crows flew into the small banquet hall. The eyes of the crows standing before Anderson turned gray. Luo Nan whistled and remarked with admiration, You've improved a lot. Just a few days ago they were still chasing mice. Thanks to you. So what now? Tie these to their legs. You can tell. Anderson nodded. Luo Nan, and he tied the pre-written messages to the crow's legs. All right. I'll tell the recipients. First is Baron and then Instructor Roger. And then Luo Nan listed 7 names. Andershan's eyes widened in shock. He asked in a puzzled voice. Calabaro's poachers? They're all elites. Will this really be okay? This level. We have to capture them first if we ever want to use them later. That kid Arendelle is the real problem. Luo Nan frowned. So far, 8 poachers had infiltrated Flerian. According to Bruce, the rest were still manageable. But there was one that unsettled him. Yeah, that's all we can do. Let's hope that kid runs into Instructor Roger or Baron. Exactly. We can't handle someone like that. Why would a warrior from Vakel become a poacher? For money. There's nothing they wouldn't do. Bruce's words resurfaced in Luo Nan's mind again. She had warned him. This entire operation was orchestrated by a Calabaro executive, Arendelle, one of the 3 great beasts. He once slaughtered a werewolf tribe barehanded, a martial artist who achieved arcane awakening. Luo Nan said, Let's move. We're running out of time. Yeah. Luo Nan and Andes Han left the small banquet hall. At the same time, 7 crows flew out through the window. There were about 5 hours left until dawn. Their goal was to find the doppelganger before the festival started and drive out the poachers. Finding the doppelganger was the top priority. Have you found any clues? I detected some unique magic in the small banquet hall, although it was intermittent. Andizon said he had sensed the doppelganger's magic. Luo Nan clenched his fist in excitement, as if he had found a criminal's trail. Over there. It climbed up the tree here. I found another one too. Looks like it transformed into something big. Luo Nan and Andizon expanded their senses to track the doppelganger. The empty playground resembled an abandoned village with no residents. Only the sound of their footsteps echoed in the deserted streets. Damn it. Where did it run off to? Luo Nan grumbled irritably while following the trail. They had almost crossed the entire area. But the doppelganger still hadn't appeared. After walking for 20 minutes, the 2 of them stopped at the same time. The doppelganger's trail ended at the edge of the forest on the northwest side of the playground. How troublesome. Senior, let's go in quickly. Yeah, all right. Let's go. Got it. Andy Shan's face turned pale, his gaze fixed on the dark forest. He seemed afraid of the dark. Luo Nan, watching him quietly, reached out his hand. Want to hold hands? Hands. To be honest, I'm scared too. There are a lot of fluffy things too. Just hold on. After hesitating a moment, Andy's Han took Luo Nan's hand. That rough hand, inconsistent with his age, was full of calluses. The texture of hard-working, rough skin conveyed warmth. With his ears turning red, he was about to say something. Asterisk thud. Asterisk. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind them. The sound was heavy and unnatural, clearly not made by a human. Both turned toward the sound, tightening their grips. A massive lizard stood before them. Drool dripped from its mouth. Asterisk hisses. Asterisk. Heh. Its head rose more than 5 meters above the ground. Its smooth red scales were each the size of an adult's palm. Thick and sturdy legs made its silhouette look just like a dragon's. Seeing the terrifying form, Luo Nan gave a bitter smile. A dragon without wings. That's a drake. Am I right? Yeah. No one could love something like that. It must be Omega. A real drake shouldn't exist. Even a manticore might be possible, but a drake isn't the kind of beast you can tame or control. Luo Nan adjusted his breathing and placed his hand on his sword. An illusion? The drake simply stood there, facing Luo Nan, without making a move. Just as he reached for the hilt of his sword, the drake's body began to bubble like foam. Anderson stepped back in fright. Long time no see. The boiling drake gradually morphed into a human figure. Luo Nan slowly gripped his sword hilt. Calm down. He forced himself to stay composed. The sudden appearance of Heuda was something he couldn't ignore, even if he knew this was Doppler's true form. Asterisk splat. Asterisk. The transformed Doppler landed on the ground. It wasn't Heuda who appeared, but a burly man standing there emotionlessly. When Luo Nan met the man's eyes, he froze. Andershan's eyes went wide. Luo Nan. That man's face, though more mature now, but he looked extremely similar to Luo Nan. However, compared to the current Luo Nan, there were significant differences. He had grown to nearly 190 centimeters tall. He was wearing an Imperial Army uniform. Andy Shan's trembling voice spilled from his lips. Why did he end up like this? He didn't dare to look directly. Even describing him as covered in wounds would be an understatement. Blood streamed down the skin exposed through his torn uniform. The sword he held was also shattered and broken. But the most terrifying part was the black masses clinging to his body. 7 pitch-black blobs clung to him like mold, devouring his body. The man groaned painfully and looked at Luo Nan. I couldn't protect anything. You. Frozen in place, Luo Nan slowly moved his foot forward. At that moment, the man turned and fled. Running at an unbelievable speed, he disappeared into the dark forest in an instant. Damn it! Stop! Reup. Luonan. Coming to his senses, Luonan charged into the forest. Hesitating slightly, Han followed him with his eyes closed. Huff, huff. The fierce night wind swept through the forest. Footsteps of 3 people echoed beneath the treetops. Chapter 105. Bestiary Chronicle. 5. Alert 105. Damn it. Realizing it, Luonan chased after the doppelganger. Huff, huff. The fierce night wind swept through the forest. Shan's shout came from behind. Row, Luonan. But Luonan had no time to respond. The doppelganger's speed was astonishingly fast. Fortunately, the blood it left behind allowed Luonan to track its direction. Every time Luonan felt he was about to catch up, the doppelganger would once again vanish from sight. Luonan jumped over pits and pushed through tangled trees, startling sleeping birds as he kept chasing. When the doppelganger disappeared behind another tree, Luonan cursed under his breath. Damn it, so fast. Following the trail of blood, Luonan had just passed a giant oak tree. A strange structure appeared before them. It was a large, spire-top tent. The roof was so high you had to look up to see it. What is this? Dozens of different auras emanated from within. Luonan realized this was the gathering ground of phantom beasts from the Book of Beasts. The tent's entrance gaped open like a shark's mouth. Blood trails extended inside. Just as Luonan was about to enter, he heard a sound from the bushes. Han jumped out. Senior, I caught up. Panting, Han stopped in front of Luonan. His spiky hair stood out more than usual, sweat-soaked neck glistening under the moonlight. He panted as he spoke. Huh? Why are you running so fast? Sorry, I got too anxious. Huh, it's fine. It couldn't be helped. Luonan looked a little bashful. Han looked up at Luonan, then gripped his sword tightly and stared at the tent's entrance. After a brief silence, Luonan gave a nod. That's right, it's me. You grabbed him first. We'll deal with everything else later. Although my thoughts were in chaos, there was no time to think about anything else. The two of them moved forward. As soon as they entered the tent, an indescribably strong smell hit them. It was the mixed scent of all kinds of beasts. The sight in front of him left Anderson in awe. Whoa, so this is where they're all kept. Must have cost a fortune. The inside of the tent looked like a massive cave, with neatly arranged cages that resembled luxury stables. Lanterns hung from the high ceiling, casting a soft glow. Various creatures were locked in cages along the walls. Fire rats, wooden camels, desert slimes, and more. Dozens of phantom beasts and monsters rarely seen in daily life were sleeping peacefully in their cages. This place is nicer than our dorms. Seeing the luxurious setup, Luonan gave a wry smile. This was clearly designed by Baron himself. Some cages were arranged so comfortably they could house people. Keep moving. Yeah, but after looking around, there was no sign of the Doppler gang. Luckily, the trail of blood continued. The deeper they went, the more dangerous and rare the creatures became. Upon seeing a fairy glowing pink in a glass case, Luonan could. They even brought in a fairy? That's impressive. If Bruce from his past life had seen this, he'd probably faint from happiness. At the end of the tent, a massive cage came into view. What is this? Seeing what was inside, Anderson instinctively stepped back. A giant manticore lay sprawled on the ground, scratching its belly with its nose. Luonan gave a faint smile. So this is where you've been hiding. Pretty lucky, huh? From the looks of it, this was clearly a manticore that had been subdued. Now that it had been trained, its restraints had been removed. The glowing stinger at the end of its tail was coated in purple liquid, a deadly poison capable of killing even large monsters instantly. Is it really okay for students to be seeing this stuff? Luonan muttered under his breath. Next to him, Anderson tugged on his sleeve. Luonan. Anderson's gaze was fixed on the far end. Luonan turned his head. A familiar figure stood with their back to them. The black and brown fur on the back of their neck was striking. Baron. There was no doubt it was Baron's back. Luonan raised an eyebrow. The note clearly said to go elsewhere. Why was he here? As he was wondering, the bloodstains underfoot caught his attention. The black blood, like shadows, was gradually evaporating and disappearing. In an instant, a chill crept up along his spine. Luonan placed his hand on his shoulder. That's not the professor. It's a doppelganger, Anderson said in a low voice. At that moment, Baron's body collapsed with a dull thud. The doppelganger fell, revealing another person. This person's size was equivalent to 3 ordinary adult men standing side by side. A red beard covered his chin, and he wore a bear mask on his head. Sensing someone approaching, the man raised his head. Luonan's eyes met his. Who are you? Anderson instinctively shrank back. It was obvious at a glance this was no ordinary person. His deep, powerful voice carried a sense of oppression. A red aura rose along Luonan's muscular arm. The man's massive fist gleamed like a volcano about to erupt. It was the fiercest arcane power Luonan had ever seen. It seemed the doppelganger had transformed upon seeing this guy. Hatred for Baron. This level of arcane power was insane. Luo Nan sighed. Even without an introduction, he already knew the man's name. Why did ominous premonitions always come true? At least he was grateful no other club members had run into this guy. Answer me. How did you get here? Was it just a coincidence? That's what I'd like to know too. Arendelle. The man called Arendelle widened his eyes. He stepped on the doppelganger that had transformed into Baron. You know me. Roughly. Luo Nan nodded, though he arrived a bit late. He remembered hearing rumors. The second in command of the continent's most powerful poaching organization. They say the blood of the animals they killed pooled into lakes. He had heard all this from Bruce back then, so many times it made his ears hurt. Bruce, who served as a punishment soldier, practically worshipped Calabaro's leader and the three beasts like gods. He often said that as long as the three beasts existed, Calabaro would never fall. Among them, Arendelle was the one most frequently mentioned, and today, it seemed he'd get to witness his power firsthand. Luo Nan continued speaking. Your plan has failed. I know that. By now, your subordinates are probably all dead. What are you talking about? Do you even know who we are? Yeah, Calabaro, right? That's the name, isn't it? Arendelle's expression froze. Luo Nan slowly tightened his grip on his sword hilt. The black blade of Lamanca came into view. He stared at Arendelle and said in a low voice, Senior, take this chance to escape. Go find Instructor Roger or Baron. What about you? Luo Nan didn't answer. The meaningful silence made Anderson's face turn grim. After a moment of hesitation, he softly said, Arendelle roared, Kid, if you don't want your family to become dog food, why would I tell you anything? You damn poacher. Suddenly, Luo Nan used his pinky to clean his ear. A vein twitched at Arendelle's As Luo Nan picked his ear, he tilted his head toward Arendelle and said, If you want to know, come get it yourself. Luo Nan gripped the sword tighter. A red glow flickered along the blade. Anderson stepped back a few paces, then turned and started to run. After pausing in surprise, Arendelle gave a small nod. Let's do it that way. Arendelle suddenly put on the mask he wore on his head. The unexpected move made Luo Nan brace for a counterattack. What the? You even have the guts to mess with kids now? Even though his reputation was declining, Arendelle did not attack. Instead, he reached toward his waist. Whoa. When he placed his hand on his belt, a circular buckle sprayed out white smoke. Surrounded by smoke, Luo Nan cursed. Damn it. What is this? Luo Nan instinctively covered his mouth, but still inhaled some smoke. Instantly, a wave of intense drowsiness hit him. Only then did Luo Nan realize why the animals had fallen asleep without a sound. It was anesthetic gas commonly used by hunters. Damn brat. If he lost consciousness here, everything would be over. Luo Nan shook his head and bit the tip of his tongue. His fangs pierced deep into the tip. The sleepiness instantly dissipated. He spat out the blood in his mouth, turned around, and shouted at Anderson. Damn it. Cover your mouth. But Andershan's figure had already been swallowed by the smoke. Soon after, the smoke cleared, revealing his collapsed body. Luo Nan clenched his teeth. Damn it. Anderson. Don't slack off. Boom. Arendelle suddenly charged over. His enormous body moved with incredible speed. It was unbelievable. The distance between them closed in an instant, making Luo Nan frown. So fast, it was like a moving wall, crashing toward him. Luo Nan quickly made a decision, aiming at Arendelle. If he reacted carelessly, they would both die. When the distance between them closed to 15 steps, Luo Nan swung his sword, sending out a wave of sword energy. Boom. A crescent-shaped sword aura shot forward through the air. Sword aura is nothing but a pointless trick. Facing the incoming aura, Arendelle neither paused nor flinched. Though he had faced countless swordsmen before, very few had ever heard him. He was confident a child's sword aura like this wouldn't even leave a mark. But at that moment, the red aura collided with Arendelle. His face twisted in pain. The aura tore through his skin. A burning pain surged through his body. Blood sprayed from his wounded shoulder. The sudden impact threw off his charge, knocked him off course. Boom. Arendelle's shoulder slammed into the iron cage holding the manicore. The bars were thicker than tree trunks. Barely recovering from the blow, he turned to look back and saw Luo Nan's face before him. The Lamanca sword in his hand glowed with a strange red light. Die. What? Arendelle hurriedly released his battle aura. Whoa. Red light burst from his core, covering his entire body. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Dozens of slashes landed on Arendelle all at once. Chapter 106. Barehanded Will 6. Code 106. Die. The red glow engulfed Arendelle's body. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Dozens of slashes carved through his flesh. It felt like slicing through frozen meat. That sensation, tough bastard. The unfamiliar resistance made Luo Nan frown. It felt like the hardness had suddenly increased several times. The blade only cut through the surface of his muscle. It hadn't reached the bone. This is bad. Is it a body enhancement ability? Luo Nen pressed his lips together. Of all things, it was the most troublesome type of ability. Magic form shields could be easily sliced through, but physical reinforcement required a different approach. Arendelle, gathering power threw a punch. Kid. Huff. Roar. His fist flew toward Luo Nan like a cannonball. The speed of the blow far surpassed the speed of sound. Luo Nan, who had just launched his slash, gasped. Damn it. There was no time to dodge. Luo Nan raised Lamanta across his chest, taking a defensive stance. Bang. Hit head on. Luo Nan was sent flying like a bull charging. Ah. Boom. The delayed sonic boom echoed. Luo Nan clenched his teeth. Even a two-headed troll's punch wasn't this powerful. He stabbed Lamanta into the ground, steadying himself. That damned wild boar brat. This wasn't something bought with money. A circular crack had formed in the center of the black sword blade. If that hit his body, he would have died instantly without a doubt. Ugh. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood surged up his throat. Even though he had defended himself, his internal organs were clearly damaged. Spit. Luo Nen smeared the blood from his mouth onto Lamanta. The crack gradually healed. A mist began to sting. Arendelle, checking his own wound, spoke with anger and surprise. What madness? What is this? What else could it be? Stop joking around. A mere student actually managed to injure me. As you can see. Seeing that Arendelle was still standing strong, Luo Nen frowned. Blood seeped from the torn parts of his clothes, but most of them were just minor grazes. The only effective hit was the initial sword aura attack. A deep and long wound ran across his shoulder, exposing bone. It was the only injury inflicted before he unleashed his battle aura. Arendelle spoke in a low voice. How about joining Calabarl? I guarantee you the best treatment in my name. You'll have riches even an emperor would envy. Go lick your own balls. What a pity. Whoa. An even more intense battle aura enveloped his whole body. His already massive frame began to swell. He was nearly the size of a werewolf. Arendelle looked down at Luo Nen and roared. Then die. Luo Nen tightened his lips. Judging by his aura, his power rivaled that of a Nebula-class division leader. This was going to be a tough fight. What rotten luck. Luo Nen stood up using his sword for support. Huh. A strange exhale came from between his lips. Red light once again surged along Lamanka's blade. End this quickly. I will. Arendelle spread his legs and took a stance. It looked like a fighting style inherited from Walker warriors. Luo Nen frowned. Doesn't matter what kind of barehanded technique it is, it's getting crushed. Just as Arendelle was about to lunge at Luo Nen. I'll remember you. Huh. Asterisk, thud, asterisk. A grim, sinister sound rang out. The sound of flesh being pierced. Both of them froze instantly. Arendelle slowly turned his head. Ah. A thick, stake-like venomous tail had stabbed into his shoulder. It struck the one spot not protected by aura. The very spot where Luo Nen's sword aura had landed. Purple venom was injected into the wound. Arendelle finally snapped back to reality and screamed as he yanked the stinger out. Arg. Arendelle hurriedly pulled back, but a large amount of toxin had already entered his body. The aura covering his upper body quickly dissipated. He gasped for breath, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Cough. How could this be? Luo Nen looked in the direction of the poison stinger. A long, thick tail connected Arendelle and the Manticore inside the iron cage. The now awake Manticore was staring at Arendelle. Grr. A deep growl sounded. Luo Nen widened his eyes. The Manticore's eyes were supposed to be yellow, but now they had turned a dull gray. Could it be? Luo Nen quickly turned his head. Anders Han was lying on the ground, reaching out toward the Manticore. His gaze locked onto the beast as he spoke. Luo Nen. Anders Han. A chill ran up Luo Nen's spine. Anders Han was clearly controlling the Manticore. His eyelids kept drooping. Clearly, the effects of the anesthetic gas hadn't worn off yet. Hurry. A few seconds later, his head dropped. At the same time, the Manticore collapsed as well. It let out another growl. Grr. It was obvious he had used shadow magic to awaken the Manticore. Looking at the fallen Anders Han, Luo Nen gave a bitter smile. Even if it was just for a moment, being able to control a Manticore was an amazing feat. At that moment, the wounded Arendelle charged at Luo Nen. Arg. Ah. Arendelle rushed forward desperately, his face no longer calm as before. He must have been in hellish pain. Injected with so much Manticore venom, it was a miracle he was still alive. Truly a miracle. His body, battered from the attack, was swollen and purple where the venom struck. His veins looked like they were about to burst. His uncontrollable battle aura covered his entire body. Luo Nen realized he was burning up the last of his life to attack. Luo Nen unleashed a wave of sword energy to meet him. Flare. Boom. At the same time, Luo Nen unleashed dozens of sword auras again. But Arendale's body, reinforced by battle aura, deflected most of the attacks. This can't be. This is impossible. Arendale thrashed like a mad monkey, wildly swinging his fists. Boom. With a sudden leap, Arendale slammed hard into the ground, just shot up, reaching the ceiling. Damn it, he's practically dead already. Luonan cursed. If left alone, he'd die on his own eventually. But letting him continue raging was not an option. He had to be killed, but no method could pierce a body reinforced by aura. In that instant, a spark of insight flashed through Luonan's mind. That skill. He didn't know if it would work, but he had to try. Luonan switched his power core to the one made of Vikira. The once red Lamenka blade began to glow blood-like. Suddenly, Arendale leapt straight upward. Boom. His burning body burst through the ceiling. Through the gaping hole, starlight spilled in. Soon after, Arendale's presence, which had faded, quickly surged back. There was only one shot. The second heart beat rapidly. Luonan bent his knees and took a stance. At the same time, golden silkworm ants spread over his right arm. The dimly glowing ants formed the shape of a beast's claw. Gur. Luonan clenched his teeth, feeling an unfamiliar strength surge through his right arm. He whispered in surprise, "You're incredible, Baron." Huh. Now die. At that moment, a deafening roar came from the sky. Arendale, completely enveloped in aura, fell from above with both fists aimed at Luonan's head. The red tail followed closely behind, like a falling meteor. Come on. No way to dodge, and no intention to dodge. When Arendale was just one step away from Luonan, Luonan's arm disappeared from sight. A lightning-fast sword strike pierced deep into Arendale's neck. The blade didn't pause after the strike, slicing a beautiful semicircle. Arendale's eyes widened. This is how a hunter dies. Luonan smiled slightly. Slash. A white line appeared on Arendale's body. A straight line slowly split from the top of his head to his chin. Just as he was about to collide with Luonan, his body was split in two. Blood and organs burst out. Thud. Thud. The two halves of the corpse landed at Luonan's toes. Huff. Ah. Luonan let out a breath. The golden aura wrapped around his arm vanished. Pain immediately followed. It was the price of overexertion. He quietly adjusted his breathing, muttering softly. It worked. Barely. But it worked. The aura that had wrapped around his arm earlier was Baron's unconscious battle aura. The completely exhausted core brought an intense fatigue. Luonan switched his energy source again. Remembering Andershant's presence, he turned around. Damn it. Senior. He was lying there covered in blood. Luonan staggered closer and lifted him up. Fortunately, he was only unconscious, not injured. I owe you one. If it hadn't been for the Manticore's surprise attack, things could have been much worse. Not only was there a greater chance of losing, even if he won, the tent would be wrecked. Luonan smiled gently and wiped the blood from Anderson's face. Suddenly, he remembered why they came here. Where's the Doppler gang? Luonan hurriedly looked around and saw the Doppler gang still lying where he left them. Luonan gently laid Anderson down now and walked toward the Doppler gang who had taken Baron's form. Hey, get up. NGHH. Luonan held his blade to the Doppler gang's neck with his left hand and slapped him with his right. The Doppler gang opened his eyes in shock. Staring at Luonan, he raised his hackles, struggling. Ugh. Luonan, you really do look like Baron. Don't try anything funny. Let's go together. Luonan stabbed Lamenka deep. Soon after, the Doppler gang's body began to bubble like foam and slowly returned to his original form. Luonan's face darkened. It was himself at the last stop before capturing Heuda. Luonan's gaze shifted to the shadows clinging to the body. Is this a curse? The same form as the ones he had seen in the mental world. Shadow-like curses were eating away at the Doppler gang's body. At that moment, the Doppler gang, who had been silently watching Luonan, finally spoke. I couldn't protect anything. I know that too. Luonan said with a bitter smile. He seemed to finally understand why Heuda never appeared. What he truly hated was himself, who failed to protect anything, who wasted time and talent. The Doppler gang seemed to be out of strength. He no longer tried to run. After a long silence, Luonan finally spoke. That's why I'm trying now. Is anyone there? A familiar voice rang out at that moment. Boom. A massive figure dropped from the hole in the ceiling. It was Baron, drawn by the commotion. Panaceel held the letter Luonan had given him. Hunter. What is this? Baron was stunned at the sight of the carnage. Blood and entrails were scattered everywhere. Half a corpse lay at his feet. What on earth happened here? The scene was like hell itself. Even so, the animals participating in the White Beast Festival were still asleep. As Baron looked around, he saw a familiar boy kneeling in the center of this hellish scene. The problem was that another young man with the same face was lying beneath him. Baron asked doubtfully, Lo. Luonan. And the other one is. A little late. Baron. Luo Nan, pressing down on the doppelganger, turned his head. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. We can celebrate now, right? Chapter 107. White Beast Festival 7. Alarm 107. The incident didn't end until late at night. The once empty banquet hall was now packed. 4 people and 1 animal were members of the Special Rank Adventure Group. The other 9 were personnel related to the White Beast Festival. Or rather, former personnel. Don't move. If you move, your injuries will worsen, Assam said worriedly. In front of him sat 3 men in guard armor, sitting back to back, their figures sagging, as if held down by invisible hands. Maria, shouldering a giant sword, sneered contemptuously. Ignore them. They brought this on themselves. This woman. Could she be a half-giant? What power? No, you're just too weak. How can adults be so weak? Maria chuckled. The men's armor was dented as if struck by a massive hammer. Maria's giant sword technique. They broke their formation with just 2 moves. I thought it was strange when I got the message. How did Luon and even know about this? I don't know either. These men disguised themselves as guards, hunters. When they suddenly received orders to go to Tower 13, they thought it was some kind of prank, but then they really found the 2 trying to break in. Bloom coughed in disapproval. To think, our sacred halls of learning were invaded by hunters. How disgraceful. Still, catching them early was a good thing. TCH. Standing nearby, Ophelia nodded. Saida, perched on her shoulder, flapped his wings in agreement. Ophelia, Bloom, and Saida had formed a team to deal with the hunters waiting to steal the Doppler gang. They were all combatants, so it took some time, but they managed to subdue them in the end. A trembling woman knelt at Ophelia's feet and spoke. The vampire. Shoo. Ophelia put a finger to her lips. There were 2 small red marks on the woman's neck, and she wasn't the only one. All the hunters Ophelia's group brought back looked pale. As she gently stroked the woman's hair, Ophelia looked at Bloom and asked, They were bad people, right? I didn't say anything. Thank you. I was just too hungry. Bloom nodded stiffly like a broken puppet. Cold sweat trickled down his temples. Ever since learning Ophelia's true identity, he had nightmares every 3 days about being drained dry. Is everyone here? Except Luoneno. Ah, and one more. Who? Oh, that one's also part of our team. Assam nodded. That night, the doors to the banquet hall suddenly opened. A black-haired boy walked in. Unlike the others, Shulafin was dressed in a tidy school uniform. Seeing the way he had neatly fastened his tie, Bloom gave a wry smile. As expected, he's sharp. Like a true noble, such nobility. Ophelia also nodded in agreement. Shulafin was gripping a hunched old man in a suit with his right hand. Judging by the bloodstains on their clothes, things hadn't gone smoothly. Recognizing the old man's face, Maria's eyes widened. This old man was a very notorious figure. She had seen his name once while flipping through a wanted list. This old man was infamous not only for illegal hunting, but also for serial killings. He had reached the level of aura awakening, not someone students could handle. Striding forward, Shulafin tossed the old man before the other illegal hunters. Assam asked worriedly, Are you hurt? The blood's not mine, came the flat reply. Indeed, there were no wounds on his body. Shulafin, standing in the small banquet hall, spoke. Weren't there supposed to be 10? Why are there only 9? That, Luoneta. I see. So he killed him. Shulafin nodded, as if he had expected it. Assam pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and began to read. So it says, while capturing all the illegal hunters, Luo Nan had given him an extra note. A note delivered by a crow, stating about a duel with Arendelle, and capturing an Omega doppelganger. Hearing the name Arendelle, Shulafin raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected the last one to be him. Even though he had ordered that they should flee if they encountered the strongest, he himself ended up capturing him. He found it a little amusing. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Shulafin's lips. You're progressing too. Yeah. No, I have to go. Having finished his business, Shulafin turned to leave. Suddenly, the double doors were flung open. A boy wrapped in bandages walked in. A familiar voice rang out. What's up? Everyone's here. Luo Nan. Long time no see. You unlucky bastard. Luonan's sudden appearance startled the team. He was covered in blood and holding a long rope in his hand. As the group gathered, Luonan exclaimed in admiration. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, caught them all. As instructed, all the illegal poachers were rounded up. He thought a few might get away, but surprisingly, they caught them all. The transport unit waiting outside had already been cleaned out by Instructor Roger. There were no more illegal poachers left in Philean. Smiling, Luonan looked. Great job, everyone. Anyone injured? No, no one's hurt. Luonano. Where's Omega Doppler? That. I was planning to introduce him to you all, and we had a surprise along the way too. A surprise. You'll see. Come on in. Assam tilted his head in confusion. Then Luonan gave the rope in his hand a tug. I failed to protect anything. I love you. Soon, two people walked in through the door. Both were tightly bound and stood on either side of Luonan. The team stared with eyes wide open. Luo, 3 Luonans? What's going on? Whoa. Maria covered her mouth with both hands. Saida, who was flying toward Luonan, stopped in midair. The real Luonan only smiled faintly. Well, do they look like me? The team was speechless. The other two looked exactly like Luonan. 3 Luonans stood side by side in front of the team, and the team confirmed. They were all Luonan. The real Luonan sighed. I understand the blindfolds now. Omega turned into Drake after meeting Baron. That lion ended up fighting that monster. Luonan and Baron had a hard time catching the Doppler who turned into Drake. The blindfolds were to prevent the Doppler from taking on other troublesome forms. The 3 Luonans each had different appearances. The Luonan on the left was tall and wore an Imperial Army uniform, with blood dripping from his feet. The Luonan on the right looked exactly like the current Luonan, but was wearing an ornate uniform fit for a crown prince. Assam asked in surprise. You even caught Alpha? When did that happen? It was just by chance. Met him on the way. Who encountered Alpha? Suddenly, Maria glared furiously at Luonan. Her low voice made the team members shrink back. After a moment, Luonan spoke. It was me. What? Damn it. It was me. Luonan sighed. While carrying the sleeping Anders Han back to the main building, he had encountered a small fluffy dog. The dog had suddenly transformed into Luonan. Luonan felt a pang of guilt. Seems I like the way I look too much. What does that even mean? He had always thought he wouldn't fall for anyone, but never expected this outcome. Tears welled up in Maria's eyes, unable to accept the reality. All right, come on in now. Luonan placed the Omega doppelganger into a box. Since its body was much more flexible than a human's, it fit inside easily. Next, he prepared to put the Alpha doppelganger inside too. Suddenly, he felt it would be a shame to end it like this. A creature that could transform into someone's beloved, without a doubt. On the day of the White Beast Festival, people would flood in to see it. Perhaps too many to even get a proper view. Since we've captured it, might as well have some fun. Hey, Star of the Empire. What? Shulafin turned his head. At the same time, Luonan removed the blindfold from the Alpha doppelganger. The moment the doppelganger's gaze met Shulafin's, the Alpha doppelganger's body began to change. It turned into a silver-haired woman. The bound Elio showed a radiant smile. Wow, Mr. Shulafin. Hello. What's this? Shulafin's face turned red. Luonan burst into laughter in the small banquet hall. Seeing Elior, the other team members let out gasps of amazement. Completely losing his composure, Shulafin placed his hand on a pancake and shouted, How rude. How dare you tie up Miss Elio with ropes? You're worried about this now? You really like our big sister, don't you? You guy. Yes. Yes. Then it's our fool's turn next. Luonan turned Dupule's body toward Assam. Dupule, blinking its eyes, began to bubble like foam again. Realizing the situation, Assam screamed. No way. But it was too late. Dupule's chest swelled, and the ropes tightened. In an instant, it transformed into Maria. Erfa Dupule looked at Assam and smiled. Little cutie. Wanna live with big sister? No way. Assam's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. Maria's eyes widened. Blushing, she looked at Assam and said, little cutie, you. Maria, this is actually, you like me. Maria, who habitually patted Assam's head, stopped her hand. Assam froze. Losing his ability to speak, he let out whimpering sounds. Wow. Huh. A bit awkward. Maria scratched her cheek and laughed. An awkward silence hung between the two. Assam, looking back and forth between the two Marias, suddenly had tears welling up in his eyes. Wah. Assam suddenly sprang up and rushed out of the small banquet hall. Sad cries echoed through the corridor. Maria, standing stunned, muttered softly, Little cutie likes me. Yes. Miss Maria, please look this way. However, there was no time to dwell on sentiment. Luonan immediately turned the doppelganger toward Maria. At an extraordinary speed, Maria screamed while covering her face. Don't show it to me. If you make me look, I'll kill you. All right. Look over here. It only transforms with direct eye contact. Don't do it. Screams continued. Despite Luonan's efforts, Maria never made eye contact with the doppelganger and ran out of the small banquet hall. Luonan wanted to show the doppelganger to Brum and Ophelia too, but they had already escaped through the window. Luonan slumped his shoulders in disappointment. So boring. Shulafin had also slipped away unnoticed. The small banquet hall was now empty. From outside the window came various sounds, voices, beastly roars, the clash of metal, the sounds of people cleaning up the aftermath. Preparations for the White Beast Festival. Suddenly, a question floated to Luo Nan's mind. Come to think of it, how could something I hate become something I love? What Luo Nan hated was his past self, the one who couldn't protect anything. Thinking carefully, it should have been impossible for the alpha doppelganger to turn into himself. What exactly happened? Luo Nan, touching his chin, stood before the alpha doppelganger. The moment their eyes met, the doppelganger's form began to distort. Luo Nan raised an eyebrow. The forming outline was different from before. The once golden hair turned black, and the figure grew taller. Once fully transformed, the Doppler gang didn't return to its original form. A familiar voice echoed through the small banquet hall. Private first class. Luo Nan gave a bitter smile. Faced with this unexpected figure, he suddenly felt his nose sting with emotion. He wiped his eyes with his sleeve, then looked up at the Doppler gang and said, "Seems I really did respect you once." The pre-festival night had ended. The once blue sky was beginning to fade. The day of Baisho festival had arrived. What happened last night was kept entirely secret. Luo Nan only got about 2 hours of sleep before heading to Tower 41 at dawn to find Zaladin. After knocking on the door for a bit, Zaladin came out in pajamas to greet him. Luo Nan, something this early? Sorry for the sudden visit. Please let me in for a moment. Come in. It's about that. You know. That passage connected to Professor Secret's office. Zaladin's just woken hair looked like a freshly trimmed bird's nest. He spoke with half-closed eyes. You mean the Sephir Bridge? It's a festival day. Shouldn't you enjoy it? Of course I'll enjoy it. After I take care of this. I see. You're really busy, huh? The two walked over to the bookshelf in the office. Zaladin pulled out a few books and recited a spell. The bookshelf slid back. A passageway was revealed. Kashfa. Runajir. Delpharin. Thank you. See you later. After leaving a brief thanks, Luo Nan quickly followed the passageway. A study surrounded by bookshelves appeared before him. A child was sitting on the floor reading a book. Recognizing Luo Nan, Secret waved his hand. Oh, Luo Nan, long time no see. Long time no see. Secret. Well then. Secret rubbed his non-existent beard with a smile. It was obvious. He hadn't been a child for long, and was still getting used to the change. After a moment of silence, Luo Nan spoke. We must lift the curse. No matter what, it must be lifted. Chapter 108. White Beast Festival 8. Alarm 108. We must lift the curse. No matter what, it must be lifted. What happened? You haven't looked right since this morning. It's nothing major, just felt the need to speed things up. Luo Nan twisted his lips. What happened last night left him anxious. The one who turned into the Omega Doppelganger was none other than his past self, blood flowing like sweat, a broken sword, eyes hollow. After losing everything, staring at a scarred body, the Doppelganger's repeated words echoed in his mind. I couldn't protect anything. It was a sorrowful mutter. At the moment he heard those words, the sense of crisis that had faded in everyday life came back into full color. To prevent something like this from happening again, I need to become stronger. To do that, first, I need to lift the curse that's restricting my growth. After a brief silence, Secret finally spoke. How incredible. What's incredible? Just a few days ago, I successfully deciphered one of your curses. Really? Luo Nan's eyes widened. Secret suddenly stood and walked to his desk. Digging through a large pile of papers, he pulled out a thick notebook, thick enough to be used as a pillow. This is the 52nd volume. Even if I lived another 1,000 years, I might never see a curse this complicated again. Secret flipped through the notebook, then slid it into the nearby bookshelf. The shelf was filled with similar notebooks. They're all analysis logs of your curses. After much effort, I've finally come up with a way to remove it. Tell me the details. What do I need to do? Do you remember the scene when you first broke a curse? When we removed the golden threads entangled in your eyes? Of course I remember. Luo Nan nodded. It was an experience he could never forget. The method of entering the astral realm to break the curse personally. He saw his hometown, built from memories, and a mother he had never met, as well as a father who appeared in shadow form. The sensation of stabbing his father in the final moment still lingered. Right. We'll use the same method again this time. But there's one problem. What problem? This curse is much stronger than the last one. Entering the astral realm will require a large amount of mana and catalysts. As for mana, that should be fine now that Rosadin has recovered. The catalyst is the issue. Secret nodded gravely. Luo Nan raised an eyebrow. What do we need? Is it expensive? It's not about the cost. It's that it simply doesn't exist. Have you heard of a place called Danehall? Danehall. That place. The magic mirror located in the southwestern desert. Luo Nan had heard that name even in his previous life. Danehall. Among the many dangerous places on the continent, there were very few locations that could be called a magic mirror. A harsh terrain surrounded by desert, vicious monsters, and natives hostile to outsiders. had claimed the lives of countless adventurers. Recalling information about Dainhall, Luo Nan spoke up. Ah, do you mean that black stone? Seems you know it well. Indeed, we need magic stones from Dainhall. Even if you look for substitutes, there's no catalyst quite like it. Secret side, he explained, that in past experiments, only magic stones from Dainhall show the potential as catalysts. Usually, only about 3 stones per year appear in Imperial auctions or in Hyrumian, and whenever they do, they're sold for unimaginable prices. Unfortunately, I only have a shard I bought a long time ago. That fragment won't work, right? No. It needs to be at least thumb-sized to be used as a catalyst. Luonin nodded. This wasn't something you could simply buy with money. Magic stones from Dainhall. People risked their lives for them. Traveling to that far-off hell, these magic stones didn't just contain a denser magic than top-grade stones. They also had special properties, irreplaceable ones. Only a rare few, the lucky and the powerful, could return alive from the magic mirror with a stone in hand. Secret continued. In fact, because of this issue, I didn't contact you after I found out. Would you mind waiting a bit longer? I'll do my best to find an alternative catalyst. It's okay. I'll get it myself. Luonin said calmly. Secret, taken aback, furrowed his brows. Are you serious? Yes. If you can continue your research, that would be ideal. So as long as I get a magic stone from Danar, we can lift the curse, right? Nothing else is needed? For now, yes. Got it. I'll find a way to get it. Just wait for me. Luonin patted Secret on the shoulder, with complete confidence in his gesture. Truthfully, Luonin had visited Dainhar once in his past life, and now he had to return to that wretched place. Recalling that experience, Luonin frowned. It hadn't been a pleasant trip, even for him. Dainhar was a terrifying place. Hopefully, this time would be better. It was his second time, after all. It had to be better than the first. The only issue was time. Because of Dainhar's location, club activities alone wouldn't suffice. He'd have to leave as soon as summer break started. Fortunately, summer break was just around the corner. Luonin thought for a moment, then nodded. Although there was a lot to prepare, it seemed doable. After wrapping things up, Luonin extended his hand to say goodbye. Thank you, Secret. It's a rare holiday. Go out and enjoy it a little. Oh, right. Today is White Tree Festival. The doppelgangers will show up, right? Yes. Make sure you check it out if you can. It was really tough to capture them. Captured, huh? That's right. See you next time. After saying that, Luonin left Sepalaccio. Rosadin, dozing off, saw him out. Straightening his clothes, Luonin headed toward the gates of the gallery and hall to fulfill a promise made with someone early this morning. The morning air was fresh. A soft light bathed the campus. It was almost unbelievable that such chaos happened here last night. So calm. It was hard to believe. Luonin glanced around and gave a wry smile. The streets, which should have been empty, were packed with students in uniforms. They had all sacrificed their morning sleep to enjoy the White Tree Festival. Before long, a familiar figure came into view. By the large school gate, a tall girl stood in her crisp uniform. Luonin waved his arm and shouted loudly, Senior, I'm here. Ah, Luonin. Anderson, noticing Luonin, smiled gently. Her fair skin and black hair created a beautiful contrast. The two of them headed straight toward the Flerian Plaza. They were going to watch the opening ceremony of the White Tree Festival and its most famous event, the Grand Parade. Watching her expression carefully, Luonin asked, How are you feeling? Is your body okay? Yeah. I'm fully recovered now. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you. Thanks to you, I was able to end a fight that could have turned ugly quickly. Speaking of which, you really should have seen that guy's face when he got stung by the poison tail. Luonin chuckled softly. In fact, during last night's battle, Anderson's performance was truly key to victory. Even in a dazed state, he controlled the rescue beast and delivered the poison strike. Not something just anyone could pull off. The two walked side by side down the main road. Can I ask you something? What is it? Luonin tilted his head. Anderson, and finally asked, awkwardly, well, wasn't I heavy yesterday? No. I mean when you carried me. I'm taller than a lot of the boys. What are you even saying? Anderson slowly realized. He just let something slip. He covered his mouth.